Chapter 51 Control. On the deck of the fishing boat, Shauna and Fong Tang were quiet on one side. But on the other side, they were fighting fiercely. Xiao Gang had already smashed the wine bottle, caught up with Fong Dongcheng, who was staggering, and kicked him over. Fong Dongcheng opened his mouth, bit into the plastic sign in his hand, and then shut up. The broken wine bottle in Xiao Gang's hand stabbed into Fong Dongcheng's thigh. "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" Fong Dongcheng howled in pain, and his remaining eye was full of pleading. "Don't, brother! If you have something to say, say it!" Xiao Gang's eyes were blood red. "You trash bastard! You! How dare you trick me?" Fong Dongcheng was finally afraid. "No, I didn't mean it. I didn't peek at you, card." Xiao Gang gritted his teeth. "You? I should have thought of it when you came over with the wine. But I didn't expect you to be so shameless and dare to lie to me." He was really too careless. Just now, when Shauna and Fong Tang were away, Fong Dongcheng suddenly came over with a bottle of wine to get close to them. Xiao Gang didn't want to pay attention to him, but this guy actually got out another cigarette. As an old smoker, Xiao Gang really couldn't stand this temptation. Then, while he was taking the cigarette, Fong Dongcheng peeked at his trump card. Only then did Xiao Gang realize that what he got in his hand was not a cigarette at all, but a piece of white paper with fake cake crumbs rolled in it. The label paper on the wine bottle is reversed and filled with chocolate cake crumbs. The color and texture are particularly similar to tobacco. What worries Xiao Gang? How could I be so stupid? Even if there is smoke, there is no fire at all. I am such an idiot. The beer bottle in Xiao Gang's hand stabbed hard again. Fong Dongcheng rolled his eyes in pain. Just then there was a ding-dong sound. Xiao Gang's phone vibrated, and a game prompt appeared. Before fighting the beast, killing players is not allowed. Damn it! Why aren't you allowed? I'll kill him and there will be 3 people left to fight the beast. Xiao Gang's eyes turned red. Before fighting the beast, killing players is not allowed. The game prompts are cold and boring. Xiao Gang could only let go of his hand. He still gritted his teeth. I can't kill you. Well, I want you to understand what pain is. Xiao Gang turned the pieces of the beer bottle in his hand. The fragments twisted in the muscles of Fong Dongcheng's thigh. Fong Dongcheng howled like a killing pig. He coughed. The card in his mouth mixed with blood and saliva. Wait a minute, Fong Dongcheng whispered tremblingly. We can cooperate. You idiot. Don't do this. You idiot. Xiao Gang roared. You're dead. I'll show you my cards. Fong Dongcheng gasped. We can cooperate. A look of hesitation suddenly appeared on Xiao Gang's face. Fong Dongcheng seized this rare opportunity, spit out the cards in his mouth, held them with his hands, and then gently loosened them halfway. Only half of the card is exposed, but you can see it clearly. There is a man on top. Xiao Gang was stunned. You? What kind of beast are you? It's a human. Fong Dongcheng grinned. Humans are also beasts. This. Xiao Gang turned over his cards and looked at the cheetah with its fangs spread out. Number 8. I know you are a man. Fong Dongcheng gasped in a low voice. Your card is the cheetah, which is obviously the strongest beast. In other words, you have the right to choose. Xiao Gang sneered at this time. Yes, then I'll choose you. Humans can't beat a cheetah. Fong Dongcheng smiled, struggling to smile in extreme pain. That's not necessarily true. Humans kill leopards with bare hands, and that's also reported in the news. This is true. In fact, many of the mercenaries who roam the African savanna can kill a lion with just a dagger. Xiao Gang hesitated again. Fong Dongcheng sat up slowly, gasping for air, gritted his teeth, and pulled out the beer bottle, putting away the cards in his hand and quickly treating the wound. He grabbed Xiao Gang's arm and stood up. Number 8. Your name is Xiao Gang. Right. Can I call you Brother Xiao? Stop trying to get close to me. Xiao Gang pushed him away in disgust and turned around to think about something. Fong Dongcheng was not angry and followed him limping. Brother Xiao, if we work together, as long as we figure out Shauna and Fong Tang's cards, we will be invincible. Xiao Gang's eyes flickered, and then he sneered. Fong Tang is kind to me, and I won't do this. Fong Dongcheng smiled gloomily, very wildly. Then you will lose the chance to advance to the next level. Do you want to be eaten by nanobugs? Xiao Gang lowered his head and walked to the other side of the fishing boat. Fong Dongcheng gritted his teeth and followed. Listen to me. Although I don't know what the cards of the other two are, I can infer what the other two beasts are. Xiao Gang suddenly turned his head. What do you mean? How is this possible? Fong Dongcheng smiled sinisterly. It's food. Ah? What food? Brother Zhao. I have been observing those cages just now. And the examiner also said that there are 4 kinds of beasts in total. Stop talking such nonsense. Okay. I'll tell you directly. In fact, I found some food residue next to the cage. Huh? Xiao Gang was stunned again. Fong Dongcheng licked his tongue. Think about it. Since there are wild beasts in the cages, they must be fed. Right? I found raw meat next to one of the cages, which must be for feeding the predatory beasts. When Xiao Gang heard this, his body he leaned over and said, You? Continue talking. Oh, there is a mixture of rice and steamed buns next to a cage. I even tasted it myself. You know, this kind of food is naturally meant for people to eat. At this point, Fong Dongcheng's only right eye has lit up. The most important thing is the other 2 cages. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his voice. I saw vegetables in the gap of one cage. There is also a cage with there was a layer of white powder. I only had time to lick it. It must be milk powder. Green vegetables and milk powder? Xiao Gang's eyes also began to light up. Fong Dongcheng laughed in a low voice. So, one is a herbivorous beast, and the other is most likely a beast cub that is not grown up. Do you think we will win? Xiao Gang's eyes began to conflict. He still couldn't forget the warmth he had while drinking and chatting with Shana Fontang just now. In a cruel game, this kind of warmth is too precious. But his eyes quickly darkened. This ambivalent mentality lasted for only 2 seconds before Xiao Gang made the decision that was best for his own interests. Let's cooperate. He patted Fong Dongcheng on the shoulder. We don't need to test Shana Fontang's trump card. In short, they are no match for the 2 of us in the battle of beasts. He also smiled. Then both of them can he is a top expert. Don't ask for trouble. Xiao Gang felt that his luck had finally come. He also became polite to Fong Dongcheng. Fong Dongcheng blinked his right eye and suddenly whispered, Hit me. Xiao Gang was in a daze. Hit me hard so they won't doubt you. With your friendship with them just now. Fong Dongcheng's voice was like a mosquito. Xia Na and Fong Tang won't doubt you. You just need to show your trump card first. They will definitely show off. Xiao Gang understood. I just made an inference. If I don't see their cards in person, I can't be absolutely sure. We can't take risks. Fong Dongcheng gritted his teeth. Xiao Gang glanced towards the opposite side. Fong Tang and Xia Na on the side of the ship in the distance didn't pay attention at all. He nodded and punched Fong Dongcheng in the face. The screams kept ringing. The examiner and the little girl witnessed this dramatic scene from beginning to end. Number 5. Fong Dongcheng. The examiner nodded lightly. I don't know if it's praise or ridicule. The little girl said in a crisp voice. He is a player with great potential and a controller. He easily controlled Xiao Gang. But it's a pity. She did not continue to explain why it was a pity. Chapter 52 Oriole is on the other side of the back deck. On the side, Shauna, who had recovered her memory, was facing the direction of the sea and took off her hood. The sea breeze blew her hair, and her eyes were filled with sadness. Fong Tang looked at her tenderly. You were sent to the headquarters by Mr. Fox in the first level. At that time, I fell into a state of suspended animation. Do you really not remember it at all? Shauna shook her head. My last memory. At home. I seem to have had a quarrel with my mother because of my studies. And then a good friend invited me to sing K. So I left the house. Shauna murmured. Then somehow, I fainted. She bit her lip. When I woke up, I found myself in the cabin. On the wooden cabin in the inner cabin. At this point, she rubbed her head and rubbed it desperately. I don't know why. I am not afraid at all. But there seems to be a voice in my head instructing me to hide first. Fong Tang was surprised. In the inner cabin, everything you did was guided by someone. Xia Na nodded. Yes, that voice was very clear. I followed its instructions and threw the diving gun down. Everything that happens in the future is under my control. Fong Tang touched his chin. You can ignore the rules. Due to the restrictions, the examiner can't do anything to you. Shauna smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's not what you think. In fact, when I attacked the examiner for the first time, I had an absolute chance to kill him. In the end, Shauna missed the stab. It wasn't that I stabbed it wrong, or that the examiner was so powerful, but that voice stopped me. So, I still have to abide by certain rules, and I am still controlled by Infinite Company. Fong Tang nodded. It should be given to you of certain privileges, but you still have to follow the instructions. He originally suspected that Shauna's situation was the same as his own, and that there was an artificial intelligence in Shauna's head. But when I heard this, I felt it didn't sound like it. In his own mind, the artificial intelligence was attached to him, or at least had the same interests as him. Shauna's situation is more like someone controlling her remotely. Use that damn chip to control it. Shauna leaned against him gently. What did you go through after the first level? It looked miserable. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. It's all in the game log. Shauna's eyes flickered. I saw there seemed to be 3A girl appears frequently in your game log. That's a very sad story. Fong Tang shook his head. I really want to talk to you when I have time. But now, we have to continue the game. Shauna smiled. Only when facing Fong Tang would she show this innocent smile. She unfolded the card in her hand. Look at this. Is it fun? On Shauna's card, there was a goat. What I drew is probably the weakest beast. A lamb. Shauna sighed. Fong Tang smiled and handed the card in his hand directly to her. You will know what weakness means when you look at mine. Shauna's eyes widened, and she looked at the puppy on his card. A little puppy with just opened eyes. Giggling, she couldn't help but leaned over and laughed. It turns out, you are more unlucky than me. Fong Tang put away the cards and looked serious. Stop laughing. Shauna, I have to tell you, no matter what you draw. What? I am sure of winning this level. Shauna put away her smile, with a sly look in her eyes. That's a coincidence. I have to say, no matter what I draw, even if it's a little white rabbit, I have to win. The ability to win. Fong Tang reached out and touched the chip in his pants. In the chef challenge, he only used 2, and the remaining 1 was intact. This is his trump card. Although I couldn't really crack the Infinite Company's chip, Fong Tang had other plans. He knows how to use this chip. As for Shauna, Fong Tang actually knew her trump card a long time ago. Seeing her smiling so proudly, Fong Tang couldn't help but lean into her ear and whisper. Xia Na blinked her eyes and pinched his arm hard. So you already knew the clever trick I was hiding. The two of them laughed again. At this time, Zhao Gang opposite was waving his hand and walking slowly with a grin on his face. He was also carrying a bottle of wine in his hand. Shauna looked at Zhao Gang's figure and her eyes became cold. Hey! Fong Tang. Did you see it just now? Zhao Gang and Fong Dongcheng. Fong Tang sighed. I saw it. Then you know why he came? Don't think of him as a good person. Fong Tang's eyes also turned cold. I have already suffered a loss once, and I will not be soft-hearted again. Shauna's mouth curved up. What do you think he will do when he comes? He came to peek at our cards. Fong Tang said directly. He and Fong Dongcheng played a double act. As he said that, Fong Tang leaned into her ear again. Zhao Gang's card is a leopard. Fong Dongcheng's card. It's a person. Shauna's eyes widened again. She couldn't believe it. You? How did you know? I was just doubting this stupid man. But I didn't expect that he would join forces with Fong Dongcheng. Fong Tang pursed his lips and showed a proud expression. I'm pretty good. I can't tell the difference between the two of them. I heard it clearly. Shauna was really curious. Wow. How did you do it? Fong Tang's mouth curved. Remember when I helped Zhao Gang smash lobsters? Shauna immediately remembered. Well, you used his cell phone. She groaned and lowered her voice. Holy shit. You tampered with his cell phone? Fong Tang hesitantly said. I have learned my lesson and will never trust anyone again. Man, Zhao Gang naturally wanted to guard against this trick. So I secretly turned on the Bluetooth of his phone, and then turned on the recording function of the phone. Under bias control, the recording on Zhao Gang's phone clearly recorded his conversation with Fong Dongcheng. Then hacking everything via Bluetooth is as easy as that. All the conversations between the two people clearly rang in Fong Tang's ears. Xia Na let out a long breath and pinched him gently. You guy. Sometimes you are so stupid and cute. And sometimes you are so smart. At this time, Zhao Gang had already walked over with wine in his hand. With a red light. His face was full of, come on, brother. Before the game starts, let's have another drink. He took a sip first, indicating that the wine was fine, and then smiled. That guy Fong Dongcheng actually wants to join forces with me. What the H? I beat him up and gave him a knife in the thigh. Brother, you are the one I admire the most. How can I possibly cooperate with him? These words were really generous. Zhao Gang wiped his mouth, looked at Fong Tang, licked his lips, and pulled him aside. Cautiously, he showed his trump card. Look, brother, my fighting beast is a cheetah. You're lucky. Fong Tang took a deep look at him. Seeing how nervous and pretending to be loyal the strong man was, I felt sick in my heart. He was too lazy to speak anymore and directly turned over his cards. Brother Zhao, it seems that I am the most unlucky. A puppy that is still drinking milk. Zhao Gang let out a long sigh and patted his hand gently. Jian, maybe there is still a chance. Sometimes this dog is spiritual. Fong Tang smiled. Xia Na is unlucky enough. She got a sheep. But she is still much better than me. At this point, he turned his head directly. Xia Na, do you think so? Xia Na turned over the cards coldly and shook them at Zhao Gang. You better not choose me. This sheep of mine is very powerful. Zhao Gang, he chuckled, took the bottle, and took a swig. He was probably laughing wildly in his heart right now. The sea breeze continued to blow, and everyone was waiting for the moment the game started. Soon, an hour passed. There are still 3 minutes until the second level of the resurrection level starts. Players, please be prepared. 2 minutes left. Fong Tang put on his watch, then naturally took Xia Na's little hand and walked to the deck game area. Zhao Gang seemed to have just come to his senses and followed hurriedly. He deliberately slowed down and waited for Fong Tang and Xia Na to go away before running to the other side. He made an okay gesture to Fong Dongcheng, and when passing by him, Zhao Gang whispered, Xia Na, goat, Fong Tang, puppy. Fong Dongcheng showed a cruel smile and limped towards the game area. The examiner was already waiting impatiently. When he saw the 4 of them arrived, he raised the watch on his wrist, pressed it, and then repeated the rules of fighting beasts again. The player who draws the strongest beast will have the right to choose his opponent. The examiner chuckled. And there is only one strongest beast on the ship. Just like the king of poker. After repeating this key rule, the examiner coughing. The following are the specific game rules, which are also very simple. 2 people fight beasts in a team. You can only use the beast you drew to fight. The player himself cannot take action. If the beasts of both sides are tied, this kind of there may be almost none. But if it does appear, the 2 players will draw cards again. The examiner pointed to the 4 rows of cages. I have just said that there are 4 kinds of beasts. Except for the king bomb. The other ones are all different. There are 2. So there is still another chance to fight the beasts. He licked his lips. I'm just saying if. The winner has not been determined for the second time. Or all the beasts have been drawn. Then the rules will be simpler. Now! 2 players are in this area, engaging in an irregular life and death fight. Do you understand everything? The examiner yelled at the end. The 4 players all nodded silently. The examiner rubbed his hands. Very good. Let's get started. First, let my cute little assistant announce the player who has drawn the strongest beast. The little girl walked out. Zhao Gang twitched the corner of his mouth and walked up impatiently. No need to announce. The one who drew the strongest beast is obviously me. Then he turned over the cards in his hand. A cheetah. The most powerful hunter on the grassland. One of the biggest eaters. Second only to the lion. He laughed wildly with pride. Ha ha. My luck is really good. But his laughter quickly stopped in embarrassment, because the examiner was staring at him coldly, full of mockery. At this time, the little girl shouted crisply. The one who drew the strongest beast is player number 5. Now everyone knows his name. Fong Dongcheng. Fong Dongcheng slowly walked away with a hint of gloomy ferocity. Out. Zhao Gang suddenly turned his head, with an expression on his face that was both doubtful and uneasy. What? What's going on? You only drew 1 person. Can a person really beat a leopard? Fong Dongcheng's left eye was wrapped with a piece of cloth. Like a one-eyed captain, he walked forward proudly. Brother Zhao, I'm sorry. I only showed you half of the cards. You didn't see clearly. He's not just a person, but a hunter. This gloomy tone the guy showed his entire card. The complete card showed a man with a shotgun at his feet and a hunting knife in his hand. Zhao Gang felt as if he had been punched in the face now, and his muscles all over his body were trembling with anger. Fong Dongcheng raised his finger and shook it. Brother Zhao, don't get excited. Anyway, you are sure to win with this card. Xia Na and Fong Tang have no chance at all. Ha ha! With a hoarse smile, Fong Dongcheng pointed it without hesitation. Fong Tang said, I choose him as my opponent. Fong Tang showed his cards lightly. The examiner laughed and pressed his watch. So the 2 cages opened together on the deck. In the only cage in the middle, a bearded man wearing camouflage uniforms, holding a hunting knife in his left hand and a shotgun on his back stooped out. This man is the card Fong Dongcheng drew. The strongest beast, the hunter. The hunter, who was completely controlled by the chip, walked directly to Fong Dongcheng and bowed. Please give the order. My master? Fong Dongcheng straightened his back. And now he was really high-spirited. Huh? My fighting beast. Take a rest first. When you show up later. The hunter's eyes were dull, and he stood behind Fong Dongcheng like a zombie. Then, from the cage on the right, a puppy staggered out, sniffing and shaking from side to side. About the size of 2 palms. Although it hasn't grown up yet. This puppy's 4 legs are extremely slender, and its fur is pure white. Fong Tang walked over, leaned over and picked up the little guy, who arched his back comfortably in his arms. Master, this may be a famous dog. Fong Tang looked at the little guy's claws in his arms. They hadn't grown yet, but they were as sharp as a knife, and the tips of the claws even had barbs. He has never seen this breed before. By what breed is it? Master, if my database is correct, this is a famous Chinese dog from thousands of years ago. Han Shi Huaizhuan. Written by Han Ning, a Yin man in the Han Dynasty. There is a record in the king of Zhongshan during the Warring States period. He had a northern dog like a star, attacking like fire, moving like the wind, defending like a forest, and being as stable as a mountain. He could trap dragons and hunt tigers, and he was unparalleled in the world. So powerful. Master, the Zhongshan kingdom was a vassal state second only to the 7 heroes of the Warring States period, and one of the 5,000 Cheng kingdoms. At that time, it was founded by the nomadic people by Di Xianyu. This kind of dog should be cultivated by the nomadic people. An excellent breed came out. But unfortunately, it became extinct later. Then how did the dog in my arms come about? I don't know. But according to ancient books, if this dog can grow up and be trained, it can hunt tigers. A super beast that kills lions. Fong Tang smiled bitterly and looked at the baby-like puppy in his arms, with its innocent and cute eyes and small nose. Unfortunately, it is too small. Yes, not only has it not grown up yet, but also the enemy that the poor puppy has to face is a heavily armed hunter. There is such a disparity in strength that it is impossible to look directly at. Chapter 53 Battle of Disparity. Now, the live show of the entire Resurrection level game has exploded. Anonymous VIP 3338. Oh my god! Such a huge disparity between beasts. A puppy that has not yet been weaned, facing an experienced and fully armed hunter. How the HL is this going to work? Anonymous VIP 103. I believe Fong Tang. He will definitely win. Anonymous VIP 111. Brother, you are still paying attention to Fong Tang. This kid made me lose a lot. Are you betting on Fong Tang to win this time? Anonymous VIP 7291. This time with Fong Tang. It was different in the past. Players were not allowed to directly participate. That is to say, they could only watch their beast battles. Therefore, Fong Tang was really unlucky. Even if he was capable, he could only pin his fate on that puppy. The VIPs started chatting, and barges flew up. At this time, a flashing color prompt appeared. Welcome Super VIP number 99 to the Infinite Challenge Resurrection Level Live Show. As soon as VIP number 99 appeared, the chat room of the Resurrection Level Live Show became much quieter. Although there is only a 4-digit difference between 99 and 103. All VIPs understand that the top 100 VIPs are all Super VIPs. It's a completely different status. And this Super VIP is Fong Tang's fan. Anonymous VIP 103. I still believe in Fong Tang. As you saw just now, Fong Tang is actually the one who controls all the information at this level. He knows all the cards in advance. And he is still so calm now. I think there must be some clever trick. Anonymous VIP 111. Haha. What Fong Tang said in Shauna's ear was automatically blocked by the system. What I'm curious about now is that Shauna, a bug player, seems to have some backup tactics. What's going on? The debate continues. Then, a red barrage suddenly appeared. Anonymous Super VIP 99 spoke. Xiao Na and Fong Tang will definitely win. There was only such a simple and clear statement. The live broadcast room was filled with excitement. Anonymous VIP 103. Dear Mr. 99, can you say a little more? I know your authority is above ours. You must have seen more pictures. In the live show, VIPs have to pay attention to the pictures all the time. Because this is a live broadcast, many details and pictures have been blocked by the system due to permissions. Anonymous Super VIP 99. Haha. You should continue watching. I guarantee that there will be a wonderful showdown below. This is indeed a battle of beasts with great disparity in strength. But it is not the situation you imagined. Ha ha. It is really interesting. So interesting. The game on the deck of the fishing boat continued. Fong Dongcheng had already chosen Fong Teng as his opponent. So the remaining Xia Na and Zhao Gang were naturally divided into one group. The cage opened again, and a goat ran out and was held by Shauna in her hand. Then a cheetah walked out gracefully. Cheetahs and goats both wear animal taming belts around their necks. Now, the little girl in the floral skirt handed 2 small remote controls to Shauna and Zhao Gang respectively. You too. There are 3 buttons on the remote control, which are crazy, retreat, and attack, the little girl said crisply. Press different buttons, and the 2 fighting beasts will make corresponding actions. Just keep it simple. Zhao Gang touched the remote control and looked at his cheetah. Completely relaxed. This is a hungry leopard. A savanna cheetah always ready to hunt. But on Shauna's side, there was a sheep that seemed to dare not move. Ha. I'm sure to win. In the savannah, the cheetah's favorite food is antelope. The little girl now clapped her hands gently. So, who of you 2 groups will start first? Shauna snorted and stepped forward. Zhao Gang. Shall we go first? Zhao Gang chuckled. Sister, don't blame me. I can only say that you are unlucky. Shauna looked at him with disdain. Stop talking nonsense. You are just a clown who is being used by others. Fong Dongcheng treats you as a fool from the beginning to the end. But you yourself are warm to him. In my opinion, you are really incompetent. Shauna's words pierced Zhao Gang like a needle. You can survive until now and reach the 2nd level only because of Fong Teng. Without Fong Teng, you would have been able to survive long ago. You died in the professional challenge. And now you are playing such tricks. You are a shameless person. Zhao Gang's face turned red. Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Hey, stop saying these sarcastic words. Then come on. Let my cheetah tear your lamb to pieces. And then we will see how you die. Ho ho. I want to watch you being bitten by nanobugs with my own eyes eat it. Shauna raised her face, the sarcasm in her eyes becoming more obvious. The examiner came over coughing. Okay, let's start now. Enough space has been made on the middle deck. Zhao Gang held the remote control and pressed attack. The cheetah roared and rushed into the middle of the deck. Its claws scraped against the deck, making a strange creaking sound. Then, this beautiful and strong female leopard arched her waist, stuck out her long tongue, sharp teeth, and spread her limbs on the deck. In the grasslands, cheetahs like to sneak up on their prey and then pounce. But it's different now. In the narrow deck of the Colosseum, the delicious goats on the opposite side don't dare to move at all. There's no need for sneak attacks anymore. Shauna squatted down and gently touched the goat's back. Then, she reached into her large sweater pocket and took out 2 green lumps, which she hung on the goat's horns. When he saw what was hanging on the horns, not only Zhao Gang's expression changed, but even the examiner was surprised. Fong Dongcheng had already started to retreat, and the little girl giggled. Wow! Shauna is so powerful! Hanging on the goat's horns were 2 grenades. These are the 2 grenades Shauna hid in the warehouse manager level during the career challenge. Only Fong Teng saw it, so he already knew that Shauna had hidden tricks. This is indeed a disparity between beasts. But no one expected that it was Shauna who had the absolute advantage. At this time, the goat walked forward bleedingly. Zhao Gang stood there trembling and screamed. This is not fair. The cheetah did not understand what a grenade was. And under the stimulation of the attack order, he directly with a beautiful leap, he bit the goat's throat in one bite. There is no difficulty, and the hunt is successful in an instant. Then, everyone heard a clanging sound. The safety pins of the 2 grenades fell, and the high-explosive 2 Malawang Quach's grenade that exploded with a 5-second delay was dangling near the cheetah's mouth. Zhao Gang seemed to be dumbfounded. And then suddenly he laughed nervously. This way. At most we will die together. I have one more chance to smoke again. His words stopped abruptly, because the cheetah was holding the food tamely. He ran towards his master to please. No! Don't come here! You damn stupid leopard! Zhao Gang pressed the remote control desperately, but accidentally pressed retreat. The cheetah ran faster. Zhao Gang just turned around and ran away, and the cheetah elegantly caught up with him. The time is exactly 5 seconds. There was a bang, a huge explosion, and the whole ship seemed to shake. The air was filled with blood and broken flesh. The cheetah's head flew up, and half of Zhao Gang's body disappeared. while the other half was covered in nails and fragments from the grenade. His body crashed to the deck. Then, there was a rolling chip and a blood-stained fighting beast card. The examiner had already stayed away, and now he exhaled. What a spectacular scene! Shauna looked down at her watch, and the game prompt had appeared. Congratulations to the player Shauna. You have completed the challenge of the beast fighting level. You have become the first player to enter the finals of the resurrection level. Please receive a special reward in this level. Shauna got a full 80 game coins. There is also a special reward. She smiled lightly and looked at Fong Dongcheng, who was shrinking in the distance. Fong Dongcheng hid behind his fighting beast, the zombie-like hunter. He swallowed and secretly rejoiced that he had chosen Fong Tang, whose fighting beast was weaker. Everyone in the venue was still immersed in this tragic scene. But Fong Tang quietly walked towards Zhao Gang's body. He leaned over and picked up Zhao Gang's cheetah card, quickly wiped off the blood and minced meat on it, and put it aside. Then he dropped his puppy card, wiped it on the blood on the corpse, and then put it away. Fong Tang's actions were extremely covert. No one on the fishing boat noticed except the VIPs watching the live broadcast. The little girl came over at this time and put away Zhao Gang's card and chip. The game continues. The Colosseum turned to the other side, and Fong Dongcheng came slowly with his hunter. Now that he had completely calmed down, he made a provocative gesture towards Fong Tang. Fong Tang held the puppy in his arms, touched its soft ears, and just sneered. The examiner paced over. The difference in strength between the two of you is even greater when it comes to fighting beasts. Are you ready now? The little girl walked over quickly, holding 2 more remote controls in her hand. Fong Tang shook his head and coldly broke the taming belt around the puppy's neck. Fong Dongcheng also rejected the remote control. I am a hunter with weapons and rich experience. I can deal with a puppy that can't stand up straight. Ha ha. Do you still need to control it? In fact, using the remote control is in the way. Fong Dongcheng only needs to give the order, and the strongest beast in front of him, the soul of all things, can kill the ridiculous puppy in an instant. Then, Fong Tang, I'm waiting for you, Fong Dongcheng said, patting his hunter and lowering his voice. After you kill his dog later, rush forward and kill that bastard with 1 knife. Hunter Wu, a ferocious look appeared in the god's eyes, and he clenched the knife in his hand. Don't use a gun? Fong Dongcheng licked his lips. Be sure to use a knife. It's like treating prey. If you skin it and get the meat, you have to dig out his eyes. Fong Dongcheng gave the instruction through gritted teeth, but his eyes were fixed on it, looking at Shauna. If possible, after killing Fong Tang, use the hunter's gun to kill this bitch as well. In this way, I am the final winner of the resurrection level. Thinking of this beauty, Fong Dongcheng couldn't help but laugh proudly. The beast fight begins. The examiner shouted loudly at this time. Go ahead and chop this idiot into pieces. Fong Dongcheng howled. Fong Tang watched coldly, and it was only then that he took out the chip. Looking down at the huddled puppy, Fong Tang smiled softly. I have no choice. I have to give you a hard time. But this is also to save you. Otherwise, you will be beaten to death by the hunter. The chip in his hand, he pressed it directly on the puppy's neck. Chapter 54 Beishing. Fong Tang actually pressed a chip onto the neck of his fighting beast. This famous dog Beishing, which was inherited from the bloodline of the Warring States period in China, was struggling and making whining sounds. Good boy, Fong Tang touched his head. The ring-shaped chip had been spread out on the puppy's neck, and the nanoparticle bug inside sensed the life blood. However, it was only slightly unfolded, and the particle mechanical bug in the chip quickly realized that the target was wrong, and then stopped running. What are you going to do? The examiner was stunned at this time. Are you stupid? Fong Dongcheng was also stunned, and then laughed wildly. Idiot! Ha ha! You idiot! Do you think the chip is useful for dogs? The examiner shook his head. It's useless. Every chip is the company's top product for remote control. The nanoparticle bugs inside can accurately match the target's DNA. Ha ha! Even if you install the chip into the fighting beast, what's the use? What? The main function of this chip is to control the player. The higher the intelligence of a human being, the stronger the ability to control chips. On the contrary, for dogs, a creature without human intelligence, the chip has almost no effect. But Fong Tang still stubbornly held down the chip, then raised his head and sneered at the sky. Infinite Company. I don't know who is controlling the entire game, but I know you can definitely hear me. The examiner, Fong Dongcheng, and even Shauna, they were all frightened by Fong Tang's actions. He He actually wants to talk to the company directly. Of course, there was no reaction from the surroundings, and it was eerily quiet on the deck of the fishing boat. However, Fong Tang continued to shout loudly. The person who controls the entire game heard clearly. Your company owes me something. The examiner's eyes widened, and he was about to stop Fong Tang, but was held back by the little girl. The examiner frowned and got angry. Let go. We can't let him continue to act like this. We are responsible. The little girl closed her eyes at this time and shook her head slightly, but she seemed to be communicating with someone. She still grabbed the examiner's arm and didn't let go. The examiner couldn't bear it any longer, and his strength suddenly concentrated on his arm. Humph! If you don't let go, I won't be polite. The little girl opened her eyes. The company headquarters is handling this matter, and you don't need to intervene. Please remember that you as an examiner, you are just an examiner. These words were cold, ruthless, and unceremonious. There was murderous intent in the examiner's eyes. You are just my assistant. The company specially sent you for this resurrection. Who do you think you are? He said angrily, intending to punish this little bastard. However, as soon as the examiner's arm moved, his vision suddenly blurred, and the next moment, his neck was pinched by fingers like steel bars. The little girl's eyes flashed, and her small and delicate fingers were so powerful that the examiner could not move. Wait a minute! The examiner breathed hard, his lips opening weakly like a fish in a state of hypoxia. The little girl in the floral skirt stepped on the examiner's knee with her feet. Her body twisted into an incredible angle. Her small hands were like iron vices. And then she slowly let go. The examiner coughed loudly, panted violently, and stared at the little girl with some fear. You? What level are you in the company? The little girl ignored him, put her little hands behind her back, and looked at Fong Tang. Hey, player number 12. The company has approved me to communicate directly with you. If you have any questions, please tell me. Fong Tang had just witnessed the little girl's terrifying methods and looked at her seriously. Do you have enough authority? Of course. The girl smiled. At least here, I am the employee with the highest authority. Fong Tang breathed out softly. How to prove it? The little girl raised her palms. Now! A game prompt will appear in your system. Yes, I just announced it. As expected, a line of big words popped up on Fong Tang's watch, in front of his eyes. After the retinal system was unfolded, this prompt became more prominent. Emergency notice. The live broadcast of the resurrection level game has been suspended, and the game will continue in 1 minute. The little girl looked at Fong Tang. You only have 1 minute. I will decide whether what you said complies with the rules of the game. If not, you will be eliminated on the spot. Fong Dongcheng shouted at this time. I object. We should start a beast fighting game immediately. I have already won. He was very uneasy now, because it was obvious that Infinite Company attached great importance to Fong Tang. He paid so much attention that he stopped the live broadcast for him. What kind of treatment is this? Fong Dongcheng is deliberately disturbing the scene, because Fong Tang doesn't have much time. He was still shouting and jumping when he suddenly saw Shauna approaching gloomily. He trembled with fright and ran as fast as he could behind the examiner. The examiner also had a gloomy face now, but he had made a decision and directly protected Fong Dongcheng. Shauna sneered and said nothing. The examiner turned to Fong Dongcheng and whispered, I can help you, but you must kill number 12 later. Fong Dongcheng was overjoyed. Okay, no problem. I won't let you down. Over there. Fong Tang looked at the little girl and said word by word. In the cold storage room level of the novice game, I once got a special reward. The little girl's eyes flashed. Her pupils underwent strange changes. With a unique perspective controlled by Fong Tang could clearly see the details in the girl's eyes. A series of numbers were dancing on the little girl's spherical pupils. All are numbers composed of zeros and ones. 0 and 1 are the most basic language of computers. Fong Tang was shocked. This girl can also read data directly from the retina? Exactly the same as his own ability. No, it's even stronger, because the data flowing on the little girl's spherical eyeballs is astonishing. And even Fong Tang can't see the changes in these data clearly. Master, she is reading your files, including your complete game log. How did she do it? Remotely access the company's server, pass permission authentication, and directly read the core game code. Then it is converted into computer language on the eyeballs. Fong Tang could only understand part of Bai's words. But one fact was certain. This little girl was not like a human being, but more like a machine. Soon. The little girl nodded lightly. Yes. You got a female slave controlled by an attached chip. Fong Tang took a deep breath. But after the new level of the game, due to uncontrollable reasons, I did not get this reward. The little girl tilted her head. Huh? Didn't you give up on your own? Fong Tang smiled lightly. I just gave up the slave girl. But I didn't give up the chip. The little girl's eyes kept flashing. More game data appeared in her eyes. It was the escape plan by Fong Tang on Tiansha Island. It only took less than 2 seconds for the little girl to read through the massive data. And then she nodded again. According to the company's game rules, we do owe you an accessory chip. Fong Tang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this was a gambling adventure. He was betting on Infinite Challenge's rules. Under the so-called rules, all actions of Infinite Company are logical. Did I happen to catch such a bug? 1 minute has passed, and the game continues. The little girl closed her eyes and whispered softly. After my ruling, Fong Tang will get an accessory chip. And the chip system will be completely controlled by the main chip behind his head. I do. And know who she is talking to. But it's clear that Infinity delivered on its promise. The next moment, the puppy in Fong Tang's arms let out a bark. The ring-shaped chip unfolded again. And the thin thread-like nanoparticle bug penetrated the puppy's neck and penetrated deep into it. The puppy trembled and immediately relaxed. Then, it began to turn over in enjoyment and stretched out its tongue to lick the back of Fong Tang's hand. Little guy, you will be my partner from now on. Fong Tang was extremely happy, feeling the attachment of the dog in his arms. Since you are a famous dog in China, then I will call you Beixing. Like fire, move like wind, guard like forest, steady like mountain, can trap dragons and hunt tigers, unparalleled in the world. Bai's voice also sounded at the same time. It has been connected to the accessory chip. Now, the control interface will appear on your retina. Master, how do I control Beixing? Master, I have created a unique control system for you. You can switch at any time. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and a strange picture appeared. A completely black and white picture. What is this? Bai. Fong Tang was startled. Master, this is the perspective of the puppy in your arms. Huh? Before Fong Tang could react, he smelled various strange smells in his nose. Very strong, yet clear and layered flavor. Is this the super sense of smell that dogs only have? Fong Tang suddenly understood. Because of the connection of the chip, everything the puppy Beixing saw, smelled, and heard in his arms was transmitted to his brain. Because dogs cannot distinguish colors, they see a world in black and white. The sense of smell of dogs is hundreds of times that of humans. So they can smell details that humans cannot distinguish. This is a whole canine sensory system. With a thought in his mind, Fong Tang withdrew from Beixing's perception system in his arms, and his eyes returned to their original appearance. Bai, how should I control Beixing? He asked again. Actually, it can't be said to be a control, but rather a soulmate. Whatever you want Beixing to do, just think about it in your mind. Bai unfolded the most mysterious part of the control system in front of him. As long as Fong Tang has a thought in his mind, the neurons in his brain will store the command and then send it to Bai. Bai will then convert it into a machine command and pass it to the puppy's accessory chip through the main chip. The puppy then uses it to instructions and make corresponding actions and behaviors. It sounds complicated, but because this transfer occurs at the speed of light, there is no delay at all. Now, as Fong Tang thought, Beixing in his arms rushed out with a whine, stood on the ground energetically, and barked at Fong Dongqing's position. Fong Dongqing stood up at this time, not knowing what happened. He looked at it carefully and quickly determined that the puppy was still the same puppy. It had neither turned into a monster nor had any special abilities. It's just that there is an extra chip on the neck. Huh. That's it? Fong Dongqing gasped, holding the remote control. Kill this garbage. The hunter pulled out his knife and advanced step by step. This beast battle has finally begun. Chapter 55 Challenge. The best way to kill a dog is to poison it. The second is to use a tranquilizer gun. Next, use an iron rod. The second most important thing is to use a sharp blade. If you use a sharp blade, not only will you run the risk of being bitten back, but if you are not experienced enough, you will have to put in a lot of effort. At this time, the knife in the hunter's hand was reversed in the sunlight, with the back of the knife downward and the blade upward, and then switched back and forth between his left and right hands. The sunlight reflects on the blade like a mirror. Fong Dongqing's order was to cut the dog into pieces, and he wanted to take a deep breath. But this experienced hunter already felt something was wrong. The movements of the puppy in front of me were completely confusing. It was circling around the hunter. Only a cunning wolf would fight like this. The hunter's instinct made him cautious. He reflected the sunlight with a knife and moved it back and forth between his hands, just to confuse the beast. Then, just aim at the puppy's nose. Just one click. Because a dog's nose is the most sensitive part of the body and is full of nerves. In other words, it is also the most painful place. Once the nose is touched, no matter how fierce the vicious dog is, it will lie on the ground motionless. A cruel smile appeared on the hunter's lips. He bent forward and rushed forward. The back of the knife was raised, and the bone handle was pointed downwards, aiming at the nose of the puppy Beishing. At this moment, a white light flashed, and the hunter groaned and leaned back suddenly. He couldn't believe it. Before he could see anything clearly, this hateful puppy had already jumped onto his shoulder. What speed is this? The white fur on Beishing's body stood up, and his claws gripped the hunter's shoulders, anxiously searching for the main artery in his neck. The speed just now was exactly the energy that exploded instantly after the potential was activated. But because he was too young, Beishing only had one outbreak. So there is only one chance. Fong Dongcheng almost stopped breathing. Fong Tang looked calm. After being controlled by his brain, Beishing's reaction ability and thinking ability have reached human level. This time, he will definitely win. At this time, the hunter had quickly grabbed Beishing's mouth and blocked its teeth with his hands. He then squatted on the ground and tried to pull the puppy off. Ordinary dogs can only struggle at this time, trying to open their fangs. But under the control of Fong Tang's consciousness, Beishing is even smarter than the average adult. Its claws, which had not yet grown but were already extremely sharp, were raised and lowered smoothly. The hunter screamed. 3 deep blood marks appeared on his face. Beishing had landed lightly, suddenly turned, and rushed towards Fong Dongcheng quickly. Fong Dongcheng stood there motionless in fear. He never thought that he would be afraid of a little puppy. The hunter roared, already holding the gun tightly in his hand. Beishing had already rushed in front of Fong Dongcheng, but he stopped gracefully, turned around, and barked at the hunter. This is definitely provocative. The hunter takes aim. Fong Dongcheng was stunned. Damn idiot! Don't aim at me! Gunshots rang out. Beishing had already hidden behind Fong Dongcheng's left leg, but the hunter's bullet passed through Fong Dongcheng's calf mercilessly. This is a shotgun. A shotgun specially designed for hunting ferocious beasts. More powerful gunpowder and specially crafted slugs than shotguns. Fong Dongcheng howled. Half of his legs had been blown to pieces. Unable to stand, he half knelt on the ground with a plop. But Beishing jumped up quickly and landed behind Fong Dongcheng. The angry hunter fired again. The bullets bounced on the deck, and all the scattered bullets went into Fong Dongcheng's stomach. Shauna had already turned her head and didn't want to look. Disembowelment is not so tragic. Gunfire continued. After 4 shots, the hunter opened the barrel and prepared to change bullets. The little girl in the distance turned to look at the examiner. Okay, the game is over. The examiner's eyes were filled with disappointment. Extreme disappointment. And he took a sip at Fong Dongcheng, who could no longer see clearly. What rubbish! Fong Dongcheng couldn't respond to him. The hunter, his fighting beast, beat him into a broken doll with a gun. The examiner leaned over and picked up Fong Dongcheng's remote control and pressed retreat. The hunter looked up and put away his gun in confusion. He stood there as if he didn't know what to do. Then there was a bang. The hunter's head blossomed, and the body stood there for a few seconds before falling down with a thud. Smoke was rising from under the examiner's arm. Along his sleeve, the muzzle of a gun suddenly bounced back. It was a cut-up double-shot shotgun that was mechanically fixed directly under the examiner's arm. You only had to shake your shoulder to load it. After putting away the shot in his sleeve, the examiner shook his head. Congratulations to player number 12. You advanced to the next round. At this time, countless seabirds in the sky swooped down and landed on the corpse. The deck was soon filled with seabirds. A flash of white light flashed, and the puppy Beishing flew into the sky and knocked down an albatross. The albatross, whose wings spanned more than 4 meters and was at least 5 times larger than a puppy, struggled for a moment before its neck was bitten off. Beishing tasted blood for the first time, and it seemed that the ancient hunting dog bloodline had been activated, ruthlessly tearing at the albatross flesh and blood. Fong Tang was horrified and hurriedly called Beishing back, holding him in his arms with a smile. Little guy, you have to set some rules from now on. You can't eat raw meat casually. Beishing showed fatigue at this time and lay in his arms. Fell asleep inside. The explosion of potential just now consumed a lot of energy for it. Fong Tang strode up to the hunter, pulled off his hunting jacket, put it on his body, and held Beixing in his arms. The examiner coughed. The last level of the resurrection level is about to begin. On the 2nd and 12th. Only one of you two can get off this boat. It seems that you have a good relationship. But unfortunately, the rules, that's the rule. So I'll give you half an hour to rest. You can say goodbye to each other. After he said this, he turned to take a rest. Fong Tang shouted coldly, "Wait!" The examiner frowned and turned his head. Fong Tang looked at him coldly. "I want to challenge you." The examiner was stunned. Fong Tang took another step forward. "I said, I will definitely kill you." This was a decision he made from the moment he got on the ship. Not only to avenge Suya, but more importantly, to resolve the pain in my heart. The pain of watching Suya die in my arms with my own eyes. The examiner was stunned for a long time. Then suddenly laughed wildly. You madman? You want to challenge me?" Fong Tang said coldly. "Not bad." The examiner shook his head. "Sorry. You seem to have made a mistake in the rules. I am the examiner of the game. Decide your life or death. Why should I accept your challenge?" He glared at Fong Tang, trying to intimidate him with his majesty and momentum, because there was an unspeakable fear in his heart. After going through the resurrection level countless times, the examiner has never felt this kind of fear. Fong Tang's eyes were so bright that he seemed to have read through the examiner's mind. He gently raised his watch. "Since you don't have the guts, let's use the rules to speak." The examiner gritted his teeth and squinted his eyes gloomily. "Rules? I made the rules here." "Unfortunately, no. You are just a slave of infinite company." Fong Tang opened the game log of his watch. "Idiot. Look here and see what the rules of the game say." Fong Tang shook his watch. On the watch screen, lines of words appeared. It is the game rule reminder of the bees fighting level. The second level of the resurrection level game will use a free battle mode, with no restrictions on participants. Players are requested to follow the system instructions carefully and pay attention to the game rules. Fong Tang looked at the examiner mockingly. "There are no restrictions on participants. Free battle methods. What? You didn't read the rules carefully?" The examiner's eyes began to change. No one understands the company's rules of the game better than him. An infinite challenge. Once the rules of the game are established, they never change. The rules of any game have their meaning. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. You are playing a word game." Fong Tang ignored the coward and looked directly at the little girl. "Hey, your level is higher than him. What should I say?" The girl fell into deep thought again. After a long time, she nodded. "Player number 12 Fong Tang's challenge requirements are completely in line with the game rules of this level." At the same time, she reminded, "But only for this level. Player number 12. You can only challenge the fighting beast. This is what Fong Tang wants. How about it, Mr. Examiner? Do you dare to fight a beast with me?" The examiner looked at the little girl with disappointment and anger in his eyes. He felt betrayed. But this scary little girl has already demonstrated her strength and status. The examiner lowered his head and started to move his eyes. Then he saw the fighting beast card in the little girl's hand. Because the only hunter is dead, there are only 3 beasts left on the deck. So the little girl only had 3 cards in her hand. The most important thing is that one of the cards is full of blood. Wait. The examiner was pleasantly surprised. The card was full of blood. That wasn't it. He suddenly raised his head and laughed wildly. "Player number 12. I can accept your challenge. But I have to draw the cards again." He took a step forward. Intentionally or unintentionally, Fong Tang's sight was blocked. "And? I want to draw the cards first." Fong Tang's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curved. "No problem. As long as you accept my challenge." The examiner was also smiling proudly. "Okay. I accept it." The little girl tilted her head and raised the 3 cards in her hand. "Choose one of 3. The remaining 3 fighting animals are puppies, goats, and cheetahs." The examiner gasped, stretched out his hand excitedly, and directly selected the bloodstained card. Fong Tang also walked over and gently pulled out his card. The examiner held the bloodstained card in his hand and finally couldn't help laughing loudly. "Fong Tang, you are indeed very courageous and smart. But it's a pity that a wise man will make mistakes after all his considerations. You forgot one thing." "Something?" Fong Tang played with the card in his hand. "Oh, what did I overlook?" The examiner raised the card in his hand. "You forgot. How did that stupid number 8 Zhao Gang die?" "Huh. He was killed by the bomb, along with Shauna's goat. He still had the cheetah card in his hand at that time. Fong Tang smiled lightly. So what? So what? Examiner, he was laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. You still don't understand? Zhao Gang's cheetah card fell into his body. So the card was stained with blood. He proudly unfolded the card in his hand. Of the 3 cards, only the cheetah card is bloody. That's what you ignored. I have already won. No matter whether you draw a puppy or a goat. On the deck, the little girl and Shauna were staring at his hand. The cards inside all showed strange expressions. The examiner's expression changed, and he turned over the card. What's wrong? Suddenly, he froze in place. On the card in his hand, a puppy was smiling at him. Chapter 56 Intelligence. Fong Tang unfolds in the sun-owned cards. It's the cheetah card. With a snap, he threw the card in his hand at the examiner's feet. You lose. Wait. Wait. The examiner scratched his head and turned around. This is wrong. Why is it like this? What did he do? Arrived? He murmured to himself, turned around and yelled again. Fong Tang. You cheated. You changed the cards in my hand. Fong Tang looked at him with disdain. You still have to quibble after you failed. Are you worthy of being an examiner? The little girl sighed softly at this time. Poor Mr. Examiner. You have fallen into a trap. What trap? The examiner still didn't believe the result. Tell me. I don't understand. The little girl tapped his wrist. Watch it for yourself. At this time, in the live broadcast room of the resurrection level, all the VIPs and guests saw the replay. This was specially edited by the company. The picture shows exactly what happened after Zhao Gang died. Fong Tang quietly walked towards Zhao Gang's body. He leaned over and picked up Zhao Gang's cheetah card. He quickly wiped off the blood and mincemeat on it, and then showed his puppy card, which was covered in blood from the corpse, to the examiner. Looking at the picture displayed on his watch, he finally understood. You wiped Zhao Gang's card clean and stained your own card with blood. You had a premeditated plan. Fong Tang looked at it coldly. Looking at him. I have thought of this plan since Zhao Gang died and saw that card. I know you will definitely cheat. When you find that the blood-stained card appears, you must be opportunistic. Yes. The examiner grabbed his greasy hair and knelt down weakly. Why? How do you know? Fong Tang snorted. Because you are afraid. You are not sure, he said, taking a step closer. You can only satisfy your perverted psychology by killing innocent players. You have hosted the resurrection level for many years, and you can control the life and death of those players every time, which makes you forget the cruelty of the game. Facing the collapsed examiner, Fong Tang leaned over and picked up the hunter's knife. So, what you are most afraid of is actually the players. Especially players like me. Faced with the pressure brought by Fong Tang, the examiner, he was indeed afraid. So he chose to be opportunistic. And that's why he fell into Fong Tang's trap. The examiner's forehead was covered with sweat, and Fong Tang had already raised his knife. Do you want to be eaten by nanoworms? Or do you want to be stabbed? Me? Me? The examiner's eyes were crazy. I won't die. Let alone die in your hands. This player. His arm suddenly rose, and under his sleeve, the short-barreled shotgun popped out with a whoosh. At this moment, a figure appeared like lightning and stood directly in front of Fong Tang. There was a loud bang, and the knife in Fong Tang's hand was released. The examiner's head flew high into the sky. Fong Tang took 2 steps back and looked at the little girl in front of him in shock. Unexpectedly, it was this monster-like little girl who blocked a shot for him. You? Why are you? Fong Tang picked up the little girl, who was shaken by the impact. Looking down, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Xia Na also rushed over and her eyes widened when she saw the little girl in Fong Tang's arms. At this time, in the live show of the Resurrection Pass, barrages flew up again. It's amazing! It's the first time I've seen someone kill an examiner! This examiner has presided over the resurrection level for more than 10 times. This time he really met a master. The anonymous VIPs discussed intensely. Then came the crazy rewards. Fong Tang's performance has exceeded their expectations. Now, in the backstage of Infinite Company, a voting initiated by VIP 103 is taking place. The content of the vote is the Unlimited Challenge of Amnesty. No one knows how many years the Infinite Challenge has been going on. But the power of amnesty has only appeared once. Only top players will have this precious privilege. On the cruise ship, the old woman looked at the voting curve nervously. According to tradition, As long as 10,000 VIPs or 51 Super VIPs vote for it, you can get the right to amnesty. Mr. Fox was picking up a bright red apple. He smiled and said, under the protection of the amnesty power, Fong Tang can be resurrected even if he fails. But mother-in-law, after his resurrection, his memory will be wiped clean, and he will start from the new level again. The old woman sighed. There is no way. As long as if we can save his life, we still have a chance. Mr. Fox was silent. Skylark bit his finger. Why do you still think Fong Tang will lose now? His performance was almost perfect. I even think he can challenge advanced games. The old woman licked her lips, glanced at Skylark, and then whispered, because I just got a piece of information, which I bought for 10,000 game coins. What information? Skylark and Mr. Fox both stood up. The weight of the information of 10,000 game coins is self-evident. The old woman pondered, then pointed to the back of her head. The two understood and put the black seal on it again to isolate the chip from monitoring. This kind of black sealing paper is not only extremely precious, but it can only be shielded for a short period of less than 1 hour at a time. So they can only be used once when they are needed most. The old woman lowered her voice at this time, as if she was afraid that others would hear. The information is about Shauna. Xiaohu, you just said that Shauna has contact with a certain senior person in the company and is a related party. That is inaccurate. Mr. Fox gasped. A breath of cold air. Could it be that Shauna's background is stronger? The old woman exhaled softly. Information says that Shauna, that girl, has been to the Palace of Eternal Life. Bang. Boom. The apple in Mr. Fox's hand shattered, and the teacup in Skylark's hand fell to the ground. The two opened their mouths and stared at the mother-in-law in disbelief, saying in unison, This is impossible. The old woman waved her hands. My information is definitely good. Worth 10,000 game coins. And the information channels are friends for many years. Now, you should know me. Why are you voting? Fong Tang had no chance when facing Shauna, no matter how good Fong Tang performed. When facing a player who had been to the Eternal Life Palace, Yun Kei's eyes were blank. If Shauna really went to the Eternal Life Palace and came out alive, why did she behave so unsurprisingly? The old woman's expression became gloomy. Have you ever heard of that legend? The legend about the reincarnation of the Palace of Eternal Life? Mr. Fox turned pale and rushed over to cover the old woman's mouth. No, you can't say it. Don't say it. You know? After he let go of his hand, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice that was almost inaudible, Don't you know about the Eternal Flower incident? The old woman patted her chest. Of course I know. That's why I'm afraid. Skylark couldn't understand it at all now, but she was so obedient that she didn't ask anything. Whether it is Mr. Fox or the old lady, her grasp of the company's insider knowledge is unmatched by her. She only knows the meaning of being a player in the Palace of Eternal Life. That represents the strength of legendary players. Only legendary players have the opportunity to enter the Palace of Eternal Life. Now, the private room of the cruise ship fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, Mr. Fox smiled bitterly. Xiao Na has been to the Palace of Eternal Life and is even related to reincarnation. So Fong Tang is really doomed. The deck of the fishing boat is the final venue for the resurrection level game. Fong Tang hugged the little girl, while Shauna stood aside in shock. The two looked at each other, then lowered their heads again, looking at the little girl's chest that had been blown open by the shotgun. There was no blood flowing out of the chest with radial lacerations, but a layer of clear blue liquid rolling around. Just under this layer of lubricating liquid, a series of complex mechanical structures rotated. Every gear and every part is precise and smooth. The gears and parts made of unknown materials are actually completely transparent. And inside the parts, wandering nanoparticle bugs are replicating rapidly, at an almost visible replication speed. The nanoparticle bugs extended out and squirmed at the little girl's wound. As a result, new skin was generated, and in less than 10 seconds, the bombardment wound caused by the shotgun was completely repaired. Even the nanoworms are still extending. They are arranged in different ways, changing their structure, and finally turn into a silk-like material, which is repaired into a dress on the little girl. Fong Tang shook his hand and threw the little girl to the deck. He took 2 steps back and looked at Shauna. She is a robot? Shauna swallowed. No, it is more advanced than the kind of robot we think. More like a body composed of nanoparticles. Both of them could not help but be stunned. Their worldview could not accept this scene for the moment. Infinity's chips are already a technology that is awe-inspiring and incomprehensible. Now, even nanoparticle robots have appeared? The little girl in a floral skirt had stood up, turned around and looked at them with her head tilted. Her eyes changed. Countless data streams appeared, and then turned into innocent eyes again. Then, 2 players, I will host the challenge of the last level of the resurrection level. Fong Tang held Shauna's little hand tightly. Beijing in his arms had woken up, and seemed to sense the owner's uneasiness, making a barking sound. Little sister, what exactly do you do at Infinite Company? Fong Tang couldn't help but ask at this time. He didn't know what to say either. It was a terrifying feeling to face a little girl who looked so real, only to find out she was a robot. Even a little queasy and nauseating. The little girl was smiling at this time. Before the last level of the game starts, I want to turn off the live broadcast. Turn off the live broadcast? Fong Tang and Xia Na looked at each other and felt a strange danger. The little girl pointed her finger to the sky at this time. Then I saw a flash of light appear in the sky. The flash continued. Fong Tang's eyes widened, but he couldn't see clearly at all. Master, that's a satellite. Satellite? A satellite from outer space orbit. A private satellite launched by Infinity Company. A star in the sky flickered, and then a blue light burst from top to bottom. As it opened, a huge shockwave stirred up the surrounding sea water, forming a huge spherical water splash directly on the sea surface. The water splash fell, as if there was a heavy rain. Fong Tang and Xia Na hugged each other tightly and rushed to the cabin behind the deck. The heavy rain passed quickly, and they were both dripping wet. Each other gasped for air. Is this an atomic bomb explosion? The little girl appeared in front of the cabin door at some point, blocking their way. She smiled cutely. Don't be afraid. The satellite just released a shock wave, detonating the electric ions in the air. Because the nanoparticles collided with those air particles at high speed, a lot of energy was released. Fong Tang licked his lips. Don't say anything I don't understand. The little girl smiled. Because the live broadcast of Infinite Challenge is forced to be real-time, it is very troublesome to turn off the live broadcast. In order to save time, I can only use the Sky Expedition 1 to clear it. All the magnetic field signals in the nearby air still don't make sense. But Fong Tang's heart moved. Bye. If she does this, does the magnetic field monitoring of our chip become invalid? Bye. Yes, Master. But we can't make any moves. Because this girl, one of her commands is enough to kill everything instantly. I just calculated that the satellite's lethality radius covers the entire sea area, with a diameter of 10 kilometers. Fong Tang was speechless. Within 10 kilometers, the little girl only needs one command and she is finished. This is an irresistible force. The live broadcast of the resurrection level of Chapter 57 Crystal Gate Infinite Challenge has been closed. Fong Tang closed his eyes, and the system unfolding in front of him also proved this. No barrage appeared, and no game prompts popped up. On the fishing boat, it is already an isolated space. But why turn off live streaming? The resurrection level is going on so intensely. 15 of the 17 players have died. And with the addition of an examiner, we have now reached the last level of the game, which is also the most exciting time. Just like a wonderful variety show, the signal was suddenly turned off in the final decisive stage. This is completely against the interests of Infinite Corporation. Isn't their purpose to attract the hidden rich people to watch through this perverted program of killing each other? The little girl was slowly approaching now. She blocked the hatch, forcing Fong Tang and Shauna to retreat to the deck again. What exactly do you do at Infinite Company? Fong Tang asked again. There was no expression on the little girl's face. There is a group within Infinite Company responsible for game control and special situation handling. Within the company, only the top management knows about this group. I am one of the 4 members of the group. Fong Tang was thinking Jujin. Your status is so high? This is nonsense. If you don't have a high status, how can you control a satellite? The little girl smiled slightly. For us, there is no difference in status. Only difference in division of labor. Whether we are executors or controllers, we are all designers' daughters. Designer? Well, it means infinite challenges and all game links. The designer? Fong Tang's eyes trembled when he heard this. Aren't you going to tell me that all challenge games are designed by one person? The little girl nodded lightly. Although I have no obligation to answer your question, but in view of your perfect performance in the game, I can let you know that all challenge games are designed by one person. That is my mother. The designer. The mother. In the little girl's mouth must not be her mother's mean. She is a man-made nanorobot. And her so-called mother may be the engineer who designed this robot. Maybe that scary engineer is the boss behind everything. Sounds like a woman? The little girl stopped talking and pointed to the middle of the deck. Fong Tang and Xia Na walked over slowly. The little girl then came over. Here, where you are standing is on the 375th wooden board of the entire deck. Under this wooden board, there is a mechanism that has been designed long ago. Fong Tang and Xia Na lowered their heads. Looking at it, I realized that the deck was made of thousands of wooden boards. Because the gaps in the wooden boards are filled with special materials. You can't tell without looking carefully. Damn it. This ship was originally designed by them. And it is full of mechanisms. But the wooden board under my feet felt particularly crisp. Fong Tang understood immediately. Be careful. Xia Na, this part is movable. As soon as he said this, Xia Na reached out and pushed him away. Run! The wooden planks on the deck suddenly cracked. And Xia Na's body lost her balance. Falling involuntarily, Fong Tang subconsciously stood up and grabbed Xia Na's coat. There was a stabbing sound. And the coat was torn, leaving only strips of cloth. Fong Tang laid down in front of the cracked cave and grabbed Xia Na's collar with his left hand like lightning. Xia Na continued to fall. She tried to reach out to grab the cracked board. But there seemed to be a strong force pulling under her feet. And her hands were extra slippery. Because she had eaten greasy lobster not long ago. Her hands were covered with shrimp oil. The puppy in his arms barked. But there was nothing he could do. Fong Tang stepped on the wooden board with his feet and grabbed Xia Na with both hands. His strength was amazing, and he almost pulled Xia Na out. She let out a muffled groan. Her arm was almost torn off by Fong Tang. The little girl stood silently next to them, watching the two people without any intention of helping or stopping them. Fong Tang didn't dare to exert any force at this time. What's down there? Xia Na showed him a sad smile. Let go. Something is pulling me. So you will too. Before she could finish speaking, her body fell down. The cracked hole below was so dark that nothing could be seen clearly. Fong Tang leaned over and looked at it, shouted loudly, gritted his teeth for the last time, and jumped down. He quickly passed through the inner cabin, then the engine room, water shield, and power room, all the way down the middle of the fishing boat, and fell into the seawater. The cold seawater covered the surroundings, and Fong Tang saw Xia Na's petite figure. He twisted around desperately, stretched out his hand, and grabbed Xia Na's shoulders. Then a powerful force struck, and the two hugged each other and continued to fall. Above, a ball of fire exploded and appeared, so dazzling that fishing boat exploded. The water below began to roll. It was hot above the head, but cold under the feet. Xia Na held her breath, opened her eyes, and quickly pointed at the feet of the two of them. Fong Tang lowered his head and saw a thin steel cable connected to the ankles of the two of them. It appeared at an unknown time. He clutched his hunting jacket tightly with both hands, and North Star was struggling in his arms. Damn it. You have to drown. As he fell, waves of tight pressure came from around his body. It's the pressure of seawater. The faster it falls, the stronger the water pressure rises. It was as if the whole body was stuffed into the sand, buried deeper and deeper. Fong Tang felt that he had reached his limit. His consciousness began to fall into unconsciousness. And then his body suddenly rose upwards, and a huge force pushed him from under his feet. After gathering his last bit of consciousness, Fong Tang lowered his head and saw a ball of white light at his feet. If you look closely, you will see that it is a door that opens under the sea. All around are colorful corals, swimming silverfish, and unknown fish. And a small mountain-like rock under the sea is opening an entrance. The upward push ends, followed by an inward pull. It's like being in a giant toilet. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Tang felt that his feet were empty, and he stepped on the hard ground. He fell to the ground involuntarily, and turned over several times. Only then did oxygen enter his lungs. He gasped for air, and pulled open his jacket desperately. Beixing jumped out of his arms, shaking energetically, with water droplets flying around. It was unscathed. Master! Because you fell too fast. A bulging space was formed in the jacket. The oxygen inside saved Beixing's life. That's it! Fong Tang turned his head, and saw Xia Na not far away, coughing desperately and spitting out the bitter sea water in his mouth. Above their heads were bright crystal lamps. What the hell is this place? Fong Tang quickly walked over and helped Xia Na up. The two of them were back to back, with Beixing curled up between them. The two of them looked around nervously. Is this a new game scene? Xia Na shook the water droplets from her hair and asked in a low voice. Fong Tang shook his head. I wonder where the little girl is. Did she come down with us? But there was no trace of the little girl here. Xia Na leaned over and touched the ground. This is crystal. Fong Tang also noticed that the entire space was terribly bright. The ceiling, floor, and even the four walls were all made of crystal yellow stone. It's East China Sea citron. A very precious grade A crystal. Fong Tang said suddenly. Shauna took a breath. You know a lot. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. I guessed wildly too. This is all Bai's ability. The artificial intelligence in his brain has a huge database and can provide him with information at any time. And information. Remember when we fell into the sea? There was a rock below. Fong Tang closed his eyes and thought about it. The huge rock under the sea, he murmured. We are inside the stone. I already knew this. The key is, why did we get here? Fong Tang touched the cold crystal wall. It's a whole piece of citron under the sea. The inside has been hollowed out and transformed into a secret room. Is the sea area we are in the East China Sea? Shauna also touched the cold ground. It feels cool and soothing as they feel hotter and hotter. It's so hot. Shouldn't a house made of crystal be very cool? Shauna couldn't help but take off her tattered sweatshirt. Fong Tang had already pulled off his hunter's jacket. And then the two of them were shocked to find that each other was smoking. It wasn't really smoke. It was the evaporation of seawater on the body. The surrounding temperature has exceeded 37 degrees. The water vapor was rising, and the two felt the heat getting hotter behind them. When they turned around, they saw a bright red light. Flying. Feather-like red light flows in the yellow crystal stone wall. Then, the red light turned into a stream, and the stone wall farthest from the two people became soft and began to twist. Then that's magma. Fong Tang exclaimed. With a buzzing sound, the crystal wall beside the two people suddenly lit up. Like a huge screen. You can see that under the crystal stone, countless picture tubes are flashing, forming a pixel-like picture. Fong Tang pulled Xia Na back. When the distance was far away, the image on the crystal wall could be seen clearly. It was the little girl. I don't know where she is, but she is broadcasting live to the crystal wall. Then the little girl's voice resounded throughout the secret room. Congratulations. You got the answer right. The outside is full of lava, and now a weather forecast is broadcast. What? Is there still a weather forecast broadcast at this time? The little girl giggled. It is expected that in 25 minutes, the active volcano located at 29 degrees 10 minutes north latitude and 128 degrees 11 minutes east longitude in the East China Sea Pacific seismic zone will erupt, which may cause a coastal tsunami. This longitude and latitude is exactly where within the East China Sea region. Fong Tang turned his head and looked at the magma flowing under the crystal wall. It was a precursor to the eruption of an active volcano. Outside the crystal stone, a large amount of black smoke with lavender flames was flying out of the cracks on the sea floor. After the underground gas, mainly methane, was burned, the red magma rolled out of the seafloor and was instantly cooled by the seawater into gray magma rock with countless gaps. The crystal stone they were on was right on the crater. There is more and more magma, and 1/3 of the crystal chamber has been melted. Fong Tang and Shauna's bodies were completely pressed against the crystal wall, and they could only rely on the weak coolness for support. Fong Tang, Shauna. Originally only one person was allowed to win the resurrection level, but you two performed perfectly, so the company specially activated the hidden level. The little girl said crisply on the crystal wall. That's crystal, the door is closed. There was a buzzing sound, and their watches vibrated at the same time. The hidden level game has started. Please confirm with 2 players. This hidden level will not be broadcast live, but the rewards are particularly generous. Gritting their teeth helplessly, Fong Tang and Xia Na clicked the confirmation button. This level rewards the right to amnesty once. Damn it. What is the power of amnesty? Fong Tang and Xia Na had begun to hold their breath. The secret room seemed to be filled with strange gas, but nothing could be seen clearly. Master, be careful. A large amount of carbon monoxide gas is being produced. What? Fong Tang asked in shock. Master, no matter how beautiful the crystal stones appear, they are essentially silica with trace impurities, which is no different from the chemical structure of sand. Now they melt at extremely high temperatures, causing a chemical reaction and generating a large amount of carbon monoxide gas. Carbon monoxide is colorless and odorless, but highly toxic. This gas easily combines with hemoglobin to form carboxyhemoglobin, which causes hemoglobin to lose its oxygen-carrying ability and function, causing tissue suffocation and, in severe cases, death to tissue cells throughout the body. All have toxic effects, especially the most serious impact on the cerebral cortex. Following Bai's explanation, Fong Tang grabbed Beijing with one hand and Xia Na with the other, running desperately forward. In front is a complete wall of light yellow crystal. Shauna opened her eyes wide and forced herself to slow down. At the speed Fong Tang was pulling at, he was about to hit the crystal wall. The hard crystal stone will only lead to death if it hits it. Chapter 58 Mirror. Fong Tang stopped, and the crystal wall wrapped in magma in front of him changed again. After the impurities on the surface of the crystal stone are melted, sharp protrusions are exposed. Crystal stones as sharp as spears are arranged side by side on the opposite side. We're going to hit it. Shauna screamed. Fong Tang wiped his sweat, covered her mouth and nose, and made a gesture. Now! The content of carbon monoxide is getting stronger and stronger, although it can't be smelled. In a closed chamber, at high concentration, the two of them will collapse due to lack of oxygen in less than a minute. Now! Fong Tang's mind was thinking rapidly. There are 3 crystal gates, but I don't see any prompts. And there are crystal walls all around. Fong Tang's eyes glanced around. Behind, to the left and to the right. The crystal wall is slowly melting. Your feet feel like you are stepping on a sandwiched iron plate. The high temperature does not act directly on the soles of your feet, but escapes along the cracks in the melted crystal. It's like a steamer. The crystal walls on 3 sides were melting, and only the opposite wall was still standing. But the sharp crystal shone with a terrible glimmer. Fong Tang closed his eyes. This situation was simply unsolvable. Where is the so-called crystal gate? Let us solve the mystery in a secret room. We must give it to Dao Min. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stared at the crystal wall opposite. 3 sides are melting. Why is this side still so hard? The magma below should have wrapped the crystal stone. Why is this wall intact? Shauna calmed down, but turned around and ran back. She wanted to touch the stone wall behind, because the firelight around him was reflected in the crystal stone. His eyes were filled with chaotic light, and he could not see anything clearly. The most terrifying thing at this time is actually the nervousness. Once you calm down and think about it, wouldn't you know what's going on if you reach out and touch it? Shauna's hand almost touched the raised crystal stone. Her body suddenly staggered and her arm retracted. It was Fong Tang who held her back. You? Shauna's eyes widened. Fong Tang's eyes were bright. I know. The first crystal door is a trap. Do you believe me? Shauna's eyes flickered, and then she nodded heavily. Fong Tang gritted his teeth. If you are afraid, close your eyes. After saying that, he no longer hesitated, pulled Shauna, turned around, and ran towards the melting crystal wall opposite. Shauna opened her eyes wide, filled with fear, because now it looks like moths to a flame. They are rushing towards the roiling magma of the sea. The magma melted the crystal stones and cooled in the seawater. Gray, red, yellow, and various high-temperature gases rolled like beautiful fountains. Now, this spring is surging right in front. Fong Tang ran faster and faster, and Beishing on his shoulder barked. Shauna, on the other hand, had already closed her eyes. She ran and sighed softly. I want to die with him. She felt very calm in her heart. Fortunately, I was not lonely when I died. I had someone with me, and someone I liked very much. Fong Tang accelerated again. Shauna followed his footsteps, and the two rushed into the beautiful magma fountain. A warm feeling hit their faces, and the warmth was accompanied by the smell of moist and salty sea water. Shauna opened her eyes, breathed violently, and then looked around in disbelief. Surrounded by completely white crystals, crystals of various shapes are intertwined to form a narrow space. But outside the white crystal, there are rolling waves of deep water. Now they have a little bit of oxygen and are safe from the deadly lava. Fong Tang was holding himself up and breathing. The speed he had just run had reached the limit. He once again used his body's potential. Beishing jumped down and licked Shauna's little feet. She lowered her head and realized that half of her shoes had melted. Her socks were burned and black, and her 5 toes were exposed. Turning around again, he gasped. Behind him is the completely melted citron chamber, which has been mixed with the cooled magma rock. Shauna wiped the volcanic ash from her face. The volcanic ash mixed with sweat was as black as charcoal. Here! What on earth is going on? I remember that the direction behind us is the exit. The opposite side has been melted by magma. How can we go the other way? You ran away but survived? Fong Tang gasped beside him. It's very simple. It's a classic trick. The mirror principle has been used in various novels and movies mechanisms. Mirror principle? Yes, it is. Use the reflection of light to reverse the exit and the dead end. You thought you were running away to a safe place, but you were actually running into the dead end reflected in the mirror. Shauna suddenly realized. You? How did you find out? Fong Tang rubbed it, a handful of volcanic ash on his face. Do you still remember the crystal wall where the little girl appeared? Remember. If you think about it carefully, is there something wrong with the scene where the little girl appeared? Shauna thought about it carefully. Her eyes suddenly opened. She opened her eyes wide. Her body is reversed. Yes. Why didn't I think of that little girl's floral skirt earlier? The patterns on the skirt are all kinds of flowers, Shauna said quickly. I remember it very clearly. The left side of her skirt is purple roses and peonies, and the right side is red roses and snow plums. Thinking about it now, the pattern of her skirt is completely reversed on the crystal wall. Fong Tang looked at the girl in surprise at this time. I just feel something's wrong. I didn't expect you to remember such details. Shauna couldn't help hugging him at this time. I only realized it later. But you are so powerful. You actually inferred that house through the image of the little girl. The scenes inside are all reversed. Fong Tang looked at her little face stained with volcanic ash and whispered, Now is not the time to be happy. If you guessed correctly, we only passed the first level just now. Shauna said softly. She opened her hands easily, but still leaned against him, feeling each other's violent heartbeats. I feel safe with you here. It was a natural sentence, but the attachment revealed in the words was deep. Fong Tang also felt sweet in his heart. He held her little hand and walked slowly forward along the narrow white crystal passage. This is a complex crystal channel. It seemed that it should be the stratum beneath the huge citron. Not long after walking, a stream of clear water actually flowed out along the gap in the white crystal. Fong Tang leaned over and carefully licked a sip, then smacked his mouth. What kind of water is this? It's very sweet. Xian Na directly stretched out her hand to hold a handful and drank in a big gulp. It's very cold. This should be the center of the crater. Now it is surrounded by magma, but because it is interlayered, seawater can still pass through. Fong Tang quickly figured it out. The seawater passing through this special interlayer structure is evaporated by the high temperature of the magma and turns into a large amount of water vapor. The vapor is then cooled by the cold white crystal to form distilled water. Shauna pursed her lips and smiled. You have really become a top student now. The two of them would not waste such pure distilled water, so they drank and washed their clothes. Volcanic ash. Beixing was also drinking heavily, his little tail twitching. They continued to move forward, and 3 branching holes suddenly appeared in front of them. 3 forks in the road. Every cave entrance carries a roaring sound. Shauna frowned. There are so many caves. Which one to choose? If one of these caves is not chosen correctly, it will enter the hot air formed by the underground magma, and it will be steamed. Fong Tang touched his chin, then patted Beixing. Go! Now! His brain's main chip immediately connected to Beixing's secondary chip, and entered the puppy Beixing's perception system again. Beixing has a strong sense of smell, and can smell the danger at the entrance of the cave in advance. Now he can only rely on it. Xian Na only saw Fong Tang sitting cross-legged, while Beixing rushed into the cave entrance quickly, not knowing what he was doing. After a while, Beixing came back from the first hole. Fong Tang opened his eyes. This is a dead end on the left. It has been blocked. Beixing can smell the sulfur smell ahead. Patting Beixing again, the puppy quickly rushed into the hole on the right. This time, Beixing came back faster. Fong Tang shook his head. The hole on the right is full of poisonous smoke. Now only the hole in the middle has a chance. At this time, loud noises came from behind the 2 people. That was the sound of a huge crystal falling. Behind him, magma had penetrated all the way, and hot smoke also appeared in the originally cool white crystal cave. Shauna picked up Beixing and followed Fong Tang into the middle hole. The front is getting narrower and narrower, and in some places only one person can crawl through. Every time he encountered a narrow area, Fong Tang would release Beixing to explore the way. Unexpectedly, at this level, the puppy Beixing would become the best helper for the 2 of them. Just like that, after walking a few hundred meters, a sweet smell suddenly hit my nostrils. Shauna sniffed her nose. What does this smell like? The sweetness also has a fishy smell unique to seafood. Fong Tang closed his eyes and swallowed after a while. It smells like grilled shrimp. It was indeed a unique fragrance, with the umami taste of shrimp oil. The 2 speeded up, and the front suddenly widened, and then a downward space appeared. The surrounding space is extremely clear due to the reflection of the white crystal. Fong Tang and Xian Na looked down, both dumbfounded. The crystal pit below is full of grilled lobsters. The SHL of the lobster was grilled until it turned red. The 2 of them looked at each other, feeling as if they were in a dream. Then, a crashing sound sounded overhead, and red roasted lobsters rained down from above. A rain of lobsters. Later, there were not only lobsters, but also various fish, and even a few long silver hairtail fish. Fong Tang held Xia Na's hand and looked upward. Above is a huge shrimp nest. Around the shrimp nest, there are various corals that are burned and turned white. Fong Tang couldn't help but laugh at this time. It seems that this is not a dream. The nests of these unlucky lobsters are near the crater. After the volcano erupted, the heat brought by the magma impacted the surrounding corals. The lobsters that use this kind of underwater limestone as their nest are unlucky. The coral filters the soot brought by the magma, but cannot stop the high temperature baking. So this gray stone shrimp nest became an oven. Fong Tang stretched out his hand and caught an arm-sized lobster. Oh, we are lucky. Normal lobsters are very aggressive and don't like to live in groups. But this group seems to be a special species, and they all live together. No matter what species it is, the delicious taste of shrimp meat is the same. The white, tender and crystal clear shrimp meat is still elastic, and the marine life naturally has a slight salty taste. It does not require any seasoning, and it is the most high-end delicacy. Such a lobster made Xia Na and Fong Tang full, and including Bei Xing. They only ate half of it. After resting for a while, Fong Tang picked up Shauna and gently exited the cave, quickly stepping on the lobster barbecue that had fallen into the deep pit. They came to another cold space. This time it's cyan crystal. These cyan crystals are all square columnar and long, like processed wood. We should bring some lobster meat. Shauna licked her lips. Fong Tang smiled. It's a pity that I don't have anywhere to take it with me. Shauna's eyes flashed. She reached out and unbuttoned her shirt, then turned her back and pulled out a long xiong bra from under her shirt. Fong Tang's face turned red. Shauna stretched out her hands to pull up her hair, and then she realized that she was actually very beautiful. But she looked ordinary because of her rustic hairstyle. And from the side, her nose bridge is very high and her skin is as white as milk. Shauna's coat had been taken off in the Citron secret room, and now there were several holes in her shirt. She looked embarrassed, but also very sexy. She made 2 pockets with the fabric in her hand, grabbed a bunch of roasted lobster legs, broke them and put them in, then wrapped them around her waist and hung them around her waist. What are you looking at? Only then did she feel Fong Tang's fiery eyes, and her face turned red. Ah, I'm sorry. Fong Tang turned his head, but he didn't expect that Shauna, who looked petite, had such a powerful figure. Putting away his messy thoughts, Fong Tang went in front and Xia Na followed, entering the cyan cylinder crystal space. Ahead, a bright light appeared. Fong Tang stopped and made a cautious gesture behind him, moving forward step by step. He stepped on a raised piece of crystal. These are steps, artificially made. It seems that we have arrived at the game scene. Fong Tang took a deep breath. Xia Na, you are behind. Bei Xing and I will explore the way first. No, we have to go together, Shauna said firmly. That way, even if we die, we will die together. Shauna puffed out her chest, so her shirt almost broke. Fong Tang looked in a daze, but Xia Na was no longer shy, held his hand, and walked side by side into the deep secret room. Behind him, a creaking sound suddenly sounded, and rectangular green crystals popped out, completely sealing the hole behind like building blocks. Now, in front of them, 10 meters away, a rectangular gate appeared within reach. Hand-carved gate. It looks like it's unlocked, Shauna suddenly whispered. Fong Tang nodded. The crystal-carved door is completely ajar and can be opened with just a pull. This is the second crystal door in a hidden pass. But, is it that simple? Just walk over and open the door. Chapter 59 Bridge of Death. Don't move yet. Fong Tang grabbed Shauna and lowered his head to observe the long passage. The floor of this 10-meter-long corridor-like passage is all square floor structure. Square crystal bricks are put together to form a channel. This might be a trap, Fong Tang said, putting his feet on the ground, putting all his weight on his left hand, and then pressed heavily on the first crystal floor grid in front of him. With an empty sound, the floor tiles pressed down by the palm fell directly, and a thick smoke rose into the sky with firelight. Fong Tang's eyebrows were singed, and his left hand was red and swollen. Through the falling mechanism bricks, what they saw was flowing magma. Are you okay? Shauna raised his hand anxiously. This was a severe burn. The dermal tissue was burned, and the nerve tissue was almost injured. Shauna didn't hesitate at all, and started licking it with her little tongue. Saliva can only play a little protective role at this time. Fong Tang felt Xia Na's anxiety, pushed her away gently, and covered his hot and painful left hand. My injury is not important. There are all mechanisms down there, and they will fall if you leave. At this time, a buzzing sound came. The figure of the little girl appeared again on the wall of the corridor. Very good, Fong Tang and Shauna. You have passed through the first crystal door. Now, you are facing the second one. This is a bridge of flames, but there is a safe path on this long corridor. The way to survive requires you to use your wisdom and ability to pass safely. There were crisp popping sounds. Writings appeared on all the crystal floor tiles in the corridor. Shauna tore off her shirt sleeves and wrapped Fong Tang's hand. The two looked carefully and saw that the writing on the floor tiles were all English letters and numbers. At a distance of 10 meters, there are at least hundreds of floor tiles. Only English letters and numbers. Xia Na confirmed repeatedly. It seems that we need to find the correct combination of letters and numbers before we can pass. Fong Tang looked at the stone wall screen. Is there no prompt at all for this level? The little girl on the screen patted her head. Oh, I almost forgot. Of course there is a prompt. Buzz. The game prompt appeared. On the bridge of fire and death, there are 9 absolutely safe bricks, which form a way to the door. Players need to find these 9 bricks before the ground collapses, and step on them in order to pass the level. Fong Tang and Xia Na looked at the bricks full of English letters and numbers, both frowning and saying nothing. Which 9 bricks are they? At this time, there was a strange sound coming from behind. Just behind them, the green crystal ground was collapsing piece by piece. Fong Tang took a deep breath, listened, and calculated. The gap between each floor tile falling is 10 seconds. From the entrance to the location of the 2 people, there are about 60 floor tiles. In other words, they only have less than 600 seconds. Less than 10 minutes. Damn! These are the tips? Is this also called a tip? Fong Tang yelled at the little girl. The little girl showed an aggrieved expression. I haven't said anything yet. The most important reminder must come last. The floor tiles behind her continued to fall, and the magma flames below spurted out. Hurry up! Shauna also screamed. Hurry up and say it! The image of the little girl disappeared, and a line of large characters appeared on the cyan crystal stone wall. When the crystal and the black stone flame collide, the intelligent brain and the breath of death appear at the same time. What is this? Shauna read it several times quickly and couldn't figure it out at all. 10 floor tiles have fallen, and 1/6 of the time has passed. They have less than 8 minutes left. Fong Tang closed his eyes and unfolded the system in front of him. Bye. Can you understand this sentence? Where does it come from? Is it a poem or a novel? Master, I have searched all the text materials in the database and found no corresponding words. This is not poetry, nor is it a proverb without any meaning. A heat wave rushed behind Fong Tang, representing the heat wave of death. The floor tiles behind him were still falling. Shauna looked up. It's about 10 meters away from the second crystal gate. You can't get through it on the ground. But what about above? But she immediately despaired. Above, there is a smooth crystal stone that has been polished manually, let alone climbing. There is not even a place to hang a rope, and the height is at least 3 meters. The road above is impassable. Is there any other channel? Shauna raised her feet and was about to look to the side when she was hugged by Fong Tang. Don't move! We can't leave the floor tiles under our feet. Fong Tang's forehead was full of sweat. The mechanism was suddenly activated just now. The place where the 2 of us are standing now may be the only safe place. The little girl on the wall appeared again, laughing. Really? Classmate Fong Tang is still smart. After the mechanism is activated, you will be surrounded by traps. And remind you that the 2 bricks under your feet are absolutely safe. With this laughter, the little girl disappeared again. Shauna patted her face gently to calm herself down. Now, she continued to look at the poetic reminder. When the crystal and the black stone flame collide, the intelligent brain and the breath of death appear at the same time. Crystal, black stone flame, intelligent brain, breath of death. These keywords are specious and have nothing to do with the English letters and numbers in front of them. Shauna gritted her teeth. Is it pinyin? Are we trying to spell out a certain word? Is this prompt actually a crossword puzzle? This was an idea, but Fong Tang immediately shook his head. Then, there shouldn't be numbers. If they are all letters, it's okay. Try it. And he raised his head and read the prompt. I have already analyzed it. This is not a word puzzle. Shauna bit her lip. How long? 5 minutes at most, Fong Tang said. His eyes flashed. We can use the elimination method to activate all the floor tiles with traps. And the remaining floor tiles are the way out. This seems to be a feasible method. But, as the two looked at the long corridor, they couldn't help but smile bitterly again. It is impossible to test people one by one. You must move over step by step. Fortunately, the floor under our feet is safe. Shauna looked at the prawns on her waist. Otherwise, we would have become roasted shrimps. Well, Fong Tang suddenly opened his eyes wide after listening to Shauna's words. Wait a minute. What did that damn little girl say at the end? What? Fong Tang's eyes were bright and scary. Little girl. Those last words she said. Shauna immediately recalled. She said, "We the 2 bricks under your feet are absolutely safe." Fong Tang clapped his hands hard. There is another sentence before. She said, reminder. Her words are not mocking us. They are really reminding us. Shauna lowered her head. Do the 2 bricks under our feet have something to do with the puzzle? Fong Tang squatted down. Lift up my feet and let me see. Shauna quickly raised her feet. And the word 2 clearly appeared on the floor tiles under her feet. Number. Fong Tang raised his feet again. And the letter C appeared on his brick. 2C. Both of them muttered. 2C. Fong Tang was thinking crazily in his mind. What does this mean? Bai, tell me all the information related to 2C. Bai immediately showed all the information related to 2C in front of Fong Tang. Master, in surveying, there is the concept of 2C value, which is a difference in offset testing. Next, in terms of business model, there is the C2C model, which means person to person. Next, 2C is also a function. 2C is a commonly used variable in computer C language. Time passed by. There are less than 3 minutes left. Behind Shauna and Fong Tang, only a dozen or so pitiful floor tiles were still holding on. And the magma fire had already made their whole bodies anxious. Master, 2C also represents 2 carbon atoms in chemistry. Wait, say it again. Chemical symbol. 2C. Carbon atom. Fong Tang's extremely tense nerves trembled, and his brain's thinking reached its peak. Charcoal! Black charcoal is originally a stone, but it can burn black stone flames. Fong Tang almost shouted. Black stone flames represent burning charcoal. Behind him, 2 more floor tiles fell. In front of Fong Tang, the prompt to pass the level appeared again. When the crystal and the black stone flame collide, the intelligent brain and the breath of death appear at the same time. The black stone flame represents charcoal, which is the chemical symbol 2C at the feet of himself and Shauna. So to say, a flash of light flashed in Fong Tang's heart. Bye. What is the chemical symbol of silica? Master. It is SiO2. Yes. Crystals, quartz stones, and sand all contain a large amount of silica. So, the symbol represented by the crystal may be SiO2. Now, Fong Tang has found the crystal and black stone flame. In the prompt, he continued to think, and there was light in front of him. Seeing Fong Tang's expression, Shauna understood that he had grasped the clue. She was excited for a moment, and hugged him gently from behind. Now, she could only use her body to give the man support and encouragement. Bye. If carbon and silica react, what will you get? Master, carbon and silica can produce industrial crude silicon under high temperature conditions. The chemical equation that occurs is as follows. So, a long equation appeared in front of Fong Tang. 2CCO2 equals 2COC. This chemical formula means carbon plus silicon dioxide produces crude silicon and carbon monoxide under high temperature conditions. Bye. What is crude silicon? Bai immediately unfolded the uses of silicon on Fong Tang's retina. Fong Tang saw the words, silicon chip. At a glance, he almost jumped up. I understand. He turned around and hugged Shauna, and kissed her hard on the lips. After a kiss, Fong Tang hugged her and said, Let's go. Wait, are you sure? Shauna screamed, and then couldn't help but hug his neck. Fong Tang was now full of madness. Absolutely. I have solved this riddle. The first brick is 2. The second brick is C. 2C is at our feet. And the third brick below is S. He jumped directly in front of him. Row of S-letter tiles. Steady on your feet. At this time, there were soaring flames behind them. Fong Tang continued to move forward. The next brick was the letter I. And the next, O, was jumped all the way over. He passed through 9 crystal floor tiles in a row. In front of him was the door. Fong Tang took a deep breath and jumped the last meter. The Beijing puppy on his shoulders fell first. And then the door opened, revealing a solid floor in front of him. The second crystal gate passed through and they passed. Chapter 60 Hometown. Behind the second crystal door is a blood-red light and shadow. They entered a hollowed-out secret room again. A world made entirely of red crystals. In the red crystal, lights that appeared from nowhere reflected blood-red light. Fong Tang and Xia Na's bodies were covered in red light. They held hands and both felt their palms sweating. The red crystal world is all made of long strips of crystal, like a world of building blocks spliced together. Then after walking for more than 10 meters, the shape of the red crystal became more and more sharp. The intertwined crystals formed a mountain of swords and a sea of swords in front of them. Shauna suddenly stopped and raised her feet. Fong Tang hurriedly squatted down and touched her feet. The smooth soles of her feet were covered with blood. Be careful. There is a mechanism on the ground. It may be the spikes of crystal shards. Shauna frowned. That kind of thing is similar to glass shards. Very sharp. And in this cave covered in red light, it was impossible to see the ground clearly. Fong Tang looked at himself. He was barefoot and still only had a pair of big pants. Looking at Shauna, she only has jeans and a tattered shirt. With a scoff, Shauna tore her shirt open without hesitation. She was wearing nothing on her upper body now. But he handed the largest piece of shirt to Fong Tang. Wrap your feet. The two of them wrapped their feet and walked forward slowly. It was quiet. Fortunately, I never stepped on any more debris. After more than 10 meters, my eyes lit up, and the red light became more intense. Fong Tang walked in front of Shauna and walked into an empty hall. It is said to be a hall, more like a Bavarian-style church. The towering dome is at least 30 meters above the ground. There are tall red crystal sculptures all around. I don't know when the Infinite Company came here, but they actually carved more than a dozen statues here. The images of the statues are very different, including men, women, and even a teenage girl. They all look modern. These people, Shauna frowned and looked at them. They look so real. They were indeed very real. And every detail was carved to perfection. Because the sculpture is so delicate. Even the hair on the body is detailed and realistic. It's really weird. Shauna crossed her arms tightly. It's so weird. I'm scared just looking at it. Gee, don't bother studying those sculptures. These sculptures have nothing to do with you passing the test. The little girl's voice suddenly appeared. This time, she is not a picture on the wall, but a real person. The little girl came from the opposite side of the red hall. In this tall and huge hall, her body looked even smaller. Fong Tang, you are very powerful. You have broken the record again. You were the first to crack the second crystal gate level before the time was over, beating the record by 28 seconds. Fong Tang said coldly. Stop talking nonsense. Where is the third door? The little girl nodded lightly. Follow me. But you have to be careful. The protective layer outside this palace is being melted by magma. And the internal structure here is very simple and may collapse at any time. After she finished speaking, the top of her head there was a clicking sound, and pieces of blood-red agate stones fell down like hailstones. The spatial structure of the palace is too simple. There are no supporting columns, and it only relies on the stability of the crystal structure. Now the magma is raging, and once the outer protective layer is burned, all the crystals will collapse. Fong Tang patted Beixing on the shoulder, pulled up Shauna, and followed the little girl carefully. The 12 sculptures you just saw were built to commemorate the players who passed the level, the little girl said as she walked. Fong Tang's heart moved. Those 12 sculptures are all people who successfully broke through the level? The little girl giggled and shook her head. No, they were all players who broke through the second door and died in front of the third crystal door. Fong Tang stopped. So, no one has passed the level yet? The little girl nodded. Originally, this hidden level only had 2 doors. In recent years, a third door has been added, so the difficulty has also increased. A lot. Everyone died in front of the second gate. According to the company's incomplete statistics, more than 500 intermediate players have been sent here for various reasons in the past few years, and the mortality rate in the first level exceeded 50%. The mortality rate in the second level was as high as over 90%. In the end, only 12 intermediate players successfully reached the third level. Shauna sneered when she heard this. You really think highly of us, and you actually sent us to the challenge level for intermediate players. Come, the little girl said with a serious expression. Actually, the third crystal door has just been redesigned. This level has now become a level difficulty, so it will reward super props like the Rite of Amnesty. As he spoke, had passed through the hall. In front is the refreshing fresh air and the gentle fluorescent light. They entered an exquisite room. A spacious house. There is a double bed. And the snow-white sheets seem to have just been changed. Sofas, coffee tables, shower rooms, kitchens, and even windows. Outside the window is the blue sky and white clouds on the grass. In the bright sunshine, several children are playing on the grass. Everything looks so real. Fong Tang slowly walked to the window and touched it. Suddenly, ripples and garbled characters appeared on the transparent glass. The projection on this window simulates the real outdoor environment. It is actually just a screen. Fong Tang sighed. Shauna also came over, and the two of them looked at the projection on the glass. Although it is fake, it can still make people relax. Oh, you two seem to be a perfect match. A young couple with a pet dog. Only a twin is born, came the little girl's voice. The rare warm feeling dissipated instantly, and the two people turned their heads heavily. The little girl was standing next to the wall of the room opposite the bed, reaching out and pressing her hand against the white wall. Suddenly, the white wall began to change color, and finally a huge red crystal door appeared. This is a door carved from a 3-meter thick piece of red crystal. Special materials are added to it. It is strong enough to withstand direct bombardment from missiles. The door uses an electronic code. The little girl reached out and touched the huge crystal door. A long combination lock appeared on the red door. It uses a multiple encryption method that is unique to bank vaults and is completely closed. Only by entering all the passwords correctly can the high-voltage electronically controlled lock at the back be opened. Any forcible damage will cause damage to the high-voltage lock. And once this exquisitely designed lock is damaged, there is no way out other than smashing the entire wall. Under the password lock, a touch keyboard has appeared. Above the keyboard is a screen for entering passwords. U2. The password for this door is composed of 256 characters. The character password includes the symbols on the entire keyboard. You should know how difficult it is to crack. Right, Fong Tang gasped. It is a 256-bit password, and it is a random combination of characters on the full keyboard. The combination pattern exceeds 240 to the power of 256. That is more combinations than the stars in the universe. There is no way to crack it violently. At this time, the smell of barbecue came from the kitchen of the house. The little girl clapped her hands. The rules of the game are very simple. You have one chance to unlock the room before it is melted by the magma. There is only one chance, so it is best to write the password on paper first. You can use everything here as you like. You're welcome. Just like at home. The little girl said this and turned to leave. Fong Tang was shocked. Wait, that's it? No hint. The little girl turned around cutely and tilted her head. Hint? The hint is on you. What do you mean? Ha. Because of this, the level was specially designed by the two of you. So the answer lies in your hearts. After saying that, she exited the room. With a click, the door to the entrance was closed, and the thick metal wall isolated everything. Fong Tang rushed over and slammed the door. The password is with us? What do you mean? There was no response. The little girl disappeared. This is just a joke. Fong Tang turned around and looked at the red crystal door. The 256-digit password can only be tried once, and you are doomed if it fails. Moreover, the entire room is surrounded by magma that appears at any time. Now we are standing on the crater of the volcano, waiting to die. He gritted his teeth at one moment and was filled with frustration and fatigue at another. After the fight on the fishing boat, people in this crystal chamber are going crazy. Fong Tang squatted in front of the red door, racking his brains and thinking. There was a chuckle from behind, and then there was the smell of food. Fong Tang turned around and saw Xia Na put on a set of white pajamas at some point and was putting the dishes in the kitchen on the table. You still have this leisure time? Fong Tang was speechless. Oh, it's useless to stand there and think about it. Why don't you just relax? Shauna brought out the last plate of vegetable salad. Not bad. The dishes are very rich, and there is rice and fruit. With a sound, she opened another bottle of champagne. The 2 glasses were filled with ice cubes, and the bubbling golden champagne rolled into the white ice cubes, giving people a refreshing chill just looking at them. Xia Na helped Fong Tang find a gray pajamas and slippers in the closet and brought them over together. She looked like a gentle and well-behaved little daughter-in-law, serving her husband. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. Do you really want to eat the food here? What's the matter? Do they poison it? Fong Tang shook his head. Anyway, I won't touch the things provided by Infinite Company. Shauna smiling faintly. If they want to kill us, There is no need to poison us. You are overthinking it. Maybe it's ecstasy? Fong Tang still shook his head. Shauna picked up a tender piece of honey-roasted chicken breast and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Just eat it! The two drank. 4 bottles of champagne, 2 bottles of red wine, and a whole case of beer were opened in succession. Fong Tang had completely forgotten about the game and was enjoying the rare delicacies these days with Xian Na. Whether he gave up on himself or had a good time before dying, he didn't want to think about anything now. Shauna's face was already bright red. She tied up her hair and walked into the shower room. The sound of rushing water came with a bit of strange temptation. Fong Tang held the wine glass and looked at the large double bed not far away, and his heart suddenly became hot. Faced with the threat of death and the crisis that could burst at any time, the deepest desires in the heart are almost uncontrollable. And Xian Na seemed to be hinting at something. When she came out in a bathrobe, she raised one leg in front of Fong Tang and gently applied skin cream. Fong Tang swallowed and quickly walked to the bathroom. He washed quickly and then brushed his teeth vigorously. When he walked out of the bathroom, the girl was already standing in front of him. The two got closer and closer, and they could hear each other's breathing. Then they hugged each other. They stumbled along the way, kissing each other and moving towards the big bed. The wine bottles on the floor were kicked away, and the chairs were knocked over. The two of them seemed to be connected as one, and finally came to the double bed. Shauna fell on the bed, her breath smelling of wine. Fong Tang took off his bathrobe and couldn't wait to reach out. He pulled Shauna's pajamas straps desperately, but the straps were getting tighter and tighter. That bastard little girl said, "The password hit is on us, so you have to watch it carefully." Look at my body. You must look good. Shauna's expression was wild and intoxicated. She really drank too much. Fong Tang stopped tearing her pajamas, frowned, and slowly sat next to her. The cold reality hit us head on. What's wrong? Shauna knelt on the bed and hugged him from behind. What are you thinking? I'm sorry. I shouldn't mention the damn game at this time. Fong Tang shook his head and kissed her hand gently. No, we can't do this. It's ridiculous. In this place, in this situation, we're so pathetic. There are probably cameras everywhere, and there's probably thousands of people watching. And we're like, you can't do this while performing live for those bastards. Shauna leaned on his back and blew on his neck. But that little girl said that this level is not live broadcast. I don't believe her. In the game, there are traps everywhere. Fong Tang hugged Shauna and lay on the comfortable bed. Beside the bed, the puppy Beixing was nibbling on a piece of chicken steak. He looked up at his owner from time to time, as if he didn't understand why his owner was sighing repeatedly. Chapter 61 Sunset. A warm big bed and a soft silk quilt. Their breathing has calmed down. They embrace each other, and their hearts are at peace. We really have to think about it. Now is really not the time to give up. Shauna leaned her head on the man's chest. The answer to the password is on us. How about we see each other and see if there are any marks on our bodies? She said. With that said, he directly opened the quilt and looked at Fong Tang's whole body from top to bottom. Then she took off her pajamas and took Fong Tang's hand. Look for it quickly. This was incredible, and it was another irresistible temptation. Fong Tang felt that his brain was suffering from ischemia, and all the blood rushed to somewhere underneath him. He hurriedly pulled up the quilt. It's definitely not literal. If it's so simple, is this still an A-level difficulty game? It must be some kind of hint. Maybe it has something to do with our life experience, or our identity information. She said that this level is specially designed for the two of us, and the answer is in our hearts. So it is definitely not a mark on the body. Fong Tang sighed. My life experience? Xian Na's eyes showed sadness. Speaking of which, I don't even remember how my parents died. It seemed to be a car accident or a terminal illness. Fong Tang frowned. Is it your last memory still alive? Are you in school? You even had a quarrel with your mother. What you said on the boat? Shauna shook her head. Those are all false memories. They were directly instilled into my head by Infinite Company. She pointed to the chip behind her neck. The damn chip can completely control our brains. That's not necessarily true. Fong Tang thought, and looked at Shauna with pity. So you are an orphan too. Well, I have been adopted since I was a child. Though the memory is not wrong. The parents who adopted me are very good. But I just don't like it. I just feel that I ran away from home while waiting for my adoptive mother to become pregnant. Now that they have their own children, why should I be their dragster? Shauna sighed softly. Their family is also very difficult. So before I grew up, I was hanging out outside. Fong Tang hugged her tightly. Shauna's experience was so similar to mine. Well, can you tell me what happened to your parents? It won't make you sad. Right? Fong Tang smiled. It's nothing. My parents happened many years ago. I can't even remember what they looked like. The two hugged each other tighter. Two lonely souls have never been so close to each other. Now we have one thing in common. We are both orphans. Shauna murmured. It makes no sense and has nothing to do with the code that opens the crystal door. Outside, there was a loud roar, as if the palace was collapsing. Fong Tang turned over and sat up. Xiaona stretched out her white arms and pulled him back. Don't worry. Hold me. I'm a little cold. Fong Tang lay down helplessly and continued to think. Let's talk some more. Do you still remember what happened when you were a child? Maybe the password is hidden deep in our memory. Some unimportant details. Shauna ignored this and wrapped her legs around him. You are so warm. I remembered it when I was a child. I'm not sure yet. My hometown should be in the north. A very cold place. I only remember that there was a big ice-like mountain there. You can run sleds on the ice. The kind of sleds pulled by many dogs. Shauna murmured, recalling. The deepest impression I have is the long days. The sun never seems to set, but it is still very cold. Unlike you. You grew up in the south. Right? Fong Tang turned around and hugged her soft body. No. I am not from Magic City. My hometown is probably in the north. When I was very young. After my parents had an accident. I seemed to be held by someone and sat there for a long time. The train has just arrived in Shanghai. He touched Shauna's hair with his fingers and rubbed it gently. It's just the opposite of you. In my memory, it's always been dark in my hometown. And I rarely see the sun. It snows every day. Sometimes, there are also colorful rays of light on the horizon. Sometimes I can remember clearly when I dream. Shauna pursed her lips and smiled. It seems that our hometowns must be very far away. In this warm environment, she felt at ease while waiting for death. I couldn't help but want to say something from my heart. Shauna fell into deep memories again. You may not know that when I was very young, I was once lost. I was alone when I was about 3 or 4 years old. This is what my mother told me later. She said that I walked all the way to the border line. She said, yawning, I just remember a tall pillar. A stone pillar. With red lines all over it. The scary stone pillar didn't work anymore. I was so sleepy. Don't think about it. Just hold me. But Fong Tang's eyes were now widened. He sat up again, holding Shauna and sitting up. I have seen that pillar you mentioned. I must have seen it when I was a child. Shauna opened her eyes. What are you talking about? Fong Tang now, she was a little crazy with excitement. I've definitely seen that pillar before. It's covered in red lines, and has a lot of teeth hanging on it. I was most scared when I was a child. My father said those on it were bare teeth. Bare teeth? Shauna said sleepily. Quan Xiao. Yes. It's teeth. When I was a child, I thought they were human teeth. Fong Tang rubbed his head. Let me think about it. This is very important. It's incredible. The memories of childhood are really hidden. Deep. If Fong Tang hadn't chatted with Shauna about his childhood at such a moment, Fong Tang wouldn't have been able to remember so many details. Xiaona, in your memory when you were a child, there were long days, right? Fong Tang's eyes suddenly lit up at this time. Yeah. When I was a child, my impression was that there was a long dark sky, and I couldn't see the sun every day. This is the phenomenon of extreme day and extreme night. Shauna also exclaimed when she heard this. What I remember is extreme day. What do you remember is Jia? Fong Tang kissed her again. Yes. Maybe our hometowns are the same place. This was really unexpected. Or it's too weird. Neither of them felt sleepy anymore. The phenomenon of extreme day and night can only be found in the North Pole or Antarctica. Shauna bit her finger. If our memories are all right, it can only be near the North Pole. There is no way to live in the Antarctic Circle. Only the North Pole, only in this circle can we have a place to live. And we are in China. Fong Tang also nodded. There may be only one place in northern China that meets the conditions. Mobei Village. The two of them shouted together. The northernmost border of China is already close to the Arctic. They were breathing heavily, as if they had found important clues. But Fong Tang then shook his head fiercely. No. Absolutely impossible. What's wrong? Shauna became nervous. It's not Mobei Village. Fong Tang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Mobei Village is on the 53rd parallel of north latitude, which is 13 degrees away from the Arctic Circle and more than 2,000 kilometers away. It is even further to the North Pole, 37 degrees of latitude. Moreover, the Chinese Mabei village was completely inconsistent with the details in their memories. There are no large icebergs there, nor can we see the phenomena of polar day and night. We can only occasionally see distant aurora. Shauna let out a long breath. Then what happened? The memory is not wrong. It is definitely not in Mabei. Maybe it is not in China at all. Fong Tang unfolded the system in front of his eyes, and Bai had already drawn a picture for him. A complete polar map was produced. The pillar we both remember, and the red line on it. Master, I am searching based on your description. My database cannot be connected to the internet, but it stores geographical images from all over the world. A picture appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes. The picture Zhang Bai found. A picture stored in the white database. It is a stone pillar located in Greenland. Arctic Circle. Master, this is the totem pole of the local indigenous people. Greenland, 64 degrees north latitude. A famous adventurer attraction in the Arctic Circle. Greenland, Sissemet Village. From March to September every year, the polar day phenomenon occurs there. It's daytime every day. From September to March of the following year, it's the polar night. And it's all dark. There's also an Alaskan dog pulling the sled. All the details are correct. Fong Tang held Shauna's little hand tightly. We might have really stayed in that small village. Now that I think about it, my parents took me to Russia first, and then took the train into China. Shauna couldn't see it. There were photos in his system, but as Fong Tang described, there were more and more details in her memory. That's right there. On the outside of the iceberg, there are red pebbles. They are all stones. Smooth stones. Shauna also became excited. Suddenly, her eyes widened. So, we might have been neighbors when we were children? Fong Tang shook his head. No. We might have stayed there at different times. So there is no intersection. You should be younger than me. Shauna still said, biting his lip. But that village is so small. So weird. I may have known you since I was very young. Both of them felt weird. But more importantly, the two found the key to cracking the code. That's the stone pillar. Fong Tang clenched his fists. The two jumped out of bed, randomly found clothes in the closet, and put them on. Fong Tang started drawing on the white coffee table with ketchup. The stone pillar is a hexahedron. A very smooth hexahedron. I don't know what the red lines on it are for. They are full of clues such as bare teeth. Is there anything I can follow? Do the passwords match? Shauna stared at the coffee table for a long time and shook her head. I can't think of it. There are no letters or numbers on the stone pillars. Only lines. Fong Tang scratched his head. There must be something. We have forgotten it. No, remember. But that complex memory system cannot be obedient at all times. Sometimes, the more you try to remember something, all you come up with is a blank. Seeing Fong Tang's anxious look, Xia Na stood up and hugged him. Maybe we are just overthinking. This is just a coincidence. Impossible. Fong Tang shook his head repeatedly. There are two levels in this level. The hidden level and the novice level. The game of resurrection is completely different. We are the only two players, and it is not live broadcast to the outside world. It is as if it is tailor-made for the two of us. Shauna shook her head. You are a little obsessed. Fong Tang's eyes became firm, and he picked up the bottle next to him and drank the last half of the bottle of beer. He lay on the cold floor and looked at the ceiling above. There must be some memory hidden in the deepest part of the brain. Bye. You can control my brain and help me search for the memory that is most hidden in the cerebral cortex. Fong Tang shouted in his heart. Okay, Master, but I want to warn you. Human beings will hide memories they don't want to think of at the deepest level. It is an instinct of self-protection. What if the memory you see is terrible? That's not the case. Important. So, soon. Fong Tang's eyes turned blood red. Surrounded by the icy wind, with blood flowing under their feet, a man and a woman were lying next to the stone pillar, crying loudly. On the opposite side, a little girl dressed in white was holding a slender wailing knife in her hand. The little girl was smiling at him, expressionless. Soon, you will be with your parents, and I will make you die happily. Huh? Who told you not to play with me? She raised her hand. He raised the knife in his hand, and a string of bone products swayed on his wrist, with various characters engraved on it. Who is this little girl? She seems very similar to the little girl on the fishing boat, but also looks like Shauna when she was a child. Memories become confused, full of unreality and fear. Fong Tang's body trembled. What was going on with this terrible memory? Did you see your parents die tragically? His breathing was rapid. and Shauna's call came to his ears. What's wrong? Are you okay? Fong Tang woke up sweating profusely and grabbed Shauna's hand. There is a little girl in white clothes. His lips trembled, like a nightmare that he didn't want to think about. Just thinking about it makes my whole body tingle, and my head feels swollen. Wiping the sweat from his head, Fong Tang's lips turned white. I only saw that the little girl had a bracelet. It was made of bones. There seemed to be characters on it. That was the deepest memory in my mind. I have actually been there all these years. I can't remember it at all. Shauna trembled. The bracelets are made of whale bones. I have one. I lost it when I was very young. My mother made it for me personally. Fong Tang's heart trembled, and he stared at her deeply. Do you still remember what is engraved on it? Shauna's eyes flashed strangely. Remember? Because when I was a child, my mother recited that string of characters in my ear every day. Although it doesn't make any sense, she attaches great importance to it. At this point, her body trembled even more violently, and she suddenly covered her face. I am too stupid. That must be my mother's intention. She wants me to remember it on purpose. Although I don't know the reason for that string of characters. Shauna's mother used this forced method to make little Shauna memorize the complex 256 code characters. 256 characters turned out to be like this. Shauna wrapped her clothes tightly. I didn't expect that it turned out to be like this. Is that the password? Fong Tang was a little absent-minded at this time, just staring at Shauna and her face. Are the girl who killed her parents in her memory the same person as the person in front of her? Fong Tang felt cold all over. Shauna had already jumped up and rushed towards the crystal door desperately. That's right. Hidden in the deepest part of our memory. This is the password. Shauna now completely remembered the complex code. She quickly entered one by one. My mother would read these codes every night before I went to bed. At first, I didn't even understand the meaning of each character. But then she taught me bit by bit. Enter the last code. Crystal, the door made a creaking sound. The heavy door opened slightly with a crack. Shauna turned around and looked at Fong Tang, who had a strange face. You? What's wrong with you? Fong Tang's lips trembled, and he lowered his head and coughed hoarsely. After a long time, he raised his head with difficulty. That little girl. The little girl with the bracelet. Killed my whole family. With a bang, the thick crystal door broke open, and the waves poured in, swallowing everything in an instant. See, at sunset, the red sunset formed a golden scale of light on the seaside. The peripheral vision shines on the quiet sea, surrounded by fresh air. Fong Tang was floating on the sea, with Beishing standing on his shoulders. How did he come up from the sea? What happened after the crystal gate was blown open by the waves? Also, Shauna. Fong Tang felt a pain in his heart when he thought of Shauna. And then he felt something moving on the back of his head. He hurriedly grabbed it and touched a hand. Suddenly, Fong Tang saw the little girl from Infinite Company floating up from the bottom of the sea. You? What did you just do to me? Fong Tang was floating in the water, touching the chip on the back of his head. The little girl smiled at him. Fong Tang's vision blurred for a while. A sharp pain shot through the back of his head. Then a stabbing pain throughout his brain. Stars were flying in front of my eyes, and the sky was spinning. He took a sip of sea water and slowly sank into the sea. Chapter 62 Nankuyamong. A tea house with a small table. 3 people sat around the table. This is the magic city where the lights come on. The city that never sleeps in China is the most prosperous place in the commercial center street. However, the tea house is located on the top of a tall building. Only a few special people are qualified to enter here, because the owner of this tea house is a reclusive legend. Now, the old lady, the owner of the tea house, picked up the teacup and looked at Yunk. Fong Tang's memory was cleaned at the end? Yunk said nothing. Mr. Fox reopened a bag of tea. This was already the 3rd bag. His mouth was full and bitter after drinking the tea. He whispered, "The data shows this. It is said that even the company's top executives cannot see the game that takes place in the crater under the sea. Only a few people at the top can see what happened at that time. But at least, Fong Tang win. He was the only one found on the sea." The old woman took a breath. Skylark began to shake his head. Xiao Na is not dead. She is just missing. I have read the data given by Brother Fox, and found no body of Xiao Na. The old woman looked at the old almanac. It has been a week since the resurrection level ended. Why? No news has come from the company yet. Mr. Fox smiled bitterly. You still don't know? The company is upgrading the system. This is a major upgrade. All challenge games have been suspended. VIPs are complaining every day. The old woman shook her head. I have been looking for Fong Tang for the past 7 days. He was sent back to the Magic City at sea. According to normal circumstances, he shouldn't have gone far. Skylark bit his lip. Don't talk about you. I can't even find him. But I'm his game instructor. This can only mean that the company is deliberately hiding Fong Tang's traces. At this time, Mr. Fox suddenly raised his palm to signal silence. Then he took off the black paper behind his head and began to receive information from the company headquarters. After a long time, he pressed the black paper again to isolate the signal. Mr. Fox looked strange. The latest news from the headquarters. Shauna won the resurrection level in the end, but she used the amnesty power on Fong Tang. So Fong Tang was also saved. All three of them were, he began to ponder. After a while, Mr. Fox continued. Right now, Fong Tang is on vacation. The headquarters has instructed that no one is allowed to disturb him. He is now in Renha Hospital in Madu, the most luxurious VIP nursing room in Renha Hospital in Madu. Fong Tang's legs were wrapped in bandages. His hands were also wrapped, and his whole body was placed on the bed. Next to him, a girl wearing a pink nurse uniform was feeding him porridge. Fong Tang's eyes were confused, and he vomited after taking a few sips. The nurse wiped him very patiently. Those who can enter this nursing ward are either rich people or high-ranking officials. And there are many senior figures with special status. So the quality of the nurses here can be said to be the best in the country. Not only are they required to be professional, but they also have to have an excellent figure and a beautiful face. Fong Tang was still vomiting, and then suddenly shouted, Let me go, and let the people from Infinite Company come out. The nurse shook her head, and hurriedly got up and went out. After a while, the director of Renha Hospital hurried in, with Director Liu of the Department of Neurology. Fong Tang! Director Liu came in, and held down the struggling man. You were in a car accident, and you have to rest for 2 days before you can get out of bed. Fong Tang stared at him. I recognize you. You are Director Liu. I have brain cancer, and it was you who diagnosed me. Director Liu smiled gently. Fong Tang, the melanophore virus in your brain has been controlled. This is a medical miracle. Didn't I tell you? Fong Tang frowned and looked at him, then twisted his neck. There is a chip behind my head. Can you help me take it out? It's connected to the spine. Director Liu looked serious and turned to look at the dean. The old director, who had gray hair and had stopped seeing patients for a long time, shook his head gently. It is probably the melanocytosis virus that has oppressed the brain nerves. His delusion has been going on for 7 days. It has been like this since he came in. It seems that further examination is needed. Director Liu nodded. The MRI of the brain showed that there is a blue area in his brain. I don't know what it is. My suggestion is, he pulled the dean out of the ward. I suggest opening the skull to take samples. We must obtain Fong Tang's brain tissue for further examination. The dean glanced at him and shook his head firmly. Absolutely not. Lao Lu, you are an expert in neurosurgery. You should understand how risky this operation is. Once the melanoidin virus is exposed to the air, it may immediately reproduce again, and Fong Tang will be dead. Director Liu rubbed his hands. But this is not the answer. Fong Tang's delusion is getting more and more serious. You have also listened to the recordings, such as challenging games, killing people, cannibalism, fishing boats, and the crystal cave under the sea. This is already a very serious schizophrenia. The dean wiped his glasses. Schizophrenia is better than brain cancer, and he seems to be very conscious, with no strange or dangerous behavior. Just yesterday, after he spilled the porridge, he apologized to the nurse and acted very rationally. Director Liu was worried about Fong Tang's final suffering. There are no spiritual fantasies and signs of suicide. Compared with the dean, he was actually more concerned about Fong Tang's condition. I also feel more sympathy for this unfortunate young man. It is just a conjecture that craniotomy will expose the melanocytic virus to the air and cause danger. There is no medical data proving that dead melanophore viruses can reproduce in the air. It is a parasitic virus after all. When Director Liu was still trying to argue, the crisp sound of high heels came from the opposite side. A girl wearing an exquisite coat, black high heels, and sunglasses walked over. She was holding a fruit basket in her left hand, and behind her were 4 female bodyguards in suits and ties. Director Liu took one look and subconsciously stepped back. This girl's identity was so shocking that Director Liu felt ashamed when he saw her and didn't dare to say a word. After all, she is the eldest lady of the Qin Consortium and the only heir to a multi-billion-dollar consortium. Speaking of which, the director of Renha Hospital is also an old friend of the Qin family. After Director Liu retreated into the corridor, the old dean greeted him with a smile. Yashin, why are you here again? Didn't my uncle say that I will definitely take good care of the patients you send in? The girl held her hand. The fruit basket was so heavy that her delicate wrists showed a dark red color. Her skin was so good that it was very conspicuous. The old dean was surprised again. The little princess of the Qin family, who had to be followed by a maid even when she went to the toilet since she was a child, actually came up carrying the fruit basket by herself. And it was so heavy. She was really mean to that patient. I take it too seriously. The girl took off her sunglasses at this time, revealing a pair of eyes as bright as stars. Uncle Yin, judging from what you said, I must believe you. So I sent the person here. Thank you for your trouble. Elegant, polite, and neither humble nor overbearing. This is the temperament that a noble family should have. The old dean smiled. Yashin, then I won't bother you about that patient. The girl immediately paid attention. Uncle, has he started to get sick again? The old dean took out a CD and said, This is what he said when he was ill recently. It's very strange. Although it is delusional nonsense. His description is very detailed and very logical. I even doubt that he is an excellent novelist. Girl. He pursed his lips and smiled, but immediately took the CD. After a few words of greeting, the old dean left. The girl walked to the ward, turned around and whispered to the 4 female bodyguards. Watch the door. No one is allowed to disturb us. Not even the nurses. She took out an exquisite makeup mirror, and after tidying up in front of the mirror for a long time, I pushed the door open and entered. Fong Tang opened his eyes and frowned when he saw the girl. Qin Yashin, why are you here again? The girl pursed her lips and came over, helping him arrange the quilt. Why can't I come? After all, I bumped into you. I have to be responsible. Fong Tang sighed. Miss Qin, who are you? Don't waste time with me. I will be discharged from the hospital soon. As for the hospitalization expenses, I will find a way to pay you back. Qin Yashin, this the heir to the Qin Consortium and a business princess with a net worth of over 10 billion, reached out and pressed the man's mouth. She didn't seem to care at all about the rice porridge at the corner of Fong Tang's mouth. Don't say such angry words. I don't want your money. Fong Tang struggled for a while, but his hands and legs were fixed, and there was nothing he could do. Qin Yashin took out a handkerchief from the small bag, a handkerchief with a signature, and carefully wiped the food residue on Fong Tang's mouth and chest. The way the nurses here do things, they are not as good as my servants. Fong Tang looked at her handkerchief. What is this? Why does it smell weird? Qin Yashin chuckled. Oh my god! This is a Chanel limited edition handkerchief. Hollywood movie stars wear it on the red carpet. This is the version signed by the designer. There are only 10 of them in the world. And you still dislike the weird smell. Fong Tang shook his head in disgust. Don't use this thing. I can't stand the smell. Qin Yashin immediately threw the handkerchief to the garbage bin. Li, still not angry, just wiped it with his sleeve. My clothes were just washed. That's it. Last time you said you didn't like the smell of imported laundry detergent. So I used soap this time. My favorite flavor is papaya. Fong Tang closed his eyes. In fact, he is very confused now, and a little at a loss. Qin Yashin is beautiful, noble, and a top student who graduated from Berkeley University. No matter in terms of appearance, temperament, financial resources, life experience, or even academic qualifications. They are all things that crush him. Such a goddess from the aristocratic circle, a princess from the business world, actually comes to the hospital to take care of her every day. This made him a little scared. This must be the conspiracy of Infinite Company. Fong Tang's memory is a little confusing now, but he will never forget those challenge games of Infinite Company. Just the most crucial memory. After passing out from the sea, he was completely confused. In retrospect, I was dragged from the sea to the land, and then returned to the magic city somehow. At that time, I was walking on the road in a daze, and then I was hit by a luxury car head-on. There are only 3 limited edition pink Rolls-Royce Wraiths in the world. The car owner is naturally Qin Yashin. Speaking of which, everything this girl uses seems to be limited edition. Limited edition mobile phones, limited edition cosmetics, and even limited edition socks. She seems to want to use these things to prove that she is a unique princess in the world. Fong Tang and this girl were completely in 2 different worlds. Qin Yashin, you really don't have to come here anymore. Fong Tang said softly. I won't sue you. I won't ask for your money. And I won't talk nonsense to reporters. In short, I won't cause you any trouble. I'm not that people. Qin Yashin's eyes widened. She is so beautiful. Even when she is angry, she has an extremely alluring aura. Is this what you think of me? I've never taken care of anyone in my life. I care about you. You bastard. Qin Yashin turned around and ran out with tears rolling down her eyes. Where is my dog? Fong Tang looked at her beautiful back and shouted directly. I'm raising your dog for you. Qin Yashin turned her back to him, and her beautiful and amazing legs seemed to tremble with anger. Don't worry, old man. She went out crying. Fong Tang watched her go out in silence, moved his legs slightly, and then continued to call Bye in his head. Bye. Bye. Can you hear me? Aren't you in my brain? Aren't you one with me? I called in my heart 1,000 times, but there was no response. Bye. That artificial intelligence has disappeared? Fong Tang stood up and looked at his neck through the reflection of the glass on the side. On the back of the neck, smooth skin without any trace of chips. Perhaps those things are really my fantasy. Fong Tang lay on the bed dejectedly. However, he looked sideways at his wrist, which was shining softly. Chapter 63 Miss Qian. It was getting dark. After an unknown amount of time, the little nurse opened the door and came in. Fong Tang looked at her. Nurse Jiang, please excuse me. I'm a little thirsty. The nurse brought water. As Fong Tang's special nurse, she rolled her eyes curiously. Mr. Fong, you are really amazing. Like Qin Yashin, not to mention a man. Even a woman like me can't help but be moved by the goddess. You actually drove her away. Humph. There must be a monster when things go wrong. Fong Tang sneered. Just because this is a dream. It's a good thing. So I don't believe it. The nurse shook her head. I think you are really stupid. Miss Qian is obviously interested in you. Do you know how rich her family is? Fong Tang still said he sneered, thought of something again, and nodded at the garbage basket on the ground. In there is a limited edition Chanel handkerchief that she threw away. If you don't mind it. Before he finished speaking, the little nurse cheered and jumped up. She reached out directly, ignoring the dirt, and quickly took out the hand towel in the trash basket. Mr. Fong, did you know that the price of this thing on second-hand luxury goods online has exceeded 300,000? The little nurse's eyes flashed. Thanks to you, I just picked up Miss Qian these days. I can buy an apartment with all the things I throw away. Fong Tang smiled. It's Miss Qian, not Miss Qian. The little nurse pursed her lips. In my opinion, it's Miss Qian who is really too rich. It's gone. Nurse Jiang was not bragging. Qin Yashin had thrown away a lot of things in this ward these days. Every time she was disliked by Fong Tang, she would throw them away. From mobile phones to earrings. Even a white jade bracelet worth millions. And every time, Fong Tang asked the little nurse to pick it up. The total value of these things, even if they are sold secondhand, is more than 6 million, which is more than enough to buy a small house in Shanghai. Fong Tang coughed at this time. Stop talking about this. What did Qin Yashin take away this time? The little nurse lowered her voice. The director recorded all the nonsense you said when you were sick and burned it into a CD. Leave it to Qin Yashin. Fong Tang nodded. I understand. You should be careful next time and keep an eye on her. The little nurse nodded repeatedly. Fong Tang used Qin Yashin's things to completely bribe the nurse. Fong Tang recovered quickly, and the braces on his legs were removed the next day. At his strong request, the bandages on his hands were also removed. Now, he finally has his limbs free, but still needs crutches to move around. Qin Yashin hit him hard that time. He suffered 4 broken bones, 8 contusions, and a slight concussion. However, the most powerful doctors at Renha Hospital all diagnosed him with schizophrenia and delusional disorder. The funniest thing is Director Liu. At first, I thought he wouldn't survive this time. Later, an MRI was performed, and it was shockingly discovered that the melanocytozoan virus in his brain had been controlled. No painkillers or chemotherapy needed. Truly the miracle of life. But then Director Liu discovered that he had a big mental problem, especially when Fong Tang tried to grab something from the back of his neck. On the 3rd day, Director Liu began to strictly demand that Fong Tang's range of action be controlled to prevent him from hurting himself. But this request was quickly rejected by the dean, because Qin Yashin intervened in Fong Tang's treatment plan. It is said that this willful young lady has hired an entire medical team from abroad, psychiatry and brain surgery experts from Europe, the United States, and New Zealand. Just the cost of private jets to welcome these experts is an astronomical figure. After foreign experts established a medical team, Fong Tang seemed to be even more silent. He didn't even want to communicate with these foreigners, even though there were 4 professional translators standing beside him. On the 5th day after Fong Tang got out of bed, Qin Yashin was called to the hospital by phone late at night. The old dean, foreign experts, and Director Lu were all discussing outside the ward with serious expressions. "What's wrong?" Qin Yashin seemed to be panicked, her voice trembling. "Fong Tang. Today." The old dean lowered his head in shame. "He used a scalpel to cut open the back of his neck and said he was looking for a chip. He also wanted Director Lu to perform a craniotomy directly without anesthesia. That kind of thing. Saying that he has an artificial intelligence in his head." Qin Yashin was silent. After a long time, she walked up to the leader of the foreign expert team, raised her hand and slapped her. "Useless trash." This slap was a slap in the face. It is the face of the whole hospital. Soon after, Fong Tang found out. He shook his head and took the initiative to find foreign experts and apologize for Qin Yashin. What stunned Director Lu was that Fong Tang communicated in English throughout the whole process, with no accent at all, as if he was a native foreigner. When did he master this language? Director Lu knew Fong Tang very well. This child did not know foreign languages before. But the foreign expert waved his hands in horror. "It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. We are incompetent." Because of this matter, Fong Tang ignored Qin Yashin for 3 days. It wasn't until the 3rd week that Qin Yashin fell ill in the hospital that Fong Tang answered her call. "You killed me this time. I'm going to die." Qin Yashin's voice was extremely weak on the phone. "The dean said that I have a serious viral infection. I am still blocking the news. If anyone outside knows about it, the stocks of at least 3 listed companies will be ruined." Fong Tang frowned and listened to the phone. "No. You are so fragile? Don't you claim to work out every day? Are you a ski master? Equestrian genius? Golf and tennis professional level?" Qin Yashin said hoarsely. Fong Tang smiled and said, "It turns out that you have remembered everything I said. You still care about me." Fong Tang didn't know what to say. This delicate young lady has been waiting at his bedside for a whole month. Even a heart of stone should be melted. He sighed. "Which ward are you in? I'm going to see you." "Oh, it's right next door to you." "Listen." There was a violent coughing sound next door. Fong Tang was speechless and pushed open the door next door. "Where is your bodyguard?" "I'm sorry." He turned around hurriedly. Qin Yashin is wiping herself in the ward. Moreover, she was wearing nothing and was wiping her snowy skin. This is too exciting. But the girl was stunningly beautiful even in her illness. Fong Tang had just caught a glimpse of Qin Yashin's snow-white skin, proud figure, and indescribable beauty. "Okay, you idiot. Everyone is a patient. Does this need to be like this?" Fong Tang turned around and covered her with a quilt. "Did the dean say you were infected with some virus?" Qin Yashin sighed, and a look appeared on her beautiful face. With a sad look. "It's the melanoidin virus. And it was you who infected it with me." Fong Tang was horrified, and immediately held her hand tightly. "Quickly! You hurry up and find those foreign experts. And hurry up before the virus spreads. Do the surgery. Otherwise you will die." Qin Yashin looked at him with big eyes. "Do you care about me? Why do I care about you? You are so beautiful, smart, and kind. Apart from being too rich, you have almost nothing. Shortcomings." Fong Tang sighed. Qin Yashin chuckled. Then she kept sneezing. The door of the ward opened, and the old dean came in with a frown. "Ya Xian, are you still recovering from your cold? You can't lie in bed for too long. You have to move. And you don't need to take medicine or injections. Just drink some juice." Fong Tang very annoyed. "You just have a cold." He was about to let go, but Qin Yashin grabbed him with her backhand and said in a low voice, "Although it's just a cold, no one cares about me. I told you that news about this kind of thing must be blocked, because my health is related to the performance of listed companies. So can you stay with me?" Fong Tang looked into her eyes. "I'm afraid no one can refuse this beautiful girl's plea." "Neither can he." The old dean awkwardly exited the ward and waved to the nurse to put up the do not disturb sign. Then he touched his chin and pondered. Across the way, Director Lu was coming over with Fong Tang's latest medical records. The old dean sighed and looked at him. "Xiao Lu, don't worry about Fong Tang anymore." Director Lu was startled. Isn't he done? Is the cancer coming back?" The dean pulled him to the stairs and said mysteriously, "What are you talking about?" "I mean, Fong Tang doesn't need you to care about him anymore. He will be infinitely rich in the future. Hey, this guy must have been saved in his previous life. The universe has such good luck." Old Dean? What are you talking about? Director Liu was confused. The old dean patted him on the shoulder. These words cannot be spread randomly. You are my student. So I said it. Haha. I am afraid that the heir to the Qin Consortium is already attracted to Fong Tang. Director Liu blinked. This is impossible. I know Qin Yashin. I have seen her since she was a child. She has never said such pleading words to any man. The old dean smacked his lips. I mean it this time. Well, Fong Tang. He will soon be the son-in-law of the Qin family. Chapter 64 Iron and Stone Melt. It was already late at night in Qin Yashin's ward. I don't know if it was deliberately arranged by the director, but all the nurses in the VIP ward on the entire floor were off work. Outside the corridor, only Qin Yashin's 4 bodyguards were still guarding loyally. In the ward, Qin Yashin laughed and was extremely happy. Finally, it was Fong Tang's turn to serve her. The eldest daughter of the Qin family showed her true side in front of Fong Tang. She was unscrupulous and kept teasing Fong Tang's nerves. Come on, idiot. Help me change my clothes. I don't want to wear patient clothes. I want to wear a beautiful skirt. Come on. Help me wipe my mouth. This soup is too hot. Blow it. Wait until Fong Tang came over with a banana and watched Qin Yashin open her lips and bite the fire that made the man's heart uncontrollable. He leaned over and held down Qin Yashin. Are you deliberately seducing me? Qin Yashin remained motionless, her eyes like morning stars. The question is, do you dare? Fong Tang snorted. I don't have any problems. These days the reason why I can't touch you is because I suspect that you are a conspiracy of infinite company. Qin Yashin blinked. What about now? It's not important now. Fong Tang kissed her fiercely. There was intense ward movement. It actually lasted for 2 hours. Qin Yashin could no longer move. For a long time, Fong Tang lay beside her, looking at the peach-green blood on the sheets, feeling a little proud. First time? You seem to be too. Qin Yashin turned over and jumped on top of him. So neither of us suffered a loss. Fong Tang shook his head. Are you recovered? Qin Yashin kissed him tenderly. I was sweating all over and my cold has been cured long ago. I'm just worried about you. What should I do about your illness? Fong Tang hugged her tightly. It's okay. It's schizophrenia. It's a brain disease. As long as you figure it out, everything will be fine. In the ward, another round of intense exercise began. The next day, Fong Tang was discharged from the hospital. He passed all mental tests successfully. Fong Tang not only passed these tests, but also got the highest score in various tests. In other words, he's a genius now. In the AM International Professional Intelligence Test, you got 220 points, but the full score was just 120 points. How did you do it? Director Liu chased Fong Tang after he was discharged from the hospital and asked without giving up. Fong Tang held Qin Yashin's little hand, turned around and smiled. The last additional question. That question seems to be worth 100 points. Director Liu went back blankly and pulled out the test paper. The last question of the all-English test paper is unfolded. Director Liu had a hard time watching it, even though he also returned from studying abroad. But this question is all technical terms. As a last resort, I went online and spent money to find a professional to translate it. Director Liu is just curious. The last question is an astronomy question? The changing function of the tangent angle of the sun's orbit can be used to calculate the impact on the Earth's atmosphere during changes in the movement of stellar objects? What the hell is this weird question? Next to him, the old dean poked his head over. This question is just a joke. It's a supercomputer question randomly written by those guys who test IQ. Director Liu became more and more shocked. What does the supercomputer question mean? It's just a supercomputer question. Abnormal questions calculated. Director Liu shook the test paper, but Fong Tang answered it. It seems that it only took less than 10 minutes. The old dean laughed. You were fooled. It must be Yashin's prank. As long as you have money, you can get as many points as you want. Director Liu held the test paper and looked at the complicated characters on it. A whole blank sheet of paper was written. It doesn't look like it's calculating anything. More like a string of code. Director Liu was still thinking about this until he got home from get off work. In the end, I couldn't help it anymore. So I contacted a high school classmate on the internet, who is now a great computer engineer at the China Aviation Laboratory. Old classmate, I will send you something. Please help me find out what it is. He sent the recipe. Tang's test paper. Director Liu lit a cigarette. I don't know when the results will be available. That boy Fong Tang is probably sleeping with the beauty in his arms right now. What the I am I worrying about? Director Lu smiled bitterly. He is a stubborn doctor. Fong Tang's brain cancer cannot be cured in a few days. Nor can a person suddenly become a genius. What happened to Fong Tang? Do those challenge games he mentioned really exist? He fell asleep hazily. Then, there was an intense call. Huh? Who is it? Old Lu. Oh! Who wrote that code you sent me? The old engineer classmates opposite yelled. Director Lu put on his glasses and trembled a little. He is a patient of mine. He may be suffering from schizophrenia. I'm sorry if I bother you. No. Old Lu. This is a genius code. Oh my god. You can't use this code. Understand? With this string of codes, we can calculate the angle of the sun's orbit, and the impact on the Earth's atmosphere can be calculated. This has a cross-generational effect in satellite and aerospace applications. This code is worth $1,000. No, it's not. A word worth $1,000. You know, the European Atmospheric Laboratory spent 10 years, using 12 universities, and hundreds of experts, just to get a concise data model. It has not been completed yet. The old classmate screamed. Not like an engineer at all. And what you gave me is a complete computing model architecture. Damn it. A super architecture that was completed using only a piece of code. No one can do it. Only artificial intelligence can do it. If you do this, I will go crazy. Director Lu put down the phone blankly. In the darkness, my wife and children were asleep. Fong Tang and Director Lu suddenly became frightened. Suddenly, he looked up and saw someone. Director Lu opened his eyes wide. Skylark appeared from the dark and stared at the doctor. Give me the test paper. At dawn, Skylark contacted Mr. Fox. How are you doing there? Everything has been taken care of. The computer engineer has taken care of it. You got it. What information? Skylark's face was gloomy. It's very strange. Fong Tang completely violated the first rule of the game in the hospital. He told everyone in the hospital about the game. But the company didn't punish him. Young lit up a cigarette. She rarely smoked anymore. And now she was really shocked. The company has granted amnesty to Fong Tang. And the rules seem to be useless to him. Young thought of Dr. Lu's confession. Qin Yashin. Can her identity be found? I don't have any information here. Young, what if the Qin Yashin you are talking about was arranged by the company? Brother Fox, what on earth is this? For what? Fong Tang seems to have accepted the hospital statement and regarded everything that happened as his own fantasy. Mr. Fox was silent, then smiled. No, the company will not let him go. He should know the company's style very well. Skylark flicked away the cigarette. As a member of the logistics department, I have to deal with these messes. Although the company has not issued instructions, I always feel uneasy. Follow Fong Tang to clean up the mess. This is what you, as a game instructor, should do. Okay, now tell me, was that test paper you saw really completed by Fong Tang? Mr. Fox was a little anxious. Is it his handwriting? Skylark looked. And with the test paper in his hand, he looked at the codes and exclaimed, there is no doubt that he is still the Fong Tang we are familiar with, infinitely challenging the strongest player in history. Chapter 65 Perfect Girlfriend. Qin Yashin nodded her toes, turning Fong Tang's heavy body. Accompanied by the elegant blue Danube dance, Fong Tang became more and more skilled in dance steps. Ballroom dancing is like this. Very boring. But it is a skill that must be mastered in social circles. Qin Yashin smiled in his ear. Now, they are standing on the large floor-to-ceiling balcony on the 99th floor of Dongpu New World Tower. Qin Yashin's own studio occupies this entire floor. And this New World building is originally the property of the Qin family. Here, you can overlook both sides of the Pujiang River with a perfect perspective. Sunlight can easily pass through the glass ceiling and the light is perfect. Extending from the balcony, there is a high-altitude botanical garden opposite. Fresh plants and beautiful flowers grow lushly under the high-tech system. The grass is as green as jade, and the flowers are in full bloom. In this hanging garden, you feel like you are in heaven. The dance steps of the two are already in perfect harmony. Qin Yashin slowly leaned towards the man. Well, do you want to dance tango? The dance music changed quickly, and sexy and cheerful flamenco music played. Fong Tang lifted her tight and slender legs with a smile in his eyes. Then, he pulled the girl into his arms, hugged her tightly, and looked into her eyes. That's not how tango works, Qin Yashin gasped. Fong Tang slowly walked into the lounge with her in his arms. This time, the curtains were opened directly, and she was pushed onto the balcony. In the sunlight, The surrounding area was almost transparent. The sky and the earth are covered. And there is joy in the world. You want more? How many times today? Qin Yashin giggled. A few times is never enough. After a long time, the passion subsided. Fong Tang took a shower, put on a new suit, and looked at himself in the mirror. The exquisite close-fitting suit is completely hand-sewn by a tailor, so it makes even a loser like me look noble. Why don't you wear the watch I gave you? Qin Yashin hugged him from behind with a blush on her face. I still like this one. Fong Tang touched the ordinary smart watch on his wrist. Although the price of this watch in the mall exceeds 5,000. It is still too shabby compared to the limited edition Star Diamond watch worth 12 million given by Yashin. Qin Yashin obediently stopped talking and gently helped him adjust his tie. Do you really want to go back to work in that small company? Although Haizhou Company is small, it is where I support my family after all. Don't talk about people like that. I'm sorry. Qin Yashin was still so well behaved. She listened carefully to whatever Fong Tang said and never refuted the man. Sometimes they are incredibly well behaved. Her eldest lady temper was completely gone, and everything Fong Tang ate was made by her own hands. It is said that in order to satisfy her boyfriend, Miss Qin specially invited several chefs from the group's catering companies to teach her how to cook step by step. For this reason, Qin Yashin almost stopped working. She even started to learn some home-cooked dishes that she usually didn't like. But fried shredded potatoes must never be done. The last time he cooked this dish, Fong Tang flipped the table. After that time, Qin Yashin never touched potatoes again. As long as she can fulfill any request from Fong Tang, she will spare no effort to fulfill it. The kitchen below, the bridal chamber into, being obedient and obedient. He is worth hundreds of millions. Qin Yashin is simply the perfect girlfriend. Perfectly terrifying. Fong Tang walked out of the New World building. Along the way, all the group employees stopped and bowed to him silently. Even several senior executives at the vice president level are no exception. No one dared to look up at him, and no one dared to disturb him. This is the rule set by Qin Yashin. As for the title, it is always Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong had already reached the roadside, so the driver drove over in a brand new Hongqi car. Mr. Fong, Miss said you don't like imported cars? This is a domestic car we bought from the imperial capital with a lot of money. It is not for sale to the outside world, and is fully bulletproof. The female driver wore a hat, covering her long hair and half of her face. The voice is very sexy. She was wearing a white shirt and a purple miniskirt. Apart from a hat, she looked nothing like a driver. Fong Tang looked at her. Take off your hat. The female driver hesitated and then took off her hat obediently. The face is very ordinary, full of freckles, and a little yellow, and it looks nothing like the skin on the neck. The skin on her neck was crystal white. Human skin mask or makeup. Fong Tang thought in his mind. Did Qin Yashin arrange to follow me? Or was it someone who approached me for other purposes? He turned around. I can just take the bus. The female driver hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Fong, if you do this, I will lose my job. Fong Tang smiled and said, how about you just drive around for a while? Find a place to sleep. And pick me up in the afternoon, so you can get your salary easily. The female driver sighed. The car is equipped with GPS positioning. The eldest lady can see clearly wherever I drive. And I have to report your situation to the eldest lady every 2 hours. There is no way you are lazy. Fong Tang, the corners of his mouth curled up. Okay then. He sat directly in the car. The female driver seemed surprised that he was so easy to talk to. After she started the car, Fong Tang picked up the tablet next to the seat. The gold-plated tablet on the back opened, and all the hot news of the day popped up on it. There is even a video recorded by Qin Yashin. Click on the video. Honey, you have to go home from work early today. I'll be waiting for you in the villa in Baihiyuan. Don't you like the air there? Qin Yashin in the video was holding a shovel in her hand and wearing an apron. There was only an almost transparent apron on her body. She turned around. This is a video recorded in advance. It's a surprise for you. Do you like it? Even though they seemed to be inseparable, and they were in the same bed, but had different dreams, Fong Tang couldn't help but swallow. He liked it very much. In fact, he liked it very much. Putting down the tablet, Fong Tang pulled off his tie, and it took him a long time to calm down. Mr. Fong, I am not only your driver, but also your personal assistant. The eldest lady said that if you have any requests, you can tell me. The female driver opened the partition board in the car and said softly. Fong Tang took off his exquisite suit in the car and threw it aside casually. I haven't seen you in the building. And I haven't seen you in Yashin's studio. Are you new here? The female driver pursed her lips. Ms. Qin, there are more than a dozen listed companies under the consortium with tens of thousands of employees. How can Mr. Fong be sure that I am the new guy? Fong Tang leaned back comfortably on his seat. I have read the files of the entire Qin Consortium's employees. Go through the consortium server. Hee hee. Don't look at me in surprise. Drive your car well. I was just bored while waiting for Yashin to put on her makeup. So I turned on her computer to play. The female driver looked forward. Mr. Fong, even if just for fun, do you remember all the files of tens of thousands of people? Just name it. Fong Tang seemed to be showing off. Ha ha. Mr. Fong, let me tell you. Qin Zhonghai. Fong Tang smiled faintly. Qin Zhonghai, the financial director of the Qin family, the nephew of the old man of the Qin family, joined the company at the age of 16. Yashin wants to call her too uncle. This is too simple. Let me tell you about a low-level employee. The female driver's eyes flashed. What about Lu Fong? Lu Fong, Fong Tang's eyes flashed. A subordinate of the consortium. Qindong Logistics Company, he is an ordinary employee and belongs to the Special Reserve Talent. He graduated from Shanghai Jiaotong University with a graduate degree. His parents are senior officials in the transportation system. He is proficient in driving and foreign languages. After graduation, he went to the University of Political Science and Law for further studies and obtained 2 degrees in Chinese and law. The female driver laughed and said, Mr. Fong, you are so awesome. I'm impressed. You know all the information about such a low-level employee by heart. Fong Tang smiled. This employee is very special. I heard that Yashin assigned it to me. What about my driver and secretary? Miss Lu Fong? The female driver, Lu Fong, smiled even more happily now. So Mr. Fong pays so much attention to me. Why did Yashin ask you to be the driver? Fong Tang asked. Lu Fong made a face. Because I have some skills. And more importantly, I am ugly. Mr. Fong has no appetite at all. So it is safe and will not cause any trouble. The car continued to move forward. But Fong Tang was smiling softly. Are there any surveillance cameras in the car? Where are the bugs? Hey, Mr. Fong, what are you thinking of? The eldest lady will not do such a thing. Fong Tang did not speak, but his fingers had already touched the back seat and the car. After touching the top of the car and checking it carefully, he said in a deep voice, You drive to Haizhou Company, where I used to work, and then park in front of the company and wait until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The female driver Lu Fong seemed very worried. Surprised. Mr. Fong isn't going to work? I'll get off the bus in Haizhou and go somewhere else. I'll meet you in the afternoon. Fong Tang said lightly. Okay. What don't you understand? Lu Fong stopped the car, and in front of him was Haizhou Company. Mr. Fong, aren't you afraid that I will tell the young lady that you are not at work when you come out? Fong Tang opened the car door and gave her a strange smile. You won't tell. Why? The female driver frowned. Fong Tang had already gotten off the car and walked away. Watching the man walking further and further away, the female driver Lu Fong slapped the steering wheel in annoyance, then reached out and pulled off the thin mask on her face. Under the mask, Skylark's beautiful and charming face is revealed. Chapter 66 Mouse. Skylark rubbed his numb face and turned on his phone. Fong Tang got off the car and did not go to Haizhou Company. The direction he is walking now is the intersection of Dongha Street and Haizhou Road. I don't know where he is going. The mother-in-law's surprised voice came from the phone. What are you doing? It's strange that he's not afraid that Qin Yashin will know. Skylark lay on the steering wheel. Hey, I think he knows everything. Qin Yashin is not a good bird. And my disguise is extremely crude. Then did he recognize you? No. Skylark frowned. Wait, maybe he already knows. She couldn't be sure at all. Fong Tang crossed the intersection and hailed a taxi. University Town. After arriving in University Town, Fong Tang avoided the cameras along the way and quickly walked into the chaotic rental area on the back street. This is a degenerate street in the University Town, full of snacks, restaurants, internet cafes, and more. Rows of spacious rental houses. All are single rooms. Single apartments specially provided for college students. With low prices, small space, but great freedom. Fong Tang came to a small alley with yellow walls. Found number 2001. Alley 4. And knocked on the door gently. Who? After a long time, a voice that didn't wake up came from the room. The one I chatted with online, Fong Tang whispered. The door opened a keyhole, and there was an eye staring at him outside the door. You look more energetic than the camera. Hey, open the door. The door opened, and there was a strange musty smell in the room. A young man with long hair and instant noodles on his pajamas stood there, yawning. Fong Tang tried to find a place to sit, but except for computers and servers, there is almost no clean place here. The young man scratched his head, pulled a cushion on the bed, and threw it directly to the ground. Sit down. I only have coffee here. Fong Tang waved his hand. No need. I don't have much time. The young man looked at him curiously. Say, to be honest, I never meet outsiders casually. After all, I am a hacker. For hackers, once the true identity is exposed, it is completely over. You are a hacker, not a hacker. Fong Tang corrected him. The young man was unhappy. I'm not one of those junk hackers. I'm a hacker. This issue involves his principles and dignity, so he is very serious. Fong Tang smiled. Okay, I apologize. The young man blinked. You don't look like someone in our profession, but you are really scary. When he said this, there was fear in his eyes, but more he was excited. The program you wrote astonished me. Your technology can no longer be called technology. It is simply a god-level level. Fong Tang sat on the mat. Stop flattering me. In artificial intelligence, you are the expert in your field. The young man sat directly on the ground and pressed his cell phone. Then his computer automatically turned on, and the sound of the exhaust fan came from the room. There is no signal to the computer, and there are no network cables or wireless routers in the house. As soon as the computer is running, the entire defense system is turned on. I'm not bragging. Even artificial intelligence can't get in. The young man smiled softly. Of course, if you are worried, I have more advanced gadgets. But that thing is very valuable. I only have half of it. Fong Tang looked around. You have cut off the internet. So you think you are safe? But do you know magnetic field tracking technology? The young man frowned. You said magnetic field monitoring? Human magnetic field? Fong Tang stood up and pointed to himself. I am a person who keeps releasing magnetic fields and can be tracked by some people. The young man's eyes widened, and he motioned for him to wait. Soon, he dug out a metal box under the tattered bed and opened it carefully. Inside the box was half a crumpled black paper. This is it? Fong Tang looked at it. The young man lowered his voice. This is the high-end thing I was talking about. It is said to be able to resist all signals, whether it is a magnetic field, an electric field, or a signal. I have always been dubious. Fong Tang picked up the black paper and read it for a while. Then slowly, he pressed on the back of his neck. The young man stared at his strange movements but said nothing. For a long time, the young man couldn't help but ask, How did you find me? I have read all the posts about artificial intelligence on the internet, including those on the dark web. You published an idea in 2017, which is the chip technology combined with the brain. Fong Tang said directly. The young man rubbed his hands. That's what I wrote randomly when I was drunk. It's impossible to realize it at present. The integration of the chip and the brain will be about the same in 100 years. That's not important. I'm looking for you to ask you something about artificial intelligence. Question. The young man stretched out his hand. Let's get to know each other again. My online name is the source of the plague. You can call me Mouse. Ha ha. When I chat with you, I use a false identity. The source of the plague is in the hacker world. Although he was somewhat famous, Fong Tang had already checked the information, so he didn't care about it at all. Can we start working? What you said is really interesting. Work. The mouse scratched his head and took the dried instant noodles on his pajamas. He picked it off, threw it into his mouth and chewed it. Fong Tang shook his head and patted his face. Sure up and be more serious. Okay. Mouse rubbed his eyes. Just tell me. Fong Tang thought for a long time before saying, I just want to ask a question. Hypothesis. Just hypothetical. If there is an artificial intelligence in a person's brain, and it exists in the form of cancer cells. The young hacker Mouse's eyes widened. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Now! This artificial intelligence mixed with biological cancer cells has suddenly disappeared. Or shut down. How many possibilities are there? The mouse scratched his head. This is the category of biology. You just say what you can think of. The mouse had already pulled out several hairs. From the perspective of artificial intelligence, the most likely possibility is that it was attacked by a computer virus. Virus attack? Fong Tang frowned. Yes. No matter what form artificial intelligence exists in, no matter how powerful it is, It is still essentially a computer program. To deal with a highly intelligent computer program, you have to use a virus. The mouse began to describe his idea at length. Fong Tang interrupted him. But since that artificial intelligence is so powerful, can't it even resist viruses? The mouse smiled. Your hypothesis is that artificial intelligence is parasitic in the human brain. Right. Fong Tang nodded. Then it's simple. I don't attack the artificial intelligence, but only the brain of the parasite. In this way, the parasite itself has no problem. But if there is a problem with the brain it is parasitizing, then it will be finished. Fong Tang suddenly stood up. Say it again. Be more detailed. Mouse gestured. It's like a person. We regard this person as a system, and then upgrade the system and put in a virus software, so that we can be surprised. He said, hey here. Actually, all security software, such as 360, Microsoft patches, etc., are themselves viruses, and they are all codes that can be copied. Fong Tang has completely understood. His current IQ, understanding ability, and even physical strength and reaction speed are completely different from those in his memory. That's why he was able to find guys like mice who were hiding in the dark. Okay, I understand. Fong Tang turned around. I have to leave. Well, where can I find you in the future? You should be moving out soon. Right. The mouse's eyes flashed. You can even do this, can you tell? Fong Tang smiled. I have been to your nest, and you must be worried. I am afraid that as soon as I leave, you will run away with the hard drive. The mouse swallowed. Yes. You wrote yesterday if you leave the second half of the program to me, I will have to run away. Don't look for me again. If anything happens, I will look for you. Fong Tang walked out of the room. This mouse is a talent. Top. Hidden Talents. Chapter 67 The Mark of Blood. After Fong Tang walked out of the university town, he was still thinking about the talent mouse. Suddenly a strange idea came to his mind. If I have to face an unknown crisis at any time, why not form a team of talents for my use and provide all kinds of support at any time? But this idea was immediately suppressed. Too dangerous. This will put more innocent people at risk. Before he knew it, he had walked 6 streets, and his whole body was still full of strength. He is tireless and bursting with energy. These days, fortunately, there is a peerless beauty Qin Yashin who can consume all this extra energy. Fong Tang knew that he was completely different. He walked among the bustling crowd, but felt out of place. So boring. The world is so boring. Only games. Thinking of those challenging games, my heart was filled with excitement. Only those games can make you feel a different kind of excitement. Am I a pervert? Or has Infinity Corporation transformed me and cast some kind of magic on me? When Fong Tang thought of this, he felt very irritable. After returning from the sea, he knew for sure that he had lost the most critical part of his memory. What happened in the 3rd Crystal Gate? I can't remember now. And Shauna, how is she doing now? Fong Tang walked towards a high-end restaurant opposite. When he used to work in Haizhou, he would pass by this restaurant every day. But it was a Western restaurant with a minimum cost of 2,000. He could only take a look at it from a distance. Today was different. He suddenly felt nostalgic, missing the simpler days of the past. Fong Tang walked towards the gorgeous crystal door and felt a little uncomfortable when he saw something made of crystal. The waiter in a suit and tie at the door stopped him very politely. Looking at Fong Tang's scattered shirt, it was covered with dust. Looking at Fong Tang's pants, they fit quite well. But what the L is the instant noodle residue stained on them. Most importantly, the waiter didn't see his phone, nor his wallet. Sorry, sir. This is not for casual entry. If you want to use the toilet or drink some water, there is a box lunch shop opposite. The waiter's words were not meant to be insulting, but just a kind reminder. Fong Tang touched his body, thoughtfully, but when he turned to leave, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. The figure flashed past quickly and seemed to have spotted Fong Tang. That was when Fong Tang forced the door open and rushed inside without saying a word. Inside the crystal door, the pot-bellied manager frowned. Security! He glared at Fong Tang. Where did the homeless guy come from? What kind of place is this? Get out! Fong Tang sneered and clenched his fists. He just needs such an idiot to give him an excuse to fight. It's time to stretch your muscles. The manager had already approached with security guards. Fong Tang felt happy and searched every corner of the Western restaurant. The manager had raised his hand, and the security guards were staring. When it was about to break out, a majestic voice came. Stop! Above the restaurant, In the office, a middle-aged man walked quickly. The manager turned around, nodded and bowed. Mr. Chin, when did you come? I have sent last month's financial statements to the head office. Why don't you come in person? Ha. Before he could finish his words, there was a snap. A loud slap in the face. The middle-aged man's eyebrows were raised and his face was ashen. Give Mr. Fong the best seat. All the dishes he orders will be served first, and no payment is allowed. The manager was completely stupid. After working in the service industry for so many years, he also has a brain. Immediately, he knew that he had offended the wrong person. The manager wiped his sweat, turned around and gave Fong Tang a 90-degree bow. Fong Tang was disappointed. There could have been a fight. He looked at the middle-aged man. Mr. Chin, you are so busy at work. Why do you come to such a small place? The middle-aged man smiled gently. Fong Tang, don't be so outspoken. You should call me uncle. Qin Zhonghai, the third person in the Qin consortium, is second only to Qin Yashin in power. He is not only a director of the company, but also the financial director, and controls the financial resources of the entire Qin family empire. Fong Tang was walking around the restaurant at will, and even opened the private room directly, regardless of whether there were any guests inside. When Qin Zhonghai saw the scene, he immediately said to the manager, Please all guests leave the store. It is closed today. Give them each a membership card. As for the loss of the store, the company will bear it. The manager was shocked. But our reputation? But it's over. Qin Zhonghai glared at him coldly. Believe it or not, I've closed this store. The manager trembled and hurriedly called all the waiters, apologized to the guests one by one, and asked them to go out. Fong Tang has already visited the entire store, including the office and utility room on the second floor. The figure just now was not found. But there is no mistaking it. Xia Na. How could he get it wrong? Fong Tang was thoughtful now, and found a seat by the window to sit down. Let's have a steak. Veal rib. Medium rare. Open a bottle of wine. And ask for spirits. After being with Qin Yashin for a long time, Fong Tang's taste has also improved. At least he knows that there are many kinds of steaks. Qin Zhonghai personally opened a bottle of 99-year-old Scotch malt whiskey, and then drank it with Fong Tang. Second uncle, you haven't said why you are here. Such a small store doesn't need you to check the accounts in person. Right. Qin Zhonghai smiled. Of course not. It was Yashin who asked me to buy several nearby restaurants, then renovate it. Fong Tang put down his wine glass. Why did you buy the restaurant here? Although this is a downtown area, it is not a good place for investment. Qin Zhonghai poured him wine. Don't you understand? Ye Xian bought all the restaurants nearby because of you. She said that you like to eat here, and you can come and relax during your break from work. Qin Zhonghai smiled lightly. In that case, why not just buy them? These are the exact words of Yashin's child. Fong Tang said nothing. He had already seen Qin Yashin's methods. To be honest, he still enjoyed this kind of treatment. Second uncle, let's drink more. Fong Tang asked for another bottle. Qin Zhonghai did not stop him, although he knew that this wine had great stamina, because he would not refuse any request from Fong Tang. After drinking all 3 bottles of whiskey, Fong Tang was already lying on the table. The manager and the waiter stood aside, uneasy. Mr. Qin, what should we do? Qin Zhonghai stood up and drank as much as Fong Tang, but he didn't even blush. You can't send him back like this. Just let him sleep here. When he wakes up, you will take care of him and then make this phone call. This is the phone number of his chauffeur. Everyone respectfully sent Qin Zhonghai off. After the manager came back, he was still frightened for a while. Listen, I have nothing to do today. I must serve this gentleman well and listen clearly. Well, no one is allowed to disturb me. He returned to the office and sat down for a long time. Still scared, uneasy, he subconsciously looked at Fong Tang's table. Ah! Everyone disappeared. In full view of everyone. That man disappeared? The manager almost fainted, slapped his head, returned to the office, and turned on the surveillance camera. Monitoring is blank. Manager, the surveillance line has been cut off. The security guard shouted below. It was cut cleanly with a table knife. In the Hongqi car parked in front of Haizhou Company, Yunk lay with her eyes closed, and everything that happened after the resurrection flashed before her eyes. She still doesn't understand. If the company is giving Fong Tang a holiday, why didn't you tell me? I'm his instructor. Who is Qin Yashin? Is she an employee of the company? Or a player of the game? In short, Everything is very strange. Buzzing. Her special mobile phone vibrated. It's my mother-in-law's phone number. Yunk. I already know Qin Yashin's identity. Oh? Who is she? It's not convenient to say on the phone. Come to the tea house. On the way back to the tea house, Yunk received a strange phone call. The call came from the manager of the Western restaurant. He cried on the phone and said that Fong Tang was missing. He did not dare to tell Qin Zhonghai and asked the driver to look around quickly. Skylark is funny. Just a few of you still want to watch Fong Tang. That's a talented player with unlimited challenges. Come to the tea house on the top of the building. Mr. Fox and the old woman were already waiting. The three of them pressed the black paper at the same time and placed it on the neck chip. The mother-in-law then opened a photo. Qin Yashin. This granddaughter. Yunk and Mr. Fox looked at it together. Is this a distinguished guest? The old woman smiled. It seems that he sacrificed his granddaughter. And his purpose was not its clear. But it must be related to the game. Skylark was a little lost now. I feel that we are in danger. And we can't go on like this. Mr. Fox shook his head. There is no turning back. I think we must take risks. And we can't be fooled by Fong Tang, and the company is leading the way. We have to find Fong Tang and open his head directly. Find his way to crack the chip. The old woman's eyes flashed. I agree. Skylark suddenly stood up. No. Mr. Fox looked at him coldly. Looking at her. Skylark, you are a little emotional about Fong Tang. Indeed. He is the player you discovered firsthand. But this is related to our freedom. Skylark began to move backwards and slowly moved. The old woman's eyes flashed, and she put down the teacup. I heard a burst of erratic footsteps. And soon, the entire tea house was filled with people. They were all strong men wearing black masks and armed to the teeth. This is my territory. And the 50 warriors I have carefully trained are always here, the old woman said proudly. Hibari's heart sank. This time it's really over. She shouldn't have cooperated with these two idiots. Now that something is obviously wrong. They actually think they have the initiative? Skylark's eyes twinkled. But no chance. The old woman's men are all top killers at first glance. And the weapons they hold are full of terrifying large-caliber firepower. Yunk sighed in her heart. And just when she was feeling a little desperate, she caught a glimpse of a figure in the corner of her eye. Small, flexible figure. A little girl wearing a floral skirt appeared under the air conditioner on the top floor of the building at some point. Chapter 68 Awakening. Seeing the strange figure under the air conditioner, Skylark was shocked. The next moment, she smiled charmingly. Brother Fox, mother-in-law, why are you doing this? I'm just a little scared. The three of us are allies. One will be prosperous. One will suffer. She sat down directly and gave up any resistance. Then she touched the mobile phone in her arms and gently pressed a button. Immediately, an encrypted folder began to be copied in the specially made mobile phone, and the copied file data was automatically converted. Finally, the battery in the mobile phone began to release heat, and a square area in the middle of the back of the mobile phone quickly burned red. Skylark closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and pressed the baked red phone back to his stomach. She groaned, clutched her stomach, and dropped the smoking phone. Mr. Fox rushed up. What are you doing? He lifted up Skylark's shirt and saw the red mark on her snow-white belly. Mr. Fox looked at the brand, and his eyes suddenly widened. What are you? There was a bang, and the wall of the tea house suddenly shook and shattered, and a little girl in a floral skirt stepped in. A human-shaped hole was left on the wall. The old woman and Mr. Fox turned around together and looked at the little girl in horror. Ah! The little girl scanned the dozens of killers around her and stretched out her finger. Suddenly, a thunderbolt flashed across the sky, and then a ball of blue light shot down from high in the sky. This group of blue light split in midair and turned into 50 arrows of light, which instantly penetrated the eyebrows of 50 killers. The lasers released by high-altitude orbiting satellites pass through the atmosphere at the speed of light and will kill any life form instantly. A second later, 50 killers fell to the ground. Mr. Fox and the old woman had stood together, looking at the girl desperately. Infinite Company's Special Affairs Handling Team, also known as the Crisis Team, is a senior person who controls the game and is directly subordinate to the highest level command of the headquarters. I don't understand. The old woman looked at the little girl tremblingly. The little girl looked at them. Ever since there was a problem with the second level of Fong Tang's novice level, the company discovered a bug in the system. From this bug, it was discovered that there was a big problem in the Asian logistics department. Based on this, and after the resurrection on the sea, the company returned Fong Tang to the Magic City, surrounding Fong Tang to investigate internal issues. Her voice was emotionless, as if she was reciting a manuscript. I was sent to handle this matter, and after investigation, it is determined that the three of you violated the company's game rules and tried to destroy the company's important property player Fong Tang. It is now announced that you will be completely erased. Wait! The old woman screamed. I am the 103 VIP. Scoffed with a sound. The blue light arrow penetrated her head mercilessly. After the old woman fell to the ground, Mr. Fox calmed down and pulled off the black paper from behind his neck. So, after the company's system is upgraded, this thing will be useless. The little girl nodded. It's useless. All your plans and actions have been discovered by me. I have made a detailed report and uploaded it to the headquarters server. A silver revolver appeared in Mr. Fox's hand, and he directly aiming at his temple. Pulled the trigger. He tilted his head and fell down, half of his head disappearing. The little girl stepped on the corpse and walked towards Skylark sitting on the ground. Skylark's shirt had covered the brand on her body, and she was sweating profusely. Why don't you do it yet? The little girl looked at her. The company has clear rewards and punishments. You have made great contributions. As Fong Tang's game instructor, it has brought huge benefits to the company. So after discussions at the headquarters, from now on, you will replace Mr. Fox as the head of the logistics department in Asia and continue to serve Fong Tang. After speaking, she stretched out her little hand. Skylark's eyes widened. No, don't erase my memory. You know the process. The little girl didn't hesitate or pause. Her delicate fingers suddenly split, and a thin thread popped out from the split fingers. Silk. The thread, all composed of nanoparticle bugs, instantly bounced to the back of Skylark's head and connected to her chip. A faint light was transmitted from the silk thread. Hibari fainted. The little girl turned around and walked out of the chaotic tea house. Facing the sky, she whispered, the game will restart in 24 hours. Junior player Fong Tang will be reactivated in 24 hours and enter the A-level difficulty of the Silent Town Challenge. The little girl disappeared. After a long time, Skylark woke up. She looked around blankly, and the first thing she saw was Mr. Fox with only half his head left. But the last time she saw this middle-level cadre of the logistics department was half a year ago. Right? There were corpses all around. Judging from the wounds on their foreheads, they should have been killed by the company's Sky Exorcist satellite weapon. The old woman lying down seemed to have been seen before. What exactly is going on? I was thinking in my heart, but there was a burning pain in my belly. Skylark opened his shirt and saw the square mark on his stomach. His eyes flashed, and he jumped up immediately. She quickly left the building. Soon, she appeared in a manor on the outskirts of Magic City. This is a holiday estate, but there is no one inside. Skylark walked into an abandoned storage room in the manor, reached out and patted an oil painting on the wall. With a bang, a hole opened in the ground, revealing the secret room stairs going down. Skylark walked down the stairs. Below was a small room of only 20 square meters. A bed, a chair, a few books, and a wardrobe. Next to the wardrobe is a sterile glass room. Skylark gritted his teeth. After entering the sterile room, he took off his clothes and began to clean his wounds. After the burnt skin was wiped away, a square red mark was revealed. Inside the square, there are all dots. There is also a string of code-like things. This is a QR code? Hibari breathed, breathing slowly, closing her eyes. She turned on the shower head above the sterile room. A strange silver water droplet spurted out, all over her body. The cold water droplets formed a film on her body. This is a mixture of synthetic lead and water, a unique compound. After spraying on the body, it can temporarily block the electromagnetic signals released by the body. Exhaling a breath, Hibari knew that he only had less than 10 minutes. She found a new mobile phone, opened the QR code scanner, and pointed it at her belly. The phone camera scanned the QR code burned on the belly, and an encrypted compressed file popped up on the screen. Skylark opened it quickly. Now, she was sitting on the cold floor of the sterile room, looking at the information in the file. It has been 40 days since the 2nd of last month. The only memory I have lost is these 40 days. Skylark murmured. What is stored in her mobile phone is a complete record. All important events that occurred during the 40 days were recorded. This recording program automatically runs on her mobile phone and records information that she finds important at any time every day. Once your memory is erased by the company, this is the only way to retrieve those memories. Fong Tang Qin Yashin. The company crisis management team discovered the problem. The old woman and Mr. Fox were eliminated. The company's system was upgraded again. The bug was eliminated, and Fong Tang was used to seduce our little alliance around Fong Tang. What the three of us did was discovered by the company's special handling personnel. Skylark looked at the information and recovered his lost memory bit by bit. After reading all the records and destroying the phone, Young picked up a sharp knife, bit a towel, and began to desperately destroy the QR code imprint on his stomach. Sweating a lot. Now wash off the compound from your body. After taking a rest, Young turned on her phone, entered the game mall, clicked on the page with junior permissions, and started searching for plastic surgery and scar removal. Soon she found a top service in the Desire Mall. Permanently eliminate any scars, restore beauty, and provide multiple skin care at the same time. You are welcome to use this service. It requires 10 game coins. Skylark sighed, a little distressed, but I pressed the confirm button anyway. She walked out of the secret room and soon saw a helicopter appear in the empty manor. The helicopter lowered a ladder. Skylark held onto the ladder and went up. In the helicopter were several female nurses. Dear customer, thank you for using our services. The nurses smiled. Now, we will send you to the nearest base, where the skin beauty experts are ready. Skylark lay aside. Well, I want to get some sleep. She didn't want to waste the scar removal and plastic surgery services she received for 10 game coins. Fong Tang. Where is he now? Young fell asleep. Fong Tang was in a science and technology park at this time. The newest science and technology park in the Magic City Development Zone focuses on biopharmaceuticals. He had arrived at a tall building and gently opened the vent on the roof, relocating the floor. He jumped into the vent, counting the time silently in my heart. According to the speed of his fall, he will reach his destination in 10 seconds. Fong Tang was falling at high speed and kicked out suddenly. After kicking open the isolation board of the vent, his body flexibly followed the side of the ventilation duct and penetrated into the ceiling of the 7th floor of the building. Holding my breath, I came to the virus culture room in the laboratory building. He opened the ceiling grate, destroyed the surveillance system, and then jumped down gently. If the information found is correct, the live melanophore virus should be here. Fong Tang looked at the glass cabinets in the air-conditioned culture room, searching for them one by one. Finally, he saw a glass vessel behind the encryption lock. The inside is pure black, like a jelly-like liquid. This is it. Fong Tang easily broke the code lock. Compared with the second crystal door, this code was too simple. Then he found a syringe. After putting on gloves, I touched the oxygen mask on the wall, put on an isolation gown, and made sure everything was fine before opening the glass cabinet. Put the syringe into the glassware and draw out a syringe of virus culture stock solution. Taking a deep breath, Fong Tang injected the melanoidin virus in the needle directly into his neck. The live melanocytic virus instantly merged into the blood, followed his blood vessels, and rushed into his brain. Fong Tang waited quietly. If Mouse was right, then Shiro must have been attacked by the virus from Unlimited Corporation. It was the system upgrade of Infinite Company that was responsible. So to reawaken Bai, we had to use the most direct and risky method. Bai's ability to integrate into his brain relies on the melanin insect virus. So, now give it a little more melanin worms. I don't know how long it took, but Fong Tang felt a sharp pain in his head. A tearing, familiar sharp pain. He persisted, gritting his teeth. Then, an electric feeling filled his whole body. Fong Tang snorted and trembled all over. He fell into another seizure. This time it took a full 3 minutes for him to recover. Fong Tang's mouth was full of foam, and he was holding himself up in the cold laboratory. But my head felt surprisingly comfortable, and my whole body was full of strength. Then there's a buzzer. Deep in his brain, the long-lost Bai's voice came, Master. Chapter 69 Backhand. Fong Tang walked along the path of the biotechnology park and slowly came to an abandoned basketball court. This development zone in the suburbs is still under construction, and there are piles of construction waste everywhere. The area around this basketball court is particularly empty, and the air here is also good. You can see the brilliant starry sky when you look up. Bye. How much more can you remember? Fong Tang raised his wrist. The watch had returned to normal, and an important reminder popped up. This upgrade of the Infinite Challenge game is officially completed. Master, the upgrade patch of Unlimited Company this time is very powerful. They released the patch in the system and caught bugs everywhere to fix bugs. In order to protect myself, I can only shut down myself. Fong Tang clicked on the augmented reality mode of the watch. Open my profile. Player name, Fong Tang. Level, Junior Player. Mall Permission, Junior. Novice Instructor, Skylark Exclusive. Level Tip. The next level is for intermediate players. Please keep up your efforts and upgrade as soon as possible. Fans follow 200 people. 130 of whom are VIPs. One person is a Super VIP. Game currency balance, 1,200. One mall lottery ticket after using the lottery ticket. A product will be randomly selected and given to the player for free. Has become a junior player and has obtained junior permissions. The increased fans and game currency should be obtained in the last round of the resurrection level. Fong Tang recalled the resurrection level that happened on the fishing boat. Now he remembers every detail clearly, except for the special level under the sea where the volcano erupted. And the memory of the special level that he and Shauna entered was vague. Especially the last level of Crystal Gate. What happened in the last level? Where is Shauna now? Fong Tang sighed. Bye. Help me sort out my thoughts now. I have to think carefully. Maybe the game will start soon, or it has already started. From the time he returned to land, he began to recall what happened these days. Go through everything. Fong Tang breathed out softly. These days, I seem to be no longer restricted by the rules. Master, why do you say that? Huh? First of all, when I was in the hospital and my memory was the most confusing, I changed the Infinite Challenge game, tell the doctor everything. Fong Tang paced in the basketball court. This has seriously violated the first rule of Infinite Challenge. But I am fine at all. So it can be seen that the rules have failed on me. Bai was silent for a long time before responding. Master, be careful first. Infinite Company is too cunning. Anything can happen. Fong Tang nodded. Then it's about me reactivating you. Does the company know? By this artificial intelligence is his biggest secret. Bai responded. The company may know everything, but it will never know my existence. Fong Tang felt relieved. And there is Qin Yashin. Qin Yashin is a perfect girlfriend. Was she arranged by Infinite Company? Master, we can't tell based on the existing data. But she must have other purposes for approaching you. Ha ha. I have seen this a long time ago. It should be said that in the hospital then he understood. Did the perfect girlfriend who appeared out of nowhere treat me like a fool? While I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard buzzing sounds in my head. Bye. What's wrong? Fong Tang squatted down and scratched his head, feeling like his ears were going deaf. Master, don't worry. After the system upgrade, all data will start to be retransmitted back to the company's server. I am intercepting the data. The chip behind Fong Tang's neck appeared, and it was terrifyingly bright. He could sense that the nanobugs were penetrating deep into his cerebral cortex. Master! Bai's voice suddenly became particularly sharp. While the system is recollecting data, you are completely free. What do you mean? Infinite Company's server has reorganized the data, so it will be impossible to monitor you in all directions. Fong Tang perked up after hearing this. How long? Only half an hour. Half an hour. A precious half hour. Fong Tang was thinking rapidly in his mind. How should he use this short free time? He rushed out of the basketball court and ran directly to the main road in the development area, searching everywhere. It was already night, and there were few people and vast land here, and it was desolate. But no matter how desolate the place is, as long as there are people, there are various restaurants and internet cafes. Fong Tang found the nearest internet cafe, turned off his watch, and hurriedly turned on his computer. He typed on the keyboard quickly, looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. Then entered the computer safe mode. First cracked the internet cafe's system, and then entered the internet cafe's server host to obtain the highest permissions. After gaining the highest authority, he called on more than 30 computers in the internet cafe and made them all his broilers, a kind of puppet computer that could be used to attack and crack other systems. Fong Tang operated this series of instructions very quickly, more skillfully than any hacker. After developing his brain, he is now a top master in mastering computer languages. Fong Tang used 30 puppet computers in the internet cafe to crack hundreds of Wi-Fi password messages around the development zone. Now, he randomly called a computer from an office in the development zone. After jumping to the puppet computer interface, Fong Tang began to officially invade. The world's internet is theoretically open, but China has a unique Great Firewall. Only by jumping over this tight wall can Fong Tang enter the real-world network. While he was still operating, Bai had already said, "It's too late. Master, just tell me what you want to do." Bai had already taken over his computer. Okay, now I want to enter a foreign private mail operator. Apply for a new mailbox. and transfer the money in my bank card to the account under the new mailbox. This is an almost impossible goal. The most difficult thing is to avoid the monitoring of China's domestic banking system. Because what Fong Tang will do next is no different from transferring funds to launder money abroad. But Bai still did it. It is like an elf on the internet, possessing wonderful magic. Fong Tang couldn't understand Bai's technique at all, but he could tell that it was by no means a common operation method. No data packets appeared on the network. In other words, Bai had bypassed the most basic rules of the computer. How did she do it? It's as if the entire network is her friend, and all firewalls are her backyard. Master, I used a total of 700 random IP jumps from Turkey, Iran, Russia, and the United States. No one can find our location. Bai did this to avoid being traced. Because there are more than 700 consecutive IP jumps, even the most powerful computer experts cannot find the hacker's true location. Even if they chased all the way to the top of the 700 IPs, they could only find an office in the Magic City development zone. Fong Tang and Bai used 3 layers of protection. The first floor is this internet cafe. The second floor is the puppet computer in the development zone. And the third floor is IP jump. It can be said that it is foolproof. Now, Master, what are you going to do? Bai, transfer all the money, 36.96 million, to a protected Swiss bank account, and then hand it over to a guy named Mouse. Mouse, the hacker who helped the master customer? Yes. Transfer all the money to him and leave him a message. Fong Tang slowly thought in his mind. The message must be in ciphertext. The mouse knows how to decipher it. I said, you send it. Mouse, this money is kept for me. If necessary, you can use it directly. I will notify you separately about what the money will be used for. After the money in the account was transferred, Fong Tang lay on the chair. 28 minutes had passed. Master, it's very risky for you to do this. I know. But Fong Tang snorted. All my wealth now is in the internet company's mall. They can give it to me or take it away at any time. I must have a backup plan. 36.96 million. Almost all the money in Fong Tang's account. Of course, now he has more game coins, which he can exchange for cash at any time. But Infinite Corporation only needs one instruction, and he will still become a pauper. Therefore, the more than 30 million transferred out is particularly important. Fong Tang walked out of the internet cafe and reached out to touch the middle button of his shirt. Master, there's something wrong with this button. I know. This is a GPS locator. Fong Tang's lips curled up. This RS Brandman shirt was given by Qin Yashin's own girlfriend. Qin Yashin installed a GPS locator on him, using the most sophisticated hidden wireless transmission locator. Unfortunately, Fong Tang had known about it for a long time. So he got a piece of metal wire stuck in the button very early on, and the metal wire caused a short circuit in the original locator, making it impossible to work at all. Now, he reached out and pulled out the metal wire that was thinner than a hair under the button. So the GPS locator works again. The dim street lights shone on the quiet road. But after a while, billowing dust appeared in the distance. A red Audi R10 was in front, followed closely by 4 off-road vehicles. Qin Yashin drove to the front, in order to get there as quickly as possible. She even took a shortcut along the unmaintained path at all costs. The bodyguards chased in panic in their cars, and the convoy rushed towards the small internet cafe with dust. It came really fast, Fong Tang murmured, reaching out and wiping a handful of hair randomly, then leaned over to grab a handful of soil and sprinkled it on his body. Now, he was covered in dirt and standing on the roadside in a miserable state. Qin Yashin parked the car, opened the rear door, and a cute white dog rushed out. Although it is less than 2 months old, Beixing has grown up a lot. His white hair is spotless, and his eyes have a strange green-gold color at night. It can be seen that Qin Yashin is very interested in it these days. Fong Tang picked up Beixing, and the cute grown-up dog stuck out its tongue to lick him. Then he saw Qin Yashin walking out of the car wearing a blue dress and sunglasses. She was wearing high heels. Her long hair was half disheveled, and there was a hint of red on her cheeks. She just rushed over and threw herself into Fong Tang's arms. You scared me to death. I'm going crazy with you. Qin Yashin's tone was hoarse, with a few tears in her clear eyes, but they couldn't move. She hugged him so tightly that Fong Tang could hardly breathe. Seeing her with tears in her eyes and a look of extreme attachment, Fong Tang felt warm in his heart even though he knew it was just an act. It's hard to tell the difference between real and fake when acting to such an extent. I'm fine. Fong Tang's eyes were a bit confused at this time. I didn't go to the company. and I got sick halfway through the walk. I didn't know where I was. Just like sleepwalking. Qin Yashin wiped it gently. Tears pulled him into the car. In order to find you, I searched all the connections. The police were dispatched. And finally I saw you in the development zone on the Sky Eye camera. Qin Yashin said in a low voice while driving. She must be talking nonsense. There are tens of thousands of Sky Eye cameras in the city. And the daily surveillance video data is an astronomical number. Finding a person there is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fong Tang looked at his girlfriend, touched. Thank you for your hard work. You haven't even finished taking off your makeup. Qin Yashin took out a tissue and wiped it gently. I was just discussing business with some foreign customers. I heard that you were missing. Let's just break up the meeting. She slowed down the car, tilted her head, and glanced at Fong Tang. You got sick this time just like before. You don't remember anything? She asked carefully. Fong Tang closed his eyes and looked very tired. Stop talking about this. Well, how is the driver you arranged for me? She's dead, Qin Yashin said lightly. And the car suddenly made a sharp turn and rushed towards onto the viaduct. Chapter 70. Fong Tang's driver Lu Fong died in the customized Hongqi car. The car door was sealed. But Lu Fong seemed to have been dead for a long time. Qin Yashin has called the police on this matter. And all subsequent matters have been handed over to the legal and public relations departments of the consortium. Fong Tang said nothing. He knew very well that the female driver who picked him up in the morning was definitely not Lu Fong. Now the memory is all clear. The female driver's smile. Especially the clothes she wore. Haha. That is my game instructor. Skylark. Returning to Qin Yashin's villa in Baihiyuan. Fong Tang took a shower and sat in the spacious dining room. The floor-to-ceiling window shows the beautiful view of the Pujiang River. A bottle of red wine has been opened. And the smell of food comes from the kitchen. After Fong Tang drank a glass of wine, Qin Yashin, who cooked by herself, brought the dishes over with a smile. The large TV opposite the restaurant automatically turned on. And the evening news popped up. While dining, Qin Yashin likes to read some hot news. Maybe rich people have this habit. The fragrant rice was carefully placed in Fong Tang's hand. But there was only one plate of food. Braised shredded potatoes? Fong Tang frowned. Qin Yashin should know that he never eats shredded potatoes. The last time she cooked this dish. Fong Tang turned the table over. Has she forgotten? Fong Tang sneered in his heart. This is testing me. If Qin Yashin was from Infinite Company, she would have definitely seen the scene that happened in the resurrection level. Fong Tang's dark, potato shreds, made from corpses, deliberately tested me and suspected that I had recovered my memory. She is very scared now, Fong Tang said to Bai in his heart. Qin Yashin sat opposite, holding her chin. Still the gentle and virtuous wife she had been before. But her legs were shaking. And the legs under the table kept shaking. Although she had good control. She couldn't hide it from Fong Tang. Fong Tang smiled slightly. Your cooking skills are getting better and better. As he said that, he started to eat. He was eating rice and shredded potatoes without any unusual reaction. Qin Yashin's eyes were very gentle. Like a wife watching her husband eat. But the two people who shared the same bed and had different dreams felt very depressed at this time. Fong Tang forced himself to eat the most disgusting shredded potatoes. He couldn't think about what happened in the resurrection level. Whenever he thought about it, his stomach would keep churning. After finally finishing the last bite, Fong Tang drank the wine. Qin Yashin was already standing behind him, caringly helping him hold his back. At this time, the evening news suddenly jumped, and a piece of real-time news popped up. According to the latest news, Ms. Rong Lizzie, a famous entrepreneur and honorary president of the China Chamber of Commerce, passed away this afternoon. Friends from all walks of life are deeply saddened. Ms. Rong was born in 1930, after the founding of the People's Republic of China. She took over the family business and never looked back. A picture of a kind old woman appeared on TV. The wine glass in Fong Tang's hand swayed, and his heart was shocked. Is it that mother-in-law? VIP 103? She died of illness? I remember that the old man was still radiant when he was on the boat last time. At this time, the sound of the system also came to my ears. Player Fong Tang. Your fan 103 VIP is permanently offline. Fong Tang put down his wine glass, not knowing what it was like. Life is unpredictable. That's probably it. Qin Yashin also poured a glass of wine and shook her head with emotion. Speaking of which, this amazing old lady is still the benefactor of our family. When my grandfather sees her, he has to call her eldest sister. She took out her mobile phone. I have to give Dad made a call. He has to go to the memorial service. Well, I just happened to take Bei Xing out to play. Qin Yaqing took the mobile phone and took Bei Xing out of the villa. While walking her dog, she made a call. Fong Tang in the villa watched the girl's every move through the floor-to-ceiling windows. And then he closed his eyes. Connect Bei Xing's perception system. The next moment, the puppy Bei Xing's hearing and smell, and the entire perception system passed through the chip was transferred to Fong Tang's brain. Fong Tang could hear and smell Qin Yaqing clearly now. Qin Yaqing held the mobile phone. Her expression was still calm, but her hands kept shaking. The call was connected. The other party's voice was very quiet, but it was still within Bei Xing's hearing range. Dogs' hearing is very well developed. In fact, it is not inferior to their sense of smell at all. They can hear high-frequency sound waves that humans cannot hear. In the ordinary audio range, their hearing is at least 10 times that of humans. Fong Tang heard a deep voice coming from Qin Yaqing's cell phone, with a very anxious tone. Yaqing, my good daughter, didn't you tell me not to call me? Be careful. Dad, I know he is in the house. Don't worry. Be careful. You know who he is. He is a super player of Infinite Challenge. Humph. Dad, you know clearly that he is a murderer. He kills without blinking an eye. Evil ghost. You still love me? Qin Yaqing bit her lips and tears fell one by one. Don't cry. Don't cry. My dear daughter. Your eyes are swollen from crying. He will be suspicious when you go back. If I doubt anything, I'll just say sad. Very sad because a senior just passed away. Qin Yaqing sneered. 103 damn it. Have you watched the news? I've seen it. Of course I've seen it. Damn it. The company has no humanity. Grandma 103 Rong has worked hard for the company these years. And she ended up like this. What? Qin Yaqing raised her mouth in surprise. You said that 103 was the company. And it was the company that killed it. Huh. Of course. They even used the Tianxian number 1 satellite. Yaqing, you don't need to care about this. You just need to care about him. On the phone it's Qin Yaqing's father. Until now, the father and daughter did not even dare to say Fong Tang's name. Fong Tang sighed in his heart when he heard this conversation. Although he had guessed it a long time ago, he still felt very sad when he actually heard Qin Yaqing's words. 1 night for a husband and 100 nights of grace. Qin Yaqing reached out and touched her lower abdomen, rubbing it gently, her eyes showing a bit of confusion. How long will it take? Dad? How long will I have to be by his side? Good daughter. My little good boy. Hold on for another 20 hours. 20 hours? Fong Tang suddenly opened his eyes. What does this mean? Qin Yaqing had already hung up the phone, wiped her eyes, and walked back with Bei Xing. The eldest daughter of the Qin family came back with red and swollen eyes, and went straight into the bathroom. Not long after, she had put on her makeup again and put on a black dress. Well, are you going to attend the memorial service? The person just died, so it won't be so soon. Right. Fong Tang stood at the door and looked at her with a smile. Qin Yaqing also smiled. But after all, we are seniors from aristocratic families, who have been with each other for many years. I have to go with my father to express that there is no other way. It's all for business. Fong Tang looked at the time. It was 8:30. In that case, it shouldn't be that urgent. Fong Tang had already arrived behind the girl, pushed her in front of the mirror, and tore the black sling directly with his fingers. Qin Yaqing lowered her head and smiled. Facing the mirror, she had to maintain her smile and show that she liked it. Fong Tang directly pushed her onto the sink with cruel revenge. Qin Yaqing laid her face on the cold marble table and screamed. Fong Tang lost interest, let go of his hand holding her long hair, picked up his pants, turned around and walked out. He slowly drank wine. The bathroom. Inside, Qin Yaqing packed up again without saying a word. Then she walked to Fong Tang and kissed him. The time is too tight. We will meet you when we come back tonight. No. You can have a good rest tonight. Fong Tang drank the last sip of wine and reached out to touch her little face. It was just for revenge. Just to see her humiliation. He pinned this young lady with ulterior motives under him. But it didn't feel comfortable. Instead, he felt ridiculous. Fong Tang watched Qin Yaqing leave the villa and open the System Mall. Infinite Company's System Mall still had the simple style. But after this upgrade, a golden prompt appeared above the mall. Super Props Amnesty rights are now on the shelves and can be purchased by all advanced players or above. Fong Tang's current permissions are only junior. so he can't see the so-called super props. But what about the price? Isn't this a joke? 100,000 game coins? How much does it take to convert 100,000 game coins into cash? I can't imagine. But what Fong Tang couldn't imagine was that the mall actually prompted him, "Player Fong Tang, you only have 20 super props amnesty left. Ours. Please pay attention. When did I get this prop?" Fong Tang looked at the introduction of amnesty rights. During the amnesty rights time, players are not restricted by the rules. At the same time, no matter what the players do in reality, the company will provide support later. The only restriction is that it cannot be used in the game. In other words, during the amnesty period, you will have someone to help you even if you kill people and set fires in reality. From this point of view, this prop is worth any money. Wait, Qin Yashin just mentioned the time limit of 20 hours on the phone. Now the pardon power will disappear exactly after 20 hours. In this way, Qin Yashin is subject to her own pardon power, so she has not taken any action. After 20 hours, no matter what her purpose was, she couldn't help but take action. Fong Tang originally planned to leave this woman now, but now he has to stay in the villa. I want to see what the Qin family is doing. Now that he had thought clearly about the cause and effect, he relaxed and opened the Infinite Challenge Mall and looked at his lottery ticket. Lottery ticket, special reward, which can randomly draw any item in the mall. Low-privileged players also have the opportunity to draw high-level items commodity. The higher the grade of the commodity, the lower the chance of drawing. All draws involve luck. But for Infinite Company's Mall, any commodity is something that ordinary people will never get in their lifetime. From this, in a sense, no matter what Fong Tang draws, he will make a lot of money. He flipped through the mall. Under the junior authority, he could only see the products on the first few pages. "Master, it is best to save the lottery tickets for when you are at a high level. I have calculated that the higher the level, the greater the chance of drawing super products. This kind of lottery ticket is difficult to get in the early stage." Fong Tang smiled. "You are wrong. If you don't have to do it now, maybe I will die in the game next time." He pressed the lottery ticket and watched a group of Tai Chi patterns appear in the mall. The black fish and white fish kept spinning, making people dizzy, and then stopped. Under the Tai Chi diagram, a gift box appeared. "Congratulations to the player. I drew an intermediate product." Fong Tang clicked on the gift box, and 3 options popped up. Skill rewards. Choose 1 from 3. Intermediate precious items. Please choose to use. Well, skill rewards? In the Desire Mall, skilled goods are absolutely precious. Infinite Company believes that eating, drinking and having fun are just low-level desires of human beings, while acquiring knowledge and abilities are the high-level desires of life. You can only choose one of the 3 skills. Fong Tang looked at it. Firearm mastery, close-range fighting, survival in the wilderness. Firearm mastery. Mastering the use and maintenance of most firearms. Improving the player's use of firearms to a professional level. Close combat. Selecting the world's strongest close combat skills, including Chinese muscle-splitting and bone-splitting techniques, Brazilian wrestling techniques, Muay Thai elbow techniques, joint techniques, and Filipino stick techniques. Fong Tang was immediately attracted by this close combat skill. Now he is confused about how Unlimited Company will pass on this skill. For players, it's not like finding a master to teach it. Right? That's too fake. In reality, Fong Tang couldn't think of any quick method for close combat. This is not an online game. You can learn it by clicking the skill button. "Master, I suggest you choose close combat. This is one of the abilities you need to master most at the moment. Because guns are banned in China, there are not many places where they can be used. And you don't need them to survive in the wilderness. I'm here. You can conquer any wilderness." Fong Tang smiled. "Then choose close combat." After pressing the option, the mall immediately exited automatically, and the chip behind his neck flashed. And Fong Tang couldn't help but yawn. "What's going on?" Fong Tang's eyelids began to tremble. Why am I so sleepy all of a sudden?" "Master, lie down now and relax. The Unlimited Company's mall is transferring products for you." Transmission. Chapter 71 Killer. Fong Tang lay on the sofa. The strange thing is that his consciousness is particularly clear. The next moment, he found himself in a white room with a wooden floor and nothing else in the room. Close combat skills. Transfer now. The memory of all fighting skills will be transferred directly to the player's brain. After the transfer is completed, players can fight against virtual masters in their minds to consolidate these skills. The next moment, endless memories began to pour into Fong Tang's brain. Various fighting skills and memories, as well as memories of cruel actual combat, all flashed before his eyes. Fong Tang finally understood the meaning of transmission. Infinity Company has stored the memories of hundreds of top fighting masters in the world, and then transferred them all to its own memory. In this way, in just one nap, Fong Tang had the battle memories of hundreds of fighting masters. All are living memories. He does not need to passively learn, nor does he need to seek guidance from experts. He only needs to accept and digest these memories. The next moment, the nanoworm in the chip on the back of the neck began to receive signals remotely, and then transformed Fong Tang's body in an orderly manner. By stimulating cells and transforming the weak parts of his body, his ability to resist blows is rapidly improved. Muscles quickly appeared on Fong Tang's body, and his body fat rate dropped rapidly. When he opened his eyes in consciousness, he found that his whole body was full of power, and it seemed that even his hearing and vision had been improved, and the muscles all over the body are extremely responsive. He clenched his fist, subconsciously took a deep breath, concentrated all his strength on one point, swung it out, and punched quickly, causing a whine. Fong Tang was overjoyed. This feeling was so refreshing. No wonder it is said that knowledge and ability are the highest desires of human beings. This is more exciting than the enjoyment of eating, drinking and having fun. The bestiality that comes from human instinct. In the consciousness room, a dummy has been generated and rushes towards Fong Tang quickly. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. He twisted his waist and stepped back, quickly turned around, raised his elbow, and the dummy hit his elbow. Then he grabbed the opponent's arm, threw it over his shoulder, raised his feet, and stepped hard, raised his knees together, jumped up and crashed, and the dummy turned into pieces under him. Then two dummies were generated on the opposite side at the same time. Fong Tang was immersed in this hardy battle. He'll be able to go 1-on-5 in no time. Joint skills, landing skills, under the continuous combination, as fast as thunder, as powerful as a mountain, wrestling and flipping, kicking and kneeling. All the dummies were turned into pieces. Come again! Fong Tang became more and more excited. Get a few more dummies! He clenched his fists again, but a scream came from his ears. The faint scream seemed to come from a faraway place. Then came the frantic barking of dogs. Fong Tang suddenly opened his eyes, jumped up like a carp, and rushed to the window. After exiting consciousness, what he heard was Qin Yashin's screams outside. Outside the window, in the green area of the single-family villa, two off-road vehicles were smoking, and their front ends had been smashed. Right next to the car, for bodyguards were lying. Those were Qin Yashin's bodyguards, and now they were all lying on the ground, motionless. The security guard in the villa area was even worse. He was leaning against the gate with a bloody head and a dagger stuck in his chest. Fong Tang turned over and grabbed a fruit knife, pushed open the window, patted Beixing on the head, and jumped out of the window like lightning. Qin Yashin was forced into the security room by four men in sportswear. She pressed against the door and kept screaming. The four men outside the door frowned. They were wearing black masks and hats. They looked at each other, and one of them took out a gun. The man gently turned the silencer, and someone next to him reminded, "The customer wants to live. I use tranquilizer bombs." The man raised his gun. Before he even pulled the trigger, his wrist felt severe pain. With a bang, the pistol fell to the ground. The man covered his wrist and saw a fruit knife in shock. Fong Tang had appeared silently, and after taking action with his sword, he moved strangely behind the man on the right. With a click, he hit the back of his knee with all his strength, directly crushing the man's spine. The man on the right let out a scream that didn't sound like a human voice. Fong Tang shrank, holding an incoming fist with his left hand, and applied force upwards, breaking the opponent's wrist with a crisp sound. Another pull. The man who sneaked up on him staggered over, and Fong Tang's right hand turned into a palm knife and cut his throat. The two men fell to the ground, and Beixing rushed to the door of the security room, guarding the hostess inside. Fong Tang turned around and looked at the remaining two people. One of them was stabbed in the wrist and basically lost his fighting ability. But the most powerful one was the last one. He took off his mask directly. He was 1.9 meters tall, clenched his fists, and arched his waist. Fong Tang's footsteps changed, following him in circles. The memories of hundreds of fighters told him that this man was much taller than him and had an absolute advantage in wingspan. In a head-on confrontation, his fist would have already hit you in the face before you could hit him. But the advantages of height and weight also made him lose some flexibility. So Fong Tang is going around in circles. The eyes of the man clenching his fist changed. Just from Fong Tang's movements, he knew that the other man was also a master. He let out a hey, made a small jump, and at the same time punched out his right fist. He kicked his left foot suddenly. This is the simplest and most effective feint in fighting. And the killing move is all on that kick. Fong Tang tilted his body and rushed up against the opponent's legs. Without any hesitation, he hooked the opponent's nostrils with 2 fingers of his left hand. The moment he pulled it down, his right palm turned into a fist, hitting the opponent's neck 2 inches below. That's where the softest spinal joints are. Fong Tang punched 10 times in an instant, using all his strength on each punch. With a click, the man as strong as an ox let out a strange cry, twisted his body a few times, and then his head hung down. Fong Tang loosened his fingers and wiped them on his body. He turned around and found that the man who had been stabbed in the wrist had escaped, leaving only a bloody fruit knife on the ground. There were 3 people on the ground and 2 dead bodies. When he came back to his senses, Fong Tang himself gasped. From the time he rushed up to the end of the battle, it was only 20 seconds. In 20 seconds, he actually beat 2 professional killers to death, especially the strongest one. His neck was broken. There is no way. Most of the fighting skills he has acquired are killing skills. Fong Tang walked up to the killer with a broken wrist. The killer's throat had swollen, and he was breathing loudly. "Why did you come to kill Qin Yashin?" Fong Tang looked into his eyes, and picked up the fruit knife on the ground. The man's eyes widened, as if he was mocking, and he shook his head slightly. Fong Tang pulled his collar, and knocked on the door of the security room. Qin Yashin opened the door, and looked at the man in disbelief. She couldn't believe it. Only then did she realize that she had never really understood this man. He knocked down 4 top killers in an instant. You know, these killers killed the most powerful bodyguards around them in just a few seconds. Fong Tang looked at her. "Are you okay?" Qin Yashin nodded blankly. I'm okay." Fong Tang nodded. "Take Beixing home." Qin Yashin swallowed. I will make a call to deal with it. Come on. Here. After all, there are dead people here." Fong Tang shook his head lightly. "I'll handle it. You go back." There was no doubt in his eyes. And at the same time, there was a bit of concern. Qin Yashin lowered her head and staggered away with Beixing. She was frightened by Fong Tang's murderous eyes. Fong Tang dragged the surviving killer into the security room, threw him on a chair, and then started looking for things. The killer watched his movements silently. When he saw Fong Tang coming with towels, tape, and a wash basin, the killer's eyes also changed. Become frightened, Fong Tang held down his left hand and pressed it on the bottom of the enamel basin. He cut it with a fruit knife and used force. The killer let out intermittent screams, rubbed his feet on the ground, and trembled all over. After one of his fingers was cut off, Fong Tang used tape and towel strips to stop the bleeding. The killer kept gasping for air. "Why kill Qin Yashin?" The killer's eyes began to flinch and hesitate. But in the end, he shook his head. Fong Tang raised his sword again. When he cut off the 4th finger, the killer collapsed. This killer had received strict anti-interrogation training and would not have collapsed so early. But Fong Tang's calm movements and skillful techniques made him a little desperate. Cut off the finger to stop the bleeding and continue questioning. The 3 actions cycled repeatedly, and Fong Tang was like a machine without any human emotions. "I said let me take a breath. We took the customer's order to capture Qin Yashin alive." Fong Tang stared into his eyes. "Do you know Qin Yashin's identity?" The killer nodded. "Who hired you?" The killer shook his head and smiled bitterly. "We are only responsible for operations. It is impossible to tell us customer information." Fong Tang's mouth curved. "I don't believe it." He raised the knife again. The killer trembled all over. "No. Wait for me. I heard from above that Qin Yashin's family owed the client a lot of money and refused to pay it back. So the client hired us." Fong Tang sneered. "Qin Yashin's family owes money? You know her? Who is it? Even if Qin's consortium is bankrupt, the 7 buildings under the consortium alone are worth tens of billions. Are you telling me that her family owes money?" The killer's lips trembled. You don't understand. It's not us who said that kind of money. Yes, it's game currency." Fong Tang's eyes narrowed. "What game currency are you talking about?" The killer shook his head desperately. "I can't say. Under the rules, I can't say. You don't understand." Fong Tang grabbed him, turned him over and looked at his neck. The chip hidden under the skin was flashing slightly, recording the killer's body data. Player! Fong Tang took a step back, pulled up a chair and sat down. You are also a player. The killer's eyes widened. Wait, you also know the game? Infinite Challenge, Fong Tang said lightly. He stood up and poured a glass of water, bringing it to the killer's mouth. The killer forgot to drink water and stared at him. You are also a player. Right. Fong Tang smiled. I didn't expect the gamers would come out to be killers. Well, I just participated in the resurrection competition. The killer's eyes widened. Even bigger. You violated the first rule. The first rule prohibits talking about the game content to outsiders. The killer's eyes showed a bit of surprise. Violating the first rule. Fong Tang will definitely die in the next moment. But the killer waited for a long time. And Fong Tang was still sitting there peacefully. Fong Tang hesitantly said, I broke the rules, but I'm fine. Aren't you surprised? The killer's eyes went straight. And then he immediately shouted out, I know. Amnesty! You are Fong Tang. Damn! I should have known you're here. I won't accept this job. At all. Unexpectedly, this person immediately deduced his identity. Fong Tang took the remaining towel, tore it into strips, and helped him stop the bleeding. Now he also understood why the necks of those killers were broken so easily. The back of the neck has undergone surgery, and a chip has been inserted. And the spine is extremely fragile. It is definitely a common weakness among Infinite Challenge gamers. The surviving killer drank water. His eyes were very excited. I am also a junior player. But when it comes to my level, I am definitely not as good as you. When you were a novice player, you had a great reputation. He gasped. Later I heard he said that you got the right to amnesty. It was given to you by the female player named Shauna. I just thought. Fong Tang grabbed his neck when he heard this. What did you say? The killer's eyes almost popped out. The tongue stuck out with difficulty. Fong Tang let go of his hand, and the killer gasped. Don't get excited. Your pardon rights were given by the female player Shauna. The company has already notified this in the system. Chapter 72 Cell Tissue. Pardon rights turned out to be given to him by Shauna. Deep under the sea. At the last level of the Crystal Gate. What on earth did he and Shauna experience? Fong Tang felt bitter in his heart. Why did she hide herself and leave no news? But Shauna would not leave her like this. Just like the figure I saw outside the Western restaurant last time. It must be Shauna. Is she nearby? Fong Tang subconsciously looked around. The killer was still panting. Panting desperately. Fong Tang sighed softly and whispered to the killer. Let's go! The killer smiled bitterly. As a game player, we go out to perform such tasks all for the game currency. Now that I have failed, I will not go back. Even if I don't tell you, I haven't earned any game currency. So you might as well kill me. Fong Tang wiped the blood on his hands. Can't you live without game currency? The killer licked his lips. You've seen them all. Right. After enjoying the benefits inside, do you think we still care about things in reality? He moved his body. We have eaten delicious food that ordinary people can't even think of. And played with women that ordinary people can't see. It's impossible to return to reality. It's like being addicted. Without game currency, I really have no meaning in living. Then why don't you join the game? Fong Tang said coldly. The killer sighed. My skills and brains can't keep up. So I've fallen to this point, and become a killer who works for game coins. Fong Tang turned to look at him. Then clicked on his watch. 100 game coins. Is that enough? The killer's eyes almost popped out of his head. He didn't believe it at all. He didn't believe that there were people willing to do this. You have to give me 100 game coins. The killer murmured with a silly smile. You are lying to me. Yes, you must be lying to me. Please, don't fool me. Just give me a good time. Fong Tang looked at it. He pressed the transfer button under the game store. What's your account number? I've never transferred money. It looked real. The killer opened his mouth wide and his throat moved. Fong Tang became impatient. Do you want it or not? Enter my name, and you can find the account. The killer stuttered. My name is Kwang Dao. Kwang Dao is really a middle-class name. Fong Tang searched and saw Crazy Sword's name. This is a junior player who has completed 7 game challenges and looks like an experienced player. Fong Tang directly transferred 100 game coins and saw that he had 1,100 left. The Crazy Blade had received the system prompt, and his whole body was trembling, and the corners of his mouth were twitching in excitement. Fong Tang helped him connect his broken wrist. Do me a favor. Say! Crazy Blade was actually crying. I will definitely repay you. In the player's circle. Help me find out about Shauna. The thing about this is the female player who was with me. I want to know any news about her. Fong Tang looked at his watch. You can leave notes when transferring money in this mall. Once you get the news, transfer it to me 1 game coins. And then put the message on the note. Crazy Blade nodded immediately. This is no problem. Don't worry. I will definitely do it. Before he could finish speaking, there was a sound of brakes coming from outside. Outside the security room, a garbage truck was slowly parking at the gate, blocking the scene where dead bodies were everywhere. Crazy Knife glanced over and whispered, It's the guys from the logistics department. They are here to help you deal with the scene. Fong Tang knew in his heart that during the amnesty period, Infinite Company would help him deal with all his troubles. You go through the back window. Fong Tang patted him on the shoulder. Crazy Blade bowed deeply to him, protected his injured wrist, and flexibly climbed out along the window. At this time, the familiar men in black jumped out of the garbage truck. They came down silently, opened the bed of the garbage truck, and threw the bodies on the ground in. Then 2 more people got out of the car, wearing isolation gowns, and began to carefully remove the blood stains on the ground with bottles and cans in their hands. They were very professional and skilled, and within about 2 minutes, the villa area was as clean as if nothing had happened. Fong Tang watched silently. After the garbage truck drove away, his eyes lit up. A voluptuous woman in a purple skirt appeared outside the security door. Skylark looked a little pale and knocked lightly on the door. Fong Tang opened the door. When Young came in, he frowned and looked at the bloody basin on the ground, then took out his mobile phone and made a call. Not long after, the garbage truck came back, and the men in black came in and started cleaning the security room. Fong Tang, the scenery over there is nice. Before your little lover notices it, let's take a walk. Young had a smile on his lips, still looking that charming. Fong Tang hesitated, held her little hand, and walked slowly into the woods. The grass is fragrant. The trees are lush. The night is getting dark, and the street lights in the villa area are bright and warm. You don't want to ask me anything? Young leaned next to him and smiled hoarsely. Fong Tang looked at her carefully. You are very weak. Young smiled. Don't worry about me. I'm very good. I was just promoted to the director of the company's Asia logistics department. Congratulations. Fong Tang said calmly. Young sighed. I know you are doubting me and suspecting that I have been controlling you. Fong Tang held her hand tightly. Skylark's face became paler. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and she couldn't help but sit on the grass. Fong Tang leaned over and stared at her. You are really brave to dare to show up at this time. You should know that I am under the protection of the amnesty power. Young bit his lip. Yes, under the protection of the amnesty power. You can kill anyone, including me, your game instructor. Fong Tang said. You are a very smart woman. Why do you want to take the risk to see me? Why not wait until 20 hours later when the amnesty disappears and then reappear? Skylark stood up, almost sticking its up to him. Because I am your instructor. In the Infinite Challenge game, I have led many newcomers. But you are the only one. The only newcomer who makes me full of surprises. Fong Tang frowned. This nonsense, stop talking. You and I both understand that in the game, there are no super newcomers or ever victorious generals. Life and death are all under the control of the company. We are just puppets performing in front of the camera. Skylark did not refute his words, just the body twisting slightly. She is naturally charming, and in the darkness of the woods, this provocative movement is so tempting. But Fong Tang felt nauseated and pushed her away. Young wasn't angry either, but just smiled hoarsely. It seems that you have been developed by that fairy Qin Yashin and are already very resistant to women. Fong Tang coughed, a little embarrassed. The logistics department will handle everything here. It's over. If you have anything else, please tell me quickly. It's not that simple. Just talk about the security guard who died over there just now. The logistics department has to arrange a scene for him to commit suicide, and then handle the follow-up affairs and completely eliminate your presence here. Traces to avoid any clues being found by the police. Young said calmly. These are complicated tasks. And of course, the driver of the Qin Consortium has now become a major case for the police. Fong Tang frowned. That didn't you kill the female driver? You obviously pretended to be her to get close to me. Young shook his head. The company's logistics department would not handle it so hastily. We did not kill the female driver. Fong Tang looked at her. What's the difference? Young lowered his voice. Not only was the female driver killed, but a memory card was left on her body, which contained a video of the company's logistics department knocking her out and stealing her identity. Fong Tang raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Yonk was silent for a moment, and then his voice became deeper and deeper. It was done by the company's enemy, a resistance organization called Cell. Resistance organization? Fong Tang heard. A little confused. Skylark smiled. You should know that the existence of the company is a secret. The world, including the intelligence organizations of various countries, know nothing about the company. But for some reason, an organization that resists the Infinite Company suddenly appeared. They call themselves the Cell Organization. All the structures in the organization are named after cells. Red blood cells and white blood cells are a very scary force. Can we fight against the company? Fong Tang's heart moved, and he remembered the name firmly. Chapter 73 Travel. An organization that can compete with unlimited companies. This is what Fong Tang is most concerned about. But Skylark chuckled. How is it possible? In front of the company, they are just a group of clowns. So they have been hiding in the dark. However, they are still very good at causing damage. Just say that this female driver incident was solved by us. Less trouble, Yonk said very relaxedly. But the logistics department only took 2 hours to get it done. She had an extra storage chip in her hand. This is the chip left by the cell tissue. Fong Tang reaching out. Yonk stuffed the chip into his shirt with a swish and clamped it in a snow ditch. Hey, you can't look at it. This has to be handed over to the headquarters. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. But he's still under the protection of the right of amnesty. Thinking of this, he directly pinched Yonk's shoulders and put his big hands into her shirt. The tentacles were smooth and warm. And just as they were about to touch the chip, they suddenly felt a shock in their palms. And then a dark energy popped out of Skylark. The woman only twisted her waist, and her cunning secret force flicked Fong Tang's hand away. The next moment, Yonk put his fingers together and gently touched Fong Tang's right shoulder. Fong Tang immediately felt numbness in his right arm and could not lift his hand. He was horrified. You know acupuncture? Yonk chuckled. Acupuncture? I don't understand. I just use dark energy to cut off the nerves in your arm. At this time, Bai's warning sounded in Fong Tang's head. The blood circulation of the right arm has stopped, and the synapses of the arm joints have been attacked by unknown forces. Master, you will lose control of the arm in 10 seconds. Fong Tang was very embarrassed. He thought he had control of everything just now. But it turned out that in front of Skylark, I can't use my little fighting skills at all. This woman's strength is unfathomable. Skylark looked at his angry look and pointed out his finger again. This time it was still dark energy, but compared with before, it had a fiery feeling. Fong Tang felt a warmth in his right arm again, as if he had just had a hot compress. He regained control of his right hand and became angry. You said it's not acupuncture? Yonk pursed his lips. I don't understand Chinese martial arts. This is just some skills learned from the mall. Fong Tang shook his head. I can't beat you. Just now you were pretending to be weak. Were you trying to play with me on purpose? Yonk put her arms around him and kissed him gently on the mouth. My little guy, don't be angry. I'm just teasing you. Just for fun. Fong Tang smiled helplessly. Skylark's expression became serious at this time. The appearance of cell organizations at this time must be targeting you. You must be careful. Maybe they have infiltrated into the game. You have to be more cautious next time you play. She looked at the time. Okay, I have to go. The next game will start immediately. This is your first difficult game session, so be careful. After reminding Fong Tang again, she turned to leave. Wait a minute. Fong Tang stopped her. I saw in the news that my mother-in-law died. Yonk looked sad. Yes, but it has nothing to do with you. It's just that you lost one fan. Besides, you have one now. You're a super VIP fan, so don't worry. Fong Tang watched her disappear outside the woods. This Skylark. I really don't know if she is good to me or if she has been taking advantage of me. Fong Tang returned to the villa. He looked down at the detailed list of 200 fans that appeared on his watch. Sure enough, a Super VIP prompt appeared. Super VIP number 99. To be ranked 99th among the customers of Infinite Company. That must be a great person. Fong Tang looked at the time when VIP number 99 appeared. The last time he appeared in his chat room was during the underwater game level. He was chatting with Bai in his mind. Is it true that all the VIPs did not see the last level under the sea? Bai. Master, the game prompts were very clear at the time. It was a special level, specially designed for you and Shauna. No one else, including company executives, can see it. Fong Tang sneered. I don't believe that no one can see such a beautifully designed level. As long as you find people who have seen that level, you will know what happened. Fong Tang clearly knew that his memory had been wiped away, and the last level of the Crystal Gate must be very important to him and Shauna. His mind was a little confused. And in front of him, Qin Yaqing, who was wearing pajamas and looking pretty, appeared. All the lights in the house were turned off, except for hundreds of romantic red candles lit in the living room. Beixing was lying in the corner of the living room, sleeping soundly. Qin Yaqing had just taken a shower, stretched out her hand to comb her long hair lazily, and then unbuttoned her pajamas. Under the pajamas, there is transparent and well-designed underwear. She is stunningly beautiful, with alluring curves all over her body. Fong Tang hurried up and wrapped her in his pajamas. What are you doing? Qin Yaqing's eyes widened, not knowing what she had done wrong. When she went out, the man was still so full of spring. Fong Tang looked at her, speechless. After what you just experienced, are you still in the mood to do this? I just want to make you happy. Tears appeared in Qin Yaqing's eyes. Tears of grievance. Fong Tang smiled faintly and sat down gently. You are not my slave. You don't need to wrong yourself for me. Have a good rest. I am also very tired. He could no longer pretend. Turn around and drink. Qin Yaqing rushed up and hugged him from behind. Tang! Let's go and relax. Okay. Can you accompany me? Fong Tang poured another glass of wine. Where do you want to relax? Just find a place. Let's just find a group nearby. Qin Yaqing said softly. Forget about what happened here. Forget everything. Just like ordinary people. We don't drive our own cars. And we don't need bodyguards. Just the two of us. What he said was so affectionate. Fong Tang nodded immediately. Okay. Then I'll find a group now. Qin Yaqing sat directly in his arms, her phone flashing. I made a reservation just now. Leaving at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. 5 you can get there in an hour. There are not many people in the customized tour group. So just go to Jinhua to have fun. Jinhua town is south of the Magic City, and is a famous scenic tourist attraction in the south of the Yangtze River. It only takes a few hours to go back and forth. That kind of customized tour, there are no consumption traps in our tour groups. They are purely for fun. It can be said that Qin Yaqing has thought very carefully. Fong Tang was counting the time. There are less than 16 hours left before his pardon power disappears. Departing at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, it will take 5 hours to reach Jinhua, which adds up to exactly 16 hours. The corners of Fong Tang's mouth curled up. Qin Yaqing, your calculations are really clever. This tour group was also carefully selected. When they arrived at the tourist destination, it happened to be the time when the amnesty power disappeared. Now, he was looking forward to it. I look forward to seeing what tricks this woman can play. Then have a good sleep. Take nothing with you, and let yourself go. Fong Tang kissed her gently, and carried her into the bedroom. That night, the man slept deeply, but the woman suffered from insomnia. At 7:30 in the morning, Fong Tang got up, cooked a pot of porridge, fried 2 eggs, and then took Beixing out for a walk. When he came back, Qin Yaqing came out with 2 swollen eyes. It will take you at least half an hour to put on your makeup. Hurry up. Fong Tang pushed the fragrant rice porridge over. Also, this time we are with a group, so don't dress too exaggeratedly. Your jeans look good with a shirt. They are elegant and decent. Qin Yaqing blinked. A little unbelievable. The man she had been serving was so considerate. She washed her face, put on makeup, and specially found a Lancome Fire Blue Gold number 47 lipstick. She seldom uses this lipstick, although the name sounds outrageous. It is actually a light red low tone that best brings out the allure of her full lips. This lipstick also has the effect of moisturizing the lips. After putting it on her body, she put on the jeans and shirt that Fong Tang said. Then she picked up a small bag and only brought a mobile phone charger and 3 treasures commonly used by girls. Fong Tang over there is also wearing black pants and a white shirt, and only has a mobile phone. The man didn't seem to care about anything. The buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned, revealing his strong muscles. Qin Yaqing's brows twitched. She already knew this man's body very well. The last time she hugged him, he didn't seem to have such strong muscle lines. Fong Tang was flipping through the refrigerator. Bring some ham sausage or something for Beixing. Qin Yaqing laughed. What ham sausage? When we get to the meeting point, I'll buy a few boxes of canned food. Imported dog food is better. The two held hands and left the villa. There was no Qin Yaqing's car or bodyguards. Just like the most ordinary couple, Qin Yashin even took the initiative to ask for a bus ride for the first time. This was unimaginable before. She was a misophobic girl who didn't even want to sit in other people's private cars. After taking Route 103 and transferring to Route 207, Qin Yashin became more and more energetic on the bus during the morning rush hour. The crowds of people and the strange smell mixed with breakfast and sweat did not affect her sense of freshness. At 9 o'clock sharp, outside the Concord Hotel, the tour group's car slowly drove up. The bus has a low-key appearance, but a luxurious interior. All the seats have been removed and reinstalled, and there is enough space between each row of seats. This is a customized tour for literary and artistic couples. It starts from the Magic City, passes through several scenic spots, and rests in the small town of Genoa. It is a 2-day and 1-night trip to the south of the Yangtze River. The entire journey is free, and there is no compulsory consumption. It can be said to be the favorite setting for literary young people. Moreover, all seats for couples in the bus are separated by curtains. Fong Tang and Qin Yashin got on the bus and were in the 4th row, the best position. I looked inside the car and saw that there were 5 rows of seats for couples separated by curtains, with the tour guide seats in front and the bathroom in the car behind. Now all the couple seats are full. 10 people, Fong Tang thought in his mind. Bye. Master, do you doubt this car? Ha ha. Bye. You should understand the routine of infinite challenge. There must be something wrong with this car. Fong Tang sneered in his heart. We have to be careful from now on. In the sweet voice of the tour guide, the bus set off. Chapter 74. People in the bus. The bus passed through the viaduct in Shanghai, traveling very fast but very smoothly. I have to say, it was really relaxing along the way, although it was a couple seats separated by a curtain. Almost everyone had their curtains open. The 5 couples greeted each other and quickly became familiar with each other. The couples sitting in the front row were probably only in their early 20s. The boy had a guitar, and the girl was good at singing. As soon as the car left the city, some people started asking the young couple to sing a song. The boy looked a lot like Wan Liang, tall and fair, and started playing while holding the guitar. The girl is pure and beautiful, with a voice as clean as an angel. The whole car was amazed by the song. Daughter's love. This voice is worthy of participating in the voice. The fat man in the 2nd row sighed repeatedly. The fat man was wearing a gold chain, but the woman next to him was wearing a black skirt and sunglasses, looking cold and proud. In the 3rd row was a very quiet middle-aged couple, who were looking at the fat man with some frowns, disapproving of what he said. The voice is called an audition, but what this girl sings is art. Can art be compared with an audition? The middle-aged man said coldly. The fat man chuckled and looked at the middle-aged couple. You too. This is the era of traffic. Everything depends on fame and traffic. If this girl is not famous, no matter how good her art is, it will rot in the ditch. The young woman smiled faintly. That's not necessarily true. The so-called art is something that has been baptized and tested. One day gold will shine. This middle-aged couple is really old-fashioned and withdrawn. The way they talk and look at each other is like that of intellectuals who are superior to others. The fat man felt that he was insulted, and his expression changed. At this time, the woman in the black skirt and sunglasses next to him said softly, Fat man, you are uneducated and have no skills, so don't pretend here. My elder brother and sister-in-law are right. Art can be tested. The person in the 1st row, the young couple, had been embarrassed from the beginning, but now they bowed together and thanked them. We are embarrassed by what you said. We are just playing around. The young couple sat down, and the boy began to pack the guitar. Fong Tang kept watching silently. Qin Yashin beside him had already fallen asleep. He was staring at the boy's guitar case. When the guitar was put in, there was a slight clang, and a bulge appeared on the top of the thin guitar case. By Master, judging from the raised marks on the guitar case and the sound of the collision, it is a Type 92 pistol. Fong Tang was shocked in his heart. The trick has been revealed so quickly. This time the game has been upgraded, and everyone has begun to use it. Shot. At this time, the woman in the black dress in the 2nd row suddenly stood up. In the speeding car, she walked very steadily, took off her sunglasses, and came directly to Fong Tang in the 4th row. Brother, lend me a hand. The woman smiled charmingly, holding a thin golden cigarette in her hand. Fong Tang smiled. I'm sorry. I don't smoke. The woman blinked. She was very beautiful, although there were a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Her beautiful face and big eyes under the willow-shaped eyebrows must have been beautiful when she was young. A woman as beautiful as a flower. It's okay. I'll look for it again. The woman began to turn to the third row. The middle-aged couple in the third row immediately became serious. You can't smoke in the car, the middle-aged man said coldly. The middle-aged woman also said, the service area is just ahead. Please bear with me. The woman in the black skirt nodded slightly, but continued to walk to the fifth row. The curtains in the fifth row are the only ones that are closed. The corner of Fong Tang's mouth curled up. This is a very simple routine. He excuses himself from smoking without a lighter, walks around the car, and observes everyone. It seems that the fat man in the second row is not important. This woman is the one who needs to be careful. At this time, the woman in black skirt gently opened the curtains of the fifth row. A scream. A girl's voice. Everyone in the car turned their heads. In the fifth row, the most private row, there was a girl with a round face and short hair staring. You are sick. Didn't you see that the curtains were closed? The woman in the black dress was not angry. She bowed her head and apologized. The round-faced girl in the fifth row was hugging another girl with long hair. The girl with long hair covered her face, and both girls had red faces. This is a couple's line. The woman in the black dress smiled. Are you a couple? She asked boldly and directly. The round-faced girl bit her lip, as if she didn't want to admit it, but the long-haired girl in her arms boldly responded. Yes, she is my husband. The woman in the black skirt smiled slightly. I'm just saying. You don't need to close the curtains. It's normal in this era. The round-faced girl didn't expect that she would say this, and couldn't help but smile. But other people in the car probably wouldn't be so open. Huh? It's ruining the social atmosphere. As expected, the middle-aged man in the third row said loudly and disdainfully. The middle-aged woman sat up straight. Her green sweater made her look more prim. Her face turned blue. How disgusting. Have you two had enough? The singing girl in the first row actually got angry and jumped up. You two are really disgusting. The fat man in the second row stood up holding his chair and clenched his fists. I have long been unhappy with these two people. Until this time, the tour guide saw that the situation was out of control, and then hurriedly came on stage to persuade. It's the same old story, saying that we are together because we are destined to be together, and we are all friends when we go out. So we should accommodate each other and take care of each other. The tour guide's mouth went dry as she spoke, and the car reluctantly became quiet. But the fat man in the second row refused to let go and insisted that these two old guys in the third row change seats, replace the two poor girls in the fifth row. Now, the middle-aged couple has become the target of public criticism, and they have no choice but to move to the fifth row. The bus entered the service area and rested for 10 minutes before continuing its journey. The interior of the car is much more harmonious now. The artistic couple in the first row sang and played the piano. The fat girl in sunglasses in the second row made time, and the lily couple in the third row laughed happily. Only Fong Tang in the fourth row was silent, while the couple in the fifth row closed the curtain, probably sulking. So starting from the fourth row, the car seems to be divided into two worlds. Quiet in the back, lively in the front. Fong Tang gently patted Qin Yashin beside him, and watched the fat man shaking his body and beating time. As he swayed, a Scorpio submachine gun hidden behind his back was revealed. Okay, the Scorpion submachine gun, which can fire hundreds of rounds of bullets in 1 minute, is a weapon with such high firepower that they are all brought to the car. Fong Tang closed his eyes, and the other 8 people in the car appeared in front of him one after another. In the first row, there is a literary couple. The boy carries a pistol, and the girl is agile. The callus on her right hand shows that she is also an expert with guns. In the second row, the fat man was carrying a high-powered weapon, and the woman in sunglasses was checking the other people in the car as soon as she got in the car. In the third row, there is the lily couple. I don't see anything special about them so far. The middle-aged couple in the fifth row were a bit inhumane. But, since they went to the fifth row, they couldn't even hear a breath, which was the weirdest thing. What kind of people are these in a car? Chapter 75 Tail Whaling. When the bus entered the north of Jinhua County, the sky suddenly changed. Qin Yashin woke up with a yawn and saw light rain falling outside. The rain got heavier and soon turned into a downpour. The raindrops hit the car glass, making a crackling sound. It's late autumn now, and although the temperature in the south is relatively high these days, it shouldn't rain so heavily. The tour guide was using her mobile phone to contact the hotel in front of her. Soon, she turned around uneasily. Sorry, friends, we may have to take a detour. What's wrong? The fat man in the second row frowned and stood up. He was nervous. The girl in sunglasses pinched the fat man's wrist with her fingers and pulled him to sit down. She looked at the tour guide with a smile. Is there something wrong with the road conditions? The tour guide was very distressed. Yes. I really didn't expect it. It started raining heavily ahead. We were originally going to enter Jinhua through tail whaling this time. According to the itinerary, we went to tail whaling for 2 hours. It is the largest outside Jinhua scenic area. But she really didn't know how to explain. Now the tail whaling highway has collapsed. We can only take the Meishan Road and go directly to the inn in Jinhua town. At this point, she bowed repeatedly. Don't worry, everyone. The journey will not change. If anyone is dissatisfied, I will communicate with the travel agency and refund everyone's money. We don't want a refund. Lily girls in the third row shouted together. We must go to tail whaling. But the road collapsed. The tour guide never expected that these two gentle-looking girls could be so strong. Then put us down in front, and we can find a way to get there by ourselves. Lily girl said in unison again. The tour guide was at a loss. Fong Tang opened his eyes and looked at the two girls. Taohua Ridge. Is this where you met? Lily and the girls turned their heads together in disbelief. How did you know? Fong Tang glanced at Long. The girl's t-shirt was printed with the words, a piece of peach blossom. Just like my original intention. It looked like a customized couple's t-shirt. It's understandable, Fong Tang said lightly. But if the highway collapses, all traffic will be cut off. Unless you have wings. You won't be able to get through it all. You might as well go to Jinhua first. He explained slowly. When you get to Jinhua, you can take a taxi from the south to tail whaling. It will only take 2 hours. The tour guide patted her head at this time. This gentleman is so right. You see, I am confused. Lily girls in the third row said he took a look, nodded slightly, and sat down. The driver also breathed a sigh of relief and was about to move on when a middle-aged man's voice came from the direction of the fifth row. No, we have to go to tail whaling first. The tour guide was about to faint. Then unexpectedly, the girl in sunglasses in the second row also said gently, my husband and I are going to tail whaling to pray for a child. We asked the master at Longhua Temple, and we must go to tail whaling tonight. Miss Tour Guide's face has turned pale. The literary young people in the first row looked at each other and said in unison, actually, we also want to go to Taohua Ridge. Taohua Ridge. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. I was still thinking about what was so special about that place. Qin Yashin stood up coldly beside me. I'm sorry. I have to go to tail whaling before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't care what the rules of your travel agency are. And I don't care how much it costs. Are you willing? If you are willing, you have to send us there. Only then did the fat man see Qin Yashin's peerless appearance. And his eyes almost popped out. He swallowed, stared at Fong Tang fiercely, and smiled. This girl is really domineering. The tour guide has already winked at the driver. The driver took out his mobile phone and started pressing 110. If passengers ignore personal safety and insist on causing trouble, they can only call the police. But a red exclamation point popped up on the phone at this time. No signal. The driver cursed secretly and shook his head slightly at the tour guide. The tour guide also realized something was wrong. At this time, everyone in the car, except Fong Tang, was in a very aggressive manner. Then let's go! When we get to the place where the road collapsed, everyone can get off the car and walk. The tour guide said coldly and dropped the phone. The car accelerated and rushed onto the road at an alarming speed. Ahead, a large number of private cars and tourist buses were turning their heads, stopping and going like this. At 12:30 noon, there was no car in sight in front of us. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. Totally abnormal heavy rain. In this season, in this place, this kind of rain has never been seen, even during the plum rain season. When the rain had completely covered the sky and a curtain of water spread out in front of us, the driver stopped the car hard with a squeak. Everyone looked at the driver. The driver rubbed his eyes at this time, then picked up a rag and wiped the car glass. Hack! What the HL? Is this the road to tail whaling? Everyone looked outside, and as the wipers danced, outside the large glass window in front a barren mountain range was exposed. It's really a barren mountain, and the road has turned into dirt, and it's muddy from the rain. There were no signs or people around. The tour guide's eyes widened. Master Zhao, how did you drive? The driver smacked his lips. I was following the navigation. The tour guide stamped his feet. Master Zhao, we ran out of this line hundreds of times. You still need navigation? The driver was also unhappy. It's raining so hard. There are so many cars on the road. And there are twists and turns. How can I know the way without navigation? The tour guide walked over and said, There is no signal. There is no internet. How do you navigate? The driver raised his mobile phone. The built-in map is really weird. Let me get out of the car and have a look. The driver picked up the big umbrella, got off the car, and disappeared into the rain. 5 minutes passed, and everyone in the car was silent. 10 minutes passed. The tour guide crossed her arms and walked back and forth anxiously in the car. 20 minutes. And half an hour later, the tour guide cried, What on earth is going on? What is going on? She was so anxious that she even spoke in dialect. However, the driver never showed up again. The heavy rain and dark clouds outside made the surroundings dark. There was no car or person in front or behind, which made it increasingly weird. In silence, the fifth row of curtains opened. The middle-aged woman held a map in her hand and walked to the front. The middle-aged man held a strange wooden ruler in his hand. The two of them were in front of the car door, looking at the barren mountains in the distance. After looking at it for a while, the middle-aged woman raised the map. It was a yellowed map, and the words on it were clearly traditional Chinese characters. If you look carefully, you can see 25 years of the Republic of China written underneath the map. The 25th year of the Republic of China. 1936 in history. The woman actually held a map of the Republic of China, while the man was comparing it with a ruler. After a while, the man turned around and said, Don't be afraid. We are not going the wrong way. It is a peach blossom ridge. That's bullshit. The fat man shouted, I grew up in Taohua Ridge. And you still don't recognize your home? The woman in sunglasses had cold eyes, raised her hand, and slapped the fat man. The fat man was scared and aggrieved. What happened to me? No one asked you where your home is. You idiot. The woman in sunglasses, her chest rising and falling, turned to look at the middle-aged man. What the hell is this peach blossom ridge? Don't lie to others. The middle-aged man smiled gloomily. It's tail whaling. But it's not the tail whaling you know. In fact, the current tourist resort tail whaling in Jinhua was changed later. It's the real tail whaling. This is the ridge. This statement made everyone confused. Fong Tang's eyes flickered, and the information by decalled appeared in front of him. He started to read directly. Taohua Ridge, also known as Gyupo. In the 26th year of the Republic of China, local people moved to other places, and Taohua Ridge became a barren mountain. The people missed the old days, so they planted peach blossoms all over the mountains outside Jinhua City and rebuilt Taohua Ridge. The world has changed since then, and few people know the real Taohua Ridge. The middle-aged couple looked at Fong Tang in surprise. Young man, you know it quite well. Fong Tang shook his head. I don't understand. I'm just talking nonsense. That's all. The middle-aged couple actually smiled gently at this time. And then they were about to get out of the car. Wait. The tour guide directly pressed the button on the front of the car, locked the car, and then took out the key. No one is allowed to get out of the car. The driver has not come back for so long. I have to be responsible for your safety. Middle-aged, the couple laughed together. Girl, don't scare yourself. The driver must be lost. We just went down to look for him, the middle-aged man said. The tour guide looked terribly pale and shook his head repeatedly. No one is allowed to go down here. This place is so gloomy. Look, there isn't even a car. The rain is so weird. Also, this gentleman just now said what a sneaky slope. When she said this, everyone else's faces turned pale. Looking out the car window, everyone was swallowing their saliva. Only the middle-aged couple remained calm. Fong Tang looked at Qin Yashin beside him. Are you afraid? Qin Yashin shrank into his arms. But she still looked strong. I'm scaring myself. In broad daylight. Just as he said this, there was a thunder. A flash of lightning lit up the entire mountain. Chapter 76 Robbery. Lightning with strange thunder. Everyone in the car screamed. And the middle-aged couple were also frightened. It's late autumn. And there's thunder and lightning? However, the thunder kept getting louder and louder. That's so hacking weird. The fat man gasped and took out the cigarette. The girl in sunglasses also had a changed face. She and the fat man each had a cigarette. And then they took out a lighter and lit it with a click. The fat man and the girl in black skirt were minding their own business and smoking. Didn't you just go around looking for someone to lend a hand? The middle-aged man looked at the woman in the black skirt in confusion. The woman in black skirt and sunglasses glared at him. None of your business. She also lost her cool. But the fat man whispered something in her ear. And then amid the lightning and thunder, a barking sound suddenly came from the rear of the car. The people in the car were startled again. But he saw Beishing jumping out from the luggage seat and running directly to Fong Tang's feet. "It turns out it's your dog," Fatty muttered. "I didn't even notice when I brought pets to the car." Fong Tang calmly comforted Beishing. Beishing is spiritual and a famous dog from ancient times. He felt something was wrong. So he was so nervous. The atmosphere in the car became increasingly tense. The pressure was slowly building. And as the thunder became more and more urgent, the fat man suddenly threw away the cigarette and said solemnly to the girl in sunglasses, "Sister, do it?" The girl in sunglasses held the red cigarette, but in her hand, and raised her mouth. They were all twisted. "It's so damn unlucky. If something like this happens, I'll just listen to you and do whatever you want." Everyone in the car was in a daze. Fong Tang put his hand into Qin Yaxin's bag and whispered to her ear, "Hide under the seat, and don't come out if you hear anything." Qin Yaxin's eyes widened. But she saw Fong Tang pull out a fruit knife from the bottom of her small bag. Folding fruit knife. This fruit knife has been in the kitchen of the villa. When did he put it in his bag? At this time, the fat man threw off his coat and pulled out the Scorpio submachine gun with the gun handle clasped from the back of his waist. After throwing it to the girl in sunglasses, he leaned over and pulled out another revolver from his trouser leg. A man and a woman held up guns and grinned ferociously at the people in the car. "Sorry. Robbery." There was silence in the car, and only the sound of the violent storm could be heard. A few seconds later, the girl in the first row held her head and screamed. "My acting skills are really bad," Fong Tang thought to himself. The eyes of this artistic girl who could sing were very calm, and her screaming was just a disguise. And the artistic boy slowly squatted down and said, "Don't shoot. We will give you money if you want it." The Lily girls in the third row had already huddled in their seats, and the two of them hugged each other. This is the real reaction of ordinary people scared. The most calm people in the scene were the middle-aged couple. They were standing in front of the car door. The man said gently, "Don't be impulsive. You are seeking money. You must pay with your life for killing." The corners of the fat man's mouth twitched, and he raised his hand. He picked up his revolver and said, "I'll kill you two old guys first." The middle-aged man stood in front of his woman. Although he still remained calm, his face had turned pale. At this time, the woman in black skirt had already grabbed the trembling tour guide and took the car keys. She looked outside the window and determined that it was a deserted place with no one in the mountains, and then walked to the fourth row, looking at Fong Tang, who was silent and speechless. The girl in black skirt smiled charmingly. "Little brother, you are very calm. Aren't you afraid?" Fong Tang raised his head and smiled. "I think you are different from other robbers." The girl in black skirt said, "Oh. What do you say?" Fong Tang looked at her. "Domestic robbers are rarely so powerful and carry standard weapons such as submachine guns. You two don't look like people who just pull out guns for a small amount of money. Is it pressure? It's too big." "So how many people do you want to kill for fun?" His words made the woman in black dress change her eyes. She and Fatty were indeed not ordinary robbers, and they had no intention of robbing a few tourists in the car this time. But suddenly they came to such a strange place, and the driver disappeared horribly. Under extreme pressure, the woman and the fat man became murderous. Only killing can relieve their stress. This secret thought was actually revealed by the young man in front of him. The girl in the black skirt was not surprised. The fat man from behind came over with a smile. What he was staring at was not Fong Tang, but Qin Yaxin. "Sister, look at this girl. She is so damn beautiful. I really can't stand it." He licked his tongue and couldn't wait to come over. But the girl in the black dress slapped her on the face. "Pull your back to me. You idiot. Do your business first, and you will enjoy it later." Qin Yaxin bit her lips and tightened her grip with rapid breathing. Fontaine's hand. Fong Tang sighed. He was 70% sure that he could subdue the two people instantly. But there was still a 30% chance that everyone would die in the car. So he can't take action now. The woman in the black skirt glanced at the people in the car. "You are unlucky to meet me. To be honest, I really can't do anything for a few small money. Life is stressful, and I can only kill a few people to relax." The submachine gun in his hand began to rotate. Starting from the tour guide, the muzzle of the gun was swinging. The tour guide's legs were shaking, and light yellow urine dripped down her blue skirt. The fat man laughed strangely. "Huh. I peed?" The woman in the black dress exhaled through her nostrils and seemed to be excited. She just liked to see these people helpless and begging. Only then did she feel in control. The gun was still selecting. And finally it clicked on the face of the artistic girl in the first row. You are the first. This choice surprised Fong Tang. This crazy woman didn't choose the broken tour guide, the disgusting middle-aged couple, or the calmest Fong Tang, but she chose the most harmless artistic girl in the car. The artistic girl stood up slowly, and the handsome guy next to her nervously stood in front of her. The female monster in the black dress laughed. Okay, you couple have a really good relationship. What I hate the most is you like this. What love is as deep as the sea. What love is like a husband and a concubine. They will betray you one day. Why don't we die together today? Here! They are a couple even after they went to Huangquan. The young literary couple clasped their fingers together, with determination in their eyes. They were both eerily quiet. The woman in the black skirt became even more angry. She raised her submachine gun and shouted, Okay, I'll help you. Turn around. Kneel down. And I'll send you on your way. The fat man turned the revolver in his hand, chuckled, and did it to Qin Yashin. He made an obscene gesture of touching his crotch, which was disgusting and scary. At this time, Fong Tang slowly stood up. The woman in the black dress and the fat man raised their guns together. Fong Tang looked at the woman in the black skirt indifferently. You have been emotionally hurt. So you are unhappy with all lovers. It must be that a man abandoned you when you were young. So you were stimulated. If I guess correctly, you killed him. And it will be our turn as the next couple. Right. He held Qin Yashin's hand. The two of them were both handsome. And they were even more affectionate at this time. The eyelids of the woman in the black dress began to twitch. She was indeed full of resentment and jealousy towards all lovers. And she did plan to kill the two people in the first row first. The next pair was Fong Tang and Qin Yashin. Not only did she want to kill Fong Tang, but she also wanted to give Qin Yashin to the fat man to play with. But these thoughts were still expressed by others. The woman in the black skirt was a little anxious, and she put the gun in her hand directly on Fong Tang's forehead. You're looking for hacking death. Fong Tang looked outside the car. I'm just looking for death. Killing people in a car is very troublesome. And blood it splashes everywhere, and affects your continued escape. Why don't you go down and give me a good shot? Haha. With such a heavy rain, all traces will be taken away by the rain. Isn't that great? People in the car said. They all looked at Fong Tang in shock. Is he crazy? But everything the young man said was calm and logical. The girl in the black skirt was stunned again, and the fat man next to her became unhappy. Sister, hurry up and kill this stupid idiot. The girl in the black skirt held a gun in her left hand, and pressed the remote key of the bus with her right hand, and the door squeaked, automatically open. The muzzle of the gun was pressed against Fong Tang's back. Get down. No. Qin Yashin screamed and reached out to pull. The fat man jumped over and said with a smile, Don't worry. I will take care of you later. With a whimper, Beishing stood in front of the hostess and grinned at the fat man. The fat man was furious, raised his revolver, and aimed at Beishing's head. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he was about to take action with all his strength. But the girl in the black skirt yelled angrily, You're so hacking stupid. Why are you wasting bullets on a dog? The fat man put away the gun in a sullen voice. Get off! The woman in black skirt had taken control of the entire scene and pushed Fong Tang out of the car with a gun. The thunder and lightning had disappeared, and the heavy rain was drifting like a curtain. But looking ahead, I saw a completely different situation. The curtain of rain suddenly disappeared in the distance, as if a waterfall had been forcibly cut open. Standing here, you can even see the sunshine in the distance, along the shadow of a mountain range, turning into two worlds. In the north, it is a sunny autumn day, but in this barren mountains and ridges, it is a cold winter with rain and clouds. Chapter 77 Monster. Fong Tang frowned and looked ahead. This seems to be artificial rainfall. Thinking of the lightning and thunder just now, he couldn't help but look up to the sky again. Is it really artificial control of this heavy rain? What the hell is Unlimited doing? But can they really do such a big scene? Fong Tang somehow thought of the Sky Exorcist satellite that the company girl once showed off. What the hell are you muttering about? In the heavy rain, the woman in black skirt held the gun in both hands. Her eyes filled with water. She was already uneasy because the rain was too heavy, so she could only aim at Fong Tang with reluctance. But Fong Tang was still cooperative, and turned to her and said loudly, I said this rain is weird. The girl in the black skirt also saw the abnormality in the sky in the north, so she was even more anxious now. Hell is calling you. She suddenly said this, and then lowered her gun. Kneel down. Fong Tang did not move, and the corners of his mouth curled up. In the strong wind and rain, he laughed loudly. It's very interesting. You like to make people kneel down and then shoot in the back. The woman in the black skirt gritted her teeth, but she still couldn't help but ask loudly, What are you talking about? Fong Tang turned around and looked at her. The girl in black skirt subconsciously took a step back in the heavy rain. You have to admit, I can see through you. Fong Tang took a step forward. That's why you are still reluctant to kill me. Only I can see what you are thinking. The woman in the black dress had her chest heaving and her voice was extremely hoarse. I will kill you now. Fong Tang shook his head. You are very contradictory. On the one hand, you are afraid of me. But on the other hand, you want to hear me tell you the secrets in your heart. You need vent. Because you are not a normal person. The eyes of the woman in black skirt began to tremble. Fong Tang has not taken action until now. Although he is now 100% sure that he can subdue this woman instantly. But he wonders if this woman is part of the game. He wants more content from the game. The woman in the black dress was trembling. And Fong Tang continued, The Scorpion submachine gun in your hand cannot be obtained at all in China. This means that you came in from abroad. He tilted his head and glanced. CZ Scorpion EVO type. This model is now very rare in the arms market. Most of them live in Ukraine. I speculate that you may have come from that chaotic area. You? Who are you? The woman in black skirt screamed. Your gun-holding movements are very standard. This is not a skill that can be mastered in a short time. Ordinary people hold this kind of gun and kill people face to face. But you like to make people kneel down and shoot from behind. This is not routine. It's a killing technique, but an execution technique that is commonly used in wars. Fong Tang said slowly. The girl in the black dress had her eyes widen. You are the Interpol? You are following me all the way. I am not the Interpol. I just like to reason. Fong Tang looked at her soaked black skirt. The black skirt is almost transparent. You can clearly see all the secrets of the woman's body. You have many injuries on your body. The woman in the black skirt tightened her body. There are electric shock injuries, knife wounds, burns, and gunshot wounds. Fong Tang's eyes looked particularly strange in the heavy rain. You have been abused. More than once. The string of tattoos on your left shoulder is in Turkic language, meaning free fighters, which translates to Cossacks. The woman in the black skirt stepped back, and the gun in her hand began to tremble. I happen to know that there is a resistance army in the chaotic areas of Ukraine, and its code name is Cossack Free Cavalry. Fong Tang pressed forward step by step. You are Chinese. How did you fall into the Ukrainian resistance? You suffered so much there. And how did you escape? You this devil. The woman in the black dress collapsed, holding up the submachine gun in her hand and moving her fingers. With a click, Fong Tang's figure appeared in front of her with a curtain of rain. His fingers already stuck in front of the hook of the submachine gun. With a shake of his arm, the gun fell into his hand. The woman in the black dress screamed, Let go, and pulled out a sharp scimitar from behind her waist. The submachine gun in Fong Tang's hand turned, and the handle of the gun slammed down, hitting her wrist. The girl in black skirt turned and ran away. Her movements are very dexterous, and she runs in an S-shaped trajectory, which is the best route to avoid being shot. Fong Tang gave chase. In the heavy rain, the figure of the woman in black skirt suddenly stopped in front, and then knelt on the ground with a plop. Fong Tang caught up. The girl in the black skirt was panting, but her eyes widened and she looked ahead, making a strange gurgling sound in her throat. Fong Tang took a quick step and immediately gasped. Ahead is a large ditch in this barren mountain. It is at least 5 meters wide and directly cuts across the highway and mountain road. I don't know how this ditch appeared, but it is definitely not a normal ditch. At this time, deep in the ditch, there were densely packed cars, private cars, buses, off-road vehicles, electric vehicles, motorcycles, and even agricultural tricycles are densely packed and neatly arranged under the ditch. The woman in the black skirt looked tremblingly. What is this? Fong Tang leaned over and looked. These are all cars in front of us. We didn't see a single car along the way. It's unreasonable in the first place. No matter how desolate the place is, as long as there is a road, it shouldn't be so quiet. It turns out that they are all here. The woman in the black skirt trembled. What the HL? What the HL? Did these cars get off by themselves? Fong Tang, before he could speak, he suddenly felt a cold feeling on his back. It was a gust of wind that brought rain. He subconsciously turned around and pulled up the girl in black skirt, who was still kneeling on the ground. The two of them staggered away from the sneak attack from behind. In the heavy rain, the sound of oh-ho breathing was particularly clear, and I saw a man with his eyes rolled up and his whole body stiff, waving a wrench in his hand. The wrench used to repair cars was heavy, and it was like a weapon in his hand, causing a lot of noise. Yes, it's the driver, the woman in black skirt shouted. Fong Tang also recognized it. It was indeed the driver of the tour bus. He looked fully clothed, but his expression and eyes were extremely strange. The pupils of his eyes were gray and white, and they were so wide that the corners of his eyes were cracked. Blood was flowing in the rain along the corners of his eyes. The corners of his mouth were twitching, but his body stood upright. With a whine, the machete in the woman's hand was thrown out and hit the driver's chest. The driver with a knife stuck in his chest jumped half a meter high, and then rushed towards him at an even more alarming speed. The speed was as fast as Fong Tang's when his potential exploded. The girl in black skirt was knocked away by him. Fong Tang quickly stepped back and helped the painful girl in black skirt. Shoot! This is a hacking zombie! The woman in the black dress screamed. Fong Tang was still observing. It was obvious that the driver had lost normal consciousness, but his movements were not like those of a zombie. He was very flexible and at an alarming speed. The muzzle was pressed down, and with a click, the Scorpion submachine gun turned on the semi-automatic mode. The driver rushed over again. This time, there was no hesitation. Fong Tang shot directly. At a distance of 15 meters, all the bullets were released. Not a single hit. The driver was also stunned, standing there panting. The girl in black skirt stared wide-eyed. You idiot. Fong Tang's face turned red. He now regrets not choosing the gun mastering skill in the mall, throwing the gun directly to the girl in black skirt. Fong Tang jumped on her. The driver swung the wrench, and Fong Tang twisted around and caught his arm with his backhand. While exerting force outward, he kicked his knee hard with his left foot. The driver's left arm was broken and his right knee cracked. He twisted his body, dragged his broken leg, and still jumped around nimbly. The woman in black skirt shouted, "Get down!" Fong Tang did not hesitate and lay on the ground like a dog pawing. The gunshot crackled. 50 rounds of bullets were all lodged in the vital parts of the driver's chest. The driver fell. The only disadvantage of the Scorpion submachine gun is its range. It can hit within a range of 25 meters, but it is barely effective beyond 30 meters. The woman in the black dress fired her gun from the extreme distance of 30 meters, but the bullet holes were accurately arranged in the vital parts of her chest. This shooting technique was absolutely top-notch. She gasped at this time. You still said he was not a zombie! Fong Tang reached out and pulled out the machete from the driver's chest, turned the body over, and cut him under the neck. Accident. There is no chip under the neck. On the other hand, my scalp can't help but feel numb. The girl in black skirt came over at this time, trembling with fear. The driver's heart was beating rapidly in the cracked chest, beating like a motor. Others appear to be dead, but their entire body organs are still functioning. The woman in black skirt raised her gun, but Fong Tang frowned and avoided it. His heart burst under the muzzle of the gun, and then the driver let out a roar, and his body bounced up half a meter on the spot before falling straight down. This is a zombie! There are zombies here! Damn it! I don't have any good luck in this life. The woman in the black dress tremblingly took out a new magazine from her waist, put it on skillfully, gritted her teeth, and fired with all her strength. This time it was aimed at the driver's head, inside the cracked skull. The brain was normal. Fong Tang held down the girl in the black skirt and said, Don't waste bullets. What do you mean? The girl in the black skirt was still trembling. Do you remember those cars in the ditch? Fong Tang swallowed. You never thought about the people in the cars? You mean? The girl in the black dress had goosebumps all over her body, as if in response to Fong Tang's words. A dark shadow was rapidly appearing along the direction of the ditch that cut the highway. It was a bunch of people. No, it was a bunch of monsters. They were like runners in a 100-meter race, rushing along the dirt road. The woman in the black dress softened and almost fainted. Fong Tang grabbed her directly, turned around and ran away without hesitation. Car keys! The woman in the black skirt's legs became weak, and she threw up the car keys. Fong Tang took the key and said, How many bullets are left? 2 magazines. 120 rounds. The woman in the black dress pointed at the dark monster and fired continuously. The submachine gun has been adjusted to the 3-shot burst mode, but the monsters are not affected at all. Fong Tang had already opened the bus door, pulled the girl in black skirt with weak legs, and rushed forward in embarrassment. With a sneer, The car door closed. Chapter 78 SWAT. The bus was completely silent. Can you drive this car? The woman in black dress yelled, her voice changing tone. Fong Tang wiped his sweat and said, I'll give it a try. Everyone in the car looked at the two people blankly, wondering why the female robber and the hostage came back together. And it seems that the two of them are very friendly. Fong Tang had already inserted the car key and started the car. But after the rumbling sound, the front wheels of the bus were smoking, but the rear wheels were motionless. Hack! Fong Tang slapped the steering wheel ferociously. The rear wheels are locked. Outside the car, the wind and rain became increasingly confusing. The only good news was that no monsters were seen. What on earth is going on? The middle-aged couple looked at the embarrassed woman in black skirt and Fong Tang. Are you two together? This may be the only explanation. Fong Tang frowned and was about to speak. But the artistic couple who had been quiet jumped up at this moment. The guitar case in the handsome guy's hand hit the fat man in a daze. But the girl knocked down the girl in the black dress. Under the guitar case, the handsome guy held a Type 92 police pistol and aimed it at the fat man, saying coldly, Don't be afraid. Everyone. We are the police. The girl had already held down the girl in the black skirt, and a certificate appeared in her hand. Anti-terrorism PSD SWAT team. Don't panic. We have been chasing these two criminals for a long time. Most people in the car breathed a sigh of relief. The handsome guy slowly walked up to the fat man, unloaded his revolver, then kicked him over, reached out, and took out the two roller-shaped revolver magazines on his waist. Be honest. The fat man's eyes were panicked. Then he gritted his teeth and slammed his head back. The handsome guy smashed down the handle of the gun in his hand. But the fat man flexibly rolled backwards in the car, then rolled directly to the front of the car, and his head hit the emergency switch on the passenger seat. The car door swung open. The fat man rolled again and fell out of the car. Fat man! The woman in black skirt screamed shrilly. Come back quickly. You'll be finished if you get down. Fong Tang pressed the remote control, locked the passenger's emergency switch, and closed the door again with a scoff. The girl in black skirt struggled. You? Save him quickly! Fong Tang said coldly. It's too late. The girl in black skirt screamed. Your skills can obviously stop him. Fong Tang's mouth curved. Yes, but I'm sorry. I don't like this fat guy very much. He just went down to help us delay some time. The woman in the black skirt suddenly cursed, and Fong Tang said coldly, Save your energy. He just ran away by himself, and he didn't watch it from beginning to end. Look at you. The woman in the black skirt stopped cursing, and fell to the ground with lifeless eyes. Fong Tang was right. Fatty chose to betray her in the end. At this time, the handsome policeman rushed to the driver's seat in annoyance and pointed his gun at Fong Tang. What is your relationship with them? Fong Tang ignored him and was still looking out the window. Comrade police. Now we have to worry, yes. They are not two little thieves. The handsome guy sneered. Thieves? These two are terrorists who came in from abroad. Resistance forces from eastern Ukraine. They carried standard weapons and killed and set fire all the way from Harbin. They are on the wanted list of the International Anti-Terrorism Department. Do you think they are thieves? Fong Tang was still looking out the window. I know you can't understand, but what we have to worry about now is really not them. The handsome guy raised his eyebrows and said when he was about to ask. A scream that didn't sound like a human voice came from outside. The scream came from the fat man. The handsome policeman was shocked. Are there any bad guys outside? The policewoman had locked the girl in black dress with the handcuffs in the guitar case. At this time, she raised her head. Captain Jiang, I'll go down and take a look. No. The handsome policeman pointed his finger. Fong Tang. Look at him. This kid is very problematic. He stretched out his hand to open the door, but Fong Tang grabbed his wrist with his backhand. You? Comrade police. Listen, Fong Tang said with a gloomy face. It was getting darker and darker outside, and nothing could be seen clearly. But the fat man's screams were very clear. Wave after wave. Intermittent. Like cattle and sheep being slaughtered alive. The handsome policeman's eyes changed. What are you doing? The woman in black skirt laughed miserably. We are finished. We are all finished. There are all zombies outside. Almost everyone in the car screamed in terror. And some people, but he was laughing. The two special police officers pretending to be lovers laughed the loudest. Black Widow, you are also a big shot. And now you are using zombies in the movie to scare people. It's so funny. But the lily lovers in the third row have all shrunk to their seats. Down. The middle-aged couple returned to the last row. They were pulling out a suitcase with serious expressions and talking in low voices. Qin Yaqin stared blankly at Fong Tang in front of her in her seat, then lowered her head to look at the time. At this time, she even took out a close-fitting lipstick. The handsome policeman smiled a little awkwardly, then frowned and looked outside the car. What kind of zombies? I want to see them. There was a bang, and a pale human face suddenly appeared in front of the policeman's car window, with such force that the car shook. The handsome policeman shivered and subconsciously raised his gun, almost pulling the trigger. Boom! 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 There were more and more weirdos outside the bus, surrounding the whole bus, and they kept hitting the car, and the glass of the bus made strange clanking noises. The handsome policeman staggered back and sat down on the ground. The policewoman hurriedly supported him. Captain Jiang? The handsome man gasped. Is something wrong? Is it filming? But in this barren mountain and ridge, there can't be a film crew. And those people outside the window, the appearance is really similar to the zombies in the movie. The lily lovers under the seats cried and screamed. There was chaos in the car. Qin Yaqin was concentrating on applying lipstick. Fong Tang sat silently in the driver's seat, his watch on his left hand flashing. It's 1:30 in the afternoon. Dear Fong Tang players, the monster has entered a suspended activation state. A new round of games will officially start in 20 minutes. Players, please be prepared. 20 minutes later, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the power of amnesty disappeared. As the long-lost game prompt appeared, the monsters outside the car window began to retreat. They seemed to turn into a ball of black energy and retreated very quickly. The heavy rain in the sky dissipated in an instant, leaving only dark clouds. The sky was still dark, but it was strangely quiet outside. Fong Tang was waiting for the game to officially start. Only by seeing the game prompts can he judge what the theme of this round of the game is. The expressions of the people in the car varied, but most of them were frightened. Fong Tang closed his eyes and rested until Qin Yaqin's gentle call came to his ears. Tang! Fong Tang turned to look at her. Her lips were red and full of alluring fragrance. Tang! I'm so scared! Qin Yaqin's eyes were red, as if she was blaming him for ignoring her. Fong Tang looked at the time and sighed in his heart. What should come will eventually come. He stood up and held Qin Yaqin's little hand. Shall we go down and relax? Qin Yaqin was stunned. She didn't know how to answer. There were obviously so many monsters outside. Why would he take him down there? The woman in the black dress shouted at this time. You are crazy! There are so many zombies outside. Even the handsome policeman frowned. Hey! No one should get out of the car until the matter is clear. He and the female policeman kept talking. Tried to contact the outside world, but the cell phone signal was blank. Fong Tang shook his head and smiled softly at Qin Yaqin. It will be safe outside within 20 minutes. I promise. You must have a lot of things on your mind to say to me. Right. Qin Yaqin showed a sad smile. Yes. The car door opened, and Fong Tang handed the keys to the handsome policeman. If there is a problem, close the door and don't worry about what is happening outside. It is not something you can deal with. Until then, the tour guide who had been trembling shouted. The driver has locked the car. This car has the most advanced intelligent control system. The driver can use the mobile phone app to lock the rear wheels. You have to find his mobile phone. Fong Tang nodded and took Qin Yaqin's little hand to get out of the car. After the rain, the air on the roadside of the barren mountain is particularly fresh. Fong Tang turned his back to Qin Yaqin and silently looked at the sky in the distance. Yaqin, there are still 16 minutes left. It's time for you to have a showdown with me. Right. Chapter 79 Showdown. Tang! What are you talking about? Qin Yaqin said loudly. His eyes seemed to be dazed and a little aggrieved. Fong Tang looked at her calmly. There are still 15 minutes. Qin Yaqin walked to him step by step, raised her head, and slowly approached him with a sweet breath on her lips. The flaming blue gold lipstick made her full lips moisturized, and the tenderness and affection in her eyes were like intoxicating wine. No one can refuse this kiss. Fong Tang pushed her away, pushing her away hard with endless disappointment. Qin Yaqin almost fell down in embarrassment. This was the first time that Fong Tang was so rude to her. You, woman, had tears in her eyes. Stop acting. Fong Tang said this indifferently, and his voice suddenly became hoarse. Your lipstick has been changed by me. And the lipstick that really contains biological viruses has been flushed into the toilet by me. Qin Yaqin was punched hard and screamed. Do you suspect that my lipstick is poisonous? Fong Tang, there is no need to insult people like this. If it were poisonous, I would have died long ago. Fong Tang shook his head. Isn't it okay at this time? Don't admit that I have been thinking about what method you are going to use to attack me. I didn't expect that you would use such a high-end method in the end. He took a step forward and said, when we were in the hospital, you started collecting my medical records, relying on you to follow thanks to the relationship with the dean. You have obtained all my blood and tissue samples. If I guess correctly, your Qin Consortium designed this biological virus based on my DNA. Fong Tang's tone was cold and sad. This biological virus will not work on anyone. It will only work on my DNA. It can be said that it is a biological poison that strikes accurately. Qin Yashin reached out to comb her long hair. She had nothing to say. It can't be disguised anymore. This beautiful girl now looked sad. When did you find out? That's not important. Fong Tang's voice was a little hoarse. Is that important? Ha. The precise virus that targets DNA is the most powerful in the world. It's still in the cutting-edge development stage. So I really don't understand. How did you find out? This is the wisdom conclusion by came to through data analysis after invading Qin Yashin's mobile phone. But Fong Tang didn't want to talk anymore at this time. He gently pulled out the scimitar behind him. An Eastern European scimitar from the woman in the black dress. Qin Yashin stretched out her hand to push away her long scattered hair. Her lips trembled. Okay. I am indeed the best player in Infinite Challenge. It's such a joy to do things. Fong Tang's heart ached so much. And the scimitar in his hand was so heavy that he couldn't turn his head. Yuan looked at this woman. Why do you want to kill me? Is this a game of this level? Are you also a player? Qin Yashin lowered her head. So? But I am not a player of this level of the game. To be precise, I'm just a product in the Infinite Mall. Fong Tang suddenly turned his head. What did you say? Qin Yashin slowly took out her mobile phone and showed the interface of the Infinite Mall. New product is in stock. Qin Yashin, the heir to the Qin Consortium. You only need to spend 50 game coins to get this peerless beauty. Fong Tang roared and waved his phone away. Qin Yashin leaned over to pick it up. Her long hair scattered again. My grandfather. You know him. The 111 VIP of Infinite Company. Fong Tang's eyelids jumped. Your grandfather is the 111 VIP. He could only repeat. His mind was in confusion. But many questions can also be explained. On the day 103 VIP's mother-in-law passed away. Didn't Qin Yashin say that her family had a close relationship with her mother-in-law? And her mother-in-law even said on the gambling boat that 111 VIP was the first to hang out with her. Qin Yashin said sadly at this time. My grandfather and my father made a mistake in judgment. When you participated in the resurrection level, they bet all the family's game coins on your opponent. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. So they lost everything. Not only did he lose all his money, but at that time my father also borrowed a loan shark from the Infinite Mall. A total of 100,000 game coins were deposited all at once. Qin Yashin's mouth trembled. In the end, you won. And our entire Qin family, even if the consortium sells itself, it still can't pay back the game coins. It has no choice but to mortgage me to Infinite Company. And I will become a commodity. Then you? Fong Tang's heart was full of anger. Have you ever been used by other people? Player. Qin Yashin shook her head. No. I am a new product. And I have always been by your side. Under the threat of the Amnesty Authority. Other players do not want to provoke you even if they have thoughts about me. Fong Tang reached out and wanted to hug the girl. But he raised his hand slightly, but was unable to put it down. Qin Yashin sneered in the wind. Don't pretend like this. All you care about is whether your woman is clean. But what I care about is how to save the entire family. Fong Tang sighed. That's why you want to kill me, what? Not only do I have to kill you, but I also have to do it at the beginning of a new round of the game. Qin Yashin was completely relaxed and knew everything. Because of this level of the game, our family borrowed another 30,000 game coins. I really risked my whole family's life this time. Or I bought you to die. Fong Tang suddenly said, the moment this round of the game starts, you kill me with a biological virus. And you win this big gamble. Qin Yashin was laughing. Smiled particularly miserably. The probability of you dying at the beginning of the game is very low. According to the odds, it is 1 to 10. If I succeed, the 30,000 bet can become 300,000. Not only can I pay off my debt easily, but I can also make a lot of money. A sum of money can even redeem me from the company. Player Fong Tang. Please note that there are still 10 minutes before the game starts. Fong Tang turned off his watch directly and raised the scimitar in his hand again. Without the hesitation he had just now. I want to kill you. My whole family is plotting against you. So even if you kill me now, I have nothing to say. Qin Yashin was very calm. Her eyes were calm and natural. If you don't kill me, my fate will be become the plaything of all gamers. This time the Qin family failed again. 111 VIP was a complete failure. He borrowed 200,000 game currency before and after. Not to mention the Qin family. Even the old woman couldn't bear the loss. Qin Yashin will indeed become a shopping mall toy for the rest of her life. Fong Tang's scimitar was pressed against her neck. You have to do it quickly. For the sake of my good service to you. Qin Yashin closed her eyes. At this time, Bai's voice came to Fong Tang's ear. Wait, master. There is something abnormal about her body data. Bai, don't say anything. I will act quickly. Because I'm afraid that if I hesitate, I won't be able to do it. We can't take action. No, master. Her situation is very abnormal. There is a 98% probability. A 98% probability. Damn. Bai, tell me quickly. A 98% probability of being pregnant. Ding. With a sound, the scimitar in Fong Tang's hand fell to the ground, and his head felt like a severe punch. Qin Yashin was still waiting. You, do it quickly. Fong Tang closed his eyes and yelled at his mind. Bai, you must be wrong. Master, the data does not lie. The body's data is more I can't lie. Fong Tang immediately hugged Qin Yashin and hugged her tightly, his voice trembling. You? When did you have one? What are you talking about? Qin Yashin looked confused. Fong Tang slapped himself hard on the head and yelled. When did you get pregnant with the child? Qin Yashin trembled. But her eyes were not disguised. But still confused. Pregnant with the child. And so on. Fong Tang suddenly understood that Qin Yashin, a girl, didn't understand this at all. Have you had any nausea recently? Or have you suddenly felt tired and wanted to sleep? When did your aunt come last month? Is it time this month? Fong Tang roared. Qin Yashin already understood something. She covered her chest and staggered back. Then she held her head and screamed. Impossible. Fong Tang grabbed her. Idiot. You stupid woman. You are a super hacking idiot. He was completely confused. Qin Yashin was still shaking her head. We all took protective measures together. Fong Tang grabbed his hair. This is the first time. The first time in the hospital. Without any protective measures. Qin Yashin shook her head desperately. Just once. Fong Tang closed his eyes and was extremely confused for a moment. Too bloody. He really didn't want to believe this fact. Child? How far away that should be. Slowly, he darkened his face and grabbed the girl's wrist. You did it on purpose. Right? You deliberately got pregnant with my child. So that I can't do anything to you. If Qin Yashin is really smart with such cruelty, it is entirely possible that she deliberately got pregnant with her own child. So that she would have the best hostage. Fong Tang's bones and blood in his belly immediately became a life-saving talisman. I'm not pregnant. I'm not pregnant. That's impossible. I don't want it. Qin Yashin screamed, turned around and ran away. Fong Tang gritted his teeth. He didn't care about anything at this time. He picked her up and turned around and walked towards the bus. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Just be quiet. Qin Yashin struggled and cried loudly. You're going to kill me. Leave me. I don't want your child. Fong Tang walked quickly. But there was a white mist in front of him. After the heavy rain, the barren mountain land was filled with fog at some point. And the thick fog covered everything. Qin Yashin cried harder and harder in his arms. I will help you pay back the game coins that your Qin family owes. I can make money by playing games. I will consider taking care of you and your children. We can, Fong Tang said with a gloomy face. I will marry you. Qin Yashin is no longer here struggling again. She looked at the man blankly. What did you just say? I said I would marry you. Fong Tang said every word without any emotion. Even an idiot could tell that this was a pure lie. But Qin Yashin had some kind of fantasy. And her voice began to tremble. You? Say it again. I said, I will marry. Fong Tang's voice stopped abruptly. In the mist, a slender black cord appeared, hooked the girl in his arms like an arm, and pulled her away instantly. Chapter 80 Silence Town. Qin Yashin was taken away. Fong Tang's hands were empty, and he couldn't react at all. The watch flashes crazily. Dear player Fong Tang, this round of the game has officially begun. Please read the game content carefully, and pay attention to the game rules. The difficulty of this game is level A, suitable for junior players, and requires a certain level of proficiency for junior players to complete. Basic game A difficulty Silent Town. The main process of the main game is unknown. Players need to explore by themselves. Please select OK. Basic game A difficulty Silent Town. Side mission 1. Rescue Qin Yashin. Please select OK. Basic game A difficulty Silent Town. There will be a lot of random side quests. Please select OK. Rewards for all main and side processes will appear after completion. Please confirm. Sure. 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 Fong Tang quickly pressed OK. The fog became thicker and thicker. If it weren't for Bai's instructions, Fong Tang would never have been able to find the original bus. Behind him, countless black figures were appearing, rushing towards the bus. With a sneer, the bus door opened. Fong Tang jumped up and opened his watch. The Infinite Game Barrage group is so lively right now. VIP 111 is so pitiful. Now everyone knows his real identity. Haha. That's not important anymore. What I'm interested in now is Qin Yashin. You can play with 50 game coins. I can't bear it. Live. Yeah. Now 111 VIPs, haha. No longer VIPs. The eldest lady of Qin's consortium has been officially put on the shelves. Hey. Look. The price has been reduced. Now it is on sale. 30 game coins can be used for anything. We can play. But we need Fong Tang to complete this level of the game. Perhaps the game will die in this level. What a pity. VIPs. Players. Everyone were discussing Qin Yashin. But Fong Tang and the game were not interested in it. So concerned, Fong Tang watched silently, the anger burning in his heart. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Bye. Do as I say. The junior player's permission can already post barrages. And as a live broadcast player, his barrages are highlighted in the audience. Player Fong Tang kicked VIP 397 out of the room. Player Fong Tang kicked VIP 339 out of the room. There were no harsh words. And it was useless to say anything harsh. Fong Tang kicked out all the fans who insulted Yashin. In an instant, his number of fans changed from 120 to 70. Below, the barrage went crazy. Hack! It's off! It's off! We're fans of you. Fong Tang. Remember your identity. Aren't you just a clown who makes us happy? So glass-hearted. Why are you playing so high? It's cold. Fong Tang said coldly. Bye. Keep going. Keep going. All the fans were kicked out of the room. But there is still one left. Super VIP number 99. Fong Tang frowned. Why can't this be kicked out? Master, our authority is not enough. And I have to remind you that in the Infinite Challenge game, the number of fans is a player's greatest capital. I don't give a damn. At this time, Super VIP number 99 posted a barrage. Give me the administrator. Get out. Fong Tang directly sent a barrage. Number 99 was very patient. Let me just say one thing. My Super VIP account is as good as 1,000 ordinary fans. Moreover, I admire you very much. I never said a bad word about Qin Yashin just now. Fong Tang snorted. And Bai took the initiative to give it to administrator number 99. The next moment, thousands of prompts popped up in the room. There were so many prompts that it almost made Fong Tang dizzy. When Fong Tang looked again, his number of fans had suddenly increased to 1,024. Fong Tang! These are all friends of my family. Super VIP number 99 made a series of smiles. Our family is a professional fan and a loyal audience of Infinite Challenge. We are here to protect you. Among the junior players, the number of fans is definitely among the top 3. The fans who appear now all have the word Ice King in front of them. This is a fan organization that calls itself the Ice Royal Family. And its leader is Super VIP number 99. Now that the room is in order, Super VIP number 99 has issued room rules and assigned 4 small managers. Find all the accounts that insulted Qin Yashin just now. Super VIP number 99 began to order. Not long after, the fans who had just been kicked out by Fong Tang were rejoined. 117 fan accounts, all huddled together tremblingly. At this time, Super VIP number 99 sent out a colorful barrage. Anyone who has borrowed Ice Royal Family game coins here will receive a 1. The barrage showed 11111. Very good. Now, your loan interest has increased by 10 times. Super VIP number 99 number 1. The guy named Ice King coldly sent out the last barrage. If the money is not paid when it is due, your wives and daughters will become the commodities of the Ice Royal Family. Didn't you laugh very happily just now? Everyone. I'm sorry for offending Fong Tang just offended me. Then, the barrage burst into screams. and all 117 fans sent out pleading barrages. But no one paid attention, and they were cleared one by one again. The room was clean again. Super VIP number 99 smiled at Fong Tang. Are you comfortable now? Fong Tang had to admit that he couldn't cure these hateful players, but Super VIP Ice King could. Thank you. He sent the barrage. You're welcome. Then I have to make a request now. The Ice King laughed. You must win this round of the Silent Town game. Our family has invested 50,000 game coins in you. The Ice King continued to send barrages. After the game is upgraded this time, all the difficulties have been improved. The A-level difficulty you are playing now was a proper S-level before. And I heard that the Silent Town level has been redesigned. You must win. If you win this game, our family can earn 100,000. And I will reward you 1/10, which is 10,000. It has nothing to do with you. Even if it is for Yashin and the child in her belly, I will definitely do it. To win. Super VIP number 99 sent a smiley face symbol. No. Now you have become the player I like. And I am your sponsor. Haha. You may not know. I used to be the Super VIP number 97. Fong Tang frowned. I'm not interested in your ranking. Number 99 sent another barrage. I used to be ranked 97 because you made the wrong bet during the resurrection level. As a result, I lost 30,000 game coins and was directly dropped to 99th place. Fortunately, it's not too late to remedy the situation. So I'll just pay attention to you. This person talks too much nonsense. Fong Tang ignored him and shut down the system directly. He took a deep breath. His face suddenly felt warm, and his body was shaken. Wake up quickly. Fong Tang opened his eyes. Beijing stuck out his tongue and licked his face. And the one shaking him was the handsome policeman. The bus was also shaking. I was sitting in the first row of seats, and there were people in front of me. Now count the 2 policemen, the Lily couple, the middle-aged couple, and the woman in black dress with handcuffs, including Fong Tang himself. There were 8 people in total. Where's the tour guide? Fong Tang stood up directly, his whole body full of determination and motivation. Yashin must be rescued, which fills him with amazing fighting spirit. The male policeman shook his head and pointed to the passenger seat. The tour guide was lying on it, her wrists covered in blood. When you went down, we didn't notice that she cut her own pulse. The policewoman gritted her teeth. She was probably frightened and collapsed. Fong Tang looked at them and pointed at the woman in the black skirt. Give her open the handcuffs and check all weapons, especially bullets. No one moved. The handsome male policeman stared at him coldly. You are not here to give orders. Now, I must ask you a few questions. As soon as he said this, Fong Tang started to answer. The first question is, my girlfriend was captured by a monster, and I have to save her. The second question is, the monsters that appear outside are not zombies, but monsters controlled by humans. They have no consciousness and cannot communicate with them. The third question is, the driver's body is on the edge of the ditch ahead. If we want to get his mobile phone, we must first find a way out. Fong Tang said calmly. The handsome policeman's eyes almost popped out, and he stammered. I haven't asked yet. It doesn't matter. Anyway, these are the only 3 questions you want to ask now. Fong Tang's fingers were like lightning. He stretched it out, then retracted it, and there was a handcuff key in his hand. The handsome policeman subconsciously protected himself. His mind was completely calm. He did want to ask Fong Tang 3 questions. Except for the order of the questions, Fong Tang guessed them all. What the hell is this IQ? No, it can't be said to be IQ. It's like this guy has seen himself through. Chapter 81 Coward. The handsome policeman is in a daze. The female police officer pushed him at this time. Captain Jiang, now is not the time to be in a daze. You take command. The handsome policeman waved his hand. He bit his lip, thought for a few seconds, then pointed at Fong Tang. We all listened to him. Fong Tang nodded happily. This guy is very judgmental. The policewoman pouted. Why? Captain Jiang took out his gun and checked it. Shaolin, when you were training in the Imperial capital, did you learn Plan X? Policewoman Shaolin snorted. He said, Of course I have learned it. Plan, just remember this. Now, let's put aside all the theories about ghosts, gods and monsters, and temporarily give up the so-called scientific worldview. Seeing is believing. There are monsters outside that we can't understand. Xiaolin subconsciously took the gun. Well, that's true. So, what chance do we have of protecting everyone and escaping? Captain Jiang began to count his bullets and reload the magazine. Xiaolin bit her lip. I see. I don't think there is much hope. And him. Captain Jiang pointed at Fong Tang again at this time. He is the only guy who has successfully escaped from facing monsters twice. He is now uncontrollable emergencies. In order to protect the masses to the greatest extent, we must be prepared to sacrifice. When Captain Jiang said this, he shook his head. Let's not talk about it anymore. Fong Tang looked at the young sweat captain, but felt a little strange in his heart. Weird feeling. His consciousness is too high. What he said to the little policewoman seemed so righteous no matter how you looked at it. For a normal young man, even if you are a police officer, your behavior at this moment is too noble. And it feels like a show. While he was thinking about it, Captain Jiang walked towards the driver's seat. The car door opened and with a swish sound, he rushed out of the car like lightning. Policewoman Xiaolin screamed. Captain Jiang! No! The policewoman rushed to the car door and was held tightly by the middle-aged couple. She struggled and stamped her feet and cried. Captain Jiang! Why do you always have to sacrifice yourself? She wiped her tears and still murmured. Captain Jiang! Why do you have to sacrifice yourself? You can't go find your phone alone. Once you find the driver's cell phone, you can unlock the car and start the car. Everyone in the car was miserable and moved. This young SWAT captain rushed out desperately and sacrificed himself to find mobile phones for everyone. What kind of style was this? In this kind of compassionate feeling, a harsh sneer suddenly came. Fong Tang sneered with anger and said coldly, Coward! The policewoman was furious. Who are you talking about? Fong Tang had already rushed to the car door, gritted his teeth, and closed the door forcefully. The middle-aged man looked at the driver's seat, and his brows trembled. Did Captain Jiang take away the keys? Fong Tang snorted. Yes. Not only did he take away the keys, he also took away all the bullets. The policewoman was stunned. The gun in her hand turned, and the magazine fell. It was empty, with only one bullet in the chamber. This guy is so smart. Fong Tang only hated himself for looking away. Open the car door and take away the key. Let us attract those monsters. He has bullets with him. Xiaolin still didn't believe it. Just with bullets? He will. What can it do? That submachine gun? Fong Tang looked at the woman in the black skirt. The woman in the black dress smiled sarcastically. On that boy. My Scorpion submachine gun can use 9mm GLU bullets from the Type 92 pistol. So he took away all the bullets. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. At this time, the crisp sound of submachine guns came from outside. Captain Jiang. He? What is he for? Xiaolin's face turned horribly white. She couldn't believe it. But she had to believe it. He handed you the gun to confuse us. Fong Tang said coldly. If I guess correctly, he just interrogated the aunt in the black dress. She must have told you about the cars in the ditch to the north. Hey! Don't call me auntie. The woman in the black skirt was annoyed. He is a policeman and I am a thief. Of course, I have to explain. This Captain Jiang knows that there are all cars in the ditch over there. So he can just start one he could run away. So he ran away with his gun and let us be used as bait. Fong Tang looked at the figures in the fog outside with a sarcastic expression on his lips. Unfortunately, he was wrong. The woman in black dress couldn't bear it either. She laughed and said, This guy is so tragic. Xiaolin's eyes widened. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Those monsters appeared from the ditch. It's obvious that they are those cars. The master. Fong Tang said harrily. Our Jiang team rushed straight to H.L. this time. Corresponding to his words, a sharp scream came from the direction of Dagu. The cry was filled with endless despair. In a direction that could not be seen from the car, young Captain Jiang held an empty submachine gun and looked desperately at the monsters appearing in the ditch. From those cars, one by one jumped out, covering the entire ditch in an instant. He raised the gun to his temple. There was a click. No bullet. In the bus, Fong Tang clicked on his watch. There was no game prompt in the flickering light screen. Everyone in the car was staring at him. What are you looking at? My smartwatch. Check the time. Fong Tang said lightly, and then he picked up the revolver left by the fat man under the seat. Xiaolin, is there still a bullet in your gun? Fong Tang asked. The little policewoman was hit hard now. The hero in her heart, the brave and mighty captain, actually did such a thing at the last moment. She nodded blankly. There is one more bullet in the chamber. Fong Tang opened the revolver magazine. Very good. The fat man didn't fire a single shot. I have 6 rounds here. This was all the ammunition they had. Fong Tang turned the gun over and handed it to the girl in the black skirt. Xiaolin subconsciously wanted to stop her, but was stopped by Fong Tang's eyes. Police girl. How is your marksmanship? Xiaolin gritted her teeth. Take the first place in police shooting. The woman in the black skirt turned the revolver and taunted. Hitting a living person is not a target. Those monsters move very fast, so the heart must be hit. The short-haired lily girl in the third row asked timidly. Isn't it a zombie? Then you have to hit the head. Fong Tang shook his head. My aunt and I once killed a monster, and its heart was its weak point. Everyone remembers it. The heart. He looked at everyone. Let's get acquainted again. My name is Fong Tang. I am from Magic City and have no profession. Luanasha is nicknamed the Black Widow. The woman in the black dress turned her revolver. Don't call me auntie. You will die if you call me sister. Fong Tang looked at the policewoman. The policewoman turned her face away. Kailanlin. You can call me Xiaolin. The surname Kai is very rare. It seems that it is not found in hundreds of families. This surname comes from the Miao ethnic group, which is now mostly found in remote areas of the southwest. The middle-aged couple were sitting together, leaning against each other, with a large black leather suitcase at their feet. The man smiled. In the archaeological team, everyone calls me Teacher Wang. This is my lover, whose surname is Su. You can call me Teacher Su. It turns out that this couple is engaged in archaeology, which is really unexpected. After everyone had introduced themselves, only the lily couple were left. The lily couple seemed to be still frightened. It took a long time before the short-haired girl whispered, You can call me Zhua. The long-haired girl's voice was even lower. I am Aya. They were lying, and they were very childish. Lie. It doesn't look like a normal name at all. Fong Tang sneered. And the policewoman Kai Linlin jumped up and directly found the registration form of the tour group. You two are still lying. You made up your names. Huh? She was quickly stunned, because it was an online registration. The registration form actually said Zhua and Yu. Where are your ID cards? Take them out and take a look. Kailanlin frowned. She is a police officer after all, and her professional habit is to be suspicious. The two girls were trembling with fear and looked pitiful. Fong Tang didn't say anything. He actually thought these two girls were a little weird. At this time, the Black Widow spoke. Hey, can everyone pay attention outside? That Captain Jiang helped us delay a lot of time. It is estimated that the monsters will be eaten by this time. We have to find a way quickly. Ah. Kai Linlin was furious. Don't talk about Captain Jiang like that. Fong Tang interrupted them in a deep voice. Sister Widow is right. Now we can only survive this disaster with one heart. He was still the calmest in the audience. The person with the strongest fighting spirit. This calmness and fighting spirit infected everyone. We have to get the driver's mobile phone. Unlock the wheel. And then drive out. Policewoman Kai Linlin said quickly. Black Widow also nodded. That's right. Without the car key, we can only be trapped and die here. Chapter 82 Mandrill. Fong Tang looked at the increasingly thick fog outside. Under the current situation, there is no mobile phone signal. The bus has been hit many times. Many of the windows have been cracked, and it can no longer withstand the impact of those monsters. You may only have one chance. He closed his eyes and thought back. The distance from the car door to the ditch is about 200 meters, and the driver's body is on the edge of the ditch. Black Widow was also looking out the window. Have you noticed that those monsters look like being controlled? Although they were insane, they all rushed up together and retreated together. Very disciplined. The middle-aged man, Teacher Wang, looked worried. Brother Fong Tang just said that these are monsters controlled by humans. Although I still don't quite understand. His lover, Teacher Su, was looking at Bei Xing next to Fong Tang. How is your dog? It doesn't look like a pet dog breed. The middle-aged woman said and took out her mobile phone. We first need to explore the situation outside. So there is a way to try. Turn on the camera on your mobile phone. Tie it to this dog and let it go out for a run. Before Fong Tang could say anything, the short-haired lily girls was shouted. No. The dog is so cute. What should I do if it is eaten by a monster when it goes out? The middle-aged woman, Teacher Su, stared at her gloomily and snorted. Childish. Seeing that the argument was about to start again, Fong Tang stood up. You don't need a mobile phone. Teacher Su has the same idea as me. He patted Bei Xing, who was lying next to him, and then opened the left window. Bei Xing is relying on you. Bei Xing barked, passing directly through the car window and turning into a white shadow and disappearing into the heavy fog. The white fur on Bei Xing's body is an excellent cover in heavy fog. Fong Tang slowly sat down and closed his eyes. Bai immediately connected Beixing's perception system to Fong Tang's consciousness through the chip. Now! Fong Tang felt the cold and damp mist around him, as well as the fragrant smell of earth. He even saw the shadowy figure of the monster in the mist. Monsters, hundreds of monsters transformed from humans, were densely distributed on the route from the Gu to the tourist bus. Beixing ran, and the scenery in front of him was beating. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared, at least 2 meters tall. Fong Tang's eyelids twitched, and he immediately gave the order. Beixing made a flexible jump, twisted his body on the spot, lay on the ground with all 4 limbs, and hid in a mud pit. There was a whine, and a sharp metal piece was inserted straight into the position where Beixing was just now. That is the front cover of the car. The red hood of a BMW car has its edges sharpened. Through Beixing's eyes, you can see the huge figure approaching quickly. Such a flexible giant figure looks like a mobile RV. The sound of whining came again. Beixing jumped up again, gracefully crossing the distance of 2 meters. And behind it, a black paw patted down, and 5 small ditches suddenly appeared on the ground. Fong Tang was shocked in the car. He tried hard to control Beixing's movements, and glanced back while dodging left and right. What you see in the dog's side is like something out of a black and white ghost movie. Fong Tang saw a huge monster at least 2 meters tall. The monster stood there with its body hunched over, its head as big as a winter melon, its face like an old melon skin, and its eyes as red as blood. It opened its mouth. Its black teeth were sparse, but at least 5 centimeters long, more like nails, and the roar from its mouth shook the surroundings. Everyone in the bus heard the strange scream. Fong Tang quickly ordered in his heart, "Beixing, withdraw." Beixing brought up a wisp of white mist, and at an astonishing speed passed the 4 human monsters that were trying to intercept him halfway, and accelerated after his feet touched the ground. It jumped in from the car window with its tongue hanging out, covered in mud. Panting, Beixing lay on Fong Tang. Fong Tang opened his eyes and breathed out gently. "Everyone, I'm afraid we have to worry about more than just humanoid monsters." "What do you mean?" Everyone came together. Lily and the female couple clasped their hands at this moment, their faces turning pale. "There is a more powerful monster outside." Fong Tang frowned, still thinking about what the monster looked like. The beginner game level is completely different from the novice level. No matter how exaggerated the levels in previous games were, they were just facing ordinary bad guys. Now not only humanoid monsters have appeared, but also demons that have never been seen before. Is this really a level difficulty? "Hey, Xiao Fong, what are you doing?" Black Widow grabbed his shoulders and shook him. "What on earth are you talking about?" "There is a big monster more than 2 meters tall outside, with a black body and sharp claws. The face is like a melon rind," Fong Tang quickly described. Everyone in the car looked suspicious. It's not that they doubt the monster Fong Tang described. Now everyone has witnessed the monster with their own eyes, and they also heard the roar just now. What they suspected was how Fong Tang, who was sitting in the car, knew. "Can you understand the dog's language?" "Zwa?" the Lily girl asked strangely. "Yes, even if there is a monster. It was your dog who saw it. How do you know so clearly?" Policewoman Kai Lin couldn't help shouting. "Crazy! Crazy! I'm going crazy!" According to the first rule of the game, Fong Tang cannot explain the chip, so he directly replied, "Yes, I can understand the language of dogs. You have to believe me." Black Widow smiled charmingly. "Fong Tang, in fact, your dog didn't even bark after he came back. You are really bad at telling lies. Unless you can see what the puppy is thinking. No one will believe it." The atmosphere in the car suddenly became tense again. Everyone is like a mess now, and everyone is suspicious of each other. At this time, the middle-aged man Teacher Wang suddenly waved his hand. "Young man, can you tell me more about the monster you just mentioned?" Fong Tang frowned. "It's just covered in black skin, with sharp claws and teeth, and wrinkled skin. He is 2 meters tall and makes strange noises. You should have heard it just now." Teacher Wang and Teacher Su looked at each other, and then the middle-aged woman took out a pen and paper from the bag behind her. Teacher Wang started drawing quickly. Then he put up the white paper and pointed at the monster on it. "Is it like this?" Fong Tang looked at it and saw that it really looked like this. Teacher Wang's face was solemn. He touched his chin and shook his head. This is not it's possible." Teacher Su whispered, "It seems that some legends are reasonable and are not the imagination of the ancients." "What are you two talking about?" Kaylin Lin scratched her hair, her voice hoarse. Teacher Wang tapped the pencil on the paper. This monster is called a mandrill in legend. There are many records in ancient strange novels. For example, there is an article specifically about mandrills in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. Teachers who explain, that's what the mountain ghost means. It's several feet tall and powerful. It's exactly the same as what Fong Tang saw. Even the Black Widow bit her lip this time. The monster is scary enough. And now there's another ghost. Teacher Wang shaking his head. Strictly speaking, it is not a ghost, but a monster. It is more accurate to call it a mountain monster. This monster and a ghost are two different things. As archaeologists, these two are also very knowledgeable in folklore. So they can talk the same thing. One set of. The people in the car started discussing in low voices. At this time, Fong Tang felt his watch vibrating. Game prompts are coming. Chapter 83 Side Mission. The game prompts in Fong Tang's watch were transferred directly into his nervous system by, and then popped up on his retina. A random branch game in Silent Town is open. Destroy the mandrills. This branch level rewards 500 game coins. This branch level will reward you with a biological transformation product from the mall. Currently, the player Fong Tang Mall has 1,100 game coins, 1,024 fans, and 1 super VIP. Select OK silently. There are now 3 game-level tasks in Fong Tang's game log. The main mission is still being explored. The first branch is to rescue Qin Yashin. The second branch is to kill the monsters. The people in the car were still discussing, but Fong Tang seemed very calm. At this time, policewoman Kai Lin put forward a suggestion of her own. If we don't go out, we'll just wait in the car. This strong female special police officer has regained her rationality. No matter how remote this mountain road is, it is still one of the best in the province. There are so many missing cars on the tourist route. In this era, it will definitely attract the attention of the higher authorities. It is past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I think the search and rescue operation must have started early. Hundreds of people are missing. No. Maybe there will be no reaction at all. Kaylin Lin looked outside the car. Our bus can still hold on. Maybe the rescue team is already nearby. Her suggestion was very tempting and very reasonable. This barren mountain is also a tourist area in China. A large number of missing vehicles will inevitably cause discussions on social platforms, and then trigger public opinion. The above will definitely take it seriously. Kaylin Lin seems to have convinced the Lily couple. The middle-aged couple also nodded silently. She looked at Black Widow. Black Widow turned the revolver in her hand and pointed at Fong Tang. I only listened to him. Huh? Luo Nasha. I know what you are thinking. You are an internationally wanted fugitive. If you are caught in China, you will only die. Now in this situation, you are trying to fish in troubled waters. Kai Lin revealed the Black Widow's thoughts. Black Widow looked gloomy and raised her revolver slightly. With a snap, the gun in her hand instantly fell into Fong Tang's hand. Black Widow was shocked. Fong Tang pointed the gun on her forehead. Sister Widow, I'll give you the gun. It's used to fight monsters. If you want to take the opportunity to escape. Black Widow had beads of sweat on her forehead, but she laughed coquettishly. Hey, brother, there are so many monsters outside. And what kind of mountain ghosts are there? Sister, do I dare? Fong Tang handed the revolver back to the Black Widow, and Fong Tang whispered to Kai Lin. Your proposal would be reasonable under normal circumstances. It's no problem. But I have to interrupt your fantasy. I'm afraid no one will come to save us. Kaylin Lin frowned and her tone became colder. Understand? I am not asking you, but giving an order. You, except for you and this fugitive. Everyone in the car agrees with my suggestion. She started talking about democracy at this time. Fong Tang listened to the movement outside the window and confirmed his judgment. He sighed softly. If you make the decision to wait where you are, the monsters will rush up without hesitation. What do you mean? Kaylin Lin looked confused. What I mean is that monsters are controlled by humans, so they will take corresponding actions based on our decisions. Fong Tang's ears could already hear the sound of booming footsteps and the hair-raising sounds of monster breathing. Others also heard it, and their expressions suddenly changed. With a whine, a black shadow came through the thick fog and hit the rear window. The car window glass shattered, and the fog outside suddenly dispersed. 50 monsters rushed from 4 directions, and behind them were the mountain-like mandrills. All the bullets will hit the mandrill. Fong Tang gritted his teeth, leaned over and grabbed the broken guitar on the ground, and got out along the car window with a swipe. Beijing followed closely. That nice Eastern European scimitar was left outside. When Qin Yashin was taken away, he even threw the knife away. There was also a fruit knife. I don't know where it was thrown. Damn it. Fong Tang realized at this moment that he had failed. Even if you have a handy weapon. That's fine. The guitar strings tightened in his hands, and the broken top revealed sharp wooden spines. Fong Tang rolled over and tightened the guitar strings in his hands. The monster that rushed over was so fast that it tripped over the guitar strings and fell to the ground. Fong Tang jumped on the monster and stabbed the guitar thorn in his hand from behind, pierced the monster's heart directly from its back. With a sneer, a stream of blood spattered out, and the wooden thorn was squeezed into the monster's body due to the pressure of the wound. Fong Tang tried his best, but couldn't pull out the wooden thorn. Instead, he broke the only weapon. Grass. He could only avoid a biting monster and found a stone in the mud on the ground. The stone smashed the monster on the right, and the guitar string of his left hand was thrown out. And with great force, it directly pierced the eyeball of the monster on the left. But now, Fong Tang doesn't have any weapons. Facing these crazy monsters in close combat is definitely a thankless way of fighting. At this critical moment, Beishing rushed up, jumped up, and cut the throats of two monsters with his claws. Then he shrunk in midair, bounced up, and bit the throat of the third monster. The three monsters were covered in blood, but they still stood up hissingly. At this time, a black shadow appeared, and in the mist, the mandrill appeared at a strange speed. With a bang, the gunshot finally sounded. A small blood flower appeared on the mandrill's forehead. It raised its paw and wiped it, and a twisted bullet fell. Then, there were 6 consecutive bullets, all of which hit the mandrill in the forehead. It shook its head in annoyance, then turned around and yelled. The monster stopped in place, and the mandrill jumped on the spot, turned around in an instant, and quickly disappeared into the mist. The remaining monsters retreated silently and gathered 3 meters away from the bus in a surrounding posture. Fong Tang returned to the car panting heavily. In the short battle outside the car, he had used potential explosion continuously. If it hadn't been for the last small skill that transformed his body, he might have been torn to pieces by the monsters just now. Beishing also laid down on his seat, sticking out his tongue and listlessly. Just killed one. Fong Tang looked at the cracked hole in his right hand, which was cut by a guitar string. There is no weapon that can be taken advantage of. Cailin Lin bit her lip, turned her back, opened her skirt, and pulled out her inner thigh. He pulled out a small dagger. This is a cold steel mini saber. A very good field saber. Fong Tang took the warm saber, looked at the blood groove on it, and measured the length. It was just enough to pierce the heart. He nodded and thanked. With this thing, I can kill a few more monsters. Cailin Lin's face showed no joy. All the bullets have been used up. Then he looked at Black Widow. Her shooting skills are really good. The mandrill is injured. Fong Tang shook his head. No, it's just a skin injury. It must have never seen a pistol before, so it was temporarily frightened. Cailin Lin sat next to him, biting her lip. She was very beautiful. Not like a SWAT officer at all. And this girl had a big heart, at least in Fong Tang's opinion. She was much better than Captain Jiang. Fong Tang, you just said that monsters will take corresponding actions according to our decisions. Cailin Lin whispered. Is this true? Fong Tang was silent for a moment, and then said to everyone. I'm afraid it's true. Yes, these monsters didn't just rush up at once. If we chose to wait for rescue, they would besiege us. If we chose to rush out, they would set up traps in front of us. The long-haired, lily girl who had been silent all this time. The girl named Ayu trembled. The voice said, It sounds like playing an RPG game. We make choices, and the game process changes. The monsters will change their strategies in response to the player's actions. This is quite accurate. Indeed. Fong Tang held the cold steel dagger and waved it twice. So you have to understand that all our conversations and actions are under the observation of monster controllers. If they really have so-called monster controllers, how are they spying on us? Cailin Lin was extremely depressed. Fong Tang lowered his head. This is done by monitoring oneself. The infinite challenge player. But he couldn't say. Cailin Lin was on the verge of collapse and said sadly, There are no more bullets. No more rescue. We are dead. At this time, the Lily couple took out biscuits and drinks from their bags. Everyone stayed apart a little, silently listening to the roar of the mandrill coming from outside from time to time. The middle-aged man, Teacher Wang, took a sip of juice, rubbed his hands, and then pushed the black suitcase in front of him. The middle-aged female teacher Sue immediately held him down and said in a stern voice, No. Everyone looked at the two of them. Teacher Wang smiled bitterly. Honey, we can't hide it anymore. If we continue like this, everyone will be dead. Teacher Sue's face twitched, but she still pressed the suitcase tightly. No. No. Teacher Wang. Suitcase, what's in it? Kaylin Lin's eyes lit up. Everyone else came over. The atmosphere in the carriage was once again extremely tense. Chapter 84, Black Suitcase. What is in the black suitcase? The middle-aged female Teacher Sue let go of her hand and turned her face away. Faced with everyone's doubts and the current desperate situation, she could only agree to open the suitcase. Teacher Wang took a deep breath and began to enter the password. The somewhat shabby black leather suitcase is very heavy and sturdy, and it also has a 6-digit mechanical lock. Now there was a click, and the suitcase popped open. Teacher Wang looked up at everyone. You all step back. Don't be afraid later. With a swish sound, the suitcase opened, revealing pieces of light yellow soap bars. Inside, Kaylin and Black Widow exclaimed together. Both of them subconsciously stepped back and almost fell down. Fong Tang also stared wide-eyed and couldn't believe it. C4. You two are carrying a suitcase of high explosives. C4 plastic bomb, a top-grade military explosive, is more than 4 times more powerful than TNT. The amount the couple carried was enough to turn a 50-meter radius into scorched earth. Don't be nervous. This thing is very safe. Even if you shoot it directly, it won't explode. Teacher Wang grabbed a piece of light yellow plasticine-like explosive. It can only be detonated with a detonator. We have made safety protection. Hack you. Kai Lin screamed and almost rushed forward, swearing, why are you carrying such a large amount of explosives safely? This is a death sentence for you. Teacher Sue said coldly, we are doing archaeology. These explosives are used for excavations. Fart. Black Widow also scolded this time. Explosives for archaeology and construction are specially made. Even if they are used on the battlefield, they are regulated arms. Teacher Sue looked indifferent and added he snorted. Teacher Wang closed the suitcase, gently opened his jacket, and then unbuttoned his shirt, revealing strips of detonators wrapped around his vest. Everyone exclaimed together. Teacher Wang said calmly, I have to explain that first of all, our husband and wife are indeed engaged in archaeology. Second, these explosives are definitely used to excavate ancient ruins. So everyone, please calm down. Okay? Now I understand. Lao Wang is the most ruthless of the couple. People don't talk much. Kai Lin is about to faint now. What the L kind of tourist bus is this? There are not only 2 fugitives, but also a pair of terrorists carrying explosives. Fong Tang now looked at the Lily couple. He has realized something. Except for the dead driver and tour guide, everyone in this car is not a normal person. There must be something wrong with this Lily couple. The short-haired was smiled at him. The long-haired Ayu said crisply, don't we have explosives now? This is a good thing. Why are you so nervous? Kaylin Lin wiped her sweat and looked at each other with the Black Widow. I have to admit that Ayu is right. This is a good thing. Black Widow leaned over and stared at the explosives in the black suitcase. The box is layered, with C4 plastic explosives on the top layer. More than 10 pieces, each weighing about 250 grams. Black Widow was born in the rebel army and had received strict blasting training. She reached out and touched it. The power is enough. Even the mountain ghost will be dead. The middle-aged man, Teacher Wang, untied the detonators one by one. Fong Tang's eyes had already jumped out of the detailed information about the C4 plastic bomb that Bai had shown him. C4, as the name suggests, is composed of 4 materials, namely blasting agent, adhesive, extender, and lubricant. It is not only powerful, but also safe and reliable. It can stick to buildings and detonate through mobile phone signals. Black Widow picked up a detonator at this time and was very excited. Good thing. This is a delayed electric detonator. An electric detonator is composed of flammable chemicals such as fulminate and mercury in a metal tube. Fong Tang, I read the information silently in my mind. Teacher Wang has already started to assemble it. We have enough time to avoid the electric detonator with a 10-second delay. Of course, the power cannot be too large in one use. Teacher Sue took out his mobile phone and started to set up the detonation mechanism. As long as the positive and negative electrode wires on the top of the electric detonator are triggered by a mobile phone signal, they can generate electric sparks, thereby detonating the detonator. Under the stimulation of the detonator's explosion, C4 can exert its due power. This is the plan. Fong Tang had already figured it out in his mind. He quickly tore off a piece of seat leather and slashed with the dagger in his hand. I will attract those monsters from the left, and you get off from the right. Wait! Kaylin Lin interrupted him. We can't give up the bus. She's right. Who knows how many monsters there are? There isn't a car nearby. The bus is our only hope. The middle-aged female teacher Sue said gloomily. Fong Tang frowned and thought. If the bus is not used as a bait, where should the bomb be placed? Kai Linlin closed her eyes and thought about something. I remember that before the bus stopped, to our right, there was an irrigation ditch. Yes. Black Widow has a better memory. The irrigation canal runs through the big ditch at a 90-degree angle. Fong Tang scratched a mark on the right side of the seat leather with his dagger. How long does it take to place a bomb in the irrigation canal? Teacher Wang, he immediately said. 2 minutes at most. I can go faster, but plus the time it takes us to rush over. I'm afraid you have to hold on for more than 5 minutes. Fong Tang took a deep breath. No problem. There's a bait down there. Question. With a scoff, the lily-haired girl Ayu tore open the seat. She remained silent while her friends would took out a one-piece sportswear from his travel bag. The two girls worked closely together. Ayu took out a yellow sponge from under the seat, and Ozwa stuffed the sponge into his one-piece sportswear. After a while, a fake doll made of sponge and sportswear appeared. But alas, there is no brain. Black Widow watched silently and took out a condom from her back pocket. Everyone was a little stunned. But Black Widow directly tore it open and blew it into a balloon. This is the head. Everyone's ideas expanded immediately. The middle-aged female teacher Sue gently pulled on her head, and a wig fell down, revealing her smooth, blue head. Everyone looked at her in surprise. I lost all my hair because of chemotherapy. Teacher Sue still looked stubborn. But it is this stubbornness that makes her even more pitiful. The wig was put on the balloon, making it look more like a doll. Fong Tang raised his dagger and drew a line directly on his palm. Use my blood. If those monsters come with blood. The blood dripped on the doll and soon turned red. Kaylin Lin bandaged Fong Tang's hand with firm eyes. If you can't hold on, I will come to help you. She had a true spirit of self-sacrifice, and Fong Tang felt warm in his heart. No, just trust me. The atmosphere in the car became warm. At this moment, no matter what their identity is, everyone is finally united. The Lily couple took out the last food, a large bag of snacks. Teacher Wang patted his head. Wait, there are some good things. He took out a bottle of wine from under the suitcase. Great Wall Dry Red. The wine was opened. There was no cup, and everyone took turns drinking. Xiao Lin, sing us a song. Fong Tang clapped his hands gently. Something exciting. Kailin Lin stretched out her long hair, fixed it with a rubber band, and smiled shyly at everyone. Singing is not good. Don't be so modest. Girl. Black Widow sighed. I really admire you. You are also a woman. Beautiful. A policeman. And you can sing. Kai Linlin sighed. Singing is my mother taught her. She is from the Miao ethnic group. After my father divorced me, I saw that she was bored. So I accompanied her to sing every day. And she gradually learned to do it. Alas, I don't know if I can go back to see her alive this time. She only has I'm alone. If something happens to me. In this tense situation, once people relax, they can't help but think of their parents and home far away. No matter how strong Kaylin Lin is, she is still just a little girl in her 20s. It's okay. We will definitely be able to escape. Fong Tang said firmly. You will definitely be able to see your parents. Kaylin Lin sighed. My dad is a very powerful lawyer, but he has been missing for a long time. This is the one who asked to join the SWAT team. I have been looking for him, but my mother didn't like it and asked me to change her last name. Then he lightly hit himself. Look what I'm talking nonsense here. She stood up and sang in a low voice. I am as free as the wind. Su Wei's song carried a strange magic power under her low voice. The low and hoarse singing silenced everyone. Yes, I feel as free as the wind at this moment. Chapter 85 Plan. The singing slowly deepened. Boom! A loud bang resounded, and the second row of glass on the bus shattered again. A huge stone smashed directly into the car, and an unknown piece of human flesh fell with a clatter on the stone. Fong Tang jumped up. Act as planned. Like the wind, he rushed out of the window holding the dagger. Beijing roared, like white lightning, arriving first, leaping up and knocking down the charging monster. Fong Tang followed closely, piercing the heart with the dagger like cutting tofu, and then pulled it out smoothly. Comfortable feel. Pleasant blow. He cheered up and followed Beijing, approaching the direction of Dagu. Beijing became his best comrade in arms. One person and one dog cooperated tacitly, and in an instant, 3 monsters fell behind them. The besieging monsters began to turn and approach Fong Tang. But the mandrill was slowly coming from behind Fong Tang. With a cry, a black shadow passed by with a biting wind. Fong Tang took a breath and fell forward. There was a sharp pain in my back. The mandrill's claws were only half a centimeter away from slicing him open. Now, there was a blood hole 10 centimeters long on his back. And as he stood up, there was a twitching pain. Bai, who had been silent for a long time, merged with his brain. Master, relax. I want to control your body. Fong Tang exhaled, and all the muscles in his body relaxed. The next moment, Bai took over his body. Fong Tang's body turned into a shadow, and the dagger stabbed out continuously like lightning, accurate to the millimeter level, stabbing continuously in a perfect straight line. 2 monsters fell. At this moment, Bai's close combat skills were pushed to the extreme, and Fong Tang only had to cooperate with Bai's control. The cold steel saber drew a streak of black light in the air again. Beishing let out a whine and jumped up behind him. The mandrill's claws cut through Beishing's tail without mercy. There was a pool of horrifying blood on the ground, and Beishing, who had lost his tail, lay on Fong Tang's back. Oh shit! Fong Tang gritted his teeth and roared, turned around, ignored the monsters rushing towards him, jumped up on the spot, and jumped directly onto the mandrill's shoulders. Go to H.L. Go to H.L. The dagger in Fong Tang's hand pierced the mandrill's ear. The black-skinned monster let out a strange roar and spun around in circles. Fong Tang gritted his teeth and took over his body again. He grabbed the mandrill's hair with his left hand, drew an arc with the dagger in his right hand, and hit it in the eye. The yellow eyeball, like a headlight, suddenly exploded. At this time, Kai Linlin singing came from the ditch on the right side of the bus. Fong Tang cheered up, and the singing was the secret signal. Kai Linlin and the others had already arranged it. He swung the dagger again and cut off the mandrill's head from top to bottom. With a click, the dagger got stuck in the mandrill's teeth and broke directly. The mandrill let out a shocking roar and threw Fong Tang away. Fong Tang grabbed Beishing and his body turned into a parabola and fell down. Thank God. It fell to the right. He crossed the bus and fell straight on the edge of the irrigation canal, and heard a cry of surprise. Fong Tang rolled on the ground, feeling like his body was falling apart. North Star let out a cry of pain, dug its claws into the ground, and opened its mouth to bite him. Fong Tang's right side was hanging in the air, and when he reached out to touch, he saw a cliff, all relying on Beishing. He pulled him up. Fong Tang endured the severe pain of the fracture, tore open his blood-stained shirt, and bandaged Beishing's severed tail. Kai Linlin staggered over, followed by a middle-aged couple, and then the Black Widow and the Lily couple. They helped Fong Tang get up and saw the dark monster rushing towards him from the left. The fog has completely dissipated, and the sky is covered with clouds. The light through the clouds is so dim that the monsters rushing on the opposite side look like a black wave. The one at the front is the mandrill with half of his face cut open. It's really a mountain ghost. Teacher Wang's eyes widened, and he held his wife's hand tightly. Just 50 meters in front of them, there was a doll standing in the ditch. The doll was still dripping with Fong Tang's blood. Get down later. Be careful of being shaken down the mountain. The middle-aged man, Teacher Wang, fell down directly and fell into the mud pit. He covered his ears with his hands and put his feet in the mud behind him. Everyone, be prepared. It will explode in seconds. Everyone laid down and followed Teacher Wang's example, pressing their feet against the mud behind them. The group of monsters led by the mandrill had rushed to the ditch. The monster opened its mouth and bit the doll. The doll was crushed in its mouth. Then a red light appeared first, followed by a bright light that was brighter than the sun. Fong Tang felt very strange. The light seemed to last for a long time before the explosion came. The deafening explosion was beyond description because everyone was instantly deafened. The ground shook like an earthquake. Thick smoke rose. The debris from the explosion mixed with soil and rocks flying, and a rain of mud and rocks suddenly fell from the sky. It took a long time for everyone's vision and hearing to recover, and everyone felt their mouths tasted bitter and salty. Fong Tang spit out a mouthful of blood, his chest feeling warm. Kai Linlin's face was dark and covered with mud. She was also covering her chest. It looked like her ribs were broken by the explosion. The middle-aged couple chose the best position in the mud pit, relying on the shock-absorbing effect of the mud. They were unscathed. The Black Widow pulled off the scarf on her head and spat out a mouthful of mud. The black skirt on her body all tore apart, revealing her body full of scars, covering her upper body with a scarf. Black Widow asked hoarsely, Where are the two children? She was talking about the Lily couple. We are here. Two female voices came from the side. Everyone looked sideways, stunned, and then all extremely annoyed. The two girls were hiding in a more perfect location. It was a deep pit on the edge of the cliff. It looked like a 2-meter deep tunnel left by mining stone. The tunnels are also filled with various mushrooms. The giant mushroom was like a natural blanket, allowing the two girls to survive the explosion unscathed and without even a trace of dust. You two? Black Widow was furious. Why don't you say anything when we have such a good place? We are all in such a mess. The two women felt aggrieved. We shouted for a long time, but you all fell into the mud. Caelan, he came over coughing. Stop arguing. Check quickly. There might be monsters. Everyone got together, held hands, and slowly walked towards the huge pit that exploded. The ditch has been completely reduced to scorched earth, and human remains are everywhere. Most of it was blackened bones and sticky soft tissue that had melted under high temperatures. All the monsters, including the mandrill, disappeared in the explosion. Wait! Fong Tang called to everyone, spat out another mouthful of blood, and then closed his eyes. The prompt for the completion of the side game has appeared in front of me. Congratulations to player Fong Tang for killing the mandrill and completing the side mission. The reward is 500 game coins. And there are currently 1,600 game coins left in the mall. Reward a basic biological transformation product, which has been placed in the player's warehouse. Fong Tang breathed a sigh of relief. It's confirmed. The mandrill has been killed. Beixing was the most active now, digging in the ashes as if looking for bones. Fong Tang hurriedly patted it and said, Human bones cannot be eaten. Everyone was used to his mysterious behavior. At this time, they began to disperse and walk towards the bus along the large crater of the explosion. Before reaching the bus, a loud roaring sound came. I saw the ground began to sink, and the large ditch in the distance made a loud cracking sound. Along one side of the hillside, a mudslide rolled down shockingly, directly covering the entire valley. The remaining monsters and vehicles in the ravine were all buried instantly. This time it was finally done. Everyone cheered. Caelan's face was pale and her lips were cracked, but she was more excited than anyone else. It's done! The bus was in front of her, but Caelan staggered at her feet. When she leaned over, she saw a submachine gun covered in mud. She leaned over to pick it up with difficulty, wiped off the mud and tried it. But it still worked. There was also a fallen magazine in the mud, which looked unused. Everyone, be careful! Caelan raised her gun, turned around and shouted hoarsely. There may be some remaining monsters in the bus that are not within the explosion range. Chapter 86, The Passing Darkness. Roar! Caelan had just changed the magazine, and before she finished speaking, a strange scream came from the ground, covered in mud, and a figure bounced straight up, right in front of her. It's Captain Jiang. Half of Captain Jiang's face disappeared, revealing his jaws that opened and closed, and his two thighs were chewed to pieces, and he laughed weirdly at the girl. With a click, Caelan's eyelids twitched, and she pulled the trigger without hesitation. The last 60 bullets poured out of the Scorpion submachine gun, knocking Captain Jiang away as he turned into a monster. After being shot at close range, Captain Jiang's entire chest was turned into an empty SHL. From the right side of the bus, another roar came. Among the last few monsters, a fat figure stood out, heading directly towards the Black Widow. It's the Fat Man! Black Widow was stunned for a moment. With a hiss, the Fat Man rushed up and bit her neck. Fong Tang roared, grabbed a thick branch from the ground, rushed from the side, and stabbed the Fat Man's heart fiercely. The Fat Man roared, twisting his body and breaking the branches. Fong Tang let go. Black Widow made a gurgling sound in her throat, and as the Fat Man fell, a bloody arrow spurted out. No! Fong Tang roared and kicked the Fat Man away. He looked down at the Black Widow's wound and felt a chill in his heart. Everyone ran over. Caelan endured the severe pain of the wound, knelt down gently, and stretched out her hand to firmly press the wound on the Black Widow's neck. It's useless. Teacher Wang on the side looked sad. It's the aorta. The Black Widow's blood had turned into a stream, spreading like red clouds under her body. Caelan's eyes were already red, although they only cooperated for a short period of time. In this terrifying environment, a fighting friendship has developed between them. Black Widow smiled at her with a pale smile. Officer, I am not as good as you, but I still have to be a little softer. Caelan did not hesitate to shoot when facing Captain Jiang. When Black Widow saw Fatty, she still hesitated. Stop talking. I will save you. And I will take you back to jail. Cailin Lin gritted her teeth and bandaged her wound. I will help reduce your sentence. You will be fine. Black Widow, but she was very sober. That man saved me in Ukraine. He was not a good person. But he was really nice to me. Like a biological brother. She seemed to think of her own life. I followed a cruel man and went to Ukraine to do business. I gave up everything for him. But he sold me to the rebels. I became the pet of the rebel leader. Oh, those rebels every day they all beat me and used various tortures on me. But they also helped me and trained me to be a warrior. Stop talking. Sister. Cailin Lin watched helplessly as blood spattered along the seams of her hands. Black Widow looked directly at Fong Tang. But she was already speechless. Fong Tang knelt down and leaned her on his knees. He used several pieces of shirt fragments to tightly cover the horrific wound on Black Widow's neck. Everyone else retreated sadly. Black Widow stared, her throat growling. Fong Tang looked into her eyes, opened the bandage again, and reached out to dig out her trachea. The air finally flowed into the Black Widow's trachea. She breathed out comfortably and spoke smoothly. That man's name is Lu Chiyang. Fong Tang. You? Fong Tang held her hand, leaned over and said in a deep voice. Sister, even if I find you to the end of the world, I will definitely help you kill him. Black Widow smiled softly. You are indeed the person who understands me best. At the last moment, looking back at the light, she exerted her last strength. I'm gurgling. There is a reason for going to tail whaling. Sister, please stop talking. Fong Tang choked up for a moment. Listen to me. When Fatty and I escaped from Ukraine, we robbed a businessman who was reselling cultural relics. He was from Kazakhstan. Black Widow was in particularly good spirits at this time. He told me that the peach blossoms in China, there is a treasure buried at the foot of the mountain. And he also told a riddle. You remember it is sheep's horn at the foot of the mountain. A sound shines in the west. After saying the 8 riddle-like words, the Black Widow clenched her hands stiffly. He let out a sigh, closed his eyes, and lay in Fong Tang's arms. The sound of a sheep's horn at the foot of the mountain shines in the west. Fong Tang murmured. With a buzzing sound, the latest system prompt appeared in front of me. The main game process of Silent Town starts, looking for secret treasures. Enter the clues to the secret treasure: a sheep's horn at the foot of the mountain. A sound shining in the west. The mainline game is started. By the chaotic smoking ditch, there was no longer a monster to be seen. In the large crater opened by the bomb, Fong Tang put the Black Widow into it. He turned to look at Cailin Lin. Cailin Lin nodded lightly. I'll remember the location. When we escape, I will bury her again. Everyone buried the Black Widow's body bit by bit. They sat down slowly and leaned together. Cailin Lin stood up and wiped her eyes. I'm going to find the driver's body. I hope his phone can still be used. We'll go with you. Lily and his wife stood up strongly. Said together, we can't do anything to help. I'm really sorry. The 3 women walked towards the large ditch covered with hills. Fong Tang touched Beijing beside him. The silent couple across from each other hugged each other tightly. After a long time, the calls of Lily lovers Zwa and you came. The 2 women helped Cailin Lin move over step by step. Cailin Lin also held a mobile phone in her hand. The police sister kept vomiting blood along the way. It was so scary. She seemed to be seriously injured. Zwa, a girl with short hair, shouted in panic. The long-haired girl, you, was silent, and her right hand was bloody. He must have encountered another monster on the road and was killed by this you. Fong Tang looked at her right hand and concluded that she had directly penetrated the monster's heart with her hand, because a heart tube is still attached to Yu's arm. Cailin Lin coughed violently, but she was in a coma. Let her lie down quickly. Teacher Wang pushed the suitcase over. Cailin Lin lay on the suitcase, her dry lips tightly closed and her face flushed. Fong Tang reached out and touched her forehead. I have a fever. The middle-aged female teacher soon knelt down and tore open her top, revealing the green area under her left breast. The ribs are broken. She may have punctured the internal organs. She needs painkillers and antibiotics. Teacher Su's face was solemn. Otherwise, she won't be able to survive for 12 hours. Where can I find antibiotics in this place? Fong Tang looked at the severed tail. Beijing felt a burning pain in his back. A mall appeared in front of him. Medical assistance is a primary commodity in the mall, and you only need 10 game coins to get the best assistance. But the use of the mall is prohibited in the game. Grass. Fong Tang closed the mall, opened Cailin Lin's clenched fingers, and took the phone. Is this the driver's mobile phone? Lily and the female couple nodded together. The screensaver above is the driver's selfie. It must be. But the strange thing is that the mobile phone is neatly placed on the ground, as if someone put it in advance. Just like a good one. Fong Tang knew clearly in his heart that this mobile phone was equivalent to game clues and props. Click on the phone, and what appears is naturally the fingerprint password. Fong Tang licked his split lips bitterly. He was so angry that he wanted to smash this thing. Let me try. Zhou shook his short hair. This is an Android phone. I can try it. Without any network. If he wanted to crack the password, Zhou held down the power button and volume button of the phone. This brand of mobile phone system comes with a recovery and restart. I will restore the original system of the phone. If I am lucky, the password may be turned on. The phone restarted. Zhou retained the memory card data, and then restored the factory settings. The screen flashed and the reset interface was entered. Zhou and Yu cheered together. Open the phone that restored the system. Find the memory card file inside, and reinstall the bus management app. At this time, Bluetooth was turned on, and the bus's wheel lock was finally found. With a click, the already shaky bus made a bang, and a burst of smoke billowed from the rear wheels. Fong Tang carried the unconscious Kai Lin Lin into the car. This time, it was Yu, the frail-looking girl with long hair, sitting in the driver's seat. Zhou took care of Kai Lin Lin, who was sweating profusely. The Lily couple, which seemed useless at first, now play a huge role. These two girls obviously have special skills. Just as Fong Tang was thinking, a ray of sunset suddenly passed through the clouds and shone on the bus. The dark clouds finally dispersed, but the sun was setting. The bus started and jolted away from this land of death. Chapter 87. Outside the game. Ahead is the road washed by the rain. There is still silence all around, but as long as you get on the road, hope is in front of you. Fong Tang sighed in his heart. Impossible. Infinite Company will not let the car leave this barren mountain. That Taohua Ridge, or Sneaky Slope, is the scene of the game. The car began to accelerate and reached its top speed along the road. The fuel in the car is enough for us to go to Jinhua County. Yu drove the big car skillfully. Fong Tang began to doubt at this time, because the end of the barren mountain was ahead. Could it be that the game was over? Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw a red mist appearing in front of him. The red mist rushed towards me quickly like a red line. Turn! Fong Tang shouted subconsciously. In the last rays of sunset, a circle of red smoke enveloped the sneaky slope of Taohua Ridge. The bus turned backwards, and was soon forced by the red mist behind it. Beijing barked loudly. I saw an autumn hare on the roadside jumped out in panic, and jumped directly into the red mist. After the red mist passed, only a white skeleton was left on the ground. Everyone in the car looked pale. Yu gritted his teeth, turned again, and returned to the land of death. This time she could only slow down and cross the ditch ahead to reach the big ditch. Turn left ahead. There is a bridge at 10 o'clock. Teacher Wang took out the yellowed map again. The stone bridge recorded on the map in the 25th year of the Republic of China actually exists. The stone bridge, which has been modeled for nearly 100 years, is covered with moss and covered with vines. After the stone bridge, there is Sneaky Slope. We're still in this damn place, Yu said lightly. The bus creaked across the stone bridge and moved almost inch by inch along the narrow mountain road. Behind, the red mist completely enveloped the mountain. Outside the red mist, sirens sounded. Ambulances, police cars, and helicopters have appeared from all directions. A reporter from China Television got out of the car and started reporting. The current earthquake has caused geological shocks outside Jinhua County, and the losses cannot be calculated yet. With sadness in the reporter's eyes, there are currently 300 missing people on the list, most of whom are self-driving tourists, and some buses. They were all in the middle of this mountain road when earthquakes and mudslides occurred. The camera turned. The reporter pointed to the front. There is an abandoned irrigation canal. Behind the canal is a deep ditch that collapsed. The rescue workers in front have sent news that a large number of vehicles were found under the deep ditch. Skylark was sitting in a Passat. Behind the interview car, a man in his 60s beside her was looking at the typed manuscript in his hand. Almost all the logistics staff of Infinite Challenge Asia were mobilized this time. Skylark looked at the man. The exhumation of the remains and the on-site rescue are all left to our people. There can be no problems. The man nodded. Among the leaders who came to the scene, the one with the most power is our person. Skylark smiled. Then you go quickly. The man opened the door and got out of the car, and reporters rushed over like crazy. Professor Lin, Is the red mist appearing underground really poisonous gas? Professor Lin. Why is the rescue team prohibited from approaching Guisua Slope? The man waved his hand. Everyone. I will tell you little by little. But you must report it seriously, and don't spread rumors. Don't cause public panic. We will report the situation at any time. Remember, it is important to report truthfully. His deep voice was majestic. The red mist that appeared under the sneaky slope most likely came from 10,000 meters underground. As we all know, Guigui Slope was originally a lake before ancient geological changes. What we are worried about now is not the chemical toxicity of the red mist. After all, the air will dilute all poisonous gases. What we are worried about is the bacteria coming from the underground. Professor Lin lowered his voice when he said this. Modern humans have no immunity to bacteria from thousands of years ago. This red mist may contain tens of thousands of ancient germs, so no one can come into contact with them. Professor Lin, can you explain why the fog surrounds this mountain? Professor Lin nodded heavily. To put it simply, it is because of the air movement of the mountain. And the red mist contains a lot of dust, so it is sucked in by the air movement inside the mountain. The past has directly caused the red mist to be trapped on the sneaky slope, which is a good thing for us and reduces the chance of the spread of germs. A male reporter pointed his mobile phone camera at the barren mountain wrapped in red mist. There is nothing here, are there people? Absolutely no one. A local leader was wiping sweat at the side. There was a mudslide on the slope of the mountain not long ago. There were a few families living there, but they all moved away. Fortunately, it is a barren mountain. The reporters discussed in low voices. Excuse me, Professor Lin. How long will it take for the red mist to disperse? Someone asked again. Professor Lin looked down at his watch. Infinite challenge, Silent Town. Level gain, the end time is unknown. Professor Lin raised his head and said, this situation still needs to be discussed by our expert group. At present, we have not obtained any data, so we cannot judge. He turned and left, with reporters chasing after him. The male reporter was still looking at the barren mountains, and the local leader beside him was also frowning. Secretary Lu, I seem to remember that there used to be a small town in this mountain. The male reporter suddenly said. Secretary Lu was surprised. Yes, but that was an old town in the 1930s. Before liberation. You are still young, but you still know these old stories. I have read a book about the Republic of China before. The ghost novels of the era tell the story of Silent Town. The male reporter smiled. Secretary Lu scratched his head. I have never heard of the name Silent Town. The male reporter smiled. That was a name that appeared after 1937, after Japan's all-out war of aggression against China began. It was said that many Japanese soldiers appeared here, and there were riots. It was a ghost. So the villagers moved away once. Later, the villagers slowly came back and built a monument on the mountain called Silent Town. Secretary Lu was obviously absent-minded and hummed a few times. Comrade reporter, I have to go and see we've seen the scene. If you have any needs, you can directly contact Director Zhang of our county. He is responsible for reception. The male reporter nodded in thanks. When Secretary Lu walked away, no one was around. The male reporter opened a voice software on his mobile phone. Black Cell reported on the 13th that Unlimited Company's new game level has been determined to be in Silent Town. At present, it seems that their logistics department has begun to enter. It is inferred that this level is specifically for Fong Tang designed. An electronic synthesized voice popped up on the phone. Continue to observe, and when necessary, find a way to enter the game scene. As an intelligence officer of the Cellular Resistance Organization, you must keep in mind the organization's first principle. The male reporter's eyes showed determination. Color. Black cells keep the principle in mind and don't leave their brains. When the mission fails or may be exposed, you must not leave your brain to Infinite Company. Any brain tissue may allow Infinite Corporation to extract all memories and intelligence. The male reporter turned off his cell phone and disappeared into the gloomy night. Chapter 88, Cutting the Human Vine. The bus was wandering on the mountain road. After the lights were turned on, it was still dark ahead, because this mountain road is full of thorns. Even the bright light of the car lights is blocked by layers of branches. Many black thorns passed through the broken windows and knocked on the seats, making strange crackling sounds. Fong Tang stretched out his hand to pull it away, but Teacher Su next to him shouted, "Don't move." Fong Tang's hand stopped in midair, and a thorn in front of him that penetrated the car suddenly hit his face. He subconsciously shrank under his seat. The thorn pricked and cut open the cloth cover on the seat, revealing the sponge underneath. Fong Tang was shocked. Only then did he see clearly that those thorny branches were covered with barbs. Sharp barbs. This thing is called humulus. Also called snake-cut vine. Also called human-cut vine. The branches are covered with barbs. It would be unlucky if it gets hung up. Teacher Wang said gently. He didn't know when he put on a barb. A pair of blue-gray gloves gently broke a vine. Yes. Teacher Wang looked at the barbs on the vine silently. It's so powerful. Fong Tang moved to his side. Teacher Wang, what's wrong with this grass? This thing is different from ordinary human vines. Teacher Wang looked solemn. Look at these barbs. They are more than 2 centimeters long. And they have a metallic feel on the surface. Before he could continue, Teacher Su said, It's like barbed wire. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Walk to the driver's seat and look ahead with the help of the car lights. Countless vines cover both sides of the mountain road. Really like 2 barbed wire fences. You drove the car and carefully judged the direction. This thing is quite useful. The mountain road is too narrow. Without these trees and vines, the car would have rolled over long ago. It was not like the feasting of the city. On a real barren mountain. That night after night fell. There was absolute darkness all around. Fong Tang turned to look at the unconscious Kai Linlin. But his heart became increasingly uneasy. Slow down and be careful, he whispered. Yu shook off his long hair. Trust me. I drive very steadily. There was a bang. The bus suddenly bounced. The rear wheels made a strange squeaking sound. And then the whole bus tilted to the left. Zwa, who was sitting in the back row, jumped up, with a small red hammer in her hand. Her movements were as fast as lightning, and she broke the glass on the right side with a few bangs. Jump! There was no room for anyone to hesitate. The left side of the bus had tilted 30 degrees. Fong Tang picked up Kai Linlin, and Beixing beside him squealed, bit his sleeve, and pulled to the right. Fong Tang followed Beixing and came out of the broken right window. When he turned around, he saw the bus had crushed the thorn trees and vines on the left side and rolled over towards the deep mountain stream. Fong Tang picked up Kai Linlin, walked over, and took the hand stretched out from the car window. The bus rumbled down the mountain stream, and Teacher Su and Teacher Wang were already hanging in the air. Fong Tang grabbed Teacher Su's hand, while Teacher Wang held the black suitcase with both hands and bit his wife's trouser leg with his teeth. Throw it! Throw the box quickly! Fong Tang yelled through gritted teeth. His arms could no longer support him. Teacher Wang closed his eyes and said nothing. He still held on to the box. I can't hold it anymore. Fong Tang's arms were so numb that he lost all feeling. At this time, he no longer has the energy to enter the potential activation state. At this moment, from the mountain stream on Teacher Wang's side, a small hand stretched out and grabbed Teacher Wang's collar. I saw Zwa carrying a bag and holding a protruding stone in the mountain stream with his right hand. He was balancing with one hand. She is awesome. Super awesome. She achieved this kind of balance that only extreme rock climbing masters can master with ease. With Zwa's help, the 2 teachers finally climbed up. Fong Tang took a deep look at Zwa. The explosive power this short-haired girl showed just now is really amazing. Sure enough, there were no normal people in this car. Where's Yu? Have you seen her? Zwa came up. His eyes widened and he asked urgently. There was a snap, and a hand grabbed it from the left side of the mountain road. Yu, who had long hair reaching his waist, also carried a bag and jumped up easily. Zwa rushed over and hugged her. There was a smile on the corner of Yu's mouth. I'm fine, but our car is completely useless. A fire was rising from the bus under the mountain stream. There was no explosion, only fire, and the burning flame of gasoline illuminated the surrounding area. Red mist. The red mist no longer flows, like a barrier, locking the entire barren mountain. Teacher Wang came over at this time and thanked me repeatedly. He was very grateful. Fong Tang shook his head. Is the suitcase more important or your life? Teacher Wang touched his head sheepishly. This suitcase is really more important to us as a couple than our lives. Everyone got together again. Now there are 6 people and 1 dog, shivering in the cold wind halfway up the mountain. The temperature dropped very quickly, probably around 0 degrees. How did the car overturn? Fong Tang walked forward along the wheel mark. Now we can only see the blurry surroundings with the help of a little faint moonlight. With a bang, Fong Tang kicked something hard. He leaned over, and left and right behind him both held up their mobile phones and turned on their flashlights. They all saw that on the mountain road, for stones buried in the ground perfectly formed an obstacle belt. Damn! This is intentional! Just to prevent the car from going up the mountain. Teacher Wang wiped his sweat from behind. Thankfully, little girls will reacted quickly and opened the window. Otherwise we would be dead this time. Fong Tang he waved his hand and pointed the flashlight downward. There are words on the stone. The light shined under the dark stone, and the large red words could be clearly seen. There is a word on each stone, and the 4 words together are exactly, I'll be hell. Everyone gasped. Words like blood, black stones, and thorns with claws on both sides. It seemed like they were really walking on A.H. Lish Road. Fong Tang held Kai Lin Lin in his arms. We have to go up the mountain as soon as possible. Judging from the appearance of this mountain road, it must be man-made. There may be people on it. At least a place where people live. Ah, you said softly. 1 sentence. Kai Lin Lin's body was extremely hot, and her lips were already turning purple. Fong Tang looked at everyone, and everyone was looking at him. Zwa, you are at the front. The 2 teachers are in the middle. I will take the rear. Fong Tang made a quick decision, but Ayu pursed his lips and smiled and walked directly to the back. Fong Tang nodded, and they climbed up in a line. Zwa at the front took turns using the big guy's mobile phone for lighting, staggering forward step by step. The mountain road has many twists and turns, as if it will never end. Wait! Zwa raised his hand. We seem to be making a detour. Teacher Wang wiped his sweat and looked at the yellowed map with the help of the light of his mobile phone. It's not a detour. It's a spiral mountain road. It's marked on the map. MT. There is a small town, right in the middle of 3 peaks. Zwa didn't say anything, but Ayu walked over quickly. Teacher Wang, I've always wanted to ask about your map. What's going on? Are you going to Peach Blossom Ridge? Why did you bring the map of Sneaky Slope? This is Taohua Ridge. Teacher Wang replied in a deep voice. Ayu blinked, and Teacher Su said coldly, Don't stare like that. We only realized it on the way. The middle-aged woman coughed, and her bluish bald head made her look particularly weird. Originally we thought Peach Blossom Ridge is the tourist destination in Jinhua County. But when I came to this barren mountain, I realized that this is the real Peach Blossom Ridge. Chapter 89 The Mountain Temple. Teacher Su's words were a bit roundabout, but Ayu was nodding lightly. Yes, Zwa and I made a mistake at first, Teacher Su said with a hint of ridicule. In the car, didn't you 2 say you were going to tail whaling to relax? What else did you say that you were in tail whaling? We know each other. Why have you changed your story now? This Sneaky Slope doesn't look like a romantic place. The 2 women were still tit for tat, and in fact they had become enemies with each other in the car. Ayu combed his long hair, surprisingly calm. Teacher Su, at this time, why are you still asking questions knowingly? There are only 2 unlucky special police officers in our car. Everyone else came here with a request, she admitted. I have been lying. In fact, there is no need to admit it. Everyone can see it. Fong Tang sighed in his heart. As the girl spoke, her eyes glanced at Fong Tang. Fong Tang turned around slightly, opened his watch, and continued walking forward with the help of the faint light. He doesn't care what these people are planning. Kai Lin Lin's injuries must be controlled now. Then we have to find Yashin as soon as possible. Half a day has passed now. With Qin Yashin's delicate physique, she doesn't know what she is suffering from. The people behind her started to follow. After walking a few hundred meters, 2 red lights suddenly appeared in front of him. A faint red light flickering in the wind. The 2 rays of red light were erratic. This situation made people scalp numb. Ordinary people would have screamed, but these guys behind Fong Tang were all calm and terrifyingly quiet. It's a land temple. Teacher Wang even cheered. You can have a rest if you go in. After a few steps, it was indeed a small temple. The black mud is mixed with a little lime and dried to make a temple built of mud slabs. The small temple has no door, and you can directly see the shrine inside. 2 smiling fat doll sculptures stand on both sides of the shrine, with a paper lantern hanging above each head. The fat doll's smile is very weird, and its facial expression is so lifelike that it's scary to look at. Ozwa and you rushed over together. Each picked up a lantern and turned it in their hands. Now they can finally save battery on their phones. Holding a lantern and entering the depths of the small temple, I smelled the smell of crude incense candles. This is a small hut that can only accommodate 1 person. The shrines inside are for the Earth God and the Earth Mother. There are ceramic plates on the altar in front, and there are offerings on the plates. Teacher Wang and Teacher Su looked carefully at the sculptures of the Earth God and the Earth Mother. This is a clay sculpture. Teacher Wang looked at it with fascination. It's really amazing. It's so exquisite with just a few pieces of mud. You see? You can even see the ridges on the Earth God's belt clearly. Su the teacher nodded. It seems to be the image of the land god in western Jiangxi. The land god in the north usually leans on a crutch in his right hand and holds a gold ingot in his left hand. He has a kind face. However, there is a unique land god in western Ganshi who holds a belt with both hands. The image of a majestic look. The two began to discuss. Fong Tang put down Kai Linlin and was checking her injuries with a frown. Ozwa and Ah Yu came closer together. She was seriously injured, and the internal tissues may have been infected, Zwa said softly. Kai Linlin was running a high fever, but her hands and feet were cold. She was breathing weakly, and her chest was rising and falling. The broken ribs were under her left chest, and the blue skin could be vaguely seen. Fong Tang was now helpless. Bei Xing, whose tail had been cut off, was limping back and forth. Without its tail, it was trying to find its balance. It's so tragic that the old, weak and disabled are all trapped in this earth temple. Over there, two teachers who were having a heated discussion exclaimed together. Fong Tang jumped up. What's wrong? It's nothing but this landlady. Teacher Wang frowned. Ozwa and Ah Yu raised the lantern together. The sculpture of mother-in-law is indeed very strange. There is a single eye on her forehead, and she is wearing a strange robe. And there is a frog covered with eyes under her feet. What the hell is this? Zwa was stunned. Such an image has never been seen in Chinese myths and legends. After a long while, Teacher Wang finally breathed out. You are right. This is not a god. It is really a ghost. Teacher Su shook his head. This is Naiwenfang. What is mud? Marubo? Teacher Su looked puzzled. Nwambo is a Japanese land ghost with eyes on its head and thousands-eyed toads on its feet. It specializes in making trouble underground. Some Japanese people also worship them and pray for the peace of the land. It's equivalent to Japan's land god, but very niche. Teacher Wang explained. Fong Tang frowned. You mean Japanese ghosts and gods are worshipped here? Yes. I really can't understand it. Teacher Wang looked at the incense candles on the sacrificial table. There are people on this mountain who come to worship every day. The earth god and the Nawan ghost of Japan actually sat in harmony in a temple. Fong Tang walked over and touched the incense candle. According to the burning speed of this incense candle, the last sacrifice did not last more than 12 hours. That is, during the day. Others have been here. This is good news no matter how you say it. At least you can be sure that there must be someone in the mountains. I suggest that we take a rest here and set off again during the day, Teacher Su suddenly said. Everyone nodded. They sat down separately. Teacher Wang and Teacher Su continued to talk in low voices, looking at the map from time to time. They seemed to have been discussing the Nwangwi in Japan. But Ozwa and Ah Yu were sitting with Fong Tang. I have to get some water. Fong Tang looked at Kai Linlin's flushed and purple face. We have to cool her down. Teacher Wang over there stood up immediately. Let's go! Fong Tang hadn't spoken yet. Teacher Su also stood up. We are from archaeology background and are very experienced in survival in the wild. The two of them went out without saying anything. Teachers, wait a moment. Fong Tang looked at the lily couple and said, give them a lantern to use. Zwa didn't say anything, and Ah Yu raised his mouth. Why? Fong Tang frowned, and Ah Yu rolled his eyes. Give them one. We have to keep it for use. So a lantern was handed over, and Teacher Wang said thank you politely. The couple went out quietly, carrying their suitcases before leaving. As soon as they went out, Zwa jumped up and silently stood guard at the temple door. Ah Yu dropped his backpack and looked at Fong Tang silently in the red light of the lantern. Fong Tang held Kai Linlin in his arms and said coldly, don't look at me. I'm not interested in your identity or purpose at all. Ah Yu smiled. Well, I can see that. But if I can say this, where is the policewoman? Fong Tang raised his head. Ah Yu's long hair was hanging down, and his snow-white face looked particularly strange under the red lantern. If Kai Linlin doesn't take antibiotics and deal with the infected tissue, she won't be able to make it to dawn. I don't need to tell you. You should also have some medical knowledge. The mortality rate of infection in the body is very high. Fong Tang stared at her. You can't conjure antibiotics. Can you? Ah Yu snorted, and unbuttoned his denim jacket with a sneer. He zipped and unbuttoned his shirt, immediately revealing the cloth wrapped around his body. The cloth strips were wrapped in 2 layers around her slim waist. After the 2 layers of cloth strips were untied, the plaster sticking to the snow-white skin was revealed. Pieces of plaster skin. Ah Yu tore off a piece of plaster, revealing a small plastic bag attached to his skin. A plastic bag with body temperature was dangling in front of Fong Tang. This is medical antibiotics. She tore open another piece of plaster and took out a medicine bag. This is a hormone medicine for reducing fever and pain relief. Fong Tang looked at it, holding 2 medicine bags. I was shocked. But he quickly calmed down. What do you want me to do to exchange these medicines? Chapter 90. The 2 girls of Player 2 were really prepared, with more than a dozen bags of various medicines hidden in plasters on their bodies. Kind of medicine. Fong Tang had long understood that this was a deal, and he had to pay something before others would give him the medicine. At this time, Yu pursed his lips and smiled. You are very smart. I thought you would grab it as soon as you came up. Fong Tang glanced at Ozwa at the door and said coldly, One-on-one. I may still have some confidence, but I'm afraid you two are no match for each other. Bai in his mind was already reminding him that the 2 girls in front of him had amazing fighting abilities, and that they should not act rashly. Yu was still laughing. That's wrong. You don't have any chance in one-on-one. Ozwa at the door sighed. Fong Tang, you are just a junior player. The latest game prompts appeared in front of Fong Tang. A level difficulty level of Silent Town. Player number 2 enters. Player number 2. Fong Tang saw simple information in front of his eyes. Well, what is your real name? Zhu Yuing. I am Korean. I did not hesitate. He said, Yuing is my name. Fong Tang looked at Zwa. What about you? Player number 3? Ozwa's eyes darkened, and there was sarcasm in the corner of his mouth. You are wrong again. I am not a player. Yu reached out and played with his long hair. She is my slave girl. Player Fong Tang. You seem to get it too. You want this reward, but what you want is not a female slave, but a puppy. Right. Beijing grinned and let out a low roar at the 2 women. Fong Tang comforted it and asked directly, How many game coins? Hurry up. Wow. What a smart guy. Yu sighed exaggeratedly. Such a handsome look makes people excited. Well, 600 games money. Promise to cure your little policewoman. Fong Tang clicked on the watch, and Yu also rolled up her sleeves, revealing the watch hidden on her left arm. Please transfer the money directly to my slave girl. She is responsible for managing my finances. Yu smiled and said, You can search for her account in the mall. The account name is Liang Shanzhua. Fong Tang entered the mall, searched for her name, and found Zwa. Transfer 600 game coins. 2 packets of medicine were immediately thrust into his hands. Liang Shanzhua, come here and help me. Yu beamed, very excited. The names will left Fong Tang speechless. But the 2 girls were very professional. Together, they straightened Kailanlin's broken bones and began to fix them. Then they got a pair of small scissors from nowhere. After disinfecting them with red-hot water, they cut open the blue skin and released the bruises. They bandaged Kailanlin with plaster and clean shirt strips. Then ground the pills into powder and poured them into Kailanlin's mouth. Now! Just wait for those 2 to get water. As you said, he ordered his female slave to go out to find some dry firewood. Mandrill is really depressed about the side mission ahead. He was snatched away by you. Yu smiled at this time. But I earned you another 600 game coins, which is considered compensation. Fong Tang said nothing. Yu sat on his knees, as he was accustomed to. Hey, you damn guy. We can cooperate. Fong Tang remained silent. Yu was still talking. That old couple. I don't know if they are players, and I'm not sure that we are the only ones participating in the game. Why don't we wait for them to come back and kill them directly? Fong Tang raised his head. I'm not interested in this. Yu's face darkened and he snorted. Fong Tang, a genius novice player. I have to remind you that what you are entering now is not a rookie level. This is an official game with A-level difficulty. I am intermediate player. You're senior. Fong Tang closed his eyes and ignored her. Yu regained his smile and hummed a ditty in Korean. She is very lively. Hey, Fong Tang, aren't you curious why I speak Chinese so well? Fong Tang said coldly. Language skills learned in the mall. Yu held his neck. Oh, you are so smart that you can really piss people off. Fong Tang looked at her boring performance. Is your side mission about Qin Yashin? Yes. Yu saw him asking the question and immediately greeted him with a smile. The first side mission is about Qin Yashin, but I won't lose to you this time. I will definitely kill her before you do. Fong Tang was shocked. The side mission was different. This so-called intermediate player may have been too excited and quickly revealed the key information. Her side mission is to kill Yashin. But Fong Tang wanted to rescue Yashin. Completely opposite tasks. In this way, players in the game do not cooperate, but must confront each other. Seeing Fong Tang's silent thinking, Ah Yu's eyes flashed, and he stamped his feet in annoyance. She bit her lip. I made a mistake. I was too proud in front of a junior. She raised her head and stared at Fong Tang. The side missions are different. Right. Fong Tang smiled. Sorry. No comment. Yu was so angry that he stood up. How about I kill you now? She was indeed very upset. She accidentally leaked her game information. This was a serious mistake in the Infinite Challenge level. Fong Tang said calmly. I said, one-on-one. I am absolutely sure to kill you. Ah Yu's murderous intention melted away instantly. He knelt down lazily again and glanced at Bei Xing beside Fong Tang. Yes, you also have a hound. When she turned her head, the chip on the back of her neck finally appeared, flashing and then hiding. When the chip starts flashing, it must be receiving information. She just received a game prompt. Bai's voice sounded. It's most likely a new side mission. So, different players trigger different side missions. Bai, based on the current situation, I want to find out the content of her mission as soon as possible. The main mission of all players is the same, which is to find the treasure in the mountains. But the side tasks are different. So the actions of different players deviate. Only by finding the side mission content of the opponent player can you take the absolute initiative. At this time, footsteps were heard, and Zua came in holding a bundle of branches. After setting them up, she used the flames in the paper lantern to raise the fire. Fong Tang was helping, and Zua handed him a piece of firewood. I'm going to see why those two teachers haven't come back yet. She walked out quickly, and Fong Tang used the firewood to poke the flames. Master, there are words on the firewood. Fong Tang heard Bai's prompt and his eyes flashed. Read it to me. Master, it was carved on the firewood with his nails. It said kill her, save her. Me 6 words. The wooden stick was handed over by Zua. What's going on? Could this be the message conveyed by Zua? She seemed to have made up her mind before doing such a risky thing. Fong Tang closed his eyes and thought. He calmly broke the wood and hid the engraved part in the socks under his trouser legs. The shirt had been torn, and now he looked like a tattered beggar again. There were footsteps outside, and Zua and his wife walked in together. Teacher Wang also held 4 mineral water bottles in his hands, which contained yellowish turbid water. We couldn't find any living water in the mountains. We dug out groundwater next to the ravine. Teacher Wang put down the bottle. Ah Yu frowned. It's so dirty. Did you pick up the bottle? In the wild, there are mineral water bottles like this, which are treasures. They can hold water and store water. We also found many good things. Teacher Su held the bottle he came over with a yellowed iron ladle. The iron ladle commonly used by people in the mountains seemed to have been pulled out of the soil, and the edges of the ladle were black. Teacher Wang placed the iron ladle on the fire. The yellow water settled, and was boiled in an iron ladle before being poured back into the bottle. Half a bottle per person is just right. Fong Tang supported Kai Lin Lin and slowly gave her a drink of water. After taking antipyretics, Kai Lin Lin was covered in sweat. I need some thick clothes. Fong Tang looked up. Teacher Wang and Teacher Su handed over the coats together. A thick sweater and a jacket that smelled like cigarette smoke were a huge help. Fong Tang looked at them gratefully. Do you want game coins? Teacher Wang and Teacher Su were both stunned. What game coins? Fong Tang smiled. Nothing. Ah Yu sneered at him and made a gesture to him. Grimace. Fong Tang's temptation is actually useless. If the middle-aged couple deliberately hides it, even if they are players, they will pretend to be stupid on purpose. But it never hurts to try. After everyone drank the water, their stomachs began to growl. So they looked at the Earth God's sacrificial table together. Chapter 91 Mechanism. There are 3 plates on the altar table. A plate of suckling pig heads, a plate of steamed buns, and a plate of baked black biscuits. It must have been a long time. The buns were full of dust. The biscuits had white hairs, and the white suckling pig's head was even more wrinkled. But it is food after all, and it is full of temptations for people who have been hungry all day. Now that they have fire, if they can bake the steamed buns and process the pig head meat, it will be a delicious meal. But no one moved. Gamers with a little experience know that any game scene is full of traps. As for Teacher Wang and Teacher Su, they seem to be very taboo about sacrifices. We can't find anything to eat until dawn. Teacher Wang rubbed his hands. Be patient. Even if you can't find anyone in the mountains tomorrow, you can still get wild fruits and other things nearby. With luck, there are many hares and voles in the mountains. Go to sleep. Teacher Su laid gently on the suitcase. The couple hugged each other, and with Teacher Su's slight cough, they actually fell asleep. They really seemed to have a background in archaeology, and they could sleep soundly in this cold and humid mountain temple. Fong Tang hugged Kai Linlin, and Bei Xing jumped up obediently and held her in his arms. It was as comfortable as a warm bag. Ozwa and Ah Yu were very energetic. The two girls walked back and forth in the temple and came to two sculptures, not knowing what they were doing. Their side missions are related to sculptures. Fong Tang was discussing with Bai in his mind. Otherwise, time and energy will never be wasted. Master, take a rest and expose your watch. I can use the watch's camera. Monitor the two of them. This is one of the few functions that surprises Fong Tang. He was really tired. Although the wounds on his back and the fractures on his body were recovering amazingly, his spirit was extremely tired. Fong Tang fell asleep soundly. He had a strange dream. In the dream, there was a beautiful crystal cave. Shauna hugged him with a beautiful smile and kissed his lips tenderly. The dream was so real until a crisp slap sounded. Fong Tang froze and opened his eyes to see Kai Linlin, whose eyes were spitting fire, but his big hands were deep inside the little policewoman's clothes. Ah! The real feeling of the scene in the dream just now turned out to be that I mistook Kai Linlin in my arms for Shauna. Fong Tang was extremely embarrassed. Kai Linlin's breathing was rapid. She was covered in sweat, and she gritted her teeth and yelled angrily. Take your hands out. Her face was red, but she was more angry. Fong Tang took out his hand and apologized ashamedly. I'm sorry. I was dreaming. Shut up. Kai Linlin regained her energy and was about to hit someone again. Uh-huh. Ozwa's laughter came from the side. This guy must be having an erotic dream. But Miss Policewoman, you were very happy just now. Ozwa added another arrow at the side. Shout out. Here we come. Kai Linlin stared at the two girls, confused and embarrassed for a moment. She didn't recognize these two gentle girls. Why did she suddenly become so cold and venomous? Fong Tang stood up, covered Kai Linlin with his clothes, and apologized again. It was still dark outside, and Kai Linlin was extremely weak. Fong Tang quickly heated the water and handed it over in a bottle. Go away. Kai Linlin lowered her head and cried. She is still a young lady, and she suffered a big loss just now. Fong Tang apologized patiently, and Kai Linlin sobbed. If you were outside, I would have to send you to the police station. You bastard. You are shameless. Fong Tang fed her water. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. My girlfriend was caught, and I dreamed about her just now. Kai Linlin turned around at this time, opened her clothes gently, and looked at the cloth strip on her body in shock, which was wrapped around her most shy position. She felt sad for a moment. You? A big gangster like you bandaged it? Fong Tang shook his head. Ozwa and you came together. We bandaged it for you. Ah, you pouted. Don't cry there. If it weren't for Fong Tang, you would have died at least 3 times along the way. And it was him every time. He tried his best to protect you. And in order to cure you, he gave up almost half of his property. Kai Linlin was a little confused. What does property have to do with it? But she also understood Fong Tang's life-saving grace. Fong Tang saw that she was a little embarrassed, stood up and smiled. You don't owe me anything. Don't do this. I'll go out first, and you have a good rest. He quickly walked out of the temple door and breathed in the cold air outside. What happened to yourself? Why do you have such a dream? Shauna, who appeared in the dream, was really missing and melancholy. Bye. Why didn't you wake me up? Fong Tang asked angrily. Master, your body needs a wet dream to expel toxins. This is also a way for human males to relax. Fong Tang couldn't laugh or cry. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. What did you observe? Ozwa and Au. Master, while sleeping. They found the sculpture's mechanism. Huh? What mechanism? The mechanism is on the eyes of the two sculptures. Although they found the mechanism, they haven't cracked it yet. Fong Tang immediately thought of the Black Widow before she died. Riddle left behind. Is it related to the sentence left by Sister Widow? The riddle. At the foot of the mountain, a ram's horn, a sound shines in the west, was left by the Black Widow. She should not lie to others before she died. And the 8-word riddle sounds a lot like an anagram. Fong Tang thought of the main game mission. Looking for treasures. Master, it's impossible to judge. There is too little data. But it seems that the mechanism of the sculpture is more like a physical mechanism. Physical mechanism? Fong Tang rubbed his forehead. He thought, and the night was long. And it seemed that this night was destined to be uneventful. Brother Fong Tang. A voice suddenly sounded in the silence. Fong Tang was startled, turned around and saw the middle-aged couple. I don't know when the couple appeared. They looked calm. But in the cold night, they looked like ghosts. The most frightening thing was that they appeared silently, and Fong Tang didn't notice them at all. 2 teachers. You? Fong Tang swallowed. Brother Fong Tang. Teacher Wang lowered his voice. Can we trust you? This question is very strange. And the middle-aged couple were very uneasy at this time. They must have discussed it for a long time before they made up their mind to find Fong Tang. Fong Tang looked at them. I can only say that I am not a bad person. Teacher Su smiled gently. I can see. Brother, you are definitely the best person in the whole car. Teacher Wang turned around at this time. He glanced at the temple, and then said in a deeper voice, the 2 sculptures in the temple have mechanisms. Chapter 92 Secrets of the Republic of China. Fong Tang was stunned. Unexpectedly, it was this couple who first mentioned the sculpture mechanism. Teacher Su explained at this time. Because our husband and wife are from archaeological backgrounds, we have done some research on sculptures. The eyes of the earth god in the temple, and the eyes of the Niwenfeng, may be the mechanism. Fong Tang was silent for a moment. What do those 2 teachers mean? There is an agency, which means there is something under the agency. But we don't believe those 2 crazy girls. Teacher Su's face was gloomy. They disguised their identities at first sight, and took everyone along the way. They were all lied to. They are just 2 tomb robbers. Fong Tang was shocked again. Where does this tomb robber start? Teacher Wang looked solemn. When you were asleep just now, we were secretly pretending to be asleep. We heard 2 girls tinkering with sculptures there. They also discovered the mechanism, and were still discussing opening the tomb. That was just a side quest in the game, Tang thought to himself. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he asked, is there really a cemetery under the machine? Teacher Su took a step forward with a twinkle in his eye. Yes, based on our experience as a couple. The machine that sculpts the eyes is called the child mother pupil. This kind of mechanism is exquisitely designed, and was a kind of cemetery opening mechanism commonly used in the late Qing dynasty and the Republic of China. Teacher Wang coughed. In the late Qing dynasty, the southern gentry practiced the practice of burying husband and wife together, but it was inevitable that one of the couple would die early. In this situation, when large-scale burial tombs are built in the local area, a mechanism for opening the tomb will be designed using the son-in-law pupil, so that when the partner dies, it is convenient to bury them together, and the children do not have to bother digging. Fong Tang understood. He said, so when the Zimupu mechanism appears, it means there must be a cemetery. He looked at the 2 teachers. But what does this have to do with us? They like to rob tombs, so let them do it. Wang the teacher sighed. Fong Tang, you are wrong. There may be cultural relics in the cemetery, which are the property of the country. Tomb robbers will not only destroy the cemetery, but also cause the loss of cultural relics. Before he could finish, Teacher Su interrupted directly. Stop talking about these big ideas. This little brother is a smart man. Let's be more direct. Fong Tang raised his eyebrows, and the 2 of them finally showed their flaws. Teacher Su was still very gentle. Brother Fong Tang, let me show you something. Teacher Wang was silent for a moment, and took out the yellowed map. In the 25th year of the Republic of China, in 1936 AD, in the center of the map, marked in the middle of Taohua Ridge, was a red cemetery. It can be clearly seen on the map that the cemetery has 3 levels and is 16 meters deep underground. This is a map of the cemetery. There are no words on the machine diagram, only various patterns. Fong Tang hesitantly said, so you are here for this cemetery? Yes, as archaeology enthusiasts. We got this map by accident. Teacher Wang quickly put away the map and changed the topic. You know this who is buried in the cemetery? This sneaky slope was filled with gloom, and Fong Tang really couldn't figure out who would arrange the cemetery here. It's Zhang Zuolin, Teacher Su said softly. What? Fong Tang couldn't believe it, and his voice was louder. This is impossible. I haven't finished yet. It's a master under Zhang Zuolin, whose surname is Huang Dewang. Teacher Su turned around and looked at him warily. Waving their hands, the 3 of them arrived at a quieter mountain forest. Huang Dewang came from a famous family in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, but he was born from a concubine, so he was frustrated since he was a child. Later, he reluctantly obtained an academic degree, and just happened to catch up with the revolution of 1911. Huang Dewang could not gain a foothold in the family, and he lost hope in the officialdom. So he followed the people broke into Guangdong together. This secret story told by Teacher Su was all recorded in a diary. And in the middle of this diary, there is the yellowed map. Huang Dewang said in his diary that when he arrived in the land of Guangdong, he had to work as a teacher to make ends meet. Later, by chance, he met Marshal Zhang, who was the bandit leader at the time. Huang Dawang had passed the examination after all. There were many masters in Jiangsu and Zhejiang at that time, so they became Zhang Zuolin's early think tank. Fong Tang interrupted Teacher Su. What's the point? Huang Dawang later came back from Guangdong and buried himself on this mountain. Teacher Su, he pursed his lips and smiled. Of course, it's not that simple. Huang Duong thrived under Zhang Zuolin. But after all, he was just a master with no front. Later, Zhang Zuolin needed to deal with the Japanese. So Huang Duong volunteered and became the Japanese liaison officer. After the September 18th incident, Huang Dawang naturally defected to the Japanese. In the 25th year of the Republic of China, that is, in 1936, he suddenly left the country and hurried to this sneaky slope. He died here within a few days. So there is this cemetery. Fong Tang looked at the hill wrapped in red mist. Isn't Huang Dawang faking his death? Teacher Wang clapped his hands aside. Brother Fong Tang, you are very smart. It is clearly written in Huang Dawang's diary that they came here with a group of Japanese and countless treasures. In order to hide those treasures, they faked their own death and built a tomb. Fong Tang's eyelids twitched, and he closed his eyes and looked at the game system. There is no prompt. But isn't the main mission just treasure hunting? Now that the clues to the treasure have appeared, why are there no game progress prompts? Opening his eyes, Fong Tang looked at the middle-aged couple. You only rely on a diary and a map to determine that there are treasures in this cemetery. It's too false. Teacher Wang touched his chin. There is indeed no such thing in history. There are records about Huang Dawang, but many things written in this diary can be matched with the information. The most important thing is, Teacher Su's eyes flashed. The map is real. The stone bridge on the road, this small temple, and the pupil mechanism sculptured in the temple all exist. Teacher Wang said in a hurry. The treasures that Huang Dawang and the Japanese are carrying are most likely Zhang Zuolin's treasure trove. He has been the king of the Northeast for so many years, and it is said that he raided all the Manchu Aizenjuo's lairs. I don't know how many treasures there are. Fong Tang looked at them again. Are you really doing archaeology? The two of them nodded together, but their expressions were very strange. Fong Tang sneered in his heart and asked lightly, since there are so many treasures, why did you tell me? Teacher Wang coughed. This, Teacher Su said simply. Those two girls who came with us in the car. Zwa, and you are obviously here for the treasure. They are both very powerful. We, husband and wife, are no match. So I want to invite you to join us. Teacher Wang rubbed his hands. Brother Fong Tang, you are so skilled and brave. We are willing to share this treasure house equally with you. Fong Tang did not believe a word of what they said. Now he finally understood why the couple was full of hostility towards the two girls in the car. And he probably saw it in the car. It's a pity that those two girls are Infinite Challenge players. The couple looked at Fong Tang expectantly, and Fong Tang shook his head directly. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in any treasures. And I won't bother you two to make a fortune. The couple were stunned and didn't believe it. They didn't believe that someone could resist this kind of thing. Treasure. Fong Tang, you don't need to take risks. You just need to help us stop these two girls. Teacher Wang gritted his teeth. Fong Tang stopped talking and turned around to leave. Teacher Wang anxiously tried to stop him, but Teacher Su pulled him back hard. Everyone has his own ambition, Teacher Su said coldly with the corners of his eyes twitching. But we have already told him all the agencies. Teacher Wang stamped his feet. Chapter 93 Deep. Fong Tang walked quickly back to the temple. The couple did not follow. Fong Tang turned his head and glanced at the night outside the temple, and his heart suddenly jumped as he thought of something. Secretly complaining, he pulled up Kailanlin, who was still drinking water, and said urgently, Let's go. It's not safe here. Beishing suddenly jumped up, and it had completely mastered its balance. Hey, what are you talking about? Ayu smiled and sat at the door, blocking the escape route. Fong Tang said nothing, picked up the struggling Kailanlin and rushed out. Zhou also stopped him silently. Fong Tang took a deep breath, knowing that he would not be able to get out for a while. So he immediately said, There may be explosives buried in here. With a bang! There were two Soapy C4 explosives in Ah's right hand, and he threw them directly to the ground. And the detonator, it had been demolished. But she was still smiling. Is this what you're talking about? Fong Tang smiled lightly. Well, I knew you would find the bomb planted by the two archaeology teachers outside. Humph! Ayu's face turned gloomy. Then why did you come in and hug the police sister before leaving? You did it on purpose. You wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and watch the two of us being bombed to death. Fong Tang would never admit it. I believe in your strength. You bit his lip and made a gesture to his female slave. Ozwa took a step forward and punched out. The speed of this punch was as fast as lightning and thunder. Fong Tang retreated, and the wind of his fist changed in front, turning into a crosscut with his palm. During the change, so his 5 fingers were like playing a pipa, and his fingertips continuously poked Fong Tang's waist. Fong Tang groaned, and the left side of his body went numb. Ozwa's body shape changed. His steps continued, and his fists came flying like a storm. Wait! Fong Tang received 10 punches in a row. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he waved his hands repeatedly. Don't fight. Kailanlin struggled in his arms. What's going on? What's wrong with you guys? Fong Tang gently put down the policewoman and sat down slowly. Shaolin, don't say anything. There are 2 bad guys outside. You looked at the surrendered man with great satisfaction. I told you earlier. You are not one of us opponent. Fong Tang said nothing. His body is recovering quickly. As those few punches just now actually didn't hurt him. He was showing weakness on purpose. Only in this way can we be in a favorable position. Yu is actually right. He has now made up his mind to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and tigers. Yu stood up now, silently looking at the 2 sculptures on the shrine. Teacher Wang and Teacher Su buried explosives here to blow us all up. Why did they do this? Yu suddenly asked. Fong Tang still didn't speak. Yu shook his head. Why are you pretending to be a tough guy here? Liang Shanzhua. Let's just kill the police sister in his arms. Ozwa took a step forward indifferently. Fong Tang pretended to be panicked. Wait a minute. Yu chuckled. It seems that Fong Tang, you are really a lover. You fell in love with the police sister so quickly? Look at the distressed look on your face. Kailanlin's eyes were confused now. But she still couldn't help but scream. I'm not getting along with him. You? What are you 2 doing? Don't talk. Just watch and listen. Nothing will happen to us. Fong Tang whispered in her ear, and then stood up slowly. You. Teacher Wang and Teacher Su are not going to blow us up. But they are going to blow up the tomb below. You. Oh. That's right. Fong Tang said hesitantly. They are afraid of you too. Just now they roped me into their gang outside and asked me to help deal with you. Yu's eyes flickered, as if observing Fong Tang's expression in order to judge whether his words are true or false. Fong Tang felt it was time, and added in a deep voice. 2 teachers have discovered the pupil mechanism of the sculpture. They are archaeological experts and have a lot of research on tombs. Yu's eyes changed. Fong Tang slowly walked over, panting, and wiping the bloody foam around his mouth. If I guess correctly, your game mission is to enter the cemetery. Right. His voice was so low that only Yu could hear it. Yu's face remained as usual. This is my level. It has nothing to do with you. After saying that, he quickly turned around and said to Ozwa, Go out and get those 2 idiots in. Fong Tang went back silently, pulling Kailanlin with him. Taking Beishing with me. I huddled in a corner of the temple. What are they doing? Only then did Kailanlin realize that these people who came in a car were all spooky and scary characters. But only Fong Tang looked the most normal. Fong Tang leaned close to her ear and lowered his voice. Under this temple, there is a tomb with a treasure hidden in it. The 4 of them are here for this treasure. Because of the first rule of the game, Fong Tang cannot say anything regarding the game. This is the only vague thing. Kailanlin raised her eyebrows. Grave robber? Fong Tang shook his head. No matter what. Let's watch more and talk less. We'll have a good show later. Zua had already rushed out of the small temple. And there was no one outside. There was no sound. Not even the sounds of birds and animals could be heard on the barren mountain. In front of the bonfire, Yu sat indifferently, looking at the 2 sculptures from time to time. Bai was right. She found the trap, but didn't know how to crack it. As a gamer, she must solve the side mission of this level as soon as possible. Suddenly, a scream came from outside, and then an exclamation. Not long after, Zua dragged a person in slowly. The short-haired girl was holding a steel wire in her hand, and one of Teacher Su's legs was locked at the end of the wire. The steel wire was so fine that it had cut deeply into Teacher Su's leg flesh, leaving a long bloody mark behind. Kailanlin in Fong Tang's arms became excited and struggled to stand up to stop. Fong Tang covered her mouth and forced it back. Don't move. Damn. They are not good people. Kailanlin's eyes widened. As a police officer and a special police officer, she really couldn't allow this to happen. Fong Tang could only use his strength to lock her body tightly, so it dragged Teacher Su in with a steel wire. With a flick of his fingers, the steel wire retracted into his sleeve. Ah Yu hugged his knees with both hands and tilted his head to look at it. "Where is her man?" Ozwa snorted. "That guy ran very fast. It seems that the relationship between the couple is not good." Teacher Su gasped, raised his head, and sighed. One mouthful. Ah Yu jumped up and stepped on her wound. Teacher Su gritted his teeth and remained silent. She already understood Ah Yu's purpose, which was to cry out loudly and stimulate the men outside to come in. Ah Yu let out a sigh, stretched out his hand, and pulled out a red-hot stick from the bonfire. Charcoal held a cigarette in his mouth and waved it in front of Teacher Su's face. "I'm sorry. Now is the time to test your relationship as husband and wife." Charcoal pressed directly on Teacher Su's face. Teacher Su could no longer hold back and screamed sharply. "Stop!" Teacher Wang yelled from outside. Teacher Su struggled and cursed angrily. "Wang Matzi, you have some backbone. Leave me alone." But the man outside the temple walked in step by step with his suitcase in hand and his head lowered. "Wife," he said with tears in his eyes, "I can't leave you. I can't leave you." The scene looked so tragic and touching. However, Kai Linlin, who was in Fong Tang's arms, froze, forced herself away from Fong Tang's big hand, and screamed, "Wang Matzi, Mrs. Su, are you two internationally wanted tomb robbers and leaders of a gang that sells national cultural relics?" Linlin couldn't control herself. Her mind was buzzing. These two people were Class A wanted criminals, and they were actually sitting in the same car with him. Wang Matzi raised his head coldly. "There is no gang. Just us and my husband. We never cooperate with others." Kai Linlin gritted her teeth. "You stole the Lawhai tomb in Dongshan County and killed more than 30 local villagers. You two not only robbed tombs and sold cultural relics, but also killed people and set fires. You can't escape." Wang Matzi snorted. "There are rules in business, and heaven has its own way. Those people in Dongshan are all greedy garbage. Lawhai tomb, there used to be a set of more than 300 Guanyin Buddha statues in the village. When we excavated, only 12 were left, and they were all incomplete. The good ones were dug up secretly and sold by the villagers." At this point, Wang Matzi said he raised his head and shouted confidently, "Instead of being stolen by those ignorant garbage, it is better to leave it to us. At least, we will find a truly knowledgeable owner for the treasure." Fallacy. What nonsense. Kai Linlin wanted to refute, but Fong Tang pulled her back. Chapter 94 Zimutong. Holding the restless little policewoman down again, Fong Tang smiled faintly at the four people present and said, "You continue. As for me, I really have no interest in the treasures in the cemetery." You also smiled at him. "Brother Fong Tang, let's have a good chat later." Wang Matzi walked to his wife carrying the black suitcase. Mrs. Su's eyes widened with anger. She jumped up on one leg and lifted. He slapped the man with his hand. "You worthless guy!" Without saying a word, Wang Matzi squatted down to tend to his wife's injuries. The wire in Ah's left hand popped out again and entangled the two of them. Ah Yu came over with a smile. "Turn on the mechanism." Wang Matzi lowered his head. "Treat my wife's injury first. I know you have medicine there." Ah Yu's face turned cold. "Believe it or not, I will kill one of you now." One. She licked her lips, full of cruelty. "How about you use scissors and hammers, and choose one to die?" Wang Matzi said coldly. "This tomb must be opened by the two of us as husband and wife." Ah Yu, he lost his patience a little. "Don't lie to me. Otherwise, I'll kill you two directly, and then use explosives to blow up this damn tomb." So it came up and pulled Wang Matzi's black suitcase over, using force in his hands. That's not the metal wire made of unknown material suddenly set off a spark, directly cutting through the aluminum sheet wrapped around the suitcase. The suitcase was opened, revealing the remaining pieces of explosives, the yellowed map, and a thin account book. So he used the wire in his hand to carefully open up the map and ledger. The word cemetery appeared on the map, and the account book was actually a diary. There are two pieces of explosives on the ground, and together with the ones in the box, they are enough to blow up the entire small temple. Wang Matzi snorted. "It's useless. When Huang Doang built this tomb, he used Japanese engineers. They used the method of digging into the mountain to dig out a secret chamber in a whole piece of rock. The tomb passage alone was 20 meters long, and the rest is a 3-story stacked building structure. One floor was shaken, and the remaining 2 floors collapsed directly." He helped his wife stand up. "You have to be skilled in using explosives. If you can't blow it up well, the mountain will collapse and we will all die." Yu said nothing, and a pair of small scissors appeared in his hand. The silver scissors were spinning in her hands, suddenly causing a stream of light. Wang Matzi screamed miserably. The scissors were ejected in midair, connected by a nearly transparent silk thread, and were running smoothly. In an instant, half of Wang Matzi's earlobe was cut off. Mrs. Su stretched out her hand to hold her husband's wound, and shouted, "Stop bothering! We will help you open the mechanism!" The two of them were now with a bloody leg and a bleeding ear. They were supporting each other in a miserable state. Yu took back the scissors and nodded to Ozwa. So a pack of white pills was thrown over. To relieve pain and inflammation. Take 3 pills at a time. There are some side effects. The scissors were turning in Yu's palm. You'd better move faster. The middle-aged couple took the medicine and slowly moved towards the sculpture. Ozwa and Yu stared at each other with great vigilance. Wang Matzi and Mrs. Su touched the eyes of the two sculptures together. Then Wang Matzi said, "The Zima pupil is a kind of chain mechanism. These two sculptures have 5 eyes in total. They must be pressed in the correct order. If you press the wrong one, the chain mechanism will be activated. The eyes under the tomb or the Longnan stone will automatically collapse. And with the help of the power of the stone, it will collapse the entire tomb." Yu frowned. "Is it such a simple mechanism?" Mrs. Su sneered. "It sounds very simple, but it contains the most important things in China. The ancient mechanism wisdom. If nothing else, the placement of the Dragon Gate stone in the ground is a great science. A flexible mechanism can be made by just relying on a piece of stone, without any gear-like engineering equipment. Indeed, demonstrating ancient wisdom." Now, Wang Matzi had found the mechanism sequence and reached out to press the Earth God's right eye. There was a click, and the two sculptures shook together. The vibration quickly disappeared, and Wang Matzi became excited. "The order is correct. It is indeed the formula of heaven. Earth, sun, moon and stars. The eye of the sky is on the right. The eye of the earth is on the left. The sun and moon are bright, and the stars are facing the sky. The order of the mechanism seems very simple. Starting with the right eye of the Earth God. The second step is the left eye. Then the left and right eyes of the Japanese ghost Mwambo. And finally the skyward eye on the monster's forehead. The 5 eyes are pressed in sequence and sink deeply into the sculpture. The small temple also shook 5 times in a row. Then everything went quiet. Wang Matzi and Mrs. Su waited in silence. But Yu was a little anxious. "Will you two make it?" Before he could finish speaking, a strange clicking sound suddenly came from the ground, like the sound of a chain being pulled. And then I saw the Earth God's right foot slowly lifting. Kaelinlin kept watching and couldn't help but exclaimed, "There is a rusty chain attached to the right foot of the Earth God. The chains go deep underground." The right foot that was chained to the Earth God was raised higher and higher, and the chain was pulled out from the ground. With a clang, the shrine behind the sculpture began to shake. As the sand flew, the entire shrine sank down by more than half a meter. Wang Matzi became more and more excited. "Yes! It's right here! Wife, look at how exquisite this mechanism is." Mrs. Su licked her lips. "Wait a minute! Don't move!" The clicking sound sounded again. This time it was the sculptures in Niwenfang that were shaking. The frog that was stepped on by the sculpture is slowly opening its mouth. With a crash, a metal ring with a chain fell out from the frog's open mouth. Wang Matzi turned to look at Yu. "Open the ring and the mechanism will be completely opened." Yu didn't move, just stared at the two of them. "Why are you still standing there? Open the mechanism!" She didn't know how to do that. Risk touching any mechanism. Fong Tang understood clearly when he saw this. "Bye. This intermediate player doesn't know any knowledge about mechanisms. She feels very guilty now." Bai agreed. The side task she received was to open the tomb. But she obviously has no relevant major knowledge, so we must rely on Wang Su and Wang Su to complete the task. Fong Tang has been observing for a long time. From the beginning, Yu was very cautious in his attacks on the middle-aged couple, just like the scissors that flew just now, and deliberately bypassed them. Wang Matzi's hands only cut off his ears, because Yu needed Wang Matzi's hands to open the tomb for her. "Master, the best strategy now is to kill the 2 tomb robbers before the mechanism is opened. In this case, Yu's mission will definitely not be completed, and she will be punished by the game." But Fong Tang didn't take action. "Bye. Change the strategy. We have to continue to observe." He always had a feeling that all the side tasks in the game of Silent Town might be connected. At this time, Wang Matzi had opened the iron ring, and the second mechanism was completely opened. The shrine continued to collapse, and a hole deep into the ground was revealed in the flying dust. lifting the lantern and looking. There was a sloping stone staircase under the entrance of the cave. Looking further ahead, there is another door behind the 4 stone stairs. So it inserted the burning pine branches on both sides of the cave entrance. And now, he could clearly see the stone door less than 80 centimeters away. The stone door was polished very smooth, with only a sunken mechanism in the middle. The concave position is very small, and the shape is very strange. What's going on? Ayu looked at his watch and took 2 steps in place. How to open the second mechanism. Chapter 95 Entering the tomb. And facing the sudden appearance of the mechanism door, Wang Matzi and Mrs. Su's face was solemn. For a long time, they shook their heads together. I don't know. Damn it! The scissors in Ah's right hand flashed coldly. Wang Matzi wiped his sweat. I really don't know. There is no record on this map at all. Look at this door. He pointed at the stone door. Look. The surface of the stone is so smooth. There are no traces at all. It was obviously installed recently. Yes. Mrs. Su also frowned. The underground was originally a closed space. But there are still traces of moss on this stone door. It must have been installed within a week. Ayu and Fong Tang both understood. This tomb originally existed, but the stone gate was installed by Infinite Company. I'm afraid the reason is to increase the difficulty of the game. Ayu rubbed his hair. Let's find a way. Aren't you 2 masters of mechanisms? Wang Matzi raised the lantern and walked slowly over. After looking at it for a long time, he knocked on the stone door with his fingers. On both sides of the stone door, you can clearly see the eye holes left by modern tools, as well as lime and cement. Wang Matzi stared at the groove in the middle of the stone door and suddenly slapped his thigh. Look, this shape is a tooth. Ayu frowned. So what? The groove in the stone door is indeed in the shape of a tooth, but they are definitely not human teeth. More like sharp awls. Such terrifying teeth. Old Mrs. Su suddenly thought of something. Could it be the teeth of that mountain ghost? Wang Matzi kept patting his legs. Blood dripped from his ears. Yes, it's that mandrill. This is really weird. He turned his head, with an annoyed look on his face. Only by getting the mandrill's teeth and putting them into this groove can the stone door be opened. Explode? Ayu gritted his teeth. No. Any vibration may destroy the entire tomb. They argued. At this time, Beixing shook its dock tail, barked, and made a clicking sound from its mouth, and then spit out a piece of white teeth. Fong Tang was stunned. Beixing lowered his head and licked his teeth, bit it again, and kept smashing it. It turned out that Beixing had gnawed the mandrill's teeth into bones at some point. I didn't find it along the way, so I probably kept it in my mouth and played with it all the way. Ayu turned his head and saw it. His eyes widened for a moment. Wang Matzi and Mrs. Su laughed. It turns out that Brother Fong Tang is a great expert and has hidden the mountain ghost's teeth a long time ago. Ayu turned around and walked over. Fong Tang stood up and stopped him, smiling. 1,000. Ayu's beautiful eyebrows stood up. You're too shameful. 500. The 2 of them were talking about incomprehensible numbers. Kai Lin Lin and the tomb robber couple were both confused. You just took a few pills, and you hacked me for 600 in one go. Fong Tang was still laughing. 900. 700. Ayu stamped his foot. You still made money. Didn't you have enough game time? Fong Tang touched Beixing's head. Want to stop fighting? At least 800. Ayu's full chest heaved. She was really angry. But soon, she giggled. Good brother. 800 is just 800. But there is something I have to tell you. It is very important to you. Fong Tang said coldly. Don't think about lying to me. Everyone is a player. Come on, this set is useless. Ayu licked his lips. I'm not going to lie to you. I can just show it to you. He raised his watch, and a game prompt appeared. Silent Town Side Mission: The Mystery of the Tomb. This side level not only has generous rewards, but also has key tips for Qin Yashin's mission line. Players are asked to make good use of this tip. Qin Yashin's mission line will be directly related to the completion of the main mission. Fong Tang watched silently, and finally said in a deep voice, I'll go down with you. This is what the novice king of the game looks like. Ayu smiled proudly. As a player, she followed the rules very much and directly transferred 800 game coins to Fong Tang. The game coins in Fong Tang Mall once again exceeded 1,000, accumulating to 1,800. North Star spat out mandrill teeth. The teeth fit into the grooves, and they fit perfectly. Wang Matzi turned his teeth, and after turning 90 degrees, the stone door opened gently. He immediately covered his mouth and nose and backed away quickly. Everyone retreated and saw a gust of wind rushing out from below. This is not the wind, but the rotten air sealed in the tomb. There was not as much rotten air as expected, and it was gone in just a few strokes. Wang Matzi let go of his hand and said in a deep voice, "The stone gate just now was newly built, so someone opened the tomb in advance. Do we still want to go down?" The infinite challenger not only opened the tomb in advance, but also seemed to have passed the wind. Fong Tang and Ah Yu looked at each other, and both thought that the bottom of the tomb might have been remodeled and added to Infinite Company's own agency. "We must go down," Ah Yu said coldly, and then waved to Ozwa. With a swish sound, the fine steel wire popped out and strangled Mrs. Su's neck. Ozwa stood behind, as if reining in a horse, shaking it gently. "Teacher Wang, you are at the front. If you do any tricks, your wife's neck will be broken." Wang Matzi turned around and picked up the black suitcase, pulling it forward step by step. Now they had 2 lanterns and 3 torches, but they couldn't last long. Everyone's cell phones are running out of battery. Fong Tang looked at the battery level of his watch and patted Bei Xing's little head. "Go back and reward you well." Kaylin Lin behind him also stood up. Fong Tang turned around to say something, but she shook her head. "I'll go down too," she said with a blush on her face. "I'm here alone. I'm scared." At this moment, she was no longer the female special police officer, more like a helpless little girl. "Girl." Fong Tang nodded. "Follow me. Let's go to the end." All the way down the stone stairs, the surroundings became increasingly warm, in stark contrast to the cold and damp conditions on the ground. "It is warm and dry down here." Wang Matzi walked at the front and praised as he walked. "This tomb passage is so well designed. Even if the tomb door is always open, due to the structure, the underground moisture will be discharged in the direction of the airflow, keeping the tomb clean at all times." Dry. The front suddenly became flat, and Mrs. Su, who had a wire tied around her neck, immediately shouted, "Stop!" Everyone subconsciously stopped. A chirping sound was heard, and a white light flew over everyone's heads. "Squat!" Mrs. Su shouted fiercely. Everyone squatted down. The white light overhead floated over again. The white light became lower and lower, and finally clicked into the rock. Everyone raised their lanterns and torches and gasped. Embedded in the rock is a huge sickle, with a sharp blade that is wide and thin. It is hung by a chain, and can be easily swayed from above. If Mrs. Su hadn't discovered it early, she would have cut off everyone's heads in an instant. So put away the tightrope. "Keep walking." Wang Matzi squatted, held the lantern high, and moved forward slowly. After walking about 10 steps, he turned around and waved, and Mrs. Su unfolded the map and went over. Under the firelight, 2 roads appeared ahead. The tomb passage is a T-shape. What we walked just now was a vertical line, but now it is a horizontal line. Only one of the 2 paths leads to the first floor tomb chamber. Wang Matzi said, sitting down and opening the suitcase. Everyone can only wait. Chapter 96 Dilemma in the middle chamber. In this tomb densely packed with traps, this pair of tomb robbers are the real experts. Now! Wang Matzi opened the second layer of the suitcase and took out a transparent lunch box. There were ventilation holes drilled into the lunch box. When it popped open, 2 white mice appeared. The white mouse is already a little sluggish, but it still relies on the food in the lunch box to support itself until now. Wang Matzi carefully took it out, turned it left and right, and put down the white mouse. The mouse swooped out. These are lab-trained white rats that disappear along the left and right channels. Not long after, I heard a scream of a white rat coming from the left passage, and then a bang. Wang Matzi stood up and wiped his sweat. The right side is the way to survive. After seeing it, they did not have traditional tomb robbing tools, but relied on experimental rats to find their way. This couple is worthy of being the most famous and wanted tomb robbing criminals in recent times. Walk slowly along the road on the right. After walking on the sloping road for about 10 meters, your eyes suddenly open up. Now! They came to a square room. Wang Matzi raised the lantern. There is a lamp here. It is really a lamp. Not an oil lamp, nor a common wall lamp in ancient times, but a real light bulb. Gas lamp. Wang Matzi looked carefully. There are words on the lamp head. To be precise, it is Japanese. Things from the Showa era. Wang Matzi read. This is a gas lamp from Japan in the 1930s. It relies on biogas to generate electricity. I wonder if it can still be used now. He fumbled and found a switch. Wait. Ah, you stared. What if it's an agency? Wang Matzi smiled. No. This room is in the tomb, called the mill room. It is an absolutely safe rest room. It is usually used for people. It is used by the workers who built the tomb. And those people will never design the mechanism here. The switch was pressed. And the surroundings flickered. The lights are flickering. There were 8 lights on both sides. And 2 of them soon came on, making a buzzing sound. A nearly 90-year-old gas lamp can still light too? Fong Tang took a closer look and was almost certain that the 2 lamps had been repaired. Probably deliberately by Infinite Company when setting up the game scene. 2 old-fashioned lamp heads that kept flickering added a bit of eeriness to this gloomy underground place. Wang Matzi looked around. This tomb was really built with the help of Japanese engineers. The maps and diaries we got are all real, he said in a hurried tone. The Guangdong soldiers and Huang Dawang must have buried the treasure underneath. This time we can see what the treasure of Marshal Zhang, the king of Guangdong, was back then. I'm really looking forward to it. Yu walked slowly and carefully in the secret room. Then she saw the 2 knives hanging on the opposite wall and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Everyone else saw it too. 2 completely different knives. On the left is a Kanto sword with a rough handle and a bird-shaped blade with a blood groove on the front. It is now full of rust. But on the right, there is a sword. The red silk on the Kanto broadsword turned black and scattered like catkins with a gust of breeze. But the Japanese sword was as clean as ever. Yu walked up, and the scissors in his hand flew out, hitting the handle above the sword. The sword fell. She caught it and pulled it out directly. The blade was stained with rust, but with a flick of O's right arm, the rust fell away, revealing the cold blade light. Both Wang Matzi and Mrs. Su couldn't help but stare at the knife. Yu lowered his head and looked at the inscription on the handle of the knife. Anamara Raikiri is the sword of the Japanese. Wang Matzi straightened his neck. Can you let me see it? Show me the scabbard. Yu directly put the sword, throwing the scabbard over. The cherry blossom with scabbard split open and turned into a pile of wood slag. But the white cloth wrapped inside fell down. The white cloth unfolded, and the pattern of a red sun suddenly appeared. Fong Tang frowned. Japanese flag. And there was a long string of writing under the sun, because it was protected in the cherry blossom with scabbard. The writing was still very clear. Wang Matzi and Mrs. Su looked at the handwriting on the Japanese flag carefully. Manchurian 659th Regiment. Dongkang. Major Zuoko Ijiro. Wang Matzi looked at the writing on it. This major's which one is the Guangdong Army? Sent. Zhuo was unhappy. What are you looking at with a Japanese military flag? Wang Matzi raised his head and said seriously. From an archaeological point of view, the words on it are very important. We, the couple, are studying the sneaky slope. The tomb has been in the tomb for so long, and I have read all the relevant information. It is very important to determine the designation of the Japanese Guangdong Army. Yu sneered. That Manchurian 659th Regiment. What kind of army is it? Do you know? Old Mrs. Su, the expression on the face was gloomy. The 659th Regiment of the Higashi Kangbu, which was the 731st Bacteria Troop of the Ishibu at that time. Everyone's face changed. Unit 731 is not only a national hatred, but also one of the most cruel units in human history. Why did one of their troops, the beasts who were experimented on living people in Kanto, come here? Yu raised his watch at this time, his eyes flashing. Obviously, she received another game prompt. At this time, Wang Matzi walked to the corner and looked at his wife, who was squatting by the opposite wall. Why are the biochemical troops here? I have an ominous premonition. I'm afraid this treasure is here. Just as he said this, he heard a loud bang. The surrounding wall shook. There was a hole in the corner where Mrs. Su was, and Wang Matzi rushed over, dragging his suitcase. The black suitcase was thrown in first, and then the two held hands and rolled down the crack. The corners of the wall closed again without any gaps. Both O's was steel wire and Yu's scissors were a beat slower. The two of them slapped the corner of the wall in annoyance. Asshole. These two bastards. If I had known they were outside, I would have killed them. Fong Tang picked up the restless Beishing and looked at the trembling Kailanlin. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Yeah. I'm not scared. Kailanlin shrank and shook even more. The two girls, Zhu and Right, were still cursing. Fong Tang walked to the wall, took out the Kanto sword, and tried it. You too. Save your strength. Zhu stamped his feet. That guy said this just now. There is no mechanism. You believe what the tomb robber says. Fong Tang sneered. Yu gasped and kept looking at his watch. Fong Tang waved his sword. What? There's not enough game time? Yu raised his head and frowned. There's still 1 hour left. I only have 1 hour to complete this branch level. Fong Tang began to wipe the blade on the wall. The hard rock wall, touching the rusty blade, immediately revealed lines like green scales. What a knife! Fong Tang was overjoyed. I was right. This knife is a treasure. Hey, stop sharpening your knife. What should I do now? Ah Yu shouted. Fong Tang wiped off the rusty mud on the blade with his tattered sleeves. What to do? I don't know. Ah Yu narrowed her eyes, which was a prelude to her impending explosion. But Fong Tang quickly said, But I can think of a way. Zhuo walked up silently. Fong Tang, don't waste time. If we fail this level of the game, Qin Yashin's clues may also disappear. Fong Tang wrapped the Guangdong sword in the coat left by Wang Matzi, wrapped it around his body, and then sneered. If it weren't for Yashin, I really hope you two die here. He slowly walked towards the corner. Still violently he was coughing, as if his injuries were getting worse. In fact, he has fully recovered his physical strength. But this disguise cannot be stopped. If Zwe and Yu join forces, he still has no hope. The two girls cooperated well and acted ruthlessly. Perhaps their only weakness was the line of words Zwe carved on the stick kill her. Save me. As Ah Yu's female slave. Do these 6 words mean she is asking for help? Or is it a conspiracy to test yourself? Fong Tang thought to himself. Squatted by the corner, stretched out his hand and started drawing on the ground. A picture soon appeared on the dusty ground. Ah Yu walked over and took a look, and was surprised. Is this Wang Matzi's map? It's a map of the entire tomb. He opened it several times and showed it to us. Fong Tang continued to draw. Ah Yu praised. But that Wang Matzi is very careful and opens it every time. Your memory is really abnormal. This is Bai's credit. Every time Wang Matzi opened the map, Bai in his brain began to copy the most critical diagrams on the map. Less than 30% was copied the first time, and 80% was copied the second time. As an artificial intelligence, this method of replicating data is a basic ability. Fong Tang has already drawn the entire mechanism diagram. Chapter 97, Breaking the Game Against the Shadows. On the machine map, just on the first floor of the tomb, Fong Tang marked the words, Room in the tomb. Wang Matzi said that this is the mill room, which is used for workers who build the cemetery to rest. Ah Yu reached out and pointed at the north corner of the middle room in the mechanism diagram. The mechanism is here. The mechanism diagram is full of complex lines. Just at the north corner, from top to bottom, there are 3 square bricks bent at 90 degrees. Push 3 square bricks and rotate them 90 degrees to open the mechanism. The design of the mill room on this floor is very clever. It is not a directly dug space, but 2 movable walls are put together. A circular axis is used to fix the walls. In terms of space, the 2 walls are parallel to each other, not the same size. The west wall is missing a piece. So as the square bricks rotate and the axis rotates, the west wall will move 40 centimeters south, thus revealing the entrance to the second floor of the cemetery. Ah Zwe and Ah Yu couldn't see the ingenuity of this mechanism, but Fong Tang was very impressed. The wisdom of our ancestors is unfathomable. They only used the simplest principles to create a mysterious mechanism. Ah Yu was a little confused. She couldn't wait. She didn't have much time to play. Turn on the power now. She reached out and touched it. The sand on the surface of the north and west corners fell rustlingly under the scissors in her hand. Under the peeled sand, blue square bricks were arranged neatly. Ah Yu searched and groped bit by bit, touching almost every brick from top to bottom. But there was no trace of a mechanism. She bit her lip and lost her patience again. We were fooled. There is something wrong with that picture. Fong Tang frowned and reached out to touch it again, feeling weird in his heart. The machine diagram is absolutely correct. I won't get it wrong. What if you got it wrong? Ah Yu stared wide-eyed. It's impossible for you to remember all the complicated machine diagrams. Fong Tang he shook his head again. It can't be wrong. He believed Bai. How could the machine make mistakes? The scene suddenly became tense. Ah Yu and Ah Zwe checked the north and west corners again, and there really were no traps. This is impossible. Zwe wiped his sweat. I remember clearly that Mrs. Su was squatting here and Wang Matzi was standing on the east side. And then the mechanism suddenly opened. No matter the position where the mechanism was opened at that time, or the mechanism, there are no problems with the labeling of the figures. Could it be that this mechanism is a one-time use, and it will be closed permanently after being opened once? Zwe's face turned pale. Impossible. Fong Tang was also a little anxious. It was related to Qin Yashin's clues. He looked at the drawn diagram of the mechanism again. This mechanism is designed to be movable for the convenience of entry and exit. It is by no means a one-time use. The 3 of them, squatting in the corner. He was silent for a while. In the stiff atmosphere, Kai Linlin, who had been sitting on the ground, helped Beijing stand up. The beautiful policewoman whispered. The writing habit during the Republic of China was still vertical. From right to left. Huh? Fong Tang suddenly raised his head. Linlin. Say it again. Kai Linlin said coldly. You are too panicked and have forgotten a basic fact. When Wang Matzi showed us the map, he always looked from left to right. Display. And as far as I know, the writing habit in most places during the Republic of China was still from right to left. I have read a lot of information, and thread-bound books at that time were all bound on the right. This is a tradition that has been passed down by the Chinese for countless generations. Writing habits. It was not until the New Culture movement of the Republic of China that some intellectuals began to promote the writing order from left to right. But it really became popular only after the founding of the People's Republic of China. Kai Linlin had already pointed out the key point in one sentence. And Fong Tang slapped his head. Linlin, you are so powerful. As expected. Damn Wang Matzi. You are so cunning. He continued to look at the ground. Mechanism map. The order of the mechanism map is also reversed. The north and west walls are marked on it. In fact, the mechanism is on the east side. Recalling the positions of Wang Matzi and Mrs. Su at that time, Yu also understood. Damn! It was not Mrs. Su who opened the mechanism at that time, but Wang Matzi, who was standing on the east side. He was facing us and opened the mechanism with his hands hidden behind his back. Su had already rushed to the east wall, right at the corner of the east wall, and soon found the mechanism brick. The blue bricks turned and creaked, and the entrance to the west suddenly appeared. Fong Tang immediately picked up Kai Linlin and rushed in with Beijing in front. With the North Star leading the way, there is no need for torches or lanterns. Zhua and Yu followed closely behind, quickly going down a slope. A strange smell with a rotten smell hit your face. A light appeared ahead. It was still a gas lamp. And the second floor of the tomb appeared in front of me. Fong Tang stood in front of the door of the tomb on the second floor. His body shook, and he stopped subconsciously. In front of him, two withered bones lay crookedly in the tomb. Zhua and Yu got in from behind him and looked around at the dark interior of the second floor tomb. On the north side of the tomb are rows of sandbags, with the words, Japanese Military Headquarters, written in red paint on the surface of the sandbags. Before the sandbags, there were rows of rusted and rotten weapons, all 38 caps, the standard rifle of the Japanese army at that time. There were also several southern pistols, the handles of which were broken into pieces, leaving only a few parts. Along with these weapons, we saw wooden boxes densely packed in the south of the second-story tomb. Fong Tang covered Kai Linlin's nose with his sleeve. Be careful. The troops entering here are biochemical bacteria troops. I don't know what is in these boxes. Yu nodded and backed away slowly. Zhua cooperated with her in perfect agreement. The wire in the sleeve suddenly popped out. The steel wire penetrated a rotten wooden box. And with a crash, a pile of black particles rolled out of the wooden box. They were strange particles wrapped in oil paper, like blackened rice. But as soon as they were rolled out, a strange fragrance came out. It seems to be plant seeds. Yu looked at it from a distance. More than 80 years have passed, and these seeds haven't rotted yet, Zhua murmured. Fong Tang held his breath. In addition to these seeds, there are also dry branches in the wooden box. These branches are very familiar. They are the cutting vines that I saw on the mountain road when I came here. What do the Japanese do with these seeds? Yu said to himself. Fong Tang looked at the south wall and couldn't help but frown. Under the south wall, two rusty iron rings were lying in pieces, and traces of peeling could be seen on the wall. Wang Matzi and the others destroyed the mechanism, Fong Tang said in a deep voice. The mechanism on the second floor of the tomb is a mechanical structure driven by underground water. You must peel off the wall and find two iron rings embedded in the wall. After pulling them out, they drive the flow of groundwater on the third floor, thereby pushing the mechanism to open. How did they destroy it? Yu's eyes widened. Fong Tang touched his chin. This trap was opened from the middle of the wall. After opening the trap, these two bastards chopped up the iron ring with their samurai swords, and then took advantage of the short time before the trap closed to get through. The third level of the tomb is where the treasure is hidden. Chapter 98 Black Seed. The three of them were helpless. Wang Matzi and Mrs. Su estimated that they had successfully entered the third floor 10 minutes ago. They had taken advantage of every opportunity, and now they had destroyed all the mechanisms on the second floor. Yu walked anxiously on the spot and kicked away the withered skeleton on the left. The withered bones were scattered into a pile of bone residue. Fong Tang looked at them. I don't know the identities of these two remains. Kalen Lin struggled out of his arms and looked carefully. She is a police officer and is particularly sensitive to corpses. Although I don't know their identities, the two people may have killed each other, Kalen Lin whispered. The body on the left, if I read it right, suffered a fatal blow to the heart, and there are broken marks on the ribs. He should have been killed by a sharp blade stabbing into the heart. But the one on the right is different. Kalen Lin looked at the bones that were still intact. Well, there are remnants of silk under the bones. This man was wearing satin clothes at the time. He died of poisoning. You can see that his throat bones are somewhat dislocated, which was caused by severe vomiting. He is indeed a professional. Ah Yu was not angry. What's the use of knowing this? We are trapped in this damn secret room again. Fong Tang gently patted Lin Lin's back to show encouragement. Kalen Lin shook her long hair. It may be useless to know their identities, but it is better than you screaming and dancing here. You are just wasting your time. Ah Yu puffed up his mouth, very angry, but looking at seeing Fong Tang's cold eyes, he forced himself to hold back. Fong Tang leaned over and looked at the withered bones on the right. He was wearing silk clothes, which was a material favored by the southern gentry at that time. Could this be the remains of Huang Dong? Kai Lin looked at the withered bones on the left that were broken into a ball. Then over here, are they the Japanese? Look. Fong Tang pointed to a pistol not far from the dead bones on the left. It looks very much like a Luger pistol. This may be the weapon of the Japanese officers at that time. It is the Southern Type 1 General. Comes with a gun. Ah Yu said coldly. It uses Southern 8mm bullets. You can tell by looking at the handle of the gun. She really knows a lot about firearms. It's really weird that a Japanese officer and Huang Dong, the owner of the cemetery, killed each other and died in the tomb on the second floor. Fong Tang shook his head. Actually, it's nothing weird. Huang Dong brought the Japanese here to dig the tomb, and it must be to hide the treasure. After the treasure was buried, the Japanese poisoned Huang Dong. After being poisoned, Huang Dong resisted and stabbed the Japanese to death with a sharp knife. Sui analyzed slowly. According to Kai Lin's judgment of the remains just now, Sui's reasoning is the most logical. But why is there only one Japanese? Kalen Lin shook her head slightly. The Huang Dong you are talking about should have brought a whole team of Japanese to do this. Maybe they were all captured in the secret room on the third floor. Silenced. Ah Yu kept looking at his watch. Fong Tang walked over. Hey, can you tell me what your side mission is now? Ah Yu bit his lip and rolled his eyes. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Anyway, the third level mechanism has been destroyed. I don't want to stay here. Fong Tang turned to leave. Wait! Ah Yu was anxious and turned the scissors in his hand. You dare to take a step and try. Fong Tang turned his back to her and smiled. Just try it. If you are willing to waste time and energy, I will accompany you. He reached out and pressed the handle of the Kanto sword. The blade popped out half a foot, and a cold light shot out. Stop arguing! Zwa screamed. She quickly walked towards Fong Tang and said directly, Our side mission is to find the third floor of the tomb and get the key items to defeat the boss of the main game. Fong Tang he looked at her in surprise. You are just Ah Yu's slave girl. Aren't you afraid of being punished by your master? Oswald lowered his head. Ah Yu from behind snorted. Forget it. I'll spare her this time. Fong Tang turned around and said, The key item to defeat the boss of the main game. My main game is to find treasures in the mountains. And I didn't mention any bosses. Ah Yu also confessed frankly at this time. In this level of the game, we both play different roles. I am responsible for killing the boss, and you are responsible for finding the treasures. Whether it is completed in the end depends on our cooperation. Both of them agreed. She was talking quickly, and Kalen Lin finally couldn't help it. Gritted her teeth and shouted. Since just now, you have been talking about games. Tasks. You are all crazy. This isn't reality. Not in a game. Ah. Zwo was surprised and tilted his head to look at Kalen Lin. She is really not a player? Fong Tang shook his head gently. Ah Yu suddenly became interested. This is a bit weird. The people who can survive to this scene are not players. It is rare in A-level difficulty games. He looked at Kai Lin repeatedly. Could it be that you are an NPC set up by the company? Nonsense! Fong Tang held Kalen Lin's little hand. She was just unlucky. In order to perform a task, she accidentally entered our level. Kalen Lin couldn't understand more and more, and her eyes were a little confused. Looking at Fong Tang and others, they looked horrified again. You are all crazy. You are all crazy. Ah Yu walked up, still looking at the little policewoman. Fong Tang. In the level set up by the company. Especially there is absolutely no chance of entering this advanced A-level level by mistake. And her existence must be of great significance. But now is not the time to discuss this. Time passed by minute, but the game was stuck in the second level of the tomb. Fong Tang cheered up. Let's unpack all the boxes to see if there are any usable tools. Since the mechanism is destroyed, let's force open a door. Ah Yu also took action. That's right. There are no tools here. Guns! Maybe grenades or something. Fong Tang drew his knife and cut open all the sandbags on the north side. There was no ammunition or weapons. It was all sand. To the south, Oz was steel wire and Ah Yu's flying shears were flying in the air, breaking open the wooden boxes one by one. Suddenly, Sua let out a scream. It was rare that she could be so frightened. Fong Tang pulled Kai Lin and turned around. Seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel hairy all over. In the fourth wooden box in the third row, there are no longer those black seeds, but a living person. Instead of turning into withered bones, he was a man wrapped in layers of thorns. With only a layer of skin left, the man huddled among the thorns, and the barbed murderous vines penetrated deep into his skin, as if they were growing on his body. So it took a step back and asked in a trembling voice. Is he dead or alive? Fong Tang was also a little afraid to look. At this time, only Kai Lin was the boldest. She walked over and picked up a vine. She touched the man tentatively and said, He is dead. He has been dead for a long time. But because it was wrapped in these branches and leaves and the seal of the wooden box, his body did not completely decompose. The little policewoman seemed to be checking the case. Seen. These vines grow from his body, and most of them come out along the blood vessels. You see? The direction in which the vines grow, when combined, is a map of human blood vessels. Everyone swallowed. Another snapping sound was heard, and a black seed fell from the crouched man's left palm. Chapter 99 The Insect of Death. It was a small black seed, but the sound of falling was extremely clear and could be heard very clearly in the silent chamber. Kai Lin gasped. This is so strange. This corpse is really covered with seeds. She turned around. Fong Tang, use your knife. I'll do it. Do you want to dissect the corpse? Fong Tang came with a knife. The Kanto sword was raised and slashed vertically. The body split open and everyone screamed. Kai Lin covered her nose and took 3 steps back. Finally, she couldn't help but turn around and vomited. Ozwa and Ah Yu had already frowned and turned their heads. In the cut open corpse, dense black seeds covered all the blood vessels and internal organs. Just like black bugs, they built a nest in the tissue of the corpse. For a long time, Kai Lin wiped her mouth. The corpse is like a field, irrigated with blood and fed on meat to feed the seeds. The seeds drilled out of the corpse, blossomed and bore fruit. I have never seen anything like this before. It's horrible. Not just horrible. It's disgusting. Is this the bacteria studied by Unit 731? Ah Yu couldn't help but leaned over and grabbed a handful of seeds. Fong Tang raised his eyebrows and shouted sternly. Throw it away! Ah Yu immediately threw away the seeds. She felt guilty because she had made a serious mistake just now. Taking things randomly in the game level was asking for death. But the girl was still stubborn. Why are you nervous? These are just the seeds of the killer mine. They have been buried for such a long time. Even if they are poisonous. Before she could finish her words, her face suddenly changed, and she screamed and shook the black seeds in her hand desperately. But something strange happened. Those black seeds seemed to be stuck in her palm and rolling, like a bug coming to life. Ozwa remained motionless, seemingly stunned. Fong Tang and Kai Lin rushed forward together, grabbing Ah Yu's hand and shaking it desperately. Black seeds began to fall, making a strange crackling sound when they landed on the ground. Fong Tang's back felt cold, and he stretched out his foot to step on it. The black seeds stuck to the ground. These are hacking bugs, not seeds, Fong Tang yelled. Kai Lin's eyes flashed. She turned around suddenly and picked up the torch stuck at the door. She rushed over again, raising the torch and aiming it at Ah Yu's white little hand. Ah Yu screamed, but held it back, knowing that he was saving her. The last layer of black seeds rustled down. Fong Tang looked at the blood on the back of Ah Yu's little hand. It turned out that her hand had been injured not long ago, and the wound was between her fingers. These bugs are activated when they see blood. Fong Tang wiped his sweat. Kai Lin waved the torch and held Ah Yu's little hand again. The back of Ah's right hand was scorched black, and his whole body was shaking with pain. Okay. Kai Lin held up the almost burned out torch and backed away slowly. Now, the countless black seeds falling from more than a dozen boxes are so terrifying. Ah Yu held her wrist and shook her right hand desperately. Her whole face turned blue. After a long time, she took a deep breath. Zue came over and took out various pills. Swallowing the pills slowly, Ah Yu also stepped back. Everyone, including Beixing, retreated to the entrance to the second floor. Zue tore open his shirt and wrapped Ah Yu's hand. Only then did Ah Yu nod to Kai Lin. Thank you. I will remember this favor. When she said this, she suddenly jumped up and made a muffled sound. Zue's eyes jumped, and the steel wire from his sleeve popped out, directly wrapped around Ah Yu's injured wrist, and was strangled into the flesh. Fong Tang was startled. This Zue, did you choose this time to kill your master? But she was controlled by a chip. She was dead at the thought of Zue. But soon, he knew he was wrong, because he had already seen the rapidly moving bulge on the back of Ah Yu's charred hand. At some point, a black seed penetrated into the flesh along the wound between Ah Yu's fingers. At this time, this little black bug seemed to be looking for the widest blood vessel in Ah Right's arm. Zue's steel wire sealed the blood vessels in Ah Right's wrist at the most critical moment. Ah Yu kept screaming. A sharp pair of scissors appeared in his left hand, and he quickly picked it up on the back of his right hand. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Fong Tang and Kai Lin rushed over again, both anxious to help. However, the weird black insect was scurrying under the skin of the back of his hand at a terrifying speed. Ah Yu's hand was already terrible, but he still couldn't catch it. With a swish sound, Fong Tang raised his sword. Ah Yu's complexion has turned purple, and the wire on his wrist is loosening. The black bug bulge was quickly heading towards the largest vein under the wrist. Hold it! Fong Tang roared, and the sword flashed. The sharp knife fell down. Ah Yu's little hand fell neatly, and the neatly broken bones appeared on the wrist. The little hand fell to the ground with a snap, and a bloody arrow spurted out from where the wrist was broken. Ah Yu's whole body seemed to have been shocked by electricity, shaking in place, and then he let out a heart-rending scream. Zue tore off his entire shirt and quickly bandaged Ah Yu's broken wrist with a wire. The bleeding still couldn't be stopped. At this time, Kai Lin held up the remaining torch and burned it directly. The shirt was burned and stuck to the broken wrist. The blood vessels were burned, but the bleeding was finally stopped. Ah Yu fainted straight away. While he was in a hurry, there was a strange rustling sound in the tomb chamber on the second floor. The sound got louder and louder, and Fong Tang turned his head to look, his scalp numb, because the blood from Ah Right's broken wrist just spurted directly into the pile of black seeds. Now, those black bugs seemed to have seen the most delicious food. Surging along with the blood, the black bugs soon formed a small mountain. Squirming and crowded, Zue hugged Ah Yu and exited the entrance. Fong Tang followed closely behind him. He turned around and took another look. For the first time, he couldn't help but lean over and vomit. At this time, Zue calmed down and took out a transparent glass tube from his underwear. The top of the glass tube was broken with a fingernail, revealing the needle. This is pethidine used on the battlefield, and it is old-fashioned pethidine. It was mostly used before and after World War II. At that time, the dosage of pethidine was not as strictly controlled as it is now. This pethidine is not only the best analgesic anesthetic on the battlefield, but also the most terrifying drug. As the medicine was injected, Ah Yuji shivered and opened his eyes. 3 different kinds of pills were stuffed into her mouth, and Zue wiped his sweat. You're fine. It's just one hand. You can make a new arm for 5,000 game coins in the mall. But Ah Yu still had a dull look in his eyes. Looking at his broken arm, he fainted again. Quit this side mission. We must go back. Otherwise she will die. Fong Tang looked at Zue. Zue shook his head hard and showed a rare look of determination. The side mission is related to the success or failure of the entire game. If we fail, both of us will be eaten by the chip on the spot. I can't retreat. Fong Tang leaned over and pulled out the chip from his ankle. The small wooden stick pointed to the writing on the wooden stick. Then what do you mean by carving these 6 words on it? There was doubt in Zue's eyes. He was not pretending, but he was really confused. You? What are you talking about? Ghost? Why should I carve words on the wood? Chapter 100 Scam. Fong Tang was stunned. Wasn't the carving on the branch left by Zue? His brain was thinking rapidly, and he was suddenly shocked. You picked up the stick, and you didn't know there were words engraved on it? Zue stared at the stick. Are you talking about the firewood in the temple? I randomly picked up some in the dark at night, so I didn't have the time or thought to carve words on them. Totally wrong. Fong Tang looked at the wooden stick and thought quickly. There are people in the mountains. Someone has carved words on the wood. He is asking for help. I was so stupid. I thought it was what asking me for help. Now my master. I'm injured, so I have to finish the game. A look of sadness appeared on Zhu's face. Anyway, if Zhu dies, I won't live either. The relationship between the two is not fake, or Zhu is voluntary at all. She is Ayu's slave girl. Fong Tang put away the stick, and Kai Lin from behind shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. The bugs are coming, and the ground is full of blood." Ayu's wrist was still dripping blood, attracting the black bugs. At this time, when he saw those black bugs that had dug a small hole into the ground, an idea suddenly flashed through Fong Tang's mind. "Zhu, use your steel wire to get the severed hand over here." Fong Tang looked at the severed hand wrapped in black insects. "Hurry up. Don't let them eat them all." So a steel wire quickly popped out and entangled it, cut off the hand and throw it up. The Kanto sword in Fong Tang's hand suddenly swung away, like hitting a baseball, breaking his hand and hitting the opposite wall. Under this force, the severed hand that was riddled with holes suddenly turned into a ball of blood on the wall. Under the strong blood, all the black bugs rushed forward. On the wall leading to the third level of the tomb, dense black insects were biting and gnawing. The wall suddenly began to shake. Only then did Zhu understand Fong Tang's intention, and he shouted excitedly, "Beautiful. This move is really amazing." The thick wall had been bitten by black insects, and a gust of cool wind rushed over. Fong Tang grabbed the torch in Kai Lin's hand, and the last flame burst and burned in the cool wind full of oxygen. The torch crossed a parabola and fell into the black pile of insects. So the crackling sound kept sounding, like fried beans. Finally, there was an astonishing burst of fire. The black bugs were indeed flammable, especially after being sealed for 80 years. All the dried bugs turned into flames. The flame brought a tangy fragrance, and the roasted insects smelled like popcorn. But no one had any appetite now. Thanks to the good ventilation of the tomb, the flames grew larger and larger, and finally gradually became smaller. When the second floor of the tomb turned completely dark, cracked holes appeared in the wall leading to the third floor. I'll waved the wire in his left hand and beat it on the ground. After making sure that all the bugs were reduced to ashes, he carried Ayu on his back. Fong Tang held Kai Lin's cold little hand and followed Zhu with Bei Xing. The road leading to the third floor is a 45-degree slope without any steps. You can see that the road is very rough. The third level of the tomb must have been built in a hurry. Before it was completely completed, internal strife broke out. Wang Dowang and the Japanese officer in charge of the operation killed each other, and the wooden boxes were full of living experiments. Zhu said softly. There was a bright light ahead, and the sound of gurgling underground water. The feet began to get wet, and a stream of water gradually appeared. The water became deeper and deeper. When they reached the entrance of the third-level tomb, the cold underground spring water had already covered their ankles. This is a real spring water flowing in the mountain crevices, clean and full of minerals. Zhu hesitated for a moment, then placed his small mouth on the stone wall beside him, gently sucking the spring water. Fong Tang waited for a while to make sure Zhu was okay, and then took a sip. Kai Lin, however, waited for him to finish drinking before carefully sipping the spring water. Only Bei Xing was the most comfortable, with his tongue licking. Baz enjoyed the sweetness of the spring water. The door of the tomb chamber on the third floor was opened at an angle, under the light of the mobile phone. The blood stains on the door could be clearly seen. It seems that Wang Matzi and Mrs. Su were injured in order to enter here. Zhu made a gesture to Fong Tang, holding the wire in his palm. With a chirping sound, the steel wire deftly turned into an arc and penetrated the back of the door. With a whooshing sound, the metal wire retracted again. Fong Tang held up the Guangdong sword and nodded to Zhu. The two stepped in. The space in front of you is wider, and the surrounding gas lamps are all lit. The groundwater flows upward along the ditches on both sides of the stone gate. That is because there is a pool with spring water in the middle of the third-level tomb. Under the push of the spring water in the pool, there is upward flow pressure. In addition to the pool, the third floor of the tomb is divided into 3 rooms by 2 walls. Now, they were facing the second room. Wang Matzi hugged Mrs. Su and sat on the cold floor of the room with his back to them. As Zhu was about to take action with the steel wire in her left hand, Fong Tang held her back. You have to live. Zhu realized that the tomb robbers and his wife might still be useful at this time. Neither of them moved. Kai Lin looked at the room on the left. It seems to be a laboratory over there. The largest room on the left was filled with bottles, cans, old-fashioned desks, lamps, and yellow books and documents. On the right is the lounge, with a bed, a bathroom, and even a toilet separated by a screen. As for the middle, where Wang Matzi and Mrs. Su were sitting, there were glass jars. There are various animal specimens in transparent glass jars. Monkeys, rabbits, piglets, mice, and several unformed human specimens. The specimen had been soaked to the point of decay, and the liquid inside was turbid and bubbling, which was very strange. The katana was stuck in the ground nearby. Azwa took a step lightly. Wang Matzi, here is the treasure you are looking for. Are you surprised? Wang Matzi trembled, hugged his wife tightly, and cried, there is no treasure. It's all a liar. Deceitful. Huang Dawang's diary is just a trap. He cried, crying loudly. But Mrs. Su in his arms remained motionless. Fong Tang frowned, and Kai Linlin suddenly let out a sigh and walked directly into the room on the left. Linlin, be careful. Fong Tang hurriedly followed. Kai Linlin grabbed a stack of yellowed documents. Look at this. A diary, a treasure map, then another diary, and a treasure map. These stacks of documents all contain exactly the same content. Diaries and treasure maps. This is it. Azwa came over and looked at it, and was also stunned. At this time, Wang Matzi laughed sadly, with sobs. Wang Dawang and the Japanese Japs copied hundreds of diaries and treasure maps, and then deliberately leaked them to the public. Anyone who discovered the diaries and treasure maps would naturally tolerate them. I kept running over and became their experiment. No. Kai Linlin shook her head. There is something wrong with the logic. This is completely wrong. With the strength of the Japanese at that time, and the 731 unit, they wanted to experiment. Does the product need to be so complicated? Wang Matzi stood up, still facing them. Ha ha. Ha ha. In the beginning, there was naturally no shortage of living experimental subjects. But after Japan surrendered, they did not have any experimental subjects. 1945 years later, first the accompanying soldiers were used as experimental subjects, then the residents in the mountains, then the accompanying family members, and finally, only Huang Dawang and Zuokawa Jiro were left. Fong Tang was horrified. You mean, their experiment lasted for more than 10 years? It was 25 years. Until 1961. It was really terrible. After the war in 1945, Huang Dawang began to get treasure maps and diaries, and then scattered them among the people through the mountain residents. The one I found must have been taken out at that time. Zhuo Len ran. Why did the two of them fall out? Wang Matzi said in a serious tone. Because their experiment was successful. Zuokawa Jiro immediately wanted to take the first after returning to China with a batch of original reagents. He wanted to recreate the glory of the Japanese Empire. But Huang Dawang was unwilling. Huang Dawang wanted to enjoy the experimental results alone. Fong Tang interrupted him. How do you know all this? With a crash, a thick black notebook was thrown over.